Disintegration. Annihilation. ends here. Disintegrate inside.
Santiago, how you doing, mate?
Yo, I'm doing good, dude. How you, man?
I've been alright. So you're Santiago.
Yeah, man.
I hear that's West Coast America. Is that correct?
Yeah, West Coast.
Nice one. Do you guys think you're cooler than Californians?
What do you mean cooler than California, man? I'm born and raised in California.
Californians, like Santiago is the cooler bunch. You're the better version.
What are you talking about?
I'm just wondering.
No,
Like Santiago, it's a city.
I'm from California, man. I'm born and raised in
Oh, okay.
California.
Yeah, but you live in Santiago. I assume that's like a
I
different
don't
city.
live in San Diego. Fuck San Diego, dude. No.
I thought you said you did.
No. Dude,
I said, are you from
Santiago.
Santiago? And you said yes, bro.
Well,
That's what I heard.
I thought you said something about Santiago, which is because your accent, you know. I'm
Santiago is the city. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
but you're saying it like this, like Santiago, the name, but the city is San Diego.
Oh, okay. Right. So your name has nothing to do with
No,
the city.
absolutely not.
All right. Yeah, there we go.
Yo, I want to talk, but I gotta be right back for 2 minutes.
Yeah, you're right, mate.
Yo, anyone still here? Yo. Yo, what's up?
Yo, who's that?
I don't know. Who's that?
Who's that?
Who's that over there? Who are you?
No, it's Blatek. Is that you, Santiago Dunbar?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, are you from Chile?
No,
Hmm.
I'm not from Chile.
I said you called yourself Santiago, so I just, yeah.
Yep, it's very astute of you. But it's just a name.
Where's the volume on this? Oh, it's an internal volume on Discord, isn't it? Voice, video notifications. Output volume. That should be better. So what's news? Santiago. So yeah, the ball earth is collapsing anyway, especially in Discord. Soon as there's going to be echo chambers of flat earthers.
Yo, sorry about that.
Yo, what's up, Santiago?
What's good, man? What's good, Blatek? How you doing, man? Where you from?
Je suis Australian.
Australian, French Australian. That's amazing.
No, I'm just speaking with a French accent.
I know, I'm just playing. So, man, what do you want to talk about?
I was just saying how the bullet has collapsed in Discord.
What has collapsed?
The ball Earth, it's
Oh, the
collapsed.
ball Earth.
Yeah,
Has it collapsed?
it's over.
How so?
Well, if you post memes enough, you know, people will just eventually accept that the Earth is flat and there's no way out of it.
That's hilarious. Okay.
Well, yeah, look. So I used to argue with these people, right? And then I realized you just got to post memes; they're more effective. Yeah,
In a way, they
I'm
are.
not sure if you're seeing my memes, but
I'm not a flat earther.
oh, okay, I've got some memes for you. Then great. Hey, do you believe in evolution?
Dude, I mean, I know you think you're talking to somebody who's like the standard, typical non-flat earther, but you're not. And
Okay.
I've answered this question my own way a million different times, but I'm just gonna throw it back to you before I go and try to answer it. What do you think is going on?
With what exactly?
Well, just the question that you asked me: evolution and creation, right? How do you handle the two things?
Well, evolution can't be proven.
Sure.
And creation, um, it
That's
could be
that's
any
the tricky one, right?
creation. What's that?
I said that's the tricky one, right?
Yeah.
Because, well, first, like, in one sense, right, evolution has nothing to do with creation. Like, evolution could take place and creation could also take place. There's,
Mm,
from the evolutionary standpoint, like, creation doesn't really mean anything, like, creation can exist and evolution could be ongoing, and evolution has nothing to do with that which is creation. You know what I mean? But a lot of people say like evolution doesn't exist, period, and then they go to creation, right?
yeah.
So it's like their version of creation. I'm curious, what it is, right? Because that's fine if they say that creation has nothing to do with evolution, right? But evolution already said that, right? It's already saying like essentially, you know, this isn't like the mainstream science of evolution. They're kind of a little bit more of a dickhead. They're kind of like, no, there's no creation. It's just evolution, right? It's just adaptation. It's just matter, right, or whatever. But I'm not being that much of a dickhead. I'm just saying like, okay, things adapt in matter. Matter exists. Our bodies exist, right? It things change. They learn. They adapt, and evolution takes place on a small time scale and on a larger time scale. Do I think that speciation takes place, right? Like something changes from one species to another. I'm not sure, right? But that's where I lend the line towards creation, right? It's like what is actually happening here besides just this adaptation, right? Underlying it, isn't there some sort of other intelligence, some sort of other force, that's not just this like cause and effect materialistic type of adaptation, right?
Mhm.
And if there is, then why does creation have a problem with evolution?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just I don't understand the whole debate because this is because the flat earthers are. I mean, the round earthers are running out of material, right? Because they
Sure.
keep getting owned on every aspect they talk about. It's collapsing.
Love to hear it. Yeah.
So the ball earthers' new angle this week has been introducing evolution, and all they do is they have like 10 topics they bring up and then make one example, and then they just get into circular arguments over and over again.
Like
So
what you mean by like the new topic this week type of thing? But what's the new topic? What are they bringing up?
well, because we owned the round earthers in the past couple of months, especially the past couple of weeks, they've got nothing to stand on. Like everything they were trying to defend was proven, or we just proved it wrong. Like a guy was trying to tell me that he was a pilot and he uses round earth navigation and shit. And I'm like, dude, there's no round earth navigation in pilots, in aircraft, in navigation, in anything. It just doesn't exist. I said that it draws straight lines from point A to point B, fly airport to airport as fast as possible, using least amount of fuel, and then they land. They don't. There's no Coriolis. There's no gravity. No, there's no deviation, and there's no effect for curvature or anything. And I said, it's over. So then they were saying me that they were trying to convince me that instruments in aircraft automatically correct themselves for Earth's curvature. And I said, no, they don't. I said, that is the most falsest, unscientific statement I've ever heard in my life. Instruments do not work that way. Aircraft instruments are designed to have a barometer, and they use levels, and they use gyroscopes, and they use compass bearings.
Right.
And none of that is affected by anything else. And it's just, I'm not sure these people are generally like disabled or uneducated, or if people learned basic trig, surveying, navigation that we learned in high school, right? That's why they taught us this stuff, right? You wouldn't believe any of round earth science because there's no logic to it. There's nothing left in that, right? So this is what I don't understand. So it's pretty much collapsed. So then they come along with the so-called evolution, and they're just going on and on about it. And I keep saying, I said, you guys cannot prove any aspect of evolution is correct. And they're talking about, well, if you crossbreed this animal with that animal, lions, tigers, and all this. And I said, that's probably true, but you'll find that most of these animals who get crossbred die, or they're born deformed. They don't talk about that. You might have a liger, but I bet you'd have 10 of them that die. So it's just stupid.
So, Blawtech, just to put
Yeah.
your arguments into context, what's your education?
My education is from God.
Your education is from what?
God.
Okay, what's that subject?
Well, okay, here we go again. This is what these people always do. They think
No,
that
I'm asking you a
uneducated people.
question. No, we're not going to say these people. We're gonna.
You brought up education.
No. He. Let's all give.
Okay, I did 3 years undergraduate at university.
That's not important. That's not really exactly what we're saying. But
Well,
yes, it is.
It is
He brought it
important
up.
because it does teach you how to research and critically think, and how to problem solve. And I didn't limit myself to what I studied in university. And I used to go subject hopping. So I used to get the master timetables at university, and I used to go to their lectures and classes, just show up.
So was that like physics and
No,
astronomy?
never. I wouldn't do physics because there's too much holes in it. But I did well, all universities have a math entrance exam. I didn't know about this, right? But you have to achieve a certain level of maths. And in first week of undergraduate school, you have to do English. You have to, one of your classes you have to take, you must pass an English proficiency test. And then if you don't get up to a required level, you have to go and do an online course to boost up your English level, English whatever, to an academic level or undergraduate level. And yeah, so I was actually referred back to English and math class the first week of university. But my problem was more I wasn't punctuating enough. So I was just, when I was doing shorthand, I just, just fucking write it. So it was really simple shit like that. Not annotating enough, not punctuating. And spelling, they're always big on spelling. That's what pissed me off. But used to use spell checkers at university, so. But it does give you access to international libraries. Once you get that university card, you can basically study at any. You can look at any library around the world. That's you got a university attached to it.
So
I'm like, holy shit, this
saying
is massive.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So you rambled on in text as well as in speech. Is that what you're saying? You can punctuate it all.
What's that?
You rambled on written as well as verbally when you say you didn't punctuate enough.
I don't really know.
You don't know.
So yeah, it was interesting 3 years of my life. Would I go back and do it again? Hell no. Absolutely not.
So you don't value education. Earlier you brought it up.
Well, okay. If your education is vocation specific, so like if you were studying,
Survey.
obviously nursing or health sciences or banking finance, right, with a specific job in mind, yes, university is highly valuable. But going to university without a long-term strategy and just studying humanities, arts, or science.
I don't want to talk about this. You guys are talking about some bullshit.
So don't talk about it.
Chucky, I mean, what are you trying to pin him on right now? Like, what are you trying to do?
Did you?
Cutting out right now. I can't hear you.
I think he's on a phone in the car. It sounds like a phone kid.
Can't hear anything that you're saying.
Did you hear when he brought up the fact that he thought perhaps Globers might be uneducated?
Yeah, but dude, you can skip all the steps in between that and just move to something good to talk about.
Well, I do
find you don't want to talk about it doesn't mean that he doesn't want to talk about it.
No. I don't want to talk about it, and also I see the reason why you want to talk about it, right? And I see that
I'm not highly educated.
Well, okay. What are you pressing him for then?
If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. It's simple.
I'm not talking about it. I'm listening.
Great. But he talked about it for several minutes without pause. So obviously he wants to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm asking you, right? I'm asking you why you want to talk about it.
Because he brought it up.
I'm not saying. No. Okay, I get your point. I'm not saying all globes are uneducated, but not knowing the basics, like a lot of these guys don't understand how to navigate and how maps work and how sea charts operate and aircraft maps and surveying.
Have you plotted a course
trigonometry, basic geometry?
Have you plotted a course for an ocean or plane vessel?
Well, okay. I have it
I
in
have
sea charge, but the principle on land is the same. Because you're both working on flat plains, except for mountains. Obviously, there's no mountains in the ocean, but you have other hazards like islands and reefs, and
Okay, so
you
why
know,
do airplanes take a great circle right there?
they don't take Great Circle.
They don't. Just because you say they don't, they don't. It's
No, because
demonstrable.
it's okay. What that Great Deception is that what they do, they get when they draw a straight line across the flat maps. No, I don't mean the flat maps that people use for the flat Earth, but on aircraft charts, it's a straight line, right? Relatively. When you overlay that on a circular globe, it looks curved. So that's the
No,
problem. It's, oh look, it's curved.
it's the opposite. When you put it onto a globe, it looks straight. When you put it onto a flat map, it looks curved.
It doesn't. Because
Have you
what
looked
if you get
into
a
it?
curved map? Look, dude. I know what I'm talking about. Okay,
Obviously not.
because look, I took an aircraft from London to Hong Kong, and when you're in the aircraft, you have a map that's always running. So I was interested to see what towns and major centers and physical features we flew over, because ever since I was a kid, I've been a map collector, and I've got thousands of maps in my house, right? So I sat there, right? And when you fly from London to Hong Kong, you fly over northern Russia, southern Mongolia, and then fly down to China there, and land in Hong Kong. And I'm thinking, that's so weird. Why did we fly over northern Russia? You know, that's a huge deviation from what the reality is, right? From a globe. But when you plot it on a flat map and aircraft charts, it's a straight line. Straight line, Hong Kong.
Have you plotted it on Google Earth? And what map did you use that it's a straight line?
Okay, Google Earth is a good close-up representation because it's taken by a high-altitude aircraft, right?
No, I'm saying
And then
go
they zoom.
back even farther.
When you
Zoom
zoom
out.
out of Google Earth, they use an algorithm that bends the image on the edges to make it look circular. That's all they do on Google
Saying,
Earth.
did you plot it on Google Earth where you can see the two locations in the frame? London and
Okay,
Hong
first
Kong.
of all, let me talk you through this. Google Earth doesn't have any credibility, right? Because if they start using folded maps and rounded maps and they use algorithms to do that, it renders the whole process inaccurate.
Why?
So I don't use Google Earth.
Why does it render it inaccurate?
Because you in math and science, if you put a mistake or you put the wrong information or input the wrong data, computer says no. Teacher says no, you got it wrong. Go back and do it again. It's the same. If you start introducing false
So Google Earth corrects for the misinformation, and that's wrong.
yes, because they're using an algorithm that bends the maps, so that makes
Because
it
it
inaccurate.
corrects the map. That's the same thing that cartographers and surveyors do.
No, they don't. A cartographer wouldn't lower his reputation to do that. Only a corporation would do that, like
What's the name of that
Google.
surveying company from the UK? Big Ten one.
Yeah, look, dude.
Why do they disagree with you?
Because they're liars.
I see. All surveyors are liars then, because
Okay, let's give you an example, right? You are a small business or a company, right? And you hear about a government contract, and this government contract is worth millions of dollars. It'll give your employees a job for years, make you rich, right? And the government goes, okay, we have this thing, but you got to go by these stipulations. And everyone ticks the box. Yep. Because they're not going to say no because they don't lose a contract. So pretty much everything, not everything, but majority of this money that comes out of government is, consensus contracts and things. You got to do these certain stipulations. A good example was the whole thing from the past couple of years. Right?
Okay, so now you're talking about something I know a little bit about. I work for an EPCM company, so I know about a bit about contracts and bidding. So they say no all the time to stipulations that set out.
Mm. So what area are you working in?
Construction, mining construction. It's a $1.4 billion project.
Oh, that's amazing. It's huge.
No, it's
Is that in the
medium
United States or Canada?
Canada. So
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
didn't think
companies,
there'd be mining contracts in America right now. They'll be shutting every mine down to bankrupt the place first. Evil place.
my friend just moved to California to work for another mining company.
Oh, good on you.
It's not me, it's her. But besides that, companies say no all the time. They refuse to bid, or they don't agree with our terms and conditions, or they take exception to something. And if it can't be worked out, they don't get awarded the contract.
Yeah, that's a big problem. Like, in Australia right now, there's a big innovation push. All right, so they're trying to get businesses to create new products and new services and streamline operations in banking or whatever, right? So they're saying, bring your innovation to us, and if we agree with it, we'll fund it. And I'm like, oh my god, these people are idiots.
Why
So,
why is
well,
that?
they're handing out money for these products, these potential innovations that most of them don't even work. Some guy tried to
Can you
invent
give an
something for
example?
solar panels.
Can you give an
Well,
example of an innovation that didn't work?
most of them fail.
For
You'll find
example,
that in Australia, you'll find the most innovations that people come up with get funded. Then the people realize they can't do it. So then they say, well, it didn't work, and the government says, oh, well, bad luck.
I understand what funded means and innovation and fail means. Can you give an example?
Well, okay, let me think of this. There was a guy in Australia who said he could build an electric car, right? But he needed money for the thing, so he applied for like $50 million or some shit. Right? It was huge. But then he had no way of building it. It was total delusion, right? There's no way
Did he
he
get
could get he got the funding, of course he did. But that could be corruption as well. So I don't know. So there's no
so
way that he could. There's no way a company in Australia would have the resources, the ability, the manufacturing processes, the import allowance or whatever to compete with foreign corporations to build an electric car independently and then get it on the road.
so
The government should know that.
you're telling me they wrote him a check for $50 million without a contract and milestones?
Yep, pretty much.
I think I want you to share that information from an
Sure.
article. And I wanted to
I
say
read
that
about
you
it and I'm just
$50 million.
like,
Where did you read about it?
huh?
Where did you read about it? In the media?
Yep.
And you believe the media?
This happens all the time. Look. We
I
live
asked a
in a
specific question.
socialist.
Yes, no. Do you believe
We
the
live
media?
in. Okay. When it comes to the contracts like this, right? Because the media and the government work together, right? They work hand in hand.
No, they don't.
So
Unless you're talking about like NPR or the CBC in Canada or the BBC in the UK, they don't work.
yeah, they do.
Okay, so do you believe the media?
Here we go. So here's a good example, right? Obama
Is that
back.
a yes?
What was the question?
Do you believe the media?
Now, the media's role is a corporate role. Okay, they're not.
Is there a yes or no coming at any point?
Yeah, but the media has some purpose to it, but largely it's just a government entity.
Okay, so you can say yes because and then elaborate. Go ahead. Yes or no? And then elaborate. You talking to
See, and the arrogance of this shit, right? Okay, I just typed in electric cars. Now, the Victorian government gives $5,000 rebates to someone who buys an electric car. So
the fuck does that have
how
to
would
do with you believing?
but it all falls into it, right? They're giving the middle class and the wealthy $5,000 to buy electric cars when they don't even need it. So that's how corrupt this place is.
So you believe the media because they give people $5,000 to buy.
It's okay. I get your point, but you've got to stay in the media to understand what the deep state is doing, right? Because it's all about. Well, I don't constantly believe the media, but there is an element of truth to some things I do. Anyway, dude, you're roboting, so.
The idea correct, but specifics incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair to say?
Well, dude, you lagged out totally. You in a car driving or something?
Yeah.
Mm.
So the media gets specifics incorrect often, but gets the general idea correct. Is that fair?
Okay. I'm not sure your point you're trying to make. You the media is not going to lie all the time, but their job is to protect the corporation, protect the government, right? So they'll blame the people every time. You'll find the government, like Justin Trudeau yesterday made a speech, right? And he's blaming the people again, right? All the time. You know, our policies work. We were there to help you, right? You know, you guys were
Who
wrong.
was Trudeau blaming yesterday?
The public. Because he's a look. Let me tell you about Trudeau. Trudeau's a spellcaster, right? He casts spells on people when he makes his speeches, and he's very good at manipulating, especially females, middle class, liberal, leftist leaning, you know, single women type of thing. Right? That's who he appeals to, and he also appeals to low information people like immigrants, and people like this. Yeah. So he was making a speech yesterday, and I'll post it so you can see it later. And he was trying to tell people, you know what? I'll just post it. You can watch it later. But I'm just saying that the media is paid to defend Trudeau, so that's disturbing. That's corruption. Yeah, it doesn't populate these links. It used to.
Law Tech, my back.
Up, dude.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so apologies, I cut out. Can you tell me what what he was blaming people about yesterday?
So, YouTube and Discord has a policy against basically discussing this.
I don't
really
care
know
about
how-
YouTube. Just Mr. T, we'll call him Mr. T, was saying what yesterday?
He was talking about the C and the J's, right?
Canadians. Oh, okay, got it. Yep. Okay.
And he was saying that he never forced anyone to get it,
Correct.
which was blatantly incorrect.
Who did he
Right.
force to get it? Who did he force to get it?
He didn't give people a choice.
Yes, he did.
So he said, if you want to fly in this aircraft, or if you want to catch a train, or you want to visit these certain government offices, you've got to take the J's.
Right.
Right.
And visiting those places or taking planes is a privilege, not a right.
Okay, so you believe that we live under a feudal society then? If you say yes,
No.
then I understand where you're coming from.
No.
Okay, so what type of society is Canada then?
It's a democracy. But
it's
if
not
you want to come to my Lawtech, if you want to come to my office and you don't wear PPE, you are going home.
You're trolling.
Or you're going to. No, I'm not. I assure you, I enforce PPE rules at my office every day. I work at a construction site. I have to wear a hard hat, glasses. Yes, I have to wear hard hat, glasses, boots, high-vis pants, high-vis shirt or high-vis jacket, steel-toe boots with metatarsal.
So
if you come to my office without wearing that, you're going home, or you're going to purchase that.
Chucky, in China, right? In China,
it's just Brad, dude.
Yeah, but in China, right? They might say, full hazmat suit.
To work at a certain place, yeah.
If you don't wear a full hazmat suit, right, then you're getting locked in your apartment.
Okay.
Okay, so what line would you like to draw?
Oh, it's far from that line, is it not?
I wonder, I'm asking you, where's your line, right? That's all.
It's very far from that line, and Trudeau never made those decisions. He never forced anybody to get the J.
I don't know what Trudeau said. I don't know what Trudeau said at all.
Right, so you're bringing up something you don't know about and talking about China.
No, because
China have to do with the price of tea in Canada.
No, it's actually taking place in China right now.
We're not talking about China.
People in China are getting on airplanes in full hazmat suits. They're flying to other countries and realizing that everyone else is not wearing even a mask.
Okay. So what?
Yeah, no. But I'm just saying, like,
wait. It's not a point. I just don't know what the point is.
It's not a point, man. It's a picture, right? Look at the world that you actually live in, right?
Yes.
It's not what you think it is.
Anyway, look, I want to get back to this topic. Okay.
So Santiago tried to make a point. I'd like him to finish it.
He did.
No, he didn't make a point. He talked about China, and I want him to relate it back to Canada now, or Mr. T.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, and I said that I wasn't trying to make a point. I brought that idea up about China. That's all. It was just an idea.
Hey, we know you're still there, Santiago. You're still important to us. Thank you.
Consider that. That's all. It's not a point.
So anyway, look,
I just want to say something that has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
You can twist it. You can twist it in whatever way you want, but you won't.
I'm not twisting it at all.
Your twisting of it is the non-consideration of it.
I'd like to hear you twist it in a way that I give a shit.
No. Oh my God! What did the other guy want to talk about? What did the other guy want to talk about? He wanted to just bring him. He had a topic he wanted to bring up.
I'm not concerned.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, you're over talking, Santiago.
The other guy had a topic he wanted to bring. I'm not over talking. I'm modding. Shut up. You've been over talking for the past 5 minutes, Chucky. What was the topic the other guy wanted to bring up?
Well, we were talking about Canada, and I'll get back to that. So you're saying that travel is what do you call it, a privilege, not a right? Okay. So I had to try to take you seriously here. So you don't believe that we should not have a free and open society without too much government control?
I didn't say that.
So why, if these aircraft are running private businesses, why would the government step in and put something in the way to stop people from flying?
Because the government has a right to protect its citizens. And they enforce
my God, do you really think they have a right to protect their citizens?
Yes. Not only is it a right, it's one of their mandates.
Wait, mandate from who?
From who? Yeah, but you just said that it's a privilege, not a right. So if it's a privilege, Chucky, why would the government even care? Why would the government care that people are going to catch a flight with a hazmat suit on or gloves or whatever?
I don't think they do care if you take a flight with a hazmat suit on.
Yeah, but the point is, why do you want government at all? Fuck them. They're a joke.
No, that's not the question. The question is he said that it's one of their mandates. Chucky, what do you mean by that?
Or if it's not written, it's the role of government to protect its citizens.
Okay, it's their role to protect their citizens. Now, if you say it's a mandate, from who is it a mandate? Their citizens.
I may have misspoken. It's simply their role. Their role is to protect Canadian citizens.
Yeah, but their role is also to provide, to represent their citizens, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so when their citizens say, "Hey, cut this shit out," right? The government is not. It's not necessarily there to say, "Shut your mouth," right?
Right, which they didn't.
Well, they did essentially.
When did they do
that? If they're representing their citizens, okay.
No. When did they do that, Santiago?
When did they do what?
When did they tell the citizens to shut their mouth?
It was a figure of speech.
Well, they were running protests in downtown Alberta or wherever, or Ottawa, I don't know.
Downtown Ottawa?
Wherever the capital is.
For 3 weeks, Ottawa, Ontario, they shut down the city center and harmed private businesses by doing so. So
no, they didn't. The local businesses boomed. The local businesses boomed because there was so many people around. Yep. It was the best business period of that area's life, especially middle of winter, because there was tens of thousands of people wanting products all day, every day, 24 hours a day. And guys who were running the gas station 24 hours a day, their food stores, their bakeries just never stopped. And
people don't live downtown. Not a lot of people live downtown in Ottawa. There are lots of hotels, but people commute to Ottawa from other centers like Canada, Orleans. You don't know where Ottawa is. You've never been there, right?
No, I don't know about it.
Right. So a lot of people commute from other places, and they couldn't get there. So the businesses did not thrive. They didn't even open.
No, but all those people were staying in hotels. It boomed.
I believe it's the Rideau. I always forget if it's the Rideau Center or Big Shore. But the main mall in Ottawa, downtown, did not even open for those weeks. And they couldn't pay their staff, who recently got off of lockdown. They couldn't pay their staff, and they couldn't open their stores. So it harmed.
That was dumb. They should have just let them walk the 2 blocks. It was only a few blocks of the city center, so it wasn't the full city.
It was what? How many thousands of people? A couple thousand, 10,000. It's a lot of people.
Tens of thousands. But this is what I'm saying. This is this inversion. No, but this is the inverted liberal thinking, right? Everything has to be the opposite for us to believe it. Right? And
but they never they never told them to shut up. They told them to stop harming businesses and reopen the downtown and to leave peacefully. And some did. Most did. Some didn't.
Yeah, well, but why would they confiscating private property and
Like what?
taking gas cans, and they were moving trucks with tow trucks, and they were
Because they
closing
were
bank
given
accounts.
because they were given they weren't closing bank accounts, they were blocking bank accounts. They were given fair
What's
warning
the
to
difference?
remove your truck and to open traffic, and they did not.
Yeah, you
And
know
you were
what?
given
Okay,
more than fair warning.
okay. You know what? Okay, this is over. I will never talk to a fascist. I'm not going to defend fascism. If you
I
believe
wouldn't
that
either.
was right, you have some severe neurological problems, or your brain
I
damage,
think they
or
should
you're
have been.
trolling.
I think they should have been
You're a
heavier handed.
fascist. I'm not talking to a fascist. No
That's
way.
perfect.
No,
The
you're
government
not.
has
Perfect. Let's
any
get a real
right over
topic
your
going.
private property, over your bank account, or over how you live your life, over what plane you should fly, or what jabs you should take. The government has no right at all. It is unconstitutional. It's against the Charter of Rights of Canada. They all should be arrested and deported back to Cuba, where all that Trudeau came from.
Charter of
Let's
Rights
get
of
a
I
real.
Canada
will
Let's
never.
get
has
absolutely. That sounds great. Let's get a real topic going here. Does anybody
Sounds good, dude.
Yeah,
have
I
any
would never
interesting?
defend
I know
fascism.
you're never
Ever.
going to talk to him.
I'm not going to hear it.
You know, you're never going to talk to him. Good. I wouldn't argue you on that.
Yeah,
Do,
that's bullshit.
do
I'm
we
not
have
hearing
any
that.
actual? Do we have any actual topics to bring up? Something real here? Anything interesting happened last
I'm
night?
no, dude, no, none of that shit.
No, nothing interesting happened all night.
apparently
No,
I
I
was
mean,
sleeping.
when you
apparently
say
Mr.
what's
T.
illegal, you
Yeah,
know,
Mr. T said something in Alberta yesterday. Apparently,
Dude, no one cares about Canada.
really?
Yeah, SC Montreal don't even care about Canada.
Yeah. Well, he's clearly an idiot, but besides that, he's a nice guy.
Okay, don't call names.
Well, but calling somebody a fascist is okay, right?
I don't know what that means, but don't call names.
You don't know what fascist means, Jeremy?
I don't care what it means. Whatever it is, I wouldn't talk to you either. I don't disagree with
Okay.
that guy when he says he's not going to talk to you anymore. I
Okay.
actually
Well,
think that's a
I
good
don't
idea.
disagree with you. I agree. I don't
Yeah.
think it's a good idea for him to talk to.
I think it's a
So
great
what's your
idea.
topic, Jeremy? You killed the conversation. So what do you want to talk about?
I'm changing the topics. We're going to talk about something real here. He said he was never going to talk to you anymore. I didn't kill the conversation. We're moving on.
Okay.
The
So let's say there's a
conversation was
train.
the conversation sucked anyways.
Awesome. So there's a train. Why don't you
Yeah,
run
then
us
what?
through how you don't understand the speed of light?
I'm not interested in
Question.
talking with you. I'm with that guy.
I'm not
Okay.
interested in talking to Chucky either.
Awesome.
And nobody's interested, so we're moving on.
Awesome. Have a
Awesome.
good day with your circle jerk. Keep your mouth and eyes closed.
We're just not interested in your negative Nancy attitude. Yeah, you left. All right.
Good shit, dude. Good shit.
Fucking negative Nancy. Like, imagine you had a party. You had a party at your house, and your house was awesome. You had jet skis, and some guy shows up and just kills the whole mood every fucking day. How often would you invite him back? Anyways, do we have any topics?
Nah, dude, I was in here before Blata came in and Chucky. It was pretty quiet. I'm not the one to ask. But I could ask, who are you, Jeremy?
Who really is Jeremy? Santiago, is the Tartaria server dead then, do you reckon?
Well, Tartaria is, to me, it's dead. Yeah, it's definitely dead. But they moved. Most of the people moved to a different server.
Oh, to the ADL.
Yeah, to the ADL.
Yeah, I was a mod. I left. I couldn't be bothered.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't even know how I got into this server, to be honest. I think that I think Truth Prevails invited me, but yeah, man.
This server's the one and only. Isn't it, Jeremy?
Yeah,
Jeremy
this
knows.
is the spot. This is the spot right here, no doubt. This is where it all goes down at. Trying not to let the Globers run us in loops all day, but it's tough.
Yeah, I'm just here to hang out, shoot the shit, have good conversations. That's all. But when people like Chucky come along, you know, it's like I was trying to tell him, you know, it's like, what's your point, dude? You know, just get to the point, because you can tell somebody comes in like that, they're just trying to like be argumentative over any topic.
Yeah, he doesn't have a point. He just wants to argue with us. Like, it's fucking it's a daunting task dealing with this guy every day. All these guys. Xanix's gonna be here in 5 minutes. We're gonna have to deal with him. Better get it out now if you got anything. Got anything good you wanted to talk about? Because
we had some good conversations like an hour or two ago.
what were you talking about?
Demon Stride was in here. We were talking about just life, man. It just evolved into a good conversation. I'm kind of, it's kind of late for me. I'm kind of ending my night, so like, you know, I'm not one to like suggest a topic. I'm not too energetic right now, but we were talking about freaking everything from dreams to reality to truth. I mean, a whole bunch of shit. Good shit, you know, good stuff. But yeah, that's kind of that's what I like talking about, and I also like listening to what other people have to talk about too. So, you know, and also like I'm like a kid who walked into a movie theater and doesn't know the movie, you know, like that's going on.
Yeah,
Like I really don't know what you guys are, who you guys are, what you're on about, and anything like that.
we're trying to get to the truth. Trying to get to the truth. Trying to have good, interesting conversations along the way. You know, that's all. Ah. I mean, yeah, light's an interesting topic. That's the thing Chucky was on about right before he rage quit just now. I'm pretty sure you can break the speed of light.
How?
Unless you think you can't use your clock when you're on the train. Stupid. These guys make up this dumbest shit ever. It's not. It's really. I don't know. For me personally, it's not worth talking to these guys. But
How do
I
you
guess
break the
maybe
speed of light, though?
for other people it might be. Well, I don't know.
For
Can you,
example,
if you're on a train, can you use your clock to see how? If you're on a train and you use a clock, can you tell how far you went if you're on the train with the clock?
I'm on a train with
Yo, so Jeremy, that's not, so when you're on the train with the clock, you can't notice a difference, right? But if somebody's not on the train with you, then they notice the difference. You know what I mean?
Notice what difference, dude? Can you use if you're on a train, can you use a clock to tell how far you went, or how fast you went with the
Yeah.
distance?
Well, so look,
Yeah.
yeah, of course.
a clock is measurement of distance, right? So like if you have a ping pong ball that bounces between two boards, right, every 5 seconds, right? That's a clock, right? So when you're sitting on the train, this ping pong ball is going back and forth every 5 seconds. It's click, 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 right? It's your clock, right? And it sounds normal to you. But somebody else who's not on that train, right? They're going to perceive the light coming from that ping pong ball, and the information that they're getting from that clock that's on that train is going to be different for them. So that's the whole special theory of relativity.
Okay, so I can use a clock if I'm on a train to see how far I went.
You can, but
All right,
but
bet.
the thing is that not to see how far you went, but the thing is that another person
To see my speed. To see my speed.
to see your speed.
Yeah, the train has the distance. The train traveled the distance. I'm on the train. I got a clock. I can use the clock to see what my speed was.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, cool.
But then somebody else that's not on that train, right, will perceive it differently.
There's no one else. There's just the dude on the train. That's it.
Well, then
see, this is what the Glovers continually try to do to me. Well, there's a guy on the ground. No, there's no guy on the ground. There's just a guy on the train with a clock. That's all.
True.
So this guy on the train and with his clock, he shoots a laser beam from the back of the train to the front of the train, right? And the light goes through a vacuum. What do you think he comes up with his clock?
Well, no, because there's another dude on the ground, right? And he's got
there's no dudes on the ground, bro. Nobody's up.
There are, right? This person on the ground is his clock is moving at a certain speed, but he looks at your clock and he says it's moving at a different speed.
So I can't use the guy's speed on the. I can't use the guy's clock on the train to see his speed. There's no guy on the ground.
The guy on the train can use his clock. The guy on the ground can use his clock, but when
there's no guy on the ground, bro.
When they try to use right?
If you know the speed of the train and you can time the distance, then of course you can do that.
I mean, this is what the Glovers did to me continuously. There's a guy on the ground. No, there's no guy on the ground, dude. This is my scenario.
Yeah, in your scenario, Jeremy, I could use a clock to determine how fast or how far it's traveling.
I could get the speed of the train, right?
Yeah, you could.
Okay, what if I shoot a light from the back of the train to the front of the train, and I use my clock to see how fast the light went? It's an event. The light went through a vacuum. What do you think I'm going to come up with for the speed of the light?
You couldn't time it.
You would get the speed of light, but I don't know if you could time light with a clock. You know.
You could estimate it with mathematics.
Sorry, what?
I don't know if you could time light.
Look, this whole
something
theory
traveling at the speed of light.
Hold on, blah.
It makes no sense. Oh, someone talk.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear other people or not. Yeah, we hear you, Nate. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, yeah, you could definitely time anything, or how fast you went, how far you've covered with a clock. It would be very difficult to do that with something traveling at the speed of light, though.
So I can't time it?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, so I can't time how long it takes the one light to reach the front of the train?
It would be very difficult, Jeremy, because the light would move so fast that your clock wouldn't be able to really. You would need a very precise clock in order to time that.
Okay, we got to seize the
wristwatch wouldn't work.
Okay, there's a fucking atomic clock I got on the train.
Yeah, you could use it.
Okay, so I could see, and I would come up with the speed of light, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but if you put marks on the ground where the light started and where the light ended, would that be a longer distance or a shorter distance than the one on the train?
I don't understand what you mean. Marks on the ground where
on your
ground of the train or on the floor outside.
Light always travels at the same.
Hold on, man. Yo, guys, one at a time, please.
Light travels at the same speed. So for you on the train, you would just see something just as they would see at a stationary laboratory.
No one's stationary in this. It's just the guy on a train, bro. I know they're the
Yeah.
Einstein people desperately want there to be a guy on the ground in this scenario. I know.
No. It's about
Yeah.
relative velocity.
Jeremy.
Right?
Jeremy, if you could just clarify, when you say marks on the ground, you mean on the ground in the train or when?
Well, the marks on the ground in the train are gonna give you the speed of light from the back to the front of the train, right?
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but the distance. But the distance it actually went, if you were to put marks on the ground outside the train, your actual distance you traveled. Remember in the beginning of this, you said I could use my clock to see how what our speed was. If you put the marks on the outside of the ground, is that going to be a bigger distance than the marks on the train if the train's moving?
I don't understand what determines where you place the marks on the ground outside of the train.
Where the light left, the second the light left, you make a mark on the ground of the train. You make a mark on the ground outside. The second the light hits the front of the train, you make a mark on the ground on the train where it hit, and a mark on the ground outside the train on the ground on the floor, on the ground. And the one on the ground is going to be longer than the one on the train where we got the speed of light from, right?
Why?
Because the train's moving. It would have to be. There was time in between.
No. It depends on who's observing it.
No, the guy on the train, bro. There's only one guy on the train, dude. There's
you keep wanting to say, Jeremy, you keep wanting to say there's no guy on the ground, okay? But if there's no guy on the ground, then there's no marks outside of the train. And if there's only marks inside of the train, there's only one guy observing it. And that one guy observing it, it doesn't matter whether he's moving or not. Because
there's a hole. Okay, there's a holes in the train. The guy's got a mechanism where he can make marks on both the floor of the train and the floor of the ground outside the train. There is marks on the ground outside. I know you guys don't like this scenario, the Einstein people. I know it's
because
tough.
you're saying there's no guy outside of the train, but you're saying there's marks outside of the train that are observed by somebody who's outside of the train. You can't do that.
No, after this is all done, the guy has his times, he's got his marks. He's gonna go look at they're gonna pull the train over, and he's gonna go look at the marks, and he's gonna use his clock to see how far he traveled, because we said he could do that, right? That's a thing he can do.
Okay, all right, I'm following you.
Yo, Jeremy, I'm so sorry, bro. My girl came in and she was talking to me. Could we just like run it back a bit? If you're there, I don't know.
Now, you made an interesting point, which is that, okay, there's a clock going on inside of the train, right? And this guy's clock somehow makes marks outside of this train, right, on the ground. And while he's traveling through it, right, while it's taking time, it's going to make marks on the ground. And then after he's done traveling at very fast speeds, supposedly, he's going to go back and look at the marks, right?
Yeah, he's going to compare the marks on the train with the marks outside of the train.
And
then Jeremy's assumption is the marks inside of the train would be shorter.
No, he's saying the marks that the person experiences inside of the train will be the exact same as anybody else on the outside that looks at them.
I don't understand what.
Okay, it's not a theory that the marks outside the train are going to be longer. They're obviously going to be longer. The train was moving. They have to be longer. It's not like a guess that they're going to be longer.
No, it's not longer. It's the train's moving at a speed, right? And it's a predictable nature of where the marks are going to be by that speed. The theory of relativity says something completely different.
You got marks on the train and marks on the ground outside the train. The marks on the ground outside the train are obviously going to be longer than the marks inside the train.
No, that has nothing to do with relativity whatsoever.
Dudes, I don't care about relativity. This breaks relativity.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Jeremy's
This
talking about relativity, but I
this
just want to know,
destroys
Jeremy, why would the
this.
marks inside and outside be the same?
They're not going to be the same. They're going to be different.
Which ones are going to be shorter?
You don't know?
I'm asking you, Jeremy. This is your
The
scenario.
ones in
I
the
just want to
train.
understand what the
The ones
conclusion.
in the train are going to
Why?
be shorter because
Why?
the train's moving, dude. If you throw a baseball in a train and you made those marks, what do you think's going to be longer? Which marks are going to be longer if you're throwing a baseball from where the baseball started to
But
where the
you saying
baseball
the
landed? From where the baseball started to where
all right, but
don't change it up. Don't change the subject up because you don't even understand this point. If you throw a baseball in a train, which
all
marks
right,
are going to
you
be
need to
longer?
calm down, bro.
I know. Which marks are going to be
Jeremy, you need to
longer?
calm down.
I'm perfectly
I'm
calm.
trying.
Which
Hang on,
marks are
bro.
going to be longer? The marks on
Hang
the
on,
train
Jeremy.
or the
Jeremy,
mark?
Jeremy.
Dude, stop over talking me. Do
I'm
you want to understand this or not?
Understand what, dude?
Which marks are
I'm
going to be
trying to
are going to
understand
be
you by
longer?
asking you questions. All right. So let me ask my question so I can understand you, Jeremy. Otherwise, I'm never going to be able to answer what you're trying to ask me because I don't understand you, bro.
Okay,
Like,
there's a
come
guy
on,
on a
man.
train. He throws a baseball.
Jeez.
You make marks on the bottom of the train and outside the train while the train's moving. Which marks are going to be longer? The ones outside or inside?
The ones
If I
outside,
make
dude.
these marks,
Of course, outside.
yeah.
Everyone
If I
knows
make
that.
these
So
marks
what's
at the
so
same
now?
time,
What's your point?
yeah. What's the point here?
Well, you were wondering what marks were going to be longer.
No, you brought this whole thing into
No,
question. What?
yeah. I wanted
Nate
to
was
know
just curious.
what your yeah, Jeremy, I was curious to know what your conclusion would be because I want to understand what the point is you are making here. How does this break relativity, or if it's not about relativity, what is this about? Like, what's going on here?
Okay, just so we're clear, just to sum it up. There's two sets of marks, one on the train, one outside the train.
Correct.
The guy's gonna use the marks inside the train with his clock. He's gonna get the speed of light. The guy's gonna then pull the train over, go look at the marks on the ground, and look at his clock. What do you think he's gonna come up with?
The marks in the train
Well, when
are
he
shorter than the
accounts for
marks
how
outside.
fast his train was moving, he's going to say this makes perfect sense.
What speed is he gonna come up with
Yeah,
when
but
he
let's
checks the distance? Yeah, what speed is he gonna come up with when he checks the
That has
distance?
nothing to do with the speed of light, dude.
I'm not, dude. We're talking about the marks on the ground and his clock, and then he's gonna have a speed for how fast whatever went through those two marks.
Right. He's going to measure his speed as normal.
He's gonna measure what?
He's going to measure his speed
okay.
as normal.
He's gonna measure speed. He's gonna get a speed, right? He's gonna get a speed. He's got the marks on the train and his clock. He's gonna get a speed from that. It's gonna be the speed of light. This speed that he's gonna get, it's gonna be the same time because it all happened in the same. Both of those marks happened in the same time, except the distance is gonna be longer now.
Okay.
Because
So
the
we're all.
train was because
This is all
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jeremy. Now what?
I don't know how you're with him, man. He's not talking about anything spectacular whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, but let's just hear him out. Otherwise, we'll never get to the end of this, bro. Now what, Jeremy?
We're at the end. We're at the end. He got the speed.
I've been listening for a little while,
Okay.
Jeremy.
And
I'm
what's the point?
finding it
I don't
hard to
understand.
follow what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that because the train's moving, therefore the marks on the ground show that something can move faster than the speed of light? Yeah, the distance is going to be different because of the speed of light. Yeah.
Well, we had the marks on the ground. We got out. We used our clock to check the marks in the train. We got the speed of light from the back to the front of the train. Then we got the marks on the ground. We also have the same time. The marks on the ground are longer. What's our speed going to be? Is it going to be the same, more, or less?
You keep repeating
Well-
that over and over again, but
Well, you've got the speed of light plus the speed of the train, so it's going to be more.
Exactly.
So just to make sure I'm understanding you, Jeremy, what you are putting forward here is that if on the
That's
train
not
I've
even
recorded the
true.
speed of light. Yo, bro, don't interrupt me, man. If on the train I've recorded the speed of light for a certain distance, right? And then for a certain distance and a certain time. And then I compare that with the marks outside. And the marks outside, because all of the marks were drawn out at the same time, but the marks outside represent a larger distance. Are you then saying that the marks outside break the speed of light, or the marks inside break the speed of light? This is where I'm losing you.
The marks inside gave us. You said the marks inside the train gave us the speed of light with the guy's clock and the marks inside the train. We got the speed of light, right? And the marks outside are going to be longer, but have the same time. There's going to be a greater distance outside, but we're going to have the same time. So, what do you think?
I don't see anything weird with this. Like it's
Yeah, there's
expected.
nothing's weird.
That's
Nothing
what we
weird's
do.
going on. Exactly. There's nothing weird going on. We just have a
Yeah.
longer distance with the same time. So, you think it's going to be greater or lesser or the same as the first speed we got?
The speed would be the same, Jeremy. It's also moving. At
It would be the same.
It's just with.
Okay, so hold on. We got the same time for both, and we have different distances. But you're telling me the speed's going to be the same.
Yes, because space is dilated. Space is contracted for people on the moving train as compared to people on the stationary platform outside of the train. So speed is the same.
Nobody's
time is
outside
the
the
same,
train,
but space has changed. Yeah,
Nobody's
but
outside
there
the
is
train,
an
just the guy
outside.
on the
Even
train.
if no one's outside, it doesn't matter. Even if there's no one outside, for the guy on the train, the train he's moving on isn't moving at the same speed as the platform outside, even if there's
Okay,
no one outside.
So we can't use a clock if we're on the train. We can't use the clock to get our speed.
You can. We have.
Okay, that's what we did. We were going to use the clock on the train to get the speed with the marks on the ground.
Yes, the speed of light.
Yes.
But the problem is...
No, the marks on the ground
on a
outside the train. The marks on the ground outside the train. The distance we traveled, remember? The marks outside on the ground.
Can I guess, Jeremy? Can I guess what the point is? I think what you're trying to show is that you cannot measure the distance of something due to your speed of light. So there's no way that they could look at the the speed of light and tell you how far away the sun is.
No, what Jeremy's
Nate,
trying to say is because
you said
the
we
marks... I
Go
started
ahead.
talking, Jeremy. Jeremy's trying to say because the marks outside are longer than the marks inside the train, yet the same amount of time has elapsed, then the marks outside indicate that this baseball traveled faster than the speed of light. Am I right, Jeremy?
Dude, you got you're gonna shoot a light from the back of the train to the front of the train.
Am I right or am I wrong?
I don't know.
Just
There's no
tell me.
baseball. There's no baseball. I only used the baseball to show you about which marks would be longer because you were confused about that for some strange reason. I don't know why.
Speed of light. Okay, does it show now that because the marks outside are longer, that we've traveled faster than the speed of light? Is that the conclusion?
Yes, because you said we could use our clock inside the train to get our speed. Right? We have a distance that we traveled outside the train. That's how we get distances, right? From A to B, the marks on the ground. And we have the clock, and then we can get the speed.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. I just don't agree with the conclusion that somehow the marks outside indicate that we've traveled faster than the speed of light. All this tells us...
I don't think it proves that. I just think his scenario actually proves that light doesn't care about distance.
Nate, the marks on the train are this. We're getting the speed of light when we come up with that. We used our clock, the marks on the train, speed of light. Then we have the marks on the ground. We have the same time but a longer distance. Is that going to be faster than the speed of light?
No, it's moving at the speed of light. It's just space is dilated on the train and not outside the train.
So we can't use the clock on a train to get our speed.
You can.
Okay, if we're going to use the clock on the
just
train to get
because
our speed, if we're going to use the clock on the train to get our speed, we got 2 marks on the ground outside. We got a distance, we got a time. We can get our speed off of that, right?
yes, you will get the same speed inside and outside the train, Jeremy. But because
Negative.
the train is moving, positive. Because the train is moving, you got to factor that in, and space within that moving train is going to be dilated, Jeremy.
Okay, we have the same time in 2 different distances. We're going to get the same speed out of that, just so we're clear.
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Remember,
that checks out.
When it comes to things traveling at the speed of light, a distance, speed, time triangle, doesn't work, Jeremy. You throw that out the window when moving at the speed of light.
Yeah, I know. You can't use time. You can't. All of a sudden, the speed triangle doesn't work. I know.
Yeah. But I'm glad we finally understood each other and came to a conclusion. That was a good compliment.
No, I don't understand you at all. The speed triangle always works. Something's moving. You have a distance, then you have a time, then you can get speed. That's how it works.
Not at the speed of light, Jimmy.
Bro, the guy's on a train. They're moving at like 1,000 miles an hour. He can't get his distance by going 1,000 miles an hour on a train. You can't get your distance, your speed. I mean,
you can, but you need to look at that relative to outside of the platform. It's moving 1,000 miles an hour with respect to the stationary ground outside.
Okay, just so we're clear, we got the same time, 2 different distances, but we're gonna have the same speed. I got it.
Yeah, it's like saying when your car's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour relative to what? Relative to the ground. But if you move at 1,000 miles an hour, and I'm in a car next to you moving at 500 miles an hour, you're only moving at 500 miles an hour relative to me. You see what I'm saying?
All right. So the light doesn't conserve momentum.
Momentum is being conserved.
If it was being conserved, it would be a faster speed. When you throw a baseball, is the speed of the baseball being conserved?
But the way a baseball conserves momentum and the way light conserves momentum is very different. A baseball conserves momentum through its mass, while light conserves momentum through its energy and frequency. I mean, I've told you this stuff before, Jeremy. I don't know why you're acting brand new.
Yeah, it changes its wavelength. I know it doesn't change. It doesn't actually conserve momentum. It just changes its wavelength. It makes it a different color or some shit.
Yeah, but that's how it's conserving momentum.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't change it directionally or with its velocity.
Yeah, because that only affects things with mass. This is light. It's massless. It's its wavelength and energy content that matters, not its mass and inertia and things of that nature.
All right, so if light doesn't conserve momentum, like other objects do, and they don't follow the direction or the speed or the velocity, then if you were going to shoot a laser at the moon, you'd have to lead it by the length of the moon. Because we're moving through the galaxy at 1.5 million miles an hour or something, and you would miss the laser ranges, the laser reflectors on the moon.
Yeah. I looked into that, Jeremy, and it turns out you are right. You would need to lead the moon in that situation. So I mean, kudos to you, bro. You were definitely right on that.
If I'm right on that, how are we lasering the moon?
Because we lead it, we know where it's going to be, so we just point out a target where it's going to be. We hit it and it comes back to us. Because it's
So
a
you guys shoot the laser.
It's a. I wasn't done, bro. Because it's a retro reflector. Retro reflectors work in such a way that they send the the light particle or the light beam straight back to its source.
Yeah, but you're not even gonna hit the moon unless you lead it by the length of the moon. That's where they're shooting their
Like I
laser.
said, I agree with you, Jim.
Okay, is that where they're
told
shooting
you, I
the?
looked into it. I
My bad.
spoke to a friend of mine who he lives in Texas, and a few years back we did a few experiments, and it turns out you are right. They lead the moon. I don't know by how much, whether it's the length of the entire moon. I'm not. He didn't go into exact detail as to what they factor in, but they definitely lead the moon.
They would have to shoot the laser where the moon, not even at the moon. They wouldn't even be aiming at the moon. You'd have to aim in front of the moon where the moon's gonna be. Sometimes it depends on where the moon is.
Someone
And
like that, yeah.
it depends on where the moon is. You wouldn't always have to lead the moon. Sometimes you would, sometimes you wouldn't, because it depends on the angle of the moon is to the main velocity of the whole that whole 1.5 million miles an hour.
Yeah. I need to speak to him more about this. It was late night when we were talking about this, but I'll get more specificity from him. And more clarity as to what they factor in and when. But he said, yeah, there are situations where they definitely lead the moon. So you are right on that, bro. I'm not even going to argue with you about that.
Well, I had these guys all for days telling me that we don't lead the moon and we're shooting right at the target because the spread's so big, but the spread doesn't cover. The spread of the laser beam is like a few 100 miles or 100 miles or something. It doesn't cover the distance that you would need, depending on which direction and which angle everything lines up to.
Yeah, but there's a pretty big spread, but yeah, I really can't comment on it.
Yeah, they said it's like a 70-mile spread. But the thing is, you need to lead the moon by like 3,000 miles sometimes, depending on where the stuff is and which direction we're moving in.
I don't know about that. Well, why
like
would
if that main speed, if it's lateral, you got to move it by 3,000 miles. If we're moving into the moon, you know what I mean? If the Earth and the moon line up in the direction of this main speed that we're going, then you wouldn't have to lead it that much.
Okay, but can you give me a situation where I would need to lead it by 3,000 miles?
When it's moving laterally. Do you understand?
When the moon's moving laterally in relation to the Earth?
In relation to the main speed of the whole galaxy's speed. Like we're moving in, the galaxy's moving in a direction at like 1 point whatever million miles an hour. If the moon lines up with it in that direction in the laser beam where we're going to shoot into, then you don't need to lead it.
But why do we care about the speed of the galaxy when we're trying to lead the moon? I don't understand, Jeremy. You gotta connect the dots for me there, bro.
Because we just went through the train thing. That's why I brought that whole train thing up in the first place, was because of this laser shot to the moon, because light doesn't conserve momentum like other objects, so it's not gonna conserve its momentum when we shoot it out into space, right?
It will.
It will. It's going to change its wavelength. It's not going to change its direction or velocity, right? Like you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways, Nate.
The only situations where light won't be conserved and it starts changing its wavelength and becomes different colors and starts blue shifting or red shifting is when light travels, these great distances or when light interacts with different types of gravity wells. So if light travels a great distance through expanding space, it's going to redshift and lose its momentum, and that's where we start seeing this, conservation of momentum law being violated. So in general relativity, conservation of momentum does become violated. Or if light is, leaving a galaxy coming to us, so it's leaving a very strong gravitational well, it will also start to lose its momentum and change colors. But if we're shooting a beam of light from here to the moon, and most of the time we use lasers, so these are monochromatic, so it's one wavelength, it's one wave color, it'll come back the same color, Jeremy. It doesn't change.
Yeah, we're not worried about the color. We're worried about the direction. It would need to conserve momentum directionally.
But it does that automatically. I mean, light moves too fast for it to worry about directions. The light beam would have got there and come back before the moon even moved.
No, it wouldn't have. We're moving at 1.5 million miles an hour through space. It wouldn't have gotten
And
back. You have to leave the moon.
How fast does light move through space?
Millions of miles an hour, whatever it is.
Yeah,
It takes like 1.5.
It's way faster than what the Earth and Moon move through space. Orders of magnitude faster.
Yeah, when you do the math and you figure out how long it takes light to get from us to the moon, and then you do the math of how far the moon has traveled by the time we shoot the laser beam, depending on the direction of an angle of things, we may have had to have led the moon by 3,000 miles.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, if it doesn't conserve momentum, you would have had to.
I don't think so. I mean, the moon moves at 2,288 miles per hour through our sky. Light moves at 300,000, at 186 miles per second.
Negative.
It's not even comparable.
Okay, negative. That's not the speed of the moon moving through space. The speed of the moon moving through space is over 1 million miles an hour.
Let's see. How fast
Do you know your model?
Let's see if you're right. The moon, no, it just keeps telling me how fast the moon orbits Earth. Do you have a citation for that figure you have, Jeremy? Because what I'm finding just talks about the moon's orbit.
I mean, you could look up how fast Earth is moving through space and then use that number because the moon's staying with us, right? So it has to be that same number.
Okay, let me do that.
It's over 1 million. It's like 1 point.
Nah, it keeps talking about our orbit. Are you fine with our orbital speed around the sun?
Okay, see how fast the galaxy is moving through space. The Milky Way galaxy. We obviously have to be going that speed, right? We can't be going something different than that speed.
So the Milky Way is moving 1.3 million miles per hour.
That's how fast the moon's moving. The moon has to be moving with the Milky Way, right?
I don't know if the moon's moving that fast.
We're talking about how fast things are moving through free space. I mean, I don't know why this is funny. But.
All right. Okay, but fine. If you want to say that's how fast the moon is moving. So the moon is only moving 1.3 million miles per hour. Light moves at 671 million miles per hour. You comparing 671 to 1.3, Jeremy.
I know, and if you do the math, if you crunch the math, by the time we shoot a laser beam at the moon, depending on the angle and the direction of things, you'd have to lead it by 3,000 miles. Sometimes you wouldn't, sometimes you would. It depends on where the moon is.
I need to see that math, Jeremy, because 3,000 miles is a big number. If you can show me that math, I'm on board with you. Until I see that, I think you just flapping gums and talking out the side of your neck, bro.
Yeah.
No disrespect intended.
No disrespect.
Like I hear you, bro. It's just that number you keep throwing out. We'd have to leave it by 3,000 miles. Like I don't know.
Well, do the
You have a
math on
math for that?
how fast the moon's gonna move in 1 point. So we're at one spot, and then one and a half sec. It takes 1.5 seconds for the laser beam to hit the moon. So do the math on how much the moon would have moved at 1 point whatever million miles an hour for 1.5 seconds, and then you'll see how far the moon would have moved by the time we shoot the laser beam. You can see how far the moon would have
Okay.
moved.
Alright. I'll definitely do the math. I just want to confirm. Have you done the math, or how are you getting this 3,000 number?
We did it the other day. I don't know. I forget who it was. Kosho. I don't know.
So you and Kosho. Okay, I'm gonna follow up with Kosho on this. Alright. But I'll definitely
Yeah.
do the math. Jim.
Yeah, follow up with Kosho on it. You guys get your story straight and get back to me.
But what is the basic implication here now? If we do have to leave the moon by 3,000 miles, is Earth flat and the speed of light is broken, or what's
We're
going
not
on?
moving. We're not moving. That's the
We're not
implications.
moving.
We're not moving. There's many other reasons for why we're not moving too. Have you heard my Coriolis argument?
No, I mean I actually gotta get going. You know, I gotta drive to work, but we can definitely talk about it when I'm there.
No doubt. Hit me up later. This Coriolis one's a banger. It's a doozy, bro. This shit's a wrap for you guys. We're definitely not moving, bro.
I definitely want to hear this one, but I'll be back in like a few hours,
We're definitely not moving. All right. Have fun. Have fun on your
bro.
stationary Earth. Bye. Definitely not moving. There's so many good arguments for why we're not moving. That ain't even close to moving. This whole Einstein special relativity nonsense, us moving through the get the galaxy at, or this moving through space at million of miles an hour is just ridiculous. The Coriolis argument is straight up fact. That's not even an argument. That's just telling you how things move and the distances of shit. It's not even like debatable. The only reason it's a debate is because of the anti-flat earthers. Any normal person would be able to quickly reconcile that. Which the shortest distance is. What's up, guys? How we doing today? SC?
Yo, bro, just got up recently. What's up?
Just tell me how a dog's gonna always give birth to a dog, but it's eventually gonna turn into something else.
Holy shit, bro. Don't get me freaking started, bro. 3 days of this shit, man. I'm telling you,
I feel your
I
pain,
don't know.
dude. I feel your pain, man. What the fuck, bro? You can't tell me a dog's always gonna give birth to a dog, but then somewhere down the line of dogs giving birth to dogs, it's something else. It's not a dog. Like when did that happen? When they're always giving birth to that? It doesn't make sense.
Bro, it blows my mind when people lie to me like that in my face, bro. I mean, I mean, like, how can you do that? How can you lie, like, directly lie about something, man? And everybody knows you're lying. I don't know though. I might have to concede though, because funny enough, I woke up today. Usually I have coffee, but I felt the need to have a banana, so I ate a banana. Then I looked at the tree outside, and
You
fuck
wanted to
sakes, I feel
climb
like
it?
going and swinging outside.
You're an ape.
I'm a freaking ape, bro.
Yeah, that's how they got out around that one. They're like, well, if apes always give birth to apes, how did we turn into humans? They're like, well, oh, you're an ape still. You are an ape. Oh, okay. That checks out. I'm definitely an ape when I look in a mirror and my muscular and there's a whole bunch of different. We're definitely not apes. We're humans.
Yeah, it's. I don't know, bro. I really don't know. I think they just say what they have to say, and they think there'll be no repercussions. Like you're gonna see today's gonna be saying the same things.
Have you guys looked into the T-Rex samples that they found that were still organic? Literal T-Rex, like Tyrannosaurus Rex
The one with
samples.
the soft tissue in the bones.
Well, the other guy the other day, I don't know, I don't know people's names yet.
His name is Brian Lakey.
So he was saying that it's impossible that they didn't find this and that,
Oh, that was Jace. That was Jace.
but then he said that they found collagen, right? That they were able to extract collagen because of acid bath or whatever, right? The problem with that is, like, sharks are mostly made out of collagen. And you can't find fossilized sharks because they're mostly made out of collagen, and collagen, for whatever reason, it's not conducive to fossilization. So, like, all you find is teeth and jaws. So it's like, well, in one side, you see collagen isn't really like, you can't fossilize collagen, but then again, you get in T-Rex collagen. He says, oh, they didn't find tissue. They didn't find tissue. They just found collagen. All right. But still, collagen isn't really like easily fossilized. You know what I'm saying? And then and then I looked up at the studies. They found fibers, muscle fibers. It's not, so they literally found tissue, ligaments, not, and this is what he don't understand. Like, he doesn't believe it. Like, I just think he doesn't believe it. Or if it's just a rare occurrence that he just doesn't believe it. You know what I mean?
Well, these guys got a very strict paradigm they need to stick to, so otherwise their whole shit will fall apart. But yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear you.
It's like ears, bro. Like, trying to how are you gonna fossilize ears? You know what I'm saying? Even if through an acid bath, the fact that you could recover any resemblance of organic.
If that were the case, if they did find stuff like that in a bone, that would mean that whatever that creature wasn't dead for that long, like they say, millions and millions and millions of years. So if they found actual bone, because what happens is the bone turns into stone, right? Everybody knows this, right? It's not actual bone that they find.
Yeah, that's what petrification is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
So if they found,
the collagen did not turn into bone. The fact that they could put it through an acid bath and retrieve any resemblance of collagen shows you that this thing is not 20 to 60 million years old like they're trying to tell you. And he's saying, oh, because they put it through an acid bath, that's the only reason that you were able to recover. The fact that you could recover anything, retrieve anything that resembles organic matter, shows you right there that this stuff is not 20 to 60 million years old. They had to rewrite their paradigm completely from the ground up. And I think that's the problem. They don't want to admit that.
yep, that would definitely be the case if they found live collagen like that. Not live, but you know what I mean. Collagen, yeah, definitely.
Ligaments, like tendons, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the tendons and the collagen has not petrified. It's still contained. Like, it's still whole, bro. Like, I looked at the microscope images. I looked at it myself. I couldn't believe it when I first heard it. And then I actually heard the testimony of the chemist himself, or because it was a university chemist, one of the studies that I was looking into, or biologist, I'm not sure. And he was saying that the samples that were discovered he was blown away because, bro, they smelt. Like, it's like it was still decomposing. Like, it had never finished decomposing. Even if it was in ice, theoretically, which some of these samples weren't even found in the tundra. They were found in, like, desert environments in, like, was it, like, Nevada somewhere? Dude, there's no explanation for this at all. How this sample could have survived 20 million years in a hot climate. Like, I would understand maybe in, like,
If it was
Antarctica or
frozen
the
in
North Pole,
ice. Yeah. Yeah, if it was
maybe.
frozen in ice.
Even then,
Nice
bro.
area. That's even tough. Millions of years. Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's it, man.
It's just
Well, they
another
need
hole
these.
in
Yeah, they need these millions and billions and billions of years to keep their whole paradigm in order. This whole thing, this evolution, the dinosaurs, the globe, this all fits in together. They had to make it all match.
it makes them go nuts, right? They can't handle like a garbage man and a janitor tearing down their freaking paradigm. It's like, what? Who was it that was telling me yesterday? Was it Blue? Check this out, bro. We're talking about the O-rings. He asked me for proof. I show him stuff. I go, would you really want to do this again? I go to him because we had 3 times on VC. You really want to do this again? I go, okay, come in VC and we'll do it. And he responds to me, well, I don't want to waste my time with a layman. So I'm a layman now. You're such a fucking professional. Since you're such a professional, you should be, you know, easily dispute
Yeah,
all this
you
stuff.
should be light work. Yeah.
Yeah. A university guy with a layman such as myself, you should make smoke meat out of me. Yeah, they're in a bad place right now, man. I would hate to be a fucking sphere defender, man.
Well, how old do you guys think the Earth is?
Who knows, bro? I mean, there's really no way for us to know that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't. It could be billions of years old.
I was just wondering, in your estimate, I know nobody really knows, but
We can't even trace civilizations back successfully. Some say this year, some say that year. The Chinese think it's 5,000. It's the year 5,000 something now. It's all kinds of, yeah. Then they tell you they can date rocks. There ain't no freaking way you could be able to date a rock. Forget about that. So, good luck with that one. Must be some sort of big baller meeting because where are all the ballers?
Who cares, bro? There's just Debbie Downers, negative Nancy's.
You know what I don't get, bro? How can, when you see an actual fact in front of your face, right? And like, how can you say that a dog can become a dog and only a dog and any other species, and then in the same breath say that eventually they split off and they become something else? Like, how can you do that?
It's silly, I know. Super silly.
yeah, in my opinion, originally when the Earth was first created, with everything, every animal after its own kind, you had a greater biodiversity than you have now. Like, I think just species have gone extinct, and the things that they're finding, the ones that are legitimate, not ones that they just piece together and guess how these bones came together and just make up animals. You know what I'm saying? But the actual legitimate ones, I think that they just went extinct. Many animals went extinct, and then we all lived together at one point. That there wasn't like these different eras, like how they talk about the Jurassic and Cambrian and et cetera, et cetera. I think that at one point we just all lived together, and then over time things are continuing to go extinct forever and ever. Um, but I could be wrong. I don't know. But how do you
Nah, I
get
don't
from
think you're wrong. You know
you were
why I don't
saying
think
though
you're
that
wrong?
why?
So, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Go on.
No, I was gonna say like I you debating. I've been listening for a couple days to you guys debate, and you put up a good fight. And one of the things that you were saying is like, how do you get inanimate life to become life? Like, how do you get dirt, right? Essentially, dirt and dust to arrange itself and make life. You know what I mean? Even if you are able to get like a lipid layer in a lab and you put all the ingredients there, it's not gonna really. You can shock it with electricity. You're not gonna get it to actually form life. The most that you'll be able to do is they'll naturally separate into their densities or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Um, how do you get dirt to become a single celled amoeba? That is insane, bro. They have not been able to explain that. I hear them wiggle, in their seats, and they kind of squirm around to try to, and then they get lost in their jargon and they act all smart. But then like we can see through that, bro. Like you're not defining what we're asking you. How do you get dirt to turn into a primordial amoeba? You know what I'm saying? And they try to, oh, well, it did this and did that. That doesn't explain anything. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bro. And
Yeah,
your
I'm done.
thing of all the animals being together at the same time, right? Makes sense. You know why? Because we have no proof of evolution, not one single shred of evolution. So what you said is 100 times more likely than what they're saying. It's that simple. Notice how they didn't even want to talk about the beginning, about the first cell. No, that's ridiculous. That's non sequitur. I don't want to talk. What do you mean you want to talk about that? You mean you want me to give you the miracle of life and you want to take it from there? Really? Huh. No, my friend. Just give me one miracle and I'll explain everything else. No, I ain't giving you no miracles. That belongs to God, not you.
Dude, there's one point where there's no DNA, and then and then later there's DNA. Like that can't happen without uh some kind of intelligence. It's a code. There's information in a code there. Like it just doesn't like spring up out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's a good point. That gets them triggered because a lot of these guys, right? These armchair ballers, a lot of them are programmers, like they know code, right? So using code to tell them, dude, DNA is code, right? Yeah. So does somebody have to write the code? Yeah. Do you write the code? Yeah. So who wrote this code? Um, well, you see, it started in a swamp, then electricity hit it, and then it became a cell. And, oh, really? That's how it happened, huh? Okay. It's like the nonsense
That's
that
a
they have to
fairy tale,
believe.
bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, Kosho yesterday trying to tell us 10% of all the humans that have ever lived are alive right now. It's like, dude, you don't know that. You don't know how many humans were alive before.
Is that what he said?
Yeah,
Wow,
he
man.
said 10% of all humans that have ever lived are alive right now. Meaning you would have had to have known all humans that have lived throughout all of history forever and ever and how many there were. He's like, well, they used to do census. Jesus was on his way to a census. I'm like, all right, who did the census in Africa and Asia and all those places at that time? What about 10,000 years before that? What about 50,000 years before that? Like thinking you know how many people lived on Earth throughout all of his. You got to realize these are guys we're dealing with. They think they know what happens behind every closed door everywhere on Earth ever for the history of humanity. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, that's popular culture. Those type of surveys, they put them through the media. I've heard it before. It's just fiction.
These guys, I call them auto believers, right? Whatever comes out, they believe it. No matter how silly it is, they'll believe it.
Yeah,
4 billion light years?
disturbing.
You got it.
93 million.
Spot on. Yeah, yeah. See, I've come to realize that there's no chance of having a convo of them ever conceding. Just what happened with the evolution. It's like, my God, man! Like you're actually changing mid phrase, and you're saying you're not lying. It's like either you're not realize what you're doing, or something is seriously wrong. Like in the same sentence, they say dogs will always be dogs, cats will always be dogs, and then in the same breath, they haven't even drawn breath yet, but they'll say eventually they'll break apart and they'll become different. Like, how could you say that, man?
Yeah. One way I try to expose the agenda is explain the agenda. Like in England or in Britain, it's the Tavistock Centre and the BBC running the PSYOP. United States, it's the media and the CIA running the PSYOP mind control against the people. So someone said it's not your fault you're under mind control, but you can snap out of it. You know, you can break this conditioning.
Exactly, well said. And this is the problem. The ones that you show them some, and of course we're not always right, but certain things, I mean, there's no getting around it, like evolution, right? So you show them a solid fact, and it's like they go into ECV, existential cognitive valence. It's like the Star Trek, shield up,
Yeah.
and they just don't see anything. It's unbelievable.
So I found out this morning that Tucker Carlson's parents both work for the CIA.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, all the mouthpieces of our leaders, they're all in there for sure. They're not going to just put any mouthpiece there.
Yeah, like the guy from Bud Light, the CEO from Bud Light, he worked in CIA for 5 years. So there's a pattern here.
Yeah, it seems that there's this has been going on for years, that the rich business elite, what they do is they keep an eye on politicians, and as soon as they retire or they leave for whatever reason, they snap them up right away, no matter what their qualifications are, because they have connections, right? They know this senator, that senator.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how they do it.
Yeah, but also they're pulling these rich kids out of the big universities, like Harvard, Yale, Stanford, or whatever. And they're saying, oh, yeah, we'll give you a good job, guaranteed career, just don't be an idiot, whatever, right? Like Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg worked in the CIA.
Yeah, they recruit them from universities. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
They recruit them. Yeah, yeah, and from the sororities, especially. Yeah.
Yeah, the cults, yeah. Associations, yeah. So yeah, it's very interesting. But
Like
the thing is, like,
the Skull and Bone sorority has what, 3 presidents?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it may be more. Maybe more. I know the Bushes were in that Skull and Bones, and the senior
and
Bush was head of the CIA, by the way. So yeah.
And that John Kerry, he's part of that Skull and Bones. And who's the other guy? Who's that guy who keeps pushing the climate change? Got a funny name. I'll think of it later.
It was the vice president, the main one, who profited from that. What was his name? The big goofy looking dude.
Al Gore.
Huh?
He was
Al Gore, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
What was his name? What?
Al Gore.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Al Gore. Yeah. Funny, he was pushing it, and he had huge companies involved. I mean, it's all a scam, man. It's all a scam.
Yeah, it's huge.
So they did a thing. If the United States spends, I don't know how many trillion now over 20 years, whatever that the Green Plan is, it's going to affect the world population. I mean, the pollution, it's going to affect the world pollution by point something percent, because India, China, and everybody else is polluting like hell. So it's just a money grab. this green thing.
Yeah, they don't care about the environment. I don't know how people fell for this. But they're using this Greta Thunberg as a psyop on the kids because they're
It's
dumb and they're clueless.
it's another mechanism. It's just a psychological mechanism because you see your environment, and if you get the feeling that your environment, where you live in, gets destroyed, you get this bad feeling, right? And then you are in a position psychologically where you may accept orders which restrict your personal rights. For example, water shortage. Now we gonna organize the water, and you may spend 10 liters a day, which will come, definitely, and stuff like that. And people will cheer to their governments and say, "Thanks for doing that to us, because we don't
Yeah,
want
they're
to
so
destroy the
stupid.
environment. Please, please take more rights away from us, man."
Yep. It's predictive programming. People used to tyranny.
That whole Al Gore thing, he came up off of big oil. Like, he was heavily invested in big oil. Then he invested in a whole bunch of renewable energy shit. So he started pushing it. Like, there's always an agenda with these people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're so corrupt. It's sickening. Sickening.
Please take everything I own and take all my rights, but please save the environment, okay? Yes, thanks.
Yeah. See, there's nothing wrong with going green, right? But the whole world has to do it.
Yes, and it's just that as soon as someone tries to ideologically convince me of any bullshit, right, is when I get an aversion to that. And I live in Germany, right? And here in Germany, this green and climate ideology, in my opinion, is so damn manifested. We got people regularly gluing themselves on the street where traffic goes, where hard and a lot of traffic goes. These people go on the street and they take a super adhesive glue and glue themselves on the street for climate activism. And
Come
this
on,
happens.
man.
No joke, man. This happens here regularly. It happens on a
That's
regular
stupid.
basis, man.
They glue themselves. Well, that's the first time I heard
Yeah,
that one.
they glue themselves on the street, and there's even an incident where someone used such a strong adhesive that he had to go into hospital and get some extremity removed, like a hand or underarm or something like that, because it was such a strong chemical he used for gluing himself to the street. They had to cut out the block of the street with a super badass saw and put him with his block in the hospital. Man, it was for real, man.
Wow,
I'm not
man.
joking, man.
That's
I
crazy.
saw a video the other day. It was a Congress, somewhere in Congress, having one of these conversations with this people that want to go green. There's like a few people, I forgot who, but he asked the congressman, asked them like what percentage they think that the CO2 was in, and one of them said 4%, the other one said like 7, the other one said like 8, and the guy was like, well, it is 0.4%.
0.04.
0.04, yes. And they said if it goes any lower, like 0.03 or 2 or something, flowers started dying or something. It was hilarious.
Yep. Yeah, it's bad, eh? Stupidity. But the thing is, if they taught these kids democracy and choice and how a society should work, it'd be like, okay, you believe in climate change, you want to live this certain way, you go live it. Give all your assets to the government and go live in the forest and build a teepee. There. If you want immigrants, put the immigrants in your TP with you, and you go live there and have your little climate change. Why is everybody forced to be imposed this stupid political ideological agenda? What I don't get it.
The thing is, we're not really that worried about what harmful impacts we're having on the environment. Because if we were, we would stop doing this silly shit that we do, dude. We're constantly mining materials so that we can make cheap crap to throw in landfills. Like our whole infrastructure is fucking stupid.
I don't even understand. Like everybody, all the left cheers Elon Musk, right? But if he's putting these rockets up into the whatever he's doing with them, like the guy's burning more kerosene and fuel in production and whatever resources than all the whole world's put users in their lifetime. So there's no logic.
No. Take everything off me. Take it. But
Take
save
it.
it.
Take it. Tax me higher, Daddy. Idiots. Yeah, I try to red pill these wealthy people. I try to talk to them and shit. They just can't buy it. They're like, yeah, whatever.
I really liked what Jeremy said before about that. Thinking, knowing what goes on behind the closed doors. You know, I mean, we guys are literally kind of at the end of the food chain, man. And how do we think we even have a slight grasp on what's going on there, right?
Well, it's because I used to argue with these guys about if AI had already been invented or not. Like, if somebody did invent real artificial intelligence, they would have it wouldn't be beneficial to tell anyone, right? Because now that would be like this super powerful thing you could use to your advantage. So they would have no incentive to tell anyone, right? That you just keep it for yourself. So they're like, no, it's never been invented. Okay, so you know what happens behind every closed door everywhere on Earth for all of history. Like, it's ridiculous, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and Freemasons are just a group of people who are interested in building, right? Yes.
Oh, they kicked him out at one point, and they didn't like it.
Looks like Sean G's got something for us.
What's that?
It looks like Sean G's got something for us. He's looking for Witsit. Okay.
He only got something for Witsit then.
Well, he's got questions. Okay.
He can practice with us, right? He can practice with us. So go ahead, Mr. Sean G.
I was having this argument with this woman down the beach, right? I guess she's in her 60s. And we're just chatting away. And I'm just like, she started going about this environmental shit and climate change and taking away like motorbikes and removing water scooters. What do they call those things? Hot rod things on the water? Jet skis. She wanted to ban jet skis. I'm like, honey, I said, what is wrong with you? I said, you want to ban jet skis and motorbikes? Well, for what purpose? Oh, they pollute. And I said, fine. You want to ban that? You go first. Ring up the government and hand over your car, right? And hand over your lawnmower, your whatever else you got in your house, your generator. Give it to the government, and then say, look, take my property, take my house as well, and put your money where your mouth is, because you're asking the working class people to hand over their so-called luxury goods for something you want. So you can't. That's hypocritical. You can't do that. But it's just arrogance.
Yeah, we're not worried. We're not worried. No one's worried about how much CO2 or how much shit we put in the air. They don't care. If they cared, they would stop doing what we're doing. They would start building shit to last. Right? We would build a home one time and that home would be standing indefinitely. You know what I mean? We would build it out of rocks or concrete
And cement.
or something.
Yep,
We wouldn't be
reinforced.
building homes like the Second Little Piggy and the Big Bad Wolf story. We wouldn't be building stuff that's made out of cheap crap with stress points that are easily going to break, so that you have to go buy more stuff. Like, they don't care. They don't care, but they're not worried. They'll tell you they're worried, but they're not. Their actions speak louder than words.
Yep. Couldn't agree more.
It's only a 4-year cycle in the States. And all this is happening, I've spoken about this many times, is through the lobby system. All these things that are happening, this climate change, who do you think's pushing that? The companies
it's
through the lobbies
corporations,
that want to sell solar cells and all this technology. That's
New York
what it's
Times
all
is
about.
owned by the same people who are selling solar panels. That's who runs the New York Times.
Yeah, what they do is
Joke.
they pay lobbyists, and they go and they fight in Congress. And the people that you elect do their bidding because they're the ones that are going to give them money for their reelection. I mean, it's a scam right in the open.
Yeah,
Right.
lobbying's one of the worst things ever. Yeah, I hear you on that.
That's how you start. If you want to fix your country, America, you start with the lobbyists. That is like you're going to fix like maybe 50% of the problems right there in one shot. And everybody knows this. It's not just me that knows this, right? The people that are in control, they know what's going on.
There's no fixing this country, bro.
I agree.
There's no. This country's going downhill quick.
Yeah, the special interests are way too. Who was it, Eisenhower, that said, beware of the military-industrial complex? Well, that was like 50, 60 years ago. So their hooks are
Kennedy,
firmly in.
Eisenhower, a bunch of them talked about it. The thing is, we don't have a political problem, right? It's not about politics necessarily. It's about morals and ethics, right? If you don't instill morals and ethics from the ground up to your children, you know, and you got broken families and broken households, there's nothing politics can do to fix that.
Well, that's a separate issue, yeah. That's destroying the nuclear family. That's part of the plan, definitely. But these are two separate issues, yeah.
That's all the welfare program was to destroy the family.
Yeah, yeah. That was the attack on the nuclear family, they call it. Yeah. Mom and pop working, mom staying home, right? Pop making enough money to support the family, mom taking care of the kids. Well, they couldn't have that.
Yeah.
So what did they do? Cost of living shot straight up. Now mom has to go to work as well, and little boy or little girl have to go to school now. It's exactly what they want.
Yeah, the moment they forced women into the workplace, the wages stagnated across the whole Western world.
Well, if you have a country,
your minimum wage was still $5 an hour. What, 5 years ago, wasn't it?
If you have a country,
hasn't changed since the 1970s.
If you have a country and you only have half your population working, and let's say you're the government or you're someone that's selling products, you want everybody working so that you can sell more products. The government wants to get more taxes. Like, there was a huge incentive to get women out in the workplace, monetarily wise.
Yeah, sure, but if they sell it as emancipation, it's even better, right?
Yeah, but you know what's super interesting is that you guys know that, like, the vast majority of people in America back in the day, their families like owned land and owned their own business, and the children like learned how to run the business, and they would just go to school to learn to read and write like once a week for a couple hours, and they did it at their church on Sundays, which is why they called it Sunday school. So they came up with a way to change that, where they had the people go to school for like 8 hours so they could train them to be factory workers, and then gave them report cards and grading systems so they could get used to an employer grading their work.
That's how it used to be. Not anymore. Then the kings and queens would send out people to fight their wars, and they found out that people were turning around, running away, peeing on themselves, getting shot, because they had no incentive to fight for the king and queen. So what did they do? They came up with the Prussian education system, saluting the flag and all that stuff. That all comes from the Prussian education system. And guess who adopted that? Yeah, that's right, us in the West. That's the system we're under now. Bell, school, bell, recess, bell, all that. Salute the
Oh yeah,
flag. Yeah.
and that I come out of that region, and I read a lot of that material, and it definitely even directly says that the aim of this system is to produce just how do I call it, man? Following people. No critical.
Obedient citizens.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Yes, exactly.
And where you come from, that's where it started, bro. Where you're at right now in Germany.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I still see the results daily. Trust me.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. A lot of people don't know this. They think saluting the flag is a natural thing, and feeling this emotion of a flag being burned on the floor, you want to kill the person. All that was instilled in you. The Prussian education system. It's scary shit.
Well, but the American government did that after 9/11. They pushed nationalism and unity and war. So the only time the government wants nationalism is a time of war, yeah?
It's just again just a psychological mechanism to get the public into the stance you want them to. You always need to do some kind of unification or a unified enemy to be in that position to justify what you do geopolitically, right? And I think the mechanism here is pretty obvious.
The comedian George Carlin says it best. They don't want smart people. They want you just smart enough to operate the equipment. You can't say it better than that, bro. You can't.
Yeah, Carlin was awesome. He was awesome. He had him pegged.
And he was allowed to say these things back then because he said it as a comedy, right? Yeah.
I thought Sean G had something for Wizard.
Yeah, Sanji, here's your
He
chance,
ain't
bro.
he ain't got nothing real. I mean, come on, let's get real.
No, he got questions, he said.
Go ahead, Sean.
It was questions. It wasn't. Anyway, Winston, you have time?
What's up? I'm about to walk in the gym, but go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to ask you. All objects have like the constant rate of fall, right? If we're saying like a vacuum, we agree on
Yeah.
that part. What it would be? Do all objects have the same charge? I guess.
Everything's
Yeah.
intrinsically electrostatic. That's what gives it weight. You know?
Oh, okay, that's what I mean. But does a 180-pound man, a car, a plane, do all these things have the same electrical charge?
Yeah. They all have. You asked me at the same charge?
Yeah. So if we were
No, they
at,
don't have to have the same charge.
then what would apply the same constant rate of fall for everything?
Yeah, I know. You guys don't get it. That's the problem. So the
I know that's why I'm asking these
electrostatics,
questions.
the electrostatics holds the matter together. That's what gives it weight. Okay, and then its weight relative to its medium causes it to go up or down. It's not that the charge makes it go up and down. In order to make an object go up, you have to introduce a ton of electrostatics. So with something as much as a 180-pound man, you would have to kill that dude multiple times over to make him float. That doesn't mean you can't. And so, like, anyway, what holds the matter together is electrostatic bonds. So if I ask you what causes weight, what would the answer be?
Well, that doesn't apply because I'm not really trying to argue whether it's gravity or it's electromagnetic. I'm just asking you about your idea of how it works.
It's just all held together. So mass, weight, and density are all byproducts of electrostatics. You can't have any of those things without it.
Is there a separate charge to what it takes to keep a person on the ground or a car on the ground?
Its weight keeps it on the ground, man. We just covered this.
Okay, but weight itself isn't the reason why this is happening. That's kind of why I'm asking you how you're correlating that weight with electromagnetic force. That's
It is why it's happening, though, because
okay.
weight is. What are you talking
Sorry, go ahead.
I just don't think you understand. Okay, there's a downward electric current on the Earth. This sets the up and down, and it sets a downward bias. There's a measurable downward
An
electric
arbitrary
current.
number. Okay.
What?
Well, I was like, so when you're saying that, if we're gonna just contribute a number, so it's like 5, what would it take to make a person levitate, right? So if a person carries a charge of 5, so like okay, but what keeps what? So if a person jumps off a table, the amount of charge that person has is what intrinsically makes him fall, correct? His charge to the mass of the Earth, or his mass, I guess.
No, the Earth isn't pulling things down because of charge. That's what you guys don't understand. You guys are just so used to gravity pulling things down, even though that's not even what your model says anymore.
We're not talking about gravity, Austin. We're not talking about gravity at all.
I know you would never apply this amount of critical thought to gravity. You just believe it. But anyway.
Okay, but again, we don't need to talk about gravity. I asked you questions, and going towards it is kind of just like still manning. You're trying to avoid whether you can answer it or not. Gravity has nothing to do with this conversation right now. No,
the reason I'm pointing out the gravity thing is
you've implied what my beliefs. You implied what my beliefs are at least 3 times now without answering my question.
Okay,
Everything has a constant rate of fall, correct?
Well, it's not actually constant. No.
Okay, if we put it in a vacuum and test this, would it be constant? Yes, we would drop things in a vacuum.
I would love to bet on it. Do you want to bet on it?
Okay,
we'll just bet on
there's
it.
a feather and a bowling.
The test.
Does a bowling ball and a feather fall at the same rate in a vacuum?
They both fall at different rates at different times in different places.
Okay, in a vacuum, does a feather and a bowling ball drop at the same rate?
No, they both change the rates that they fall. I just answered that.
Okay, do you want to see the multiple video? Thank you, Jeremy. Do you want to see multiple videos where we can observe this happening?
Do you want to show me actual precise measurements of it being a constant?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I would love to do that.
They've done. There's multiple tests. Hang on. There's multiple tests, and that you can see, and paper wise, data wise, and then there's videos. I mean, these are things I know you've seen, Austin. You don't have to act like you've never seen them ever in your life. You've seen these tests be done, regardless of why they're done or why it happens. The fact is that a bowling ball and a feather have been observed dropping at the same rate.
That's incorrect. Just because you show a video where they look similar doesn't mean you actually measured it. And you're right. I have actually read all the evidence and the data and all the papers, which is how I know that it's not a constant. And we have
measure it.
We have gravimeters that measure incredibly precise acceleration.
What would a gravimeter measure?
Real fast, dude. I'm gonna expose you. So we have really fast gravimeter, or really delicate, precise gravimeter, and they show that it isn't consistent. It isn't a constant. 9.81 is the average. Do you not know that? Did you not know that 9.81 is an average?
And in that data, what would the average consist? What would be the threshold of that average? Meaning, what would be the lowest and the highest they measured?
Yeah. Around like 9.6 to about 10.
And in that range, or again, you have data to show this, right? Because those numbers don't even sound right.
Yeah,
but anyway,
of course.
Okay, perfect.
Well, I'm sorry,
Can you show it?
Ignorant.
When you get a chance, actually, you said
to the gym, dude.
I just said when you get a chance because I remembered you said you're going to the gym. Relax. But anyway, we kind of really have diverted from my questions. Again, in that range that you say that is a constant or isn't even a constant, is that still applicable to electromagnetic forces?
Yeah, of course. I've already explained this 4 times. So
Okay, and what
The
would be the
reason
charge?
that
What would be
objects
the
go,
range of charge
if
for that?
why are you pretending you want to learn but you don't want to learn, right?
No,
Like
I'm asking you these. I'm asking questions.
yeah, you're trying to get a gotcha. You don't want to learn though.
No,
That's why
a
I've
got
already
you. If
answered
I
your
was trying to get a got you, then I would have a rebuttal for everything you're saying with a this is gravity. Again, I'm not talking about gravity. It's just what you believe electromagnetic force is doing. And when I'm asking you these questions and you bring up gravity, it means nothing to the questions.
Okay, look,
It's not a got you.
the reason I pointed out gravity because it's hilarious that what all the anti-flat earthers do is they like obsessively try to prove my idea about electrostatics wrong with every little thing they can come up with because they lack competence and they can't even understand it. They think I said that electrostatics pulls stuff down to the earth, but they don't apply
Questioning
even a
things,
I'm in the middle of talking.
questioning things
I'm
is
in the
incompetence.
middle of talking,
Hmm.
Sean. They don't
I
even.
know, but you're not
The only
answering my
reason I brought
question.
that
You're
up,
avoiding
yeah,
it.
it's
You're going on a rant right now. Just answer my question. That's all I asked. I didn't ask for what anti-globers think. I don't care.
all right. Listen, anti-flat earthers, buddy.
It's
Listen
but it
carefully.
doesn't matter.
The
Sean,
matter
just let him finish,
itself
Sean.
is
Sean, let him finish. You can go
the
next.
matter. The matter itself is held together by electrostatic charge. So weight, density, and mass are all intrinsically dependent upon electrostatics. So if objects fall or go up at different rates based upon mass, weight, and density, and those are all dependent upon electrostatics, then it is electrostatic acceleration by definition.
Forgot charge in that last one. And again, if charge has anything to do with this, how do you contribute the amount of charge to the amount of drop or rise it has on it? That's what I'm asking. That's all I've been asking. And you've not answered that
Okay.
question.
Yes, I have. So if an object has weight, then it's going to go down unless you introduce enough charge to make it go up. Specifically, you'd want to
But
flip the
there has to
polarity.
be
Listen
there has to
carefully.
be
You
a
don't
certain amount of
understand.
charge that keeps it
Come
down.
on, Sean. Let him finish, bro. Come on. We have all
Okay.
day, Sean.
You're right. You're right, Montreal. My bad.
You don't understand it, man. So to make an object float, for example, with the Van de Graaff generator, what you do is you use two Cartesian surfaces. You have two plates, and then you flip the polarity of the field, and then the object goes up. Do you know what that means? Flipping the polarity of the field. Okay,
What
it's so
charge keeps an object on the ground?
okay. It's the polarity of the field on the Earth, which has a downward electric bias. Do you
What?
understand that?
Downward to what?
To the Earth.
Just down? Just down.
There's
Well, it wouldn't
only
be.
a
You
downward
already.
current. Yes,
You said Earth. You said Earth's mass and everything didn't have anything to do with it.
that's right. It's because
Okay.
there's
So
positive
then
charge.
what?
You're confused again.
Okay.
There's positive charge going up in the air, and it goes down to the surface, and this
So it
creates a
goes in all
downward electric.
directions, right? In
No,
all
it just
directions.
goes down to the surface.
But wait. Electromagnetic forces go in all directions, not just up and down.
But we have a measurable downward electric current on the Earth.
But we also have it to the sides and up, right? In all directions.
No.
Okay. Wait. Electromagnetic force goes in what's its vector? Down now and up? No, it's
On the
everywhere.
On the Earth, there's a measurable downward electric current. Did you not know that?
And a measurable electrical current in every direction, not just down.
No,
That's incorrect.
Sean G,
Okay.
you said electromagnetic earlier, and he was saying electrostatic.
Okay, my bad. Electromagnetic.
No.
Okay.
Static. Is it electrostatic?
Regardless, it still applies to the same thing. You still need a charge that he hasn't up, but he still need a charge. No, I do know. I was just saying it wrong. I apologize. Regardless, the amount of charge that it would take to keep an object on the ground or not would have to be applied. He's not applying any of them. Every time I asked him about the charge, he says weight, density, and whatever, but he's not even saying charge.
Well, that's
I'm
what you,
asking.
again, you don't,
Okay,
you
there
need
would
to
be a
understand.
contributed. I know. That's why I'm asking questions, Austin,
You
and
need
that's
to go
why
to the gym or something, man, because you're like, just, you can't calm down,
I
man.
train every day. I don't think you understand. You need to go to the gym. Whatever. It doesn't even matter. That has nothing to do with what my questions are
Well, you're
or the
being very
conversation.
impulsive and emotional.
I'm being what?
Impulsive?
No, I'm not. Actually, I literally have my questions right in front of me. So there's not any impulsion. It's me realizing that every time I ask these 3 questions that I have sitting in front of me, you say something different or you don't apply an answer to what I'm asking. It's very simple. What do you apply? What charge would you apply to an object that is on the ground? Then you say, well, you can make it levitate if you add enough charge to it. That has nothing to do with it. I'm not asking how we can make people levitate. Not even once. I'm literally asking you about the rate of fall and a charge applied to objects. For instance, I'm sitting on my couch. I'm sitting here looking at a bag of dog food, and next to it is an empty bag of dog food. If you're talking about mass, density, and all these other things, why isn't the empty bag sitting right above the ground and the other one sitting on the ground? What would be the applied charge that shows the difference between these things? That's
Okay,
all I care
don't
about.
interrupt me. Don't interrupt me this time, for once, because you're the one that's ignorant. Okay, you said
Wow.
that you're not
Hey, first of
talking
all,
about.
there's no need
There
to be
we go.
disrespectful because I
There
can
we
start
go.
doing it as well. All you have to do is answer the question without that. Thank you.
Don't
And Jeremy,
interrupt me again.
you can jump in and tell him that he doesn't need to insult anyone because I haven't.
You've been interrupting me the whole time.
I haven't insulted you once, but you've done it consistently because you think it's part of your little script. All I need you to do
Just
is
let
answer
him
the questions.
answer, Sean. Just let him.
Then
He
why don't
can
you, hey,
answer. If you don't
Jeremy,
stop talking, he can never answer it. If you don't stop
okay,
talking, I don't
why
know
don't you
why you're
jump
still
in?
talking.
Oh,
Why
because
are you
I'm
still
jumping in
talking?
because
Why are
he's
you
talking
still
shit.
talking,
Why
Sean?
aren't you saying something about him talking?
My God, dude. Okay, so you said it had nothing to do with objects levitating, and then you asked me why the dog food bag doesn't levitate. Okay, so there's a downward electric current on the Earth. Okay, if you introduced enough charge to the object, you can make it go up. But it's not just a number because it's relative to the environment and relative to the object itself, how much it weighs and what its current charge is. You don't just have a specific number that makes things float across the board. That's ignorant. Okay? In
Never
order
said
to
that.
make something with a greater weight float, you would have to introduce a ton of charge. For example, I introduced 200,000 or 250,000 volts to a little bitty piece of styrofoam and made it float. That little piece of styrofoam is equivalent to Mount Everest. Okay, when in the scale of the actual test with the Gaussian surfaces, that's a ton of surface charge to a little bitty piece of thing. So, in order to make something like a phone with much more density and weight float, you'd have to introduce a lot more electrostatic charge. It's going to be relative to the object. It's not just some number.
So then that range would be almost infinite, wouldn't it?
Yeah, relative to there is no such thing as infinite, but yeah, sure. If that makes you feel good.
Fine. Okay. Then where that margin was? You think you said 9.6 and 10? You said the rate of fall was the was the actual, and then the average is 9.8, right?
That's what all the actual data shows. Yeah.
Okay. Then how are you contributing something that has a rate between or an average that is from 9.6 to 10 to a average that is, so I feel better, infinite?
Okay. Again, because we have a downward electric current on the Earth. It's super weak. It simply sets the up and down. That's all it does. It sets the direction. Then the object's density relationship with the medium makes it go up or down because it creates what's called a buoyant force. The buoyant force is intrinsically electrostatic. It's the reaction of the environment and the objects, and that object is in an environment with a downward electric bias. The way to make the thing float, you have to flip the polarity of the field so that it was going up. If the current's going up and you introduce charge to the object, it'll interact with the environment and go up. Since there's a downward current on the Earth, objects with weight go down relative to the air.
Sean, you get the fact that it's relative to the size, the mass of the object, right? I mean, that's simple to understand. Even if you don't believe in it going up or down, that part you get, right? Sean? Can you guys
Is he
hear me,
still
or is it one
muted?
of those?
Is he muted?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can hear me now?
Yeah, can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I asked, basically all I'm hearing is that electrostatic is an up and down force. It doesn't electrostatic go in every direction. How is he contributing it only to up and down? What about all the forces that would make it go side to side, diagonal, etc.?
He answered that, Sean. He answered. He says the Earth has a downward bias. That
Okay,
part.
Yeah, and
but
like
again,
even your mainstream paradigm agrees with this. I can cite you Richard Feynman lectures, and I can cite you many sources that go and
please
measure
do.
this downward electric current.
Please do, because I would love to, because
Okay.
I will listen to the whole 5 minute article or read the whole thing, 100%.
Okay.
Again, are you saying that it may have a downward bias, but again, a downward bias doesn't mean that all other directions are voided. So again, it would still contribute to side, diagonal, up, down, in every direction, not just down.
In order for it to go up or side to side, the charge has to overcome the weight of the object that's within the downward current. I don't know what's so confusing about it. I'm about to drop the
Because
Richard Feynman
that current could
lectures.
be in every direction.
To clarify, you're currently denying that there's a downward electric current on the Earth?
No, I'm not. Don't say that. That's
So there is
bullshit.
so there is a downward electric current on the Earth.
In every direction. And if you want to discuss the downward one, sure, but there still doesn't mean there's not other directions.
It does mean that it's been measured.
Okay, you can say that again, but we've also measured it going side to side in every direction. Have you ever seen lightning bolts? Have you ever shocked yourself on a door that's sitting in front of you, not down? Again, you can see these things on a regular basis.
That's
Sean, don't lightning bolts always go towards the Earth? Don't lightning bolts always go down?
No,
Mostly?
it doesn't even matter. No, they don't, and they don't have to. That's not the point. There's a diagram right there.
Electrostatic. When you
I'm just gonna read the paper, man. The
You don't
potential
need to.
distribution.
You don't need to read it. I would rather read it myself.
Stop, man. The potential distribution above the Earth. The potential distribution near a man in an open flat space. This is the current going down to the Earth. Richard Feynman lectures. I just dropped it for you. Okay. You don't understand it. That's cool, but don't pretend that you know what you're talking about. You don't. It's annoying.
Again,
It's super
I was
annoying.
asking you questions, and then when you answer the questions and you make these answers that aren't correct full answers, I'm going to ask more questions about that answer. Again, electrostatic is measured in all directions, not just a down. So when you're saying down only, it's ridiculous because everything is contributed to it. So when I ask you again, what would this charge that is applied to everything, or everything has, and the consistent rate of fall? Again, the margins of what the averages that you told me, and then the range of average for electrostatic, they don't match. I'm sorry, they just don't. A plane should fall much faster at a rate of fall than a human would if you assumably put them in a fucking vacuum, right? Nothing affected it. But what you're saying is that everything has this downward bias. Everything has this contributed weight to it, or contributed charge to its weight, which means a plane everything would have a different rate of fall because of its weight, because of the charge it carries, unless everything carries the same charge.
No.
Okay. You can say no, but what did I say that's wrong?
Lost, man. Okay, first of all, there is a downward
Okay,
current.
what did I say that was wrong?
I'm trying to tell you. Okay, there's a downward current that's on the Earth, right? Period. Yes, electrostatics and electromagnetism can interact in all directions. Non sequitur, not relevant. The object, if it has a greater
Very
density
relevant.
than the air, if the object has a greater density than the air, it goes down because of a buoyant force. So the question would be, what causes that? What causes the object to have density? And then is the buoyant force electric? And the answer to both of those things is electrostatics and yes. Okay? That's just the answer, whether you like it or not. So objects are just going to go down
Oh,
in the air if they weigh more than the air.
We're not
You don't
talking
understand?
about if they'll. We're not talking about if they'll go down or if they'll go up. I'm talking about the rate of fall of objects with two completely different densities. I know, and now it makes sense to why you just reject the feather and the bowling ball experiment or test. I'm sorry, and it makes sense now. But the reality of it is you're double speaking because again, we observe. I mean, everyone here. I don't care who you are. SE. I know you've seen the video with a feather and a bowling ball dropping in a vacuum. Are you going to tell me that they don't have the same rate of fall?
No, I'm not going to
well,
tell you
first,
that, but it's known it's an average, Sean.
Oh,
It's known.
and I agree.
Even
Okay,
if you see
and
that, if you look at that video, it doesn't really look like they're exactly falling at the same rate. Have you seen that video close
okay,
up?
and
Yeah.
yes. And I will 100% agree with Austin. There is an average. I didn't argue that one time. But the reality of it is that we put it in a vacuum. Those two objects have the same rate of fall.
It's mathematically impossible.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's crap. It's not mathematically impossible because he just told me that there's an average. If it's mathematically impossible to measure these things, then there's no
You didn't
average,
let me
Jeremy.
finish, bro. You didn't let me finish my sentence. You don't even know what I was going to say. Go ahead. I don't even want to carry on. No, I'm good, bro. I can't. I'm not dealing with this shit no more in my life. I don't need it.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Sean, you do got to calm down, man, because this is the truth, right? Like you don't know the cause of these things. Your paradigm doesn't
I
even
didn't
have an
say I
answer
did.
for you.
Never said I did.
I'm talking.
Well, you don't have to
man.
straw man me either. That's not my argument.
How do I straw man you?
Go ahead. Continue on. You don't have to say I. You can say you. Anybody.
I said your paradigm, buddy. So your paradigm doesn't have an explanation for these things, right? But I do. Okay, and mine is testable and it's repeatable. So the objects that are more dense than the air go down, man. If you introduce enough charge, you can make them go up. Things don't just go
You say
down.
that over and over. It has nothing to do with my questioning. I don't care about making things levitate. My question is the amount of charge that every object has intrinsically, and this rare phenomenon of things dropping at the same rate within your average, because that doesn't contribute for electrostatic. It doesn't. Sorry.
Well, because what it attributes for is mass and weight, which I've had to say to you 5 times. So you don't seem to understand this, but you can't have mass without charge. So the only way you have any mass ever whatsoever is charge. In fact, there's a mass charge equivalent. And the way we measure mass is just to measure the charge on the smallest scale, ironically. So the matter is held together on the smallest scale by electrostatic. You can't even have mass without electrostatics, which means the only reason that an object goes down due to its mass, weight, or density has to be electrostatic. Do you not understand that?
That is the case. That's perfect. Then there is a contributed charge to every object in what you're saying. What is it? Because there is a rate of fall. We know that. You've already said that you already said there is a rate of fall and it's an average. Okay, that means that there has to be a charge to everything. And that there has to be that contributing amount of mass to the charge for everything to have a consistent rate of fall average. How do you contribute that to electrostatic? You have not answered that part yet.
Okay, first of all, consistent and average are not the same thing. But I've already explained it's not a certain amount of charge, it's relative to the object. And that to counter the object going down, you have to introduce enough charge relative to the object. So it's not a certain number of charge. I've already said that. Okay. So you can make things float. You can make things fall slower by introducing charge. You can have a bee can float over a flower, and the pollen, which weighs more than the air, it's more dense than the air, it will go up because of charge. So you can actually make things go up. You can make things fall at different rates by introducing charge. The number is very big and relative to the object itself. Okay, so if we know that density causes objects to go up and down, relative density, right? Then what causes density? That's the question. If you want to actually answer the question, you have to answer what causes density. That's the question.
So the answer is you don't know the charge that everything would carry for this average to upheld still, right? That's your answer?
They don't all have to have the same charge. Do you not understand that?
Okay, then how do we have this average?
Okay, because when the object's more dense than the air, it goes down. When it goes down, it falls at roughly the same rates. In order to drastically change it, it's not the same rate, because if you introduce enough electrostats, you can make objects fall faster or slower, way beyond the
When
average.
things fall, Austin, when things fall, we're not introducing charges to these things. So stop saying that. You're not introducing charges to every object that's around you right now. What we're doing is we're talking about the objects as they are, as they fall, without adding or taking charge from it. I don't know why you keep doing that. I don't care about levitation. We're talking about things falling. So if you have to add things to make things fall faster or slower, then it has nothing to do with reality, because we're not adding or taking charge from a falling object in this discussion. It doesn't work that way. I don't care about levitating it.
But before I add a charge, did the object have a charge?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you. What do you contribute? How do you measure the charge of a object and compare it to their average rate of fall that you've already admitted to?
I have 5 different mathematical explanations of gravity with electrostatics. You seem to think that the math doesn't work or something. You don't know anything about this, dude.
Okay, first of all, I have not once contributed gravity to anything. So I don't know why you keep adding gravity to this conversation. All I'm asking is about the charge of every... yeah, you're not answering the question.
I already did.
No, you're literally not. You're saying other things like density, buoyancy, specific relative density, and all these other things, but you're not saying anything about the inherent charge of every object that would make it still have this average that you've already admitted to.
The charge is...
I know. Don't say add or take the charge. We're not adding charge to anything.
The charge is what holds the matter together. Before I add any electricity to it whatsoever, it already has charge, and that charge is holding the matter together, giving that object mass. Do you not understand that?
No, I understand what you said, because you said it now probably 35 times. That has nothing to do with my question about any charge that whatever any object has. We've already established charge, mass, density. You don't have to repeat it. But electrostatic, you've already established, has this very large and wide margin, and outside of the average you've already admitted to. I understand if you add electric charge to an object, it will levitate. I understand that its mass and its density has everything to do with whether or not it falls and the amount of charge. But you're not contributing how to stay in this average and how everything's charged stays in this average. You're literally going around that question. The average.
I'm not.
Let's stick to that. Okay, let's stick to that average. 9.6 to 10.
Okay,
Go.
listen carefully. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. It's measurable. It's very weak. But all that does is set the direction that objects tend towards. If they are more dense than the air, they go down. They go down around the same rates because they're just more dense than the air. More dense than air equals down. Less dense than air equals up. The buoyant force makes it go down. Fluctuates relative to the energy density of the electromagnetic vacuum of the place that it's in. And I know you're not ready for that conversation. You don't even understand those words. So the fact of the matter is it's not constant. It constantly fluctuates. We have an agreed upon average. Okay. agreed upon average of rate of fall. It's not constant. It changes relative to the energy density of the electromagnetic vacuum of that place. And that barely changes place to place, but it does change, meaning we get energy from the background medium that is then transferred to the object within this field that has a downward bias. So it goes down and it falls around the same number, because to change that number drastically, meaning beyond the average, you would have to introduce a ton of charge. The number that's already there in all objects is around the same number, so it just goes down within an average. Do you understand? Because I have to order. I have to do something. I'll be back in a second. You don't understand. I'm sorry.
I understand enough that you're avoiding my question. Because
No, I just
all you've done is just repeat the same thing. Yeah, you've repeated yourself 35 times and avoided talking about the amount of charge that every object has that keeps it in that average. I'm sorry, you have avoided that every time I've asked it. That's why I keep asking the same question. And I understand it enough to know you haven't answered it.
I think see what you're saying, Sean. You're just saying that the relative density don't come into if you remove the air, right? Because of the bowling ball test and the feather.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I've actually seen that video. I mean, there is an edit in that video, and it's done by people I don't trust at all. Brian Cox being one of them. But yeah,
Brian Cox one.
That's a pretty good point. Well, if you type in YouTube, that's pretty much all you get, isn't it? Really.
Oh, I've been around and I've seen that way before Brian Cox. I've been around too long.
Right. Okay.
Dude.
That's
Hey, how does removing the air change my position at all, though? That's what I'm saying. You don't understand me, bro. Like it's like it receives the energy from the background. Okay. Listen, it's been proven with 1,000
Austin, does that mean? Okay, does that mean that a bowling ball and a feather will have the same effect as in the test in the vacuum? If you did it outside? No. The reason I said in a vacuum, and I've repeatedly said in a vacuum, is because we don't want to talk about the density of the air and what's affecting it and all this kind of stuff. That's why I keep saying a vacuum. That's exactly why.
Yeah, but you're confused. This is what ballers do. So
I'm not confused. It's just not part of your argument.
I always let you finish, man.
And you always have something to say about what I think, and it's not correct. So I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna say the correct answer. So don't give me your opinion of me. Just give me an answer for what I asked. That's it. That's all you got to do.
Okay. If I drop an object in the air, it's more dense than the air. If I drop an object in the vacuum, is it more dense?
In the atmosphere in that vacuum, yes.
Okay, so the object's still more dense than the environment.
Okay, when you drop a feather and a bowling ball outside in the atmosphere of our world, does it drop at the same rate, or is it nowhere close? Like the feather would take like 30 minutes to get to the fucking ground. So obviously, I want to take all these things that can fuck with my test out of it. If I can take out wind, if I can take out atmospheric pockets and shit like that, why wouldn't I?
Okay, so yeah, of course, when you remove the air, then it's going to drastically decrease the amount of resistance. So it's not going to. Yeah, we know. So you seem to be under the impression that objects should just float around when they're more dense than the environment.
Makes no sense. It has nothing to do with my argument. Bullshit. Why would you even say that? So this whole time you've been thinking that everything I've been saying is outside of a vacuum, even though I've said repeatedly in a vacuum. Because even outside a vacuum, then if we move outside the vacuum, your whole argument just completely falls apart.
No, it doesn't. Inside a vacuum,
yes, it does. Because I can tell you right now, objects have a completely different rate of fall if you do it outside of a vacuum. Completely different. Every single object.
Yeah, we know. What's your
point?
So
why would we do a test outside? Why wouldn't we do it in a vacuum where all these things aren't affecting it?
Stop bulldozing them. Let him finish a fucking sentence, please, Sean.
I never said that we should not do it in a vacuum. Okay, what I said is you're basically implying that it should float, and then you said you weren't doing that, but you literally said, "Why does the empty bag of dog food not float above the ground?" That's what you said.
Because
Okay,
yeah,
so
because if everything has the same charge and you want to make it, you keep saying it contributes to its weight, then I'm asking what charge does everything have that keeps it in this average that you said is there? And you keep avoiding that question.
oh no, it doesn't. I already told you that it doesn't have a specific number because it's relative to the object. Because the more matter that you have, the more charge you have. Because the more molecules that are held together by charge. The fact, do you not get that?
Nothing should drop at the same rate. Nothing should have drop in the same average.
You're wrong though, because
Okay.
what causes it to drop at the same rate is the fact that its relationship with the environment causes it to go down. So it doesn't fall at exact. Stop interrupting me. You're a clown. Stop. It doesn't fall at exactly the same rate. It falls in an average from 9.6 to 10. Okay. And that's because to change it drastically more than that window, you would have to introduce a ton of charge. But objects don't have that much charge. Do you know how much 250,000 volts is? Do you think an object has 250,000 volts? So you don't even know anything about electricity. That's your problem. So I told you that I introduced 250,000 volts to a little piece of styrofoam and it made it go up. Objects don't have millions of volts inside of them. So they're all just going to fall within the same average. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Objects out in a vacuum. In a vacuum, so that air density does not matter. Okay, got it? We're cool? Got it? Perfect. A bowling ball
You just
and a
ignore what I
feather.
said.
I know. I'm not ignoring anything you said because what you said, again, does not answer my question.
Yeah, it does. You can repeat what I said. Still man what I said.
Yeah. I refuse. Why?
You can't.
Because if you're going to refuse to answer my question, then I'm not going to entertain you by repeating.
Yeah, I clearly just answered the question. You guys don't seem to understand. It's very simple, okay? So objects have electrostatic charge, right? And it's all within a certain window, significantly less than millions of volts. All objects have a charge that holds the matter together, and the amount of charge that is in this intermolecular interaction is very small. It's very small. Sometimes we say objects are neutrally charged because they have a neutral surface charge. So basically have no charge, quote unquote, but it's really just net charge. The objects that are held together by electrostatics, the bonds themselves, are very weak. The amount that the object has intrinsically is a very small number, way smaller than 250,000 volts, which is how much I had to introduce to a little bitty piece of styrofoam to make it float. So in order to drastically change the rate of fall, you're going to have to introduce a ton of electrostatics. Even in a vacuum chamber, there's what's called an electric permittivity and a magnetic permeability. There are dielectric and magnetic constants that have been measured in a vacuum, which means it's still there. It doesn't remove it. So do you understand that? The charge that holds the matter together, that's intrinsic in all objects, is so small that you're not going to see a great change. In fact, the change is going to be
Totally
more.
comprehensible what you're saying right now.
Yeah. Like actually, in fact, the change is going to be more directly tied to what people call mass. Because if you have more mass, you have more charge that holds the objects together because there's more matter that needs to be held together. So when they hijacked this and said that it's all proportionate to mass, right? Because in a way,
How much mass? Okay. how much mass is contributed to its charge? So if something has a mass of 10, how much charge does that mass have?
A mass of 10. What does that even mean,
Yeah,
dude?
just an arbitrary number. I'm just
10
trying to figure
watts.
out how much
10
charge. Okay,
watts.
you said, okay, hang on. So you carry a certain amount of charge within you, right, Austin?
It fluctuates.
Okay, but does it fluctuate with your mass?
Well, that's a good question. We have to define mass now.
Well, okay, define mass then.
Okay, then well, why don't you go to the top level of all academia and see if they can define it?
No,
Because no one
I'm
agrees
not.
on
No.
what mass is.
Okay, I'm asking you what you think mass is because you obviously have an idea of what mass is to have this grandiose idea of electrostatic, right? So, what is the definition of mass to Austin?
When he says grandiose, what he means is like actually empirical and
Oh,
testable.
Jesus Christ!
So
Just answer the
mass.
question.
I'm trying to. Shut up, man. You need drugs or something. You're freaking out. So
Oh,
mass
as fuck right now. I'm happy as hell.
mass is actually charge. There's a mass charge equivalence. Okay.
Okay, so
that's
mass is
because
charge.
I don't think you want to learn. So
Hey,
No, I'm literally. I'm Austin. I'm writing this down. So when you said mass is charge, so I'm saying mass equals charge.
write this down. Okay.
I am
Mass-
writing this down. I've already said I am. Mass equals charge. Is that what you said?
To what I'm saying and write it down. You can't talk and
I'm
write this.
trying to. That's why I'm asking you this question. Did you say mass equals charge?
Yes, there's a mass charge equivalence.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay,
Fuck.
stop interrupting. Okay, mass charge equivalence because, say if we take particle physics, write it down. Okay.
This isn't a definition.
Listen, there's an elementary charge that is a fundamental physical constant in all matter at the scale. Elementary charge, fundamental physical constant, mass charge equivalence.
What's the definition of
I need
mass?
to write that down. Jeez.
What's the definition of mass to you?
Mass simply a quantification, a conceptual quantification of how much matter there is, which is intrinsically tied to the elementary charge of the fundamental physical constant that holds the matter together.
So I'm clear. Mass equals the amount of matter in charge in an object.
Yeah, it's the charge that holds the matter together to give us an amount of matter.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
Sean, can I insert a tiny observation? I mean, I'm new to this too. I'm learning a lot of stuff, and we're on different sides of the fence. But I'm super chill, and I just want to paint a small picture for you, if you'll allow it.
Yeah.
So
I was writing what he was saying. Go ahead.
okay, yeah, it won't take but a second. So don't misunderstand what I'm going into as just hear me out all the way through because I'm going to try to paint a picture of what I think's going on. The other day, I was in the laundry room. I was doing laundry, and I saw a piece of fuzz floating. The light was lighting up the fuzz, and it was floating in the air. And the fuzz kind of got close to the laundry pile that I just pulled out of the dryer. And this fuzz accelerated massively in towards the laundry pile and slammed into the laundry pile. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. A different day, there was a string on a towel and it was poking straight up. It was like levitating with static electricity, but it was for some reason it was pushing it out. So it looked like it was hovering. So this idea of static electricity and how a little tiny piece of fuzz can go slamming towards the, overly charged laundry pile. I realized that, I'm a distance runner. I run marathons. When I'm out there running, I'm using propulsive forces of my legs and muscles and my tendons to get me off the ground for each stride length. And I realized that what's out there isn't gravity, it's a downward flow of electrostatics. So I'm the little piece of static trying to use muscular energy to hop off the earth for a second. And what's pulling me down isn't pretend gravity, but I have mass and I'm being sucked towards the earth just like that fuzz, but it's not static electricity on me. it's a incoherent electrostatic downward flow, and everything is pulled down. That's how I'm seeing it. That's how I'm understanding it. But what I'm hearing you guys talk about and argue is, in your mind, you're like, okay, in a vacuum, something has mass, feather has mass, a bowling ball has mass, and you're picturing gravity being a working force pulling it down. And Austin's explaining that even if you suck all the air out of the vacuum, which is the medium, that would change how fast a bowling ball and a feather fall in a vacuum. But you have to envision that we are being pulled down by electrostatics and not gravity. And if you can't envision that, then you can't even understand what he's trying to say.
I'm definitely taking that out. That's why I have not introduced gravity at all into this conversation. He's the
Oh,
one
I
that
mean,
has.
yeah, I just popped in. I just heard,
Okay.
arguing
Yeah.
and like nobody hearing each other, and my observation of what I saw with, this,
Okay.
anyway, I was
Oh,
just trying to
perfect.
help.
No. Actually, you're perfect because then I can ask you the question and see what you think about the questions.
Okay,
Okay.
go. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a pro or an expert. I'd definitely try to help. I'm a true
No,
earther,
I'm
about a
not.
year old, and go for it. You can ask me.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to come at you like I expect a bunch of answers because you don't come at me like you know all the answers. So
Sure.
it's really
Absolutely.
it's the perfect think tank.
Yeah.
Okay. So you were saying how your muscle mass and your muscles and the amount of force you put in your muscles is what brings your leg off from from the electromagnetic force, like the fuzz.
Right. Like I have to push harder off the ground to momentarily, get some hang time to take one stride, because it's a steady constant over the whole plane, up, down. It's an average of what I'm seeing, but like it's so steady and it's so constant that gravity has been proposed as a theory of what it is, and it's been able to hold for years because people think it's true. But my whole what if question to you is, what if it's not gravity but a downward flow from the Gaussian surface above us, which is the firmament, or some people think it's in the electric world. I don't know. I can't. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to say you can go up there on there and knock
Like the
on a.
EU,
Yeah.
like an EU idea. No. I get that idea. Yeah, it's not a
Yeah.
glass fucking dome. It's a
Right.
barrier of something.
Right. So,
Yeah, no,
what else are you wondering? Because I mean, I just want to figure it out with everybody.
yeah. Well, then you would agree that it would take a certain amount of force to bring your foot up. So there would be a charge, I guess you would call it, intrinsic charge between your muscle, this downward pull, and the amount of muscle force you need. The questions I was asking Austin were then basically there would have to be a constant charge, like your body would have to have a constant charge compared to a car, right? Because that average of fall that we were talking about, if you do take all air, we do this in a super vacuum that no one has, but whatever, they would have this constant rate of fall, or the way he put it, an average, which I agree with. There is going to be an average, but it's going to observe pretty constant. There would have to be a contributing charge to everything. And when I asked him that question, he didn't have the answer. I know you may not have the answer, but in this think tank, you would have to assume that everything has a certain charge that contributes to it staying to the ground and not being able to come off the ground, or being able to come off the ground, right?
Yeah, it does. Everything. It doesn't matter if it's rubber. It has nothing to do with conductive. It's not, does rubber pass, could I get shocked through rubber? It's rubber has mass. It is something that has weight. And so it's a twofold argument where however big or dense or heavy something is, you have to say, well, what medium is it in? So like if I jumped off the top of my house, I'm going to go down to the ground because I'm going through air, which is way less dense than me. And if I jumped into a pool, I'm going to float down safely and all that because I'm in water and it's a whole lot more dense. So it's like this fine, understanding all this is a fine balance between realizing, understanding mass and buoyancy and density. Like that whole thing is one thing to grasp. And then also rubber holds an electrostatic charge that it has because it's there. It's matter and it's held together in particular. And I don't want to say atoms or protons or molecules because that's all kind of made up too. That's just words to try to describe what things are when they're held together and they're made of certain somethings. I know that's tricky and I sound stupid, but everything you see out there goes down because of the electrostatic pull that it's affected by. You know what I mean? It might sound crazy, but that's what I'm understanding.
I see what you're saying, but that would almost say that an object's mass changes, but an object's mass never changes.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the mass stuff.
Okay. You don't. Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't. I just explained to you that mass. There's a mass charge equivalence. There's an elementary charge in all quote unquote particles, which is pseudoscience, and that's a fundamental physical constant, which means you cannot have matter or mass without it.
Wait.
Which means on the smallest scale, there's an elementary charge that's actually that causes the mass charge equivalence. You understand that?
Did you just say that your explanation was pseudoscience and then use that explanation for your electrostatic field force?
No, I'm saying that little particles are actually pseudoscience, the idea of these little bitty particles, but it doesn't matter because when we use that concept and then we go look at the actual evidence and what actually happens, we see that there's a charge on the smallest scale. There aren't little particles there, and if you want to believe there are, I don't care, because that's why I'm saying it doesn't matter. Because even on the smallest scale, whether you think there's a particle there or not, it's known that there's a charge that holds everything together. It's called the elementary charge, and it's in everything. So that means that there's a physical constant. Everything in the physical world has a constant value. It's an elementary charge. All of it has a constant. I mean, it's there always, everywhere. Even in whatever paradigm you choose to believe it.
It's not about a paradigm. Okay, then what would be the contributing number for a bowling ball? Can you find out? Are you in the position to find out, or are you working out right now? I think you said you're doing that.
Yeah, I'm busy, but it depends on the size of the bowling ball, man. Just go look at the size of the bowling ball, how much quote unquote mass it has, and then go look at the mass charge ratio of the bowling ball, because that's how we determine mass. And they define mass as okay. I gotta say this in conclusion because I have to go. Okay, look real fast because I have to go. Okay, look, things go up or down based on their density relative to the medium. Okay, so the question is, well, what causes density? Okay, well, of course, that's actually electrostatic. That holds it together. Same thing with mass. What causes mass? What causes weight? Both of these things are electrostatic to be specific. Okay, so you can't do any of this without defining the terms mass, density, and weight. That's what you have to actually define. And whenever you get down to it, people define mass as the resistance to acceleration. Well, charge will cause a resistance to acceleration. And there's a mass charge equivalence. There's a fundamental physical constant of the elementary charge, okay, which means that really mass is nothing more than charge. That's what holds the matter together so that we can quantify it. That's what gives it density, weight, and mass, is actually the charge that holds it all together. Whenever it's held together, if it's more dense in the air, it goes down. There's a small window of how fast things fall up or down. In order to go outside that window, you have to introduce millions of volts, which is not in any object that exists, which is why all objects fall within the same window.
Woodstock, before you go, I got a question about this as well. Do you have any teachings or videos on the explanation of this? The reason why I ask is because I'm pretty much on board with what you're saying, in the sense that I don't think there's anything physical. I think everything's electric, or however I got to say that, electric in nature. With if you look into an atom, so yeah, what you're saying is making a lot of sense to me at least, or it'll give me a lot more information of what I believe or think what reality is. So do you have
Ken Wheeler would be a good start.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler does good to point out that it's incoherent dielectric acceleration that's non-specific. I don't like. They're not going to find a mainstream source or anything like that, like video, because they have to have gravity for the globe model to work. So they just kind of assume it's there. But I have like 20 people asking me that, so I'll do a stream soon where I break down the full explanation. That's all I can do. Or you can watch Theoria Apopsis, Ken Wheeler.
I like your teachings. I like your teachings with it. I think you do a very good job of really digging into it and giving the specifics. So
There's also
Thanks.
yeah, sorry. There's also Eric Dollard. He's another live individual, still current today, talking about these things.
And then what about good times for all the incoherent downward acceleration video? Is that any good to post?
Yes, actually, that's a very good one to post.
I'm gonna post it real quick.
And also, even in the new level movie, right? We briefly show the experiment I did, where because I do have to go. Well, I took like aluminum washers. I took 3 aluminum washers that were like quarter size, and then I took these helium balloons and I tied them to the washers so that the balloons would make the washers float about 3 inches above the ground. Then I took my Van de Graaff generator, I took the positive wire and I wrapped it around the washers. Then I took electrical tape and I wrapped it all in electrical tape. The washers, the balloon wire, and then the wire from the Van de Graaff, the string, the wire, and the washers. Anyway, so then I got the weight just right where all of that is floating about 3 inches. And then I started to turn the wheel on the Van de Graaff. You turn the wheel, it has a little belt. And as the belt moves, it creates friction, which increases charge. And that charge runs through the little dome at the top, through the wire to whatever you have it connected to. As I introduced the charge, it ran through the wire to the washers, and the washers were 3 inches above the ground. And as I turn the wheel, they go down to the ground and they stay there. And then I take the little grounding wand and then I tap the Van de Graaff, which discharges it. And as soon as I tap it, it goes back up to floating at 3 inches. So this shows that when you increase the charge, the object wants to seek equilibrium by going down to the ground. And as soon as I discharge it, it starts floating again. Right? So there are many tests that you can do. And Zach does different tests as well and explains it pretty well. So you should watch that video, maybe, if you've never seen it.
Great work,
Yeah,
man.
just-
Great work.
Thanks for your time, dude.
Yeah, much love.
That last video posted in the chat, that was the one you guys were just talking about, right?
Yeah, the incoherent electric or whatever. It says incoherent on it. Watch that one when you get a chance. Pretty epic.
That Witsit there, he's a wizard.
You're right. People,
No, I
they
think
don't
he's-
like
he's
him. Go ahead.
No, so I just want to say, yeah, he's just a very, I would say he's a very smart dude, very clever guy. He's not, he can think out the box, he can think for himself.
Mhm.
He's willing to test and share his findings. And I think it's very, very awesome, especially from an alternative viewpoint.
Right.
It's nice to listen to an alternative viewpoint with substance. It's really
Mhm.
awesome.
What's really cool is he could debate. Like if he was to pretend basically to debate for the globe, he would crush any flat earther immediately. Like he knows both sides of the argument, and he doesn't use. I mean, not very often ad homs. He'll use zingers more than anything. And now he's not perfect. He's just a dude, but I've learned a lot of information from him. And you know, the more I learn, I'm like, the more I learn, the more I realize that I don't know if man knows as much as man claims to know about anything and everything. Like just how much we are all vibratory, and you know, like how energy, like what is energy? What's this conversation right now? Well, you're hearing my
All of this is
voice.
based
Yeah.
on all of this is based on the understanding of light.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
mainstream understanding of light is far from the truth.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
yeah, and the connection between light, electricity, and magnetism
Mhm.
is the fact that they're all one and the same thing, just different attributional expressions of the dielectric field, which
Right.
is the ether.
Mhm.
So yeah, and essentially mainstream will try to bastardize everything into particle interaction
Mhm.
because they're materialist and they don't understand fields and field dynamics.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the whole point of contention currently within the mainstream paradigm, is that everything is under their premise is all particle interaction, which goes against natural order, logic, and rational thinking.
Daisto, you mentioned the light thing now. So I've heard Whitsett speak about the light, and that there's actually not a speed of light; it's always there, or something like that. However, what confuses me a bit in that is, I think the ancients knew a lot about these sort of things, or understood energy and electrics a lot better than what I think
Yeah,
today teaches.
yeah, you're right.
And this is where I'm a bit on the fence of the shape of the earth and things like that. That's why I'm listening. I'm listening as much as I can to make up my own mind. However, when you look at the pyramids, for instance, yeah, I honestly don't know what they were. I can make things up in my head if I want to. However, when you look at the geometries and things like that, what they're sharing to us with the speed of light and the all these different angles that are you know, tying up with the speed of light and where they orientated and things like that. That's where I'm thinking, okay, if it is a spherical Earth, you know, they got that circumference tied up with the speed of light, or whatever, all these different things that are related to the shape of the Earth. However, they also bring in the speed of light with those orientations and the location. I don't know how to explain this. You know, it's a lot of things tie in with a globe Earth, or the spherical Earth, and the speed of light. So that confuses me a bit. Is, you know, why do they get to the same numbers, or is it just been manipulated that way? I don't know. Do you have anything to add to that?
I would say, yeah, like they set their numbers in such a way to predetermine the outcome to have it fit within their narrative. I wouldn't say there's any substance of within their values given, other than just ad hoc assumption.
That's what I thought as well. I thought maybe that they may have taken those numbers and then manipulated them to fit their paradigm, or however you want to put it. That's what I was thinking as well. But I'd love to hear more information on people that's maybe looked into this from an alternative viewpoint, not from a mainstream viewpoint. I'd love to.
Well, like I said, I mean, you've got countless numbers of videos coming from Ken Wheeler on these very topics. So if you haven't heard of him, I highly suggest checking his channel out, because he dives into all these topics, and he's pretty good at explaining them. So I would start there if I were you, and yeah, and then from there maybe a lot of your questions could get answered.
Yeah, to be honest, I've been so lazy about it. You're probably the third or fourth person that's recommended me to watch Ken Wheeler stuff. I think I am subbed, but I haven't watched it. I'm not the smartest guy, so
You don't have to. You don't have to be. You just have to. Yeah, you just have to be able to stomach, you know, listening to all these new words that you might not be familiar with. But the beauty of that is he provides a free PDF list of definitions so that you can better understand the terminology that he's expressing within his answers. So
I've got
trying to
a
see how you
couple.
would be able to source that, but go ahead.
I've got a couple thoughts on this, just as the newbie that I am, just sharing what I've heard Wits say and what I've pondered. Because like a lot of this for me is, you know, I'll be 43 in July. I've thought, you know, I used to just love outer space and the whole narrative, and I loved Mother Earth and the ball Earth, all that stuff. So, as he was teaching me about light, I'm also a believer. So I'm a Christian, and well, I don't even want to claim Christianity because a lot of that as a religion has been grappled. Like I'm just a follower of the Messiah, and I want to bring glory to the Creator, whoever that is, whatever that is. I just want to make the maker of this place smile when I love people well, and when I go about doing, you know, good high vibration stuff. And, you know, anyway, so when Whitsett said light is everywhere, in the darkest corner of a cave in the bottom of the sea, or like the darkest place you can imagine, light is
I can
there.
explain that.
It's just not in the visible spectrum. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then when he explained that, like science, they say the speed of light, and light moves across, you know, but he explained it like if you do a ripple on a shoreline for the, like a lake, the ripple will travel across the water in a wave, but the water is the light in this thought process, and it's already
Yeah.
on the other side of the
So if
shore,
you'd
and it's
allow
just
me,
the. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, if you'd allow me, most people when they think of light, they think of visible light, and visible light is just the byproduct of light, and visible light is essentially illumination, which requires a medium or an object for light to interact with. And yeah, he's right. It's analogous to water in a pool, where you don't necessarily perceive the water, only the disturbance of that water. Like if you were a fish in a fishbowl, you know, you wouldn't know any different as to the medium surrounding you, other than the disturbance of that medium. And that disturbance of that medium is what we call visible light, which has a speed. But light itself is instant. Illumination is what has a speed,
Right.
whereas light is instant. It's always there. It's only when that light is excited where we have illumination, i.e., visible light.
Right. And to jump back in just on one more thing that really was
Isn't that
interesting
how? Isn't that
was you.
exactly how like bioluminescence work? Like exactly what you just said.
Well, I think bioluminescence, isn't that a chemical reaction that produces seen light?
Yeah, but
Or are
it
you
has
talking
to.
about energy into the water? Okay, like the star in a jar thing.
Yeah, no, well, like bioluminescence as well, because they have to. It's a charge still, right?
Right.
It's a
Right.
buildup of a charge.
Right.
I'm just trying to get a picture in my head of what you guys are explaining.
So,
I'm not
so
interjecting.
here's two more things that kind of like baffled me or like was amazing. So think about a flashlight in your hand and you turn it on. I used to think light beams shoot out from the source or the LED or whatever the halogen bulb is, and it shoots out. And it stops shooting out when the medium it's traveling through, the light can't push any further because of the power source, etc. But now I'm realizing that when I flick the flashlight on, it's an excitation of the medium, like the ether or whatever how it works is now
The field
new to me.
disturbance you're setting
Yeah, the
off.
field disturbance. And so like in a room, you turn on the light in a dark room and boom, the light's everywhere. And I used to think, man, the speed of light is so fast, it just looked instant, like just the lights came on. But really all that happened was everything in the vicinity of that disturbance just immediately turned on, and it didn't travel to the corner of the room, it just came on. Does that make sense?
Measured though, like we can measure the start and end point of a light beam on to a trigger, right?
I don't know.
Well, again,
yeah, I mean,
you're measuring luminal velocity, which is the byproduct of light being illumination.
yeah, but
So
that's still
You
that
have
would still be the speed of light.
and attribute, and the attribute of light is illumination.
But then
Right,
then that would be then what we would call it would be the speed of illumination.
Yeah, the speed
But
of
it'd be
excitation.
but it'd be the same thing. It still may be a measurable thing, which means it's not a instant thing.
Right, well that's true. But you realize the light's all there, all the way across the room, and that you're measuring the excitation, not the speed of light, right? It's like almost the same
I would
thing.
say that it would not. There would be no difference in what you're saying and how it's perceived to be now. There would be no difference in it, but it wouldn't be an instant thing. It would still be. It would just be an explanation for how the light travels.
I think you're absolutely
it's the
right.
difference between transverse versus longitudinal wave propagation.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Which is over my pay grade, but the main thing is mainstream science says, no, it's this particular way. It's fact, it's proven, it's done. And it's like, wait a minute, it's different than what they say it is. And that's what a lot of stuff is with, medical, how we heal, what we are, what everything is, what energy is, what love is. A lot of stuff is almost hard to put English words to and make sense because we're living in a miracle. Like us having this conversation now over Discord is freaking awesome. And the fact that we can be friends instantly or kind of have a rub or not really like each other's tone of voice or buy each other a beer, all that stuff is so amazing. Anyway, I'm kind of getting trippy on you, but I love it, man. I'm learning.
Yeah, I was listening, so I have to jump in really fast. I couldn't help it. But like just real fast, it does change something. It changes everything because if what we call the speed of light is actually just the rate of induction, So it's the excitation of what's already there becoming perceivable. So we quantify how quickly we perceive it. It's actually a rate of induction. So it induces back into the ether or the background, right? This fundamentally changes everything. What that means is there is no limit to the quote unquote speed of light, right? That rate of induction can, in theory, go infinitely high. So it's a huge difference because it changes the C value that we say there's a constant speed of light, but there's not. That would explain why we have 3C propagation in coaxial cables that go 3 times the speed of light, quote unquote. It's because there is no traveling distance over time of light itself. Light's already there, and we are just quantifying how quickly it excites or lights up, which means that, again, just to reiterate, the huge difference in what that's currently said in this is there would be no limit to the quote unquote speed of light. There is no actual speed of light. It's already there. So in theory, you can continue to go faster and faster towards instant.
Yeah, that's when we're dealing with
I think
fields, it's
everyone
kind
would
of
agree.
adversely intuitive. The smaller the spatial footprint of the field, the higher the capacitance, analogous to gamma radiation versus radio or infrared, where infrared field, the field of infrared or radio is going to be a much greater wavelength compared to gamma radiation being many magnitudes higher and ultimately instantaneous.
Would you say that our technology, or the limit of our technology, is the limit of our knowing the speed of light or the rate?
Yeah, sort of, but we actually have technology now where you can send light through coaxial cables up to 200 meters, and it goes 3C, meaning 3 times the speed of light. So
It's not quite that much because I've laid fiber optic and stuff. So it's faster, but it's not 3 times though. It loses its oomph over
no,
time.
there's a specific test that was done that consistently measured 3C, right? It measured 3C, and so then the guy came back. He was like, "Special relativity is clearly no longer bad." And
For what distance do you remember?
Yeah, I can drop the paper in a sec. I don't.
Nice.
If you just type in coaxial cables, propagation of light 3 times the speed of light or something like that. But no, it's pretty much censored, so I'll have to find it.
One thing
I've
that
been
I've realized.
questioning the speed of light for a while. E equals mc squared. Could somebody read that formula out?
I was actually reading about that last night. SE, is that not related to the mass of something with the amount of light in it, or the amount of energy in it to create the mass, or something like that?
Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared.
Correct. Yeah. So that's what I was going to say. I was going to post a question the other day. It's like, what matter is? So I don't think there's anything physical. I think everything is energy. I don't see anything physical. I think that's why I'm saying what Whitsitt was saying early on with the amount of charge which creates the mass or the weight or whatever. I would agree there that the more energy there is, the heavier it will be. In a sense, I struggle to explain myself, but that's why I asked Whitsitt if he's got some more teachings on this, so I can get a better understanding of, or if someone had to ask me a question, I'll be able to answer it a bit more clearly or better. But like the other dude was saying earlier on, there's not even words in the English language to explain what I want to explain.
Before we miss the point, we'll let Whitsitt answer what you asked him. But before we miss the point I was trying to make, E equals mc squared. Energy equals mass. C is the speed of light, and squared. How can you square a constant? You see what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
That formula is false. It's not correct. It cannot be according to their own paradigm, right? If light is constant, how can you square it?
Well,
I
isn't
like
that
that.
speed times that speed?
Sorry.
Isn't it like, for instance, I'm just going to give an example. Say it's 120 kilometers per hour. It's 120 times 120.
Correct.
Yeah, you can't. How can you do that if light has a constant speed that can go?
Oh,
no
I see what
faster?
you're saying. Oh, yeah, I see what you're
You
saying.
get
Can't
it?
go faster. Yeah. Okay, I get it.
Well, so what I've observed on this whole journey is that the math used in all this stuff is just a language, and you can make the math say whatever you want. And the spherical ball Earth is only found in the math. It's not found outside whenever you do like long range radio propagation or long distance photography, or like the ship disappears at 3 miles off the coast. But if you go up 20,000 feet or 100,000 feet, you never see that curve that the ship went over. It's like, well, wait a minute. That's so weird.
Oh, and then you can, of course, just like pull out different
You're looking
objects and
over
see
it.
it again. Dude, if you like, this is what's so funny. I covered this last night. It's like, so they say the Greeks, like, they looked at boats going over the horizon, and really his writings say that he noticed the sky changes when you go north and south, so the earth must be a ball. Wow, that dude's a genius, Aristotle. But anyway, they say that they looked at boats disappearing over the horizon, right? Well, this is long before the telescope or anything. So they were going out there with your naked eye. If anyone's actually gone out to the ocean and looked at boats with their naked eye, it disappears very quickly. You pull out a telescope or binoculars or a P900 or P1000, you bring the boat back, including parts of the bottom that looked like it was gone. So parts of the boat that looked like it was disappearing from the bottom up, when you zoom in, you see those parts come back. So like the way they supposedly came up with it was just dumb, right? Like they just made a very ignorant conclusion. So when people say they knew the earth was a ball for thousands of years, they proved the earth was a globe 2,000 years ago. No, or 4,000, whatever number, like 2,500 years ago. Like that's stupid, because what they said they did doesn't prove the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, but also with the boats disappearing bottom up, we never actually see it by something physical. It's obstructed by a mirage. Every time we see a boat or whatever in the distance disappearing over the so-called horizon, that's not a physical horizon. It's an optical horizon due to atmospheric conditions and the refraction taking place.
Great situation. I think there's a situation, and that argument that you can bring it back.
Go out and look
That
over
was
the
like
ocean.
5 years. That was kind of
You're
like 5 years ago, because there are flat earthers now that are prevalent in here, have admitted that with their P900s, you cannot bring a boat back into view by zooming in.
No, look, I'm going to finish. So back in the day, what all the Globers
Well,
said
actually,
was,
I had actually started, and then you started. So I'm sorry,
no,
you were interrupting me.
that's not what happened, but it's okay. So back,
It's exactly what happened.
go to
He
the
did
ocean.
start before you with it. Maybe you didn't
No,
hear him, but he did. Yeah.
I absolutely did.
no, he didn't. Just
No, I absolutely did.
Anyways,
you
who cares?
guys
Who
both
cares?
want to bet on it?
Yes,
Okay.
1,000%. You want
Jesus, stop
bet
bickering.
$1,000 bet everybody?
It's kind of breaking up a little bit. I know that atmospheric condition really does play a part too in how far you can see, and sometimes you see like a hump, but it's not actually the curve of the Earth. It's the refraction makes it look like for the globe when it's just atmospheric conditions.
Just real fast. So if you look at the progression of the combo, right? You go back in the day, they're like, go out to the ocean, you can see the boats disappear over the curve of the earth, right? So then what happened was people went out there and they looked at the boats and they saw, okay, well, these boats don't always disappear at the same place. And when it looks like they disappear, when I bring out optics, the part that looked like it disappeared from the bottom, I can bring that back into view. No one's disputing that at a certain limit, you can't bring it back into view anymore. Yeah, you can't see forever. That's not the point, though. The point is that the Globers, how this conversation started, and then they say this happened thousands of years ago as well. They said, when you go out there and you see the boat start to disappear from the bottom up, that's because the curve of the earth. Then people went out there and they zoomed in, and that part that looked like it was disappearing from the bottom up, you could bring it back. You could bring the boat all the way down to the water, back into view, which shows what looked like it was disappearing from the bottom up halfway up the boat. That's not the curve of the earth, or I wouldn't be able to zoom in and see it again. Now, eventually it gets so far you can't see it, but the point is that they moved the goalpost, and now what the Globers say is, well, yeah, eventually it'll disappear from the bottom up, right? That's what they'll say now. But that's not how it
Even what
started.
flat earthers were
Not
saying,
how it
you're
started, though.
kind of 5 years ago. I'm
It's
telling you, like
happened with
5 years
their.
ago, there are plenty of flat earthers with P900s that will dispute that view to this day now as well. And those are the ones that are all saying the refraction game, because you can't bring back things like that into view. I can put a video in the chat right now that me and a flat earther took, and I can show you that when you zoom in, you don't bring anything back. You just see what's there more. That's it.
No, I get what
Yeah.
Wits is saying. I get what Wits is saying. It's happened with us a few times as well. When my wife and I, for instance, were filming Robben Island, we didn't see a boat behind Robben Island with our naked eye. But when I was busy filming Robben Island, we saw, oh fuck, there's a boat behind there, and it was one of these
What did you
cruises
see?
that go. We just saw a boat
Oh,
going.
how much of it?
The full boat, but also small. It's such a small boat. It's one of the ferries that go from the V&A waterfront to Robben Island. And what I'm saying is, I think correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is, it's so small you don't see it with your naked eye, but you think it's disappeared behind something physical. Or they say it disappeared behind something physical. However, when you zoom in, you actually see the actual ship or whatever. In this case, same thing happened. We were filming. I was just going. I didn't film for a boat going over horizon. I was just filming Robben Island, and I saw a boat behind Robben Island, and it was busy heading back to the V&A waterfront. But I didn't see it with my naked eye. But they would say that if you're trying to capture something like that, they would say, if it left from you and it's going away, they would say, okay, yeah, it's gone behind the curve. But in fact, it's just so small, your eyes don't actually see it. But yeah, correct me.
Well, this is specifically what
I
I'm
just
saying
put a picture.
specifically.
Hang on. I just put a picture in the chat. What Whitson is saying is that boat, that cargo ship that you see in the distance, that when you then zoom in, you then see the rest of the bottom of that
No.
hits the water.
No,
Straw man
that's not
Whitson,
what he's saying.
is that okay? All right, Whitson. Okay, Whitson. The picture I just put in. If I zoomed in right there, would I see more of the boat that I say is obstructed?
It depends on the distance and the conditions, but this is the actual point that I've said.
I can tell you
This
the
is
conditions and the
I guess
distance.
I'm just going to stop talking because I'm not going to yell. So,
Okay.
like you have a problem, bro. You never let people talk.
I do. I let the other guy talk the whole time.
Okay, so you have a problem with me. That doesn't
Oh,
change anything. So,
when you don't answer questions, yeah.
can you stop, please? So,
Sure.
what I actually said was the story goes that thousands of years ago, they saw boats disappear over the curve of the earth. Okay? And they did this with the naked eye. If you go out and you look at the naked eye, you'll see the boat begin to disappear. And it's in water, so it'll look like it's disappearing bottom up. Also, things at the bottom of your field of view, due to the aperture of the optics, what's on the bottom will reach your line of sight sooner. So things will look like they disappear from the bottom up because the bottom reaches your line of sight sooner than what's at the top of your view. Okay, so anyway, as you look out, it disappears. When you zoom in, you can see the boat from further away, and parts of the bottom that looked like you couldn't see it with the naked eye, you can see that part again because you've increased the angular resolution, and then due to the aperture, you have the same effect. Now, eventually, you can't do that anymore. Okay, but the point is that the Glovers claim that you can just go out there and look at a boat with your naked eye, and that's going over the curve until people went out in the world and they actually tested it and showed that's not true. Then you guys just shifted the goalpost as if you never said the first one. And now you claim, no, eventually it goes too far away. And that's what they're doing in the chat right now, saying I'm lying and they never said that. And no, you did say that.
You're misrepresenting the explanation completely, because no, the whole time, no one says that when you look with your naked eye, oh, that's curvature. No, the problem is that when you do look at it with your naked eye, and the distance that an object would have is going to be very fuzzy. And you keep doing this weird thing. Yes, the observation you're going to make with your naked eye, then when you pull out a camera, is going to be different. Obviously, it obviously has better optics, of course, but there's a big difference to what we're saying and then what you're making an argument for. Because the reality of it is we want you to start with the camera. Because at a certain distance, this effect still happens. And if we use that camera and at 4 miles a boat starts disappearing bottom up, and then you zoom in, you don't magically see what was obstructed when you were at a further zoom angle. Sorry, doesn't work that way.
Hey,
But the
Sean.
reality it is that's why
No,
I
this
asked the question. Hang on,
this is
hang on.
objective.
I'm not done. That's why I asked. In the picture that I just put in there, is if I zoom in with the camera, will I suddenly see the 55 feet that is missing? And if you want the other numbers, I can give them to you because I have them all. I even have the fucking temperatures from me to the cargo ship. If you want them all, I got everything. And if you think I'm lying, you can
Okay,
ask the
this
flat
is
earther that was
this is
with
the
me.
worst ever. Okay, so you actually can see more of the boat. If you are asking if you can see the full 55 foot missing, no, and that's a stupid question. And when you say that no one, when
And
you
what's
say
the
that no,
instruction to
then
that?
you see how he's immediately interrupting after he monologued. Like you have an actual
I
impulse
was
problem.
nowhere near as long as you were, so sorry.
Well, did you see the wind turbine picture with it? Because I think that's optical. It just optically looks like it's hidden because of curvature, and you can't zoom that back in because of the actual atmospheric conditions of that picture. But my whole
Can I
point,
say something? Can I say
yeah,
something real quick?
go for it.
So we understand that the atmospheric condition might affect, right, how far you can zoom in optically, even if you had a stronger optical magnification than the P900, right? But what about those images that I've seen with infrared, right, that take away the problem with the atmospheric conditions? And they've
Which is
zoomed in
what
up to 300 miles, right? 300 miles, and you can still see what you shouldn't be able to see.
what
See, that's
elevation
what
were they
that's
taking the picture at?
that's what's so interesting is if you pull out the infrared, then
No.
this is for real truth seekers, not people that want to paint a narrative on the internet. Because my point is that people went and tested it in the real world, and that's why flat earthers exist. If you pull out the infrared, you'll see the horizon goes down. When you pull off the infrared, the horizon drops down. I've actually done it hundreds of times, so I don't care what anyone in here says. When
It
you pull
doesn't
out
rise to eye
infrared,
level.
it
What's
begins
it
no
up?
when you pull out the it doesn't supposed to rise to eye level. You don't even understand it. So anyway, when I pull out infrared, the horizon,
Here's to it
this
doesn't.
alleged curve of the Earth all of a sudden disappears. Well, how does
Okay.
Listen, I have a
infrared make the
question.
curve of the Earth?
Wait. So you're telling me if I use when we use infrared in that picture that I posted, we would actually see the rest of that ship?
Not the rest of it, but more of it.
Okay, then what is the obstruction for whatever is missing
No,
still?
stop skipping past the point.
I'm not
How
skipping
come?
past it. You said you would see some more of it, but not all of it. Okay, then why wouldn't you see all of it if there's no curvature?
Because we have a limit to perspective, and what's on the bottom reaches your line of sight sooner than what's at the top because of the aperture. I just explained
Are
that.
you talking
But
about
if
with
you
your
can,
eye or
hey,
your
can you
camera?
stop interrupting me because you're like acting like a child? So if you can actually answer
Really?
my point instead of just skating past it, how come when we pull out infrared, it makes part of this alleged curvature blocking the boat disappear? How does infrared make the curvature disappear?
In every situation, it wouldn't. And anytime it does, it would be reducing the refraction limits that you're seeing through there. It literally would be just reducing the light.
So you're
So
saying refraction makes
whatever light is bringing that horizon up due to optics would be not completely void because it can't take it all away, but you're taking a lot of it away. So
You
when you're
just
saying
answered
that,
your own
now
question.
I am answering the question.
No, I
So
said
when
you
you're
answered your own question. But
Right.
go ahead.
no, I didn't. I
Hey,
answered his question.
Sean, can I jump in with one string of words and then I'll stop? If we take it back to the basics and the ball earth is supposed to be of said value of curvature, there's supposed to be a physical horizon not that far away. And I hear what you're saying. Well, what about all these pictures where I can't see the rest of it? What about this picture of these, wind turbines? Where's all that 55 feet? Like, I hear you and I get you. But what about all the instances where that physical horizon is supposed to be there and people see way farther than that? And so the next thing you know, the Earth is supposed to be 2 times as big or way, way, way bigger than what they say it is, which would change day-night cycles, which would change everything. So like the model disappears when now we can see too far with technology. Not look at all these instances where we can't. What about all the instances where we can?
No, this is the bigger point is like
Bad. I guess he wasn't asking me. Go ahead, Austin.
okay, go ahead,
No,
man.
go ahead. No. This is your room, man. You say all. Go ahead.
You're very emotional, man.
Don't be Gamma. Just go ahead and pick it back up. You had a rebuttal. You go for it.
Go ahead, Austin. You're gonna do it every time, so go ahead.
Oh, stop
Let's get out
projecting,
what you got
man.
to say.
Okay, sure, no problem.
It's
So when you
it's
actually
so
look at the progression of this conversation, what they told us at first, flat earthers went and tested, and what's happened now is the anti-flat earthers have moved the goalpost throughout the years. Okay,
exactly.
they actually told us that the Greeks went out there with the naked eye and saw it go over the curve of the earth. They put that in textbooks, dude. Okay, but then we went out there and saw no. You go with the naked eye and then change with optics. You see something completely different, and you see the part of the boat that looked like it was obstructed. So what do? They move the goalpost. We went out there and zoomed in and they moved the goalpost. We went out there with infrared and it made the boat visible again. Move the goalpost. Okay. So the point is that you guys have to keep changing your argument. And if it was really a globe that was proved 2,000 years ago, then your original argument would still be the same.
And there's pattern recognition to this too,
I want to
because
respond to
you
that.
guys
I would love to respond to that. It'd be
you guys
nice because
also
that's
say that
bullshit.
water spins in different
Oh,
directions
jeez.
on different sides of the equator, and then you came up and said, "Oh no, that lady's just pulling a trick." So this is pattern recognition. You guys keep moving the
Bullshit.
goalpost.
That's more bullshit. And anyway, no, what happened is
Great point,
not
man.
what you're saying, because when I came into this and all that other bullshit, I don't care about the Greeks. I didn't learn it, and my opinion isn't based off any textbook at all. My opinion is based on actually going out and doing these observations with P900s, multiple ones, with a flat earther who is in agreement that and his bullshit is it's all refraction, and how science says light works is all completely wrong, and that's what makes the obstruction look like it is. But there's multiple flat earthers, Austin, over the 5 years now, who have openly admitted you cannot bring an object back into view that is obstructed when you zoom in. And no one is saying that this is comparable with the naked eye, because the naked eye is shit for this
So
observation.
But
where
Woody,
do you
I
get your
just
radius?
explained. Wait, time out. I just explained, okay, that there is a certain limit you can reach with whatever optics you're using, where you're not going to be able to bring something back in view. You've reached the limit of the optics relative to the. Don't interrupt me. Relative to
Would
the
you like the
conditions.
data for the
Can you
observation I
please?
made?
No, I would like for you to please stop
Do you
interrupting
want me
me.
to mute him? Just let me know. I'll mute him.
Yes.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead,
keep
mute me.
interrupting. You should
Go ahead.
get muted.
You
You're
should just mute
interrupting
me.
a lot,
Just mute
man.
me.
I'm trying
Go
I'm
ahead,
trying
yeah.
to be really cool, man, and can you please just stop? Okay. So
I'm outing. Deshaun,
okay.
I've seen you interrupt so many times. If you keep doing this, I'm going to time you out. Just you know.
It's just important to note that one of the big things overlooked is if you actually look at quote unquote perspective, but really just more so the aperture of optics, then you're going to see that things will appear as they reach your limit of perspective. They're going to disappear from the bottom first, because the bottom of whatever you're viewing is going to be closer to your line of sight, which is where you reach your limit of perspective. So the bottom's going to go up, the top's going to go down, the bottom's going to hit your line of sight first. So it's going to begin to disappear first. And this is actually provable with tests, but even more than that, right? When you say you can't bring it back through physical obstruction, that's my point. Once we reach the limit, and I've done this myself all throughout Florida, whenever I reached the limit where I couldn't bring the boat back anymore, what I did was then pull out the other P900 and put it up beside it, right? That was infrared. And I compared the two, and the infrared shows more of the boat. That shows you that horizon is not a physical obstruction, right? The infrared makes me see more of the boat. There's no way around it. I've tested it. That's why I'm a flat earther. I actually went and tested it.
Well, there's still obstruction on that boat that you're not talking about, but regardless,
Everything's optical.
what was that limit that you were at? Because again, I keep saying I can give you the data for that observation I made, and you can tell me whether or not it's in that limit or not. So since there is a limit, what's the limit for the P900 when its optics start kind of going fuzzy and things become obstructed already just because?
Well, I thought you said you used the P900 tons of times, and you would know
I
that it
have.
changed.
No, I have. I'm at that.
Then you would
That's
know
all
that
I'm
it
asking you
changes.
what the limit was for you.
Then you would know it changes every single day and even throughout the day, right? So that's a pretty ignorant question.
But there's going to be a range. No, it's not. It's going to be a good. Okay. Would you like all the data you can possibly get from my observation, so you can tell me what part in that data shows that I'm completely wrong by my opinion of it?
Did you pull an infrared out to look at the same observation?
No, not an infrared, but it's a what was it called? It's a filter that takes the haze out of everything. That's why the picture kind of looks purplish. It's taking the haze out.
Yeah,
So
like
what you're looking
an
at has
IC filter that doesn't help us at all. We're talking about infrared.
No, I know you're talking about infrared, and I do have infrared pictures. I can bring those out too. This is in my in my computer and I'm on my phone. But of these observations, because again, like I said, this isn't something that I'm just bringing to you as a glober. This is an opinion and an observation made by Glover and a flat earther at the exact same time. And sorry, you're not bringing anything back. And even when you say you can, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if anyone else is picking up on it. You're saying there's still obstruction. What is causing the still obstruction?
Okay, first of all,
Obstruction is. Go ahead. Sorry, man.
Well, I'll stop talking so much after. The boat is in water, for starters, okay? So the bottom of the boat on a flat earth would be slightly obstructed. It's in water, and there are waves in the water. Secondly, you can bring the boat back multiple times until it reaches the limit of those optics. If you then pull out infrared, you can see that isn't physical curvature blocking the boat, because you can actually see more of the boat with the same cameras at the same distance, just using infrared. And I'm going to repeat this one more time. If you actually look out and then you reach the limit of perspective, things are going to disappear from the bottom first, because, and we have I'll give you the formula for it. Okay. It's very testable. What's at the bottom is actually going to reach the line of sight first, right? It's going to reach the line of sight faster than what's above it, which means it's going to reach that limit of perspective faster. So it's going to look like it's disappearing from the bottom up. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Sean, what's your understanding of the azimuthal grid of vision, like the perspective bubble that's around us all the time? Like if we got away from the coastline and we got away from the water and all that, just like on a nice day when it's fluffy clouds and you go outside and all the way around you, you can see those clouds smashing into the horizon, in the distance. And the Weather Channel says, you can visibly see 14 miles today or 16 miles today. But if you got in your car and you drove that 14 miles or 20 miles towards those clouds that were smashed totally flat to the horizon, that the clouds would be at the same height as they were when you observed them from your house. So have you looked into this perspective bubble?
Yeah, it's called just an apparent horizon. It's
Right.
different for everyone. And it's
Right.
I know that those clouds don't actually smash into the ground.
Uh-huh.
Whitsett, have you heard of the extraordinary ray or the E ray?
No.
Oh man, because you seem pretty clued up on these sort of things. I was hoping you could maybe look into it and make a bit of more sense of it. So I don't want to give you more work for that, but just you seem to be a clever dude, and I'm not smart enough to understand it. But the reason why I asked that is I was looking last night after listening to you guys have a discussion on the Discord. So I came across this ray. It's called an extraordinary ray or an E ray, and apparently, it seems like they're saying it's not affected exactly according to Snell's law. So I'm looking for what I was doing. I was looking for a type of ray, like for instance, when we do an X-ray for your arm, if you've broken your arm, but I'm looking for a ray that's not affected by Snell's law. If we can get something like that to do a test with that sort of ray, where it's not affected by Snell's law, does that make sense? And it appears that this ray has got something that's not affected by Snell's law, 100%. So maybe look into that.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I can look into it. Like for me, light rays are just a construct we've come up with, and light entirely is misunderstood. And to fully understand what we're seeing in the distance on the Earth, we're going to have to know what perspective does before we account for things like refraction, in my opinion. Because what the light is actually, quote unquote, doing due to refraction, quote unquote, that's one thing, and then how we perceive what it's doing is going to be a different thing. So it's a very complicated subject, in fact.
Snell's laws
like
about
like
going through
people seem to think
changing
you can
mediums.
just
Right,
that's true, but you can use they use a differential equation for an inhomogeneous medium with density gradients, right? You
They've
can
chucked it
actually
away in
show that if you
24/7, dude. 24/7, they've chucked
But
it away altogether.
well, you say that, but you can put like density gradients in the fish tank and show the light changes, right? Like it's just water. When technically you're adding something else to it in that situation, though. I'll give you that, right? You're adding a different medium.
That made sense to me. I thought about it like that. I thought, well, it's getting denser as it gets close to the ground. But me and Miss and a few of the others, they've like atmospheric refraction is just something that reifies the globe. according to them now.
Well, that's the
I have a
problem with being
question
in an
for
echo chamber.
I have a question for Beerman. That ray you're talking about, does it have anything to do with Tesla?
To be
Was
honest,
Tesla mentioned?
no. To be honest, I got no idea. I was quickly googling a few things, and like I say, I'm not the smartest guy. I don't pick up things very quickly or very easily. I have to read things over and over and over, or watch videos, and I prefer visuals. But I came across this ray, and it's called an extraordinary ray. And I see some articles that say it doesn't obey Snell's law, and I see some articles that it says why it
Is it
obeys.
affected by Snell's law?
Apparently not. There's a few articles that say no, and there's a few articles that say yes. So that's why I asked if he knows anything about it, because I'd like to know about it. Because I'm looking for a ray that doesn't obey Snell's law, because I think that'll be a very interesting observational experiment to do. Is if we can find a ray that does
Well,
not obey
what do you
Snell's
call
law.
light? That's the other thing, because like if you're only going to call light visible light, then you might be hard pressed.
Well, I can think of one ray that can potentially not agree with Snell's law. Because when he said that, I immediately thought of Tesla's radiant energy. Now, I'm not so sure if that obeys Snell's law.
Yeah, interesting. I'll look into it. Because yeah, it's something that I'm looking for is something that doesn't obey Snell's law. I thought maybe one of you guys might have known a name of a ray, and that's why I brought up the E ray, or also
Yeah,
known
look
as
up
the extraordinary.
Tesla. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Tesla. Yeah, I'm gonna Google.
Look up Tesla radiant energy.
What have y'all heard about all physical matter, like a wooden table, is condensed light? Possibly.
Yeah, all matter is light. Like basically,
Yep.
yeah, basically, it's matter and light have been reconciled through the ether already. I don't know if I want to get into that, but yes, it's all been reconciled.
Well, isn't that
Yeah,
freaking
everything is
awesome?
vibrational displacement. Everything is
Yeah.
vibrational displacement of ether.
Well, isn't that freaking awesome? And we should high five as a human race and like venture into that, because to me it seems like we've been at a standstill and a gridlock with this scientism and all these answers that have come from science, the science. And it's like, bro, if we just had some more Teslas and some more people that are thinking outside the mainstream box, we would go further with technology and understanding of who we are. But
yeah, we do have.
No, we know everything. Everything has been known. Everything has been discovered by science. It's all in the textbooks, and if you disagree
never
with
gonna hear
it,
these
shame
things.
on you.
Man,
But wait,
I mean, I know it's a
don't you guys
laughing
agree that
matter.
the real
The problem is you got to take out profit out of it, and then it could actually advance. Because what we want is something that is not breaking the bank, because they're basically raping us for money. It doesn't cost as much to do what they're doing as they charge us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Tesla would essentially make it free.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Sean,
so
I'm glad you
then no
agree
one
that
is going to
you're.
make profit off of it. The reason, what's happening now is a profit margin that these big leagues want to always have. And
I'm glad you agree, Sean, that the religion of scientism does have a profit. This is true.
I want to point out that I
there's
think
also profit
one of
in
the
that.
biggest problems. Can I
say
just say
all
this real quick?
that.
Because the biggest problem,
I didn't say
the actual
that.
biggest problem is the disconnect from the actual cutting edge of science, like where people like actually realize, well, we don't fully understand light, we don't fully understand electricity, electromagnetism, we don't fully understand these things, right? The big problem is that huge gap from the actual top levels of studies, and then what the vast majority of people think, right? Like people think we fully understand light and fully understand the electron and fully understand all the stuff that we don't. They think mass attracts mass and all this stuff. They don't actually know that it's way more complicated than that, and that those ideas that are archaic and simplified have been proven wrong. So it's that 95% of the general public still believes this outdated version of things and thinks it's true when it's not. That's the real problem.
Who proves this wrong exactly?
Technology.
Always a new car out here.
Because if
Like, for
anything, I
example,
think technology.
mass
I think they have
Like they almost
technology
get
that
too drunk and they don't drive.
I think technology is far more advanced than what we know. I think science is far more advanced than what we know. I don't think it's the other way around. I think it's far more advanced than what we know. I think what we're talking about is outdated, no matter what.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Really?
actually my point, though. My
Yeah.
my point. Well, first of all, actually, what we're discussing is the cutting edge that probably the military knows. The military knows there's an ether, just like the Germans used ether physics to make electrogravitic propulsion devices. The military knows a lot of this stuff, but that's not my point. My point is that the general public doesn't know what the actual top levels of science are showing. For example, me and the people in this room, they'll say mass attracts mass, right? Like, dude, I'm just pointing out as an example, like that.
Mhm.
That's not
Dude, it's
even.
almost like they get super drunk and then they just like, they Uber home or something.
You're hot
Talking
mic
about like
so
advanced technology mostly. I'm talking about like I'm not talking about history crap. I'm talking about everything. Whether it's the speed that we could actually travel through this atmosphere. Fuck the shape. I'm talking about what we're capable of doing, whether it's flying or fucking reading each other's minds and shit like that. I think all that advanced science is the shit we don't know about. That's what I'm talking
that's
about.
what
I don't give a fuck about mass attract
I
mass.
just agreed with you. I just agree. Well, okay,
I
mass
know.
attracting mass is part of it. That's an example of how the average person thinks one thing, but science has long debunked that. Mass attracting mass was never even believed, in fact, and Newton said that that's stupid and that's not the current model. I'm just pointing out
How was
that
it debunked?
I'm just pointing out that the average person, like this guy right here that's talking, right? Like they think mass attracting mass is still the current belief, and that means that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. And even Newton himself said that was so stupid that no man that was even slightly competent would ever believe it. And all I'm trying to say is that there's a huge gap between the average person's layman terms, like archaic ideas they learned in school, and what that case actually is. And I brought up specifically things flying in the atmosphere. Electrogravitic propulsion using ether physics was done by the Germans in the early 30s.
You do understand
I'm
that what
guessing
you said
is
about
that
Newton doesn't hold up because,
yeah, we
Einstein
can
came
use it.
after that and a bunch of other scientists. And you never even explained how things were debunked. You just keep repeating it.
Okay, first of all, quantum mechanics
Just like
debunked
this person that's
Newtonian
talking, I
mechanics.
can use mass attract mass for all these things that I still think is more advanced or how it could work. It still works. I'm sorry. You keep saying it's debunked, but it's not debunked. It's still used. Sorry.
Okay, you don't understand. Okay, you can use a
I do.
kinematic
Stop saying I
equation.
don't understand because I do
You
understand.
you can use a kinematic equation to come up with gravity, and that doesn't account for mass at all. So just the fact that
How
you
would
can
you do that? Can you give an example, please?
yeah, an initial height and initial velocity, and you use the kinematic equation to get the constant acceleration. Can you please stop interrupting
How
me?
would that look like? What's the
I'll
kinetic
drop the I'll
equation?
You're
drop
gonna
I'll
get
drop
muted, Ed.
yeah
I'm telling you right now. You're gonna get muted.
Of course.
I'll drop the
Asking
equation
questions
and
is
just
not allowed.
No,
I'll
don't
drop
interrupt.
I'm not
drop the
interrupting. I'm asking for clarification. He's not giving any.
you are interrupting. So I'll drop the equation in just a second. It's a kinematic equation. It's very simple. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is that just because you can use something doesn't mean it's true. And yes, Newton himself said that to believe that gravity is an innate or inherent property of matter, right? And that it can act through the vastness of a vacuum on other things without something to exchange the interaction is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it. Okay,
So
and that's not
what?
even the paradigm.
It was demonstrated later. Who cares what Newton said at that point? He was wrong about a lot of things.
See, you
Hey
just don't
Ed,
understand it. You don't understand
isn't
what I'm
Jim
saying.
Panda's
Yeah, I do
isn't Jim
understand.
Panda's going, Ed? Why don't you go over to Jim Panda's with that?
Yeah, like it's not even that's not even the
Why does
current
he have to
model.
go
The
over to
current
Jim Pandas with that?
because he interrupts so much. The current model doesn't even actually say that mass attracts mass. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. That's not even the current belief at all. So you guys don't even understand your own paradigm. That's my point. You guys still
Can
use
you
archaic.
demonstrate that?
Why is it? Listen, why is it still? Why is it still used?
Okay, it's not used. Show me where mass attracts mass is used.
Launch equation.
Okay, that uses little g.
It's used in kinematics as well.
It's used
That's little
everywhere. It's
g.
used in a lot of places.
Kinematics doesn't use dynamic forces. You guys don't even understand what you're talking about.
Just saying we don't understand doesn't make us wrong, though.
Well, okay, is kinematic synonymous with a dynamic force? Yes or no?
Still waiting for that equation, by the way.
There you go. Divert away. There you go.
No, I'm not diverting. I'm putting you back on point. Since you never provided that equation, and you said you would.
What
I
did I
will in a
say?
second. Yeah, I'm
You did say in a
calming my
second.
baby
You
down.
I think what what's it saying is that at the cutting edge of science currently, they're all realizing that it's not what they said it was, but they can't have a voice and they can't push forward because of the billions of dollars in the industry of said set up science. And if we're going to push forward, we're going to get over ourselves in thinking that we have it all figured out, and we're going to go more, in the direction that these leading scientists are going, but they're being, muted. That if they try to do a peer-reviewed paper, or they try to actually go somewhere with it, like you have a whole industry saying, nope, you can't speak. That can't be true, even though they know that this stuff doesn't work.
Well, I guess specifically what I'm saying is what the people in this room, for example, think was never even the actual position, right? So, like, they teach children mass attracts mass because it's very simple, so it's easy to understand for children. That's
and it
why
actually works.
they teach children mass attracting mass so they can understand in an elementary way. And so now we have grown men in 2023 that still say it, but it doesn't mean it's true because mass doesn't attract the mass. What that means is that that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. And that is not the current model, and that was never believed to be the case.
You keep saying that. Can you actually demonstrate it, or do you just keep claiming you know what the model says without demonstrating anything?
The model says that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space and time, and that mass causes
You keep telling us that. Can you show it actually? I can say a bunch of stuff too. Doesn't mean it's true.
Hang on, Ed. Here's the reality of it. Again, and I've stated this before. For me, it's mass attracts mass, and it's a force. And I can apply this to things on the face of this earth. When you start going into Einstein's relativity, I don't apply it. I don't need to use that. So the point of the matter is that mass attracts mass, gravity being a force, is used still to this day. And when you say where, and I say the launch equation, at that point you should be like, well, that's not it because, and then you don't. You kind of just meander somewhere else. The reality of it is on the surface of this earth, it works, which means it's not bullshit like you keep stating.
No, I didn't meander somewhere else. I specifically responded saying that uses little g, which is just downward acceleration, and then Ed interrupted. Okay, so you can use a kinematic equation. I'm going to be dropping it in the chat very shortly, where you guys will just start to say "nuh-uh," and then you'll ask for the cause. And just like this, you made my point, by the way. You said,
Can you just post it and not poison the well?
Dude, I'm about to ban Ed for good. You're about to be banned from here for good.
I posted geocentrism in there as well. It has a lot of good quotes and some clarity on some of the stuff too.
I'm almost done. Just let me please make the point. Sean, you made my point, right? You're like, but for me, it's mass attracting mass and it's a force. Exactly. You guys just hold on to the simplified version that was told to you. Quantum mechanics has thoroughly debunked Newtonian mechanics, as does the cosmological scale. There's about 100 different variances of quote unquote gravity you could use for the local scale. Right. So when you talk about launch equations or bridges or engineering using little g, there's 1,000 different ways you could come up with that value. That's just the effect. Okay. Gravity claims to be the cause, and it is not that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. That was never believed, not even by Newton.
If my belief is that still, can I launch a amateur rocket using mass attract mass and it using the forces that I need to launch that rocket to a certain height? Can I still use it?
Yeah, sure, you can use it because it gives you the value of little g. Like, you can also use a kinematic equation to get that value. You don't have to have some dynamic force of gravity to do it. You don't understand that?
So that means mass attract mass, me thinking gravity is a force, and what I would apply it to does work.
So you think that if a math equation can describe something that happens, then it automatically proves your interpretation of it?
Not what I just said. Nope. I just said
it is what you just said.
I'll ask it again. Me applying it, mass attracts mass, gravity as a force. If I want to launch a rocket, an amateur rocket, to 100,000 feet, and I apply it that way, will it work?
And I said yes, and then you said that means it's true.
Okay, no, I did not. I didn't. Actually, I didn't respond. No, I didn't. Go back. This is now twice you said I said something or something happened and it didn't happen that way. You may not want to try to bet people all the time because you probably do it a lot
Okay, then
more.
bet
But
bet me on it and I'll play it. Bet me on it and I'll play it.
No, just go back on it and look.
Exactly.
And so you can see it. Just the same way you cut me off earlier and you were like, no, I talked first. Everyone was saying you talked first. If you want to, you stole me $1,000 if you want to go look back on that. Anyway, that's
$1,000.
ridiculous. Yeah, that's what hey, go back because you wanted to bet me $1,000. You were talking first.
I never said $1,000.
Go back and go back. See, maybe you need to remember some stuff. But anyway, it doesn't even matter. I don't even care. Here we go. I never once said, and that's how I know it's true. Because my point is you keep saying that that Newton and all these scientists showed how it's bullshit and it doesn't work. But guess what? It works, which means Newton's idea of it, the basic archaic idea that I believe, still works, which makes it not wrong.
No, it only works on the Earth. It doesn't work on the quantum scale. It doesn't work on the cosmological scale.
And who claims it does?
Okay, so when you say it works, you're wrong. It doesn't even work on the quantum
No,
scale.
again, let me say this again. As my archaic brain works, and when I use it and I actually apply it to what I want to do, it works.
Okay,
correct? Right?
So
No, wait, but hang on, Whitson. It works, right?
Yes, you can
Okay,
use it.
so then where is it? Then where is it wrong?
Because it's a deception.
No, he just doesn't want to. What he's saying is
it can't be a deception if it works.
Well, no, it can work. It can
Dude,
work, and it can be a deception also.
I just explained to you, you can have hundreds of things that work just exactly the same, though.
Yep. Okay. But
So how
Newton's
do you understand that?
Newton's idea of gravity is not wrong.
He didn't have an idea of gravity. He literally said that he can't even.
What is mass attracting mass? What is all these theories that he came
Why
up
are you
with?
interrupting? He never said mass
Because-
attracting mass. He never said mass attracting mass. What he actually said was that to think that gravity is an innate quality of matter is absurd. He specifically said he can't even imagine a mechanism unless it's a direct act of God himself, and there would have to be an ether. And then he went on to describe the ether that would exchange this interaction, and that
Can
would
you
actually
take
be a
that
product
quote?
of the. Yeah, I'll give you the quote. It's very. You have
No,
never read
I don't
him.
want the quote. I don't want the quote. You just said the quote. I want the date of the quote.
Like 1673, maybe.
And when did he come up with his idea of gravity, his law of gravity?
666.
Okay, when he came up with that, and then he's made that quote, was he talking about the other versions of gravity that everyone was coming up with, or was he distinctly talking about his theory of gravity?
He was talking about his, and in fact, in the same writings in '66, in the Principia, I don't know how to say it. Some people say it's Principica or something. Anyway, in that very writing, he alludes to the ether at the end, and he specifically says, "I don't know what would be the cause of this." He says that he can't. You've never read it. Have you ever even read it? Have you ever even read it?
That's why I asked you to put the date in there so I can find it. Because I'm pretty sure you're nitpicking a quote right now. Because I'm pretty sure someone doesn't come up with a theory that still stands after saying everything he said was bullshit. That doesn't even make sense.
No. See, that's what I'm saying. This is the problem. You think he said that because you've heard people tell you.
You just said he said that.
He never said mass attracting mass. He never said that. You don't even understand it.
Okay, then what was his theory?
Okay, he said there must be some type of force acting on these bodies to cause them to move around. The story goes he saw an apple fall from a tree.
No, I don't want a story. I want to know his quotes. What does he say about it? What was his theory? If he never said mass attracts mass, what was his theory then?
He specifically didn't have one. He only offered the math for an idea of a dynamic force, and he made it very clear, I have no idea what would be the cause. He said that very clearly. In fact, he said that to me, if for anyone that thinks that gravity would be an innate, inherent property of matter, and that innate brute matter could act on other matter through great distances through a vacuum without something carrying the interaction, as in a medium, is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it. But as to whether or not this medium of exchange is material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. And I would hope that no one ever attributes such an idea to me because it's so absurd. And then what did they do? They specifically attributed the idea that matter attracts matter through the vast vacuum to Newton when he specifically said, never do that. I do not believe that. I think it's dumb.
Everything Newton ever said, the gravitational laws, all that shit he said, he never said. Is that what you're telling me right now?
No, now you just, out of despair, you just turned into such a straw man, right? Well, he's saying there is a dynamic force.
Newton said, sure.
Dude, this is pointless. This is pointless to try to explain something to this guy that he'll never be willing to accept. Like, you just openly don't want to hear what
There's a
he's telling
difference.
you.
No, see, there's a difference because I actually did accept that bullshit. And that's why I asked the questions that I specifically asked. I asked specific questions on purpose.
Well, you'd have to be patient and, like, actually want to learn, right? Like,
yeah.
You need to understand what happened. So, like, you have Kepler's laws, right? Which comes from, like, Tycho Brahe was his tutor. And so he took a bunch of Tycho's data and then he came up with a heliocentric idea, but more so with Kepler's laws to explain planetary motion of bodies. But this was just kinematic and geometric. It didn't explain any type of force. He actually said that it was acoustic, like it was sound waves. So then you fast forward to Newton. He was the first one to propose the dynamic force that would cause this motion. Okay, and so he just said that there has to be some relationship between the center of the objects to the other ones, and that this force would cause them to move around. And he said he discovered this because the apple went down and not side to side. Guess he had never seen an object fall before. Anyway, so, and then he goes on to say, but I don't even understand what the cause could be. To think that it could be a vacuum is insane. Right? And he thought it was a direct act of God himself and that there must be an ether. Then he goes on to say the earth could certainly just be at rest and there could just be a reciprocation within a medium to give you the opposite of gravity, and then you would have everything moving around the earth at rest. This is what he actually said.
Witzer, do you by any chance have a Discord that you talk about these things where you guys have a civil discussion from the alternative viewpoint? I would love to join that to hear more what you say without the heavy interruptions.
The last one I made got nuked because all the anti-flat earthers kept reporting it, but no, I don't have one right now. I might make one.
Well, Shane's channel, Anti-Disinfo League, is pretty chill. We talk about all sorts of stuff, and there's rarely flare-ups or gamma stuff going on.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm just looking for the anti-alternative viewpoint discussions. I don't want those people in there. I would love to hear the alternative viewpoints, where people discuss those things instead of fight against it. If that makes sense.
Well, check this out. So I'm going to work something out with Gio where I do a live stream in here on my channel where it'll be an event. So like the anti-flat earthers can't really go crazy. And then we'll have like certain subjects and we'll cover them in depth for a couple hours as an event in here. I don't have time to run a Discord. I simply can't do it.
Do you have time to post that link, by the way? I'm still waiting.
When I'm not holding my baby girl who's roughly 1 million times more important to me than you.
Oh, of
And
course.
Wait, here's
How
the thing.
convenient.
There's no point, just like what just took place in the last interaction with the other individual. It's like no matter what you say or how many times you quote or you go and get the citation, there's always going to be some sort of refutation or nuh-uh, and then it's just a complete waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, does no one else know what I'm talking about? The kinematic. Sorry, bro.
I was just going to say the information is out there for you to go and investigate if you're actually genuinely curious about it, instead of just making somebody else run around and do the work for you. If you actually want to learn something, at least the way that I would learn things is I have to actually go out and do things myself.
I'm not the one bluffing that I know things are debunked and I have all sorts of equations. That's not me.
I did that for 6 years. I did that for a very long time. So I'm not someone who's just questioning it from one side and believe one side. That's not how I work. Sorry. That's
He
why,
was talking
again,
to
I
Ed.
ask
He was talking
specific
to Ed
questions.
though. Like what Ed does is he's like,
It
"Do
doesn't
you have
work
a
regardless.
citation to
You guys
prove that?"
generalize everybody. You generalize
No.
the most.
He was talking about Ed, and whenever he asked, he's like, "Do you have a citation to prove that?" Every time I drop the citation, he just ignores them and just says
You
that they
never drop
debunked me.
citations. What are you talking about?
I
This
drop more
doesn't prove
citations
your
in this
point.
room than anyone else in the entire Discord.
Oh, please. Whenever you post something, you refuse to discuss it. You just spam links for 10 minutes and then, there, look, I proved it. When it actually
I don't want to
totally
be ugly,
debunks
but
what you
you're like,
said. Oh, you're
Either way,
interrupting? Of course you are.
dude.
either
You
way,
need a
Ed,
girlfriend, dude.
You need to be able to have a discussion regarding the information other than just asking for citations and then just saying, this doesn't
Well,
actually
he
prove
bluffed
anything.
that he
You
had
need
an
to be able
equation
to
and that he
hold an
knew everything was
intellectual
debunked, but
conversation
then he didn't post
regarding
anything.
the information. Otherwise, there's not going to be any type of debate. All you are is what's called a naysayer. That's all you do.
Are you just
And
going to
just
cheerlead and not let me
And
respond?
just to
I
clarify, in case
heard Austin
no one knows
say,
what.
hang on. Austin said he'll do it in a second, and then he also said he was taking care of his daughter, which everybody heard kind of crying in the background a little bit, and now she's not. So if that's what he's doing,
He's in my
I don't think
arm
it's a
right now,
tactic.
dude. Yeah, she's in my
Yeah,
arm.
I don't
So
think it's
it's
a
like,
tactic. I think you just need to
yeah.
calm down, Ed. Just relax. And I just got into it
Well,
with him too.
I
If
am
that's what he's
relaxed. I was
doing,
just trying
that's
to
what he's doing.
respond, but everyone keeps talking.
Look, I'll drop the
I
equation
know,
in
but
just
I
a
keep.
moment.
But he already said that, and it's annoying with you acting like he's lying about it. Because when my son was young, and people used to do that shit, it's really annoying because you want to rebuttal back, but you can't because something more important is being dealt with. Don't come at him about his kid though. Anything else, I would never defend him because I don't agree with anything he says. But I'm going to defend anybody who's holding their fucking kid and someone's acting like it's just a tactic. That's just low. Don't do that.
I
Just
just
so you guys
muted
know,
Ed. Ed is out for half an hour minimum. I'm tired of this. Enough is enough. Go on, guys.
well, have you guys ever heard of it? Like I showed it on my channel and I've dropped it in there quite a few times. It's a kinematic equation for downward acceleration. It uses height and initial velocity, and you can test it. It's like consistently accurate. It gives you right at around the 10 meter per second rate of fall. So yeah, I'll drop it in just a sec. I'm waiting on my wife to get out of her meeting to give her the baby back. So
I've seen it as well. It definitely exists. These guys act like just because it's not posted, it doesn't exist. It's extremely dishonest and fallacious. And
Well,
it's
they've
just
had it posted for them multiple times. That's the problem. They just want to ask for it and then complain if it doesn't get posted fast enough and then try to allude to you being disingenuous and all that kind of shit. It's a tactic. It's a stall tactic. It's all they do.
yeah, they do it every time. If I drop the equation right now, tomorrow they'd ask for the equation, and the next day they'll ask for the equation. Right? It's like super annoying when like you guys have Google as well.
Well, I've looked at the equations where anywhere that there's lowercase a, they're referring to the downward acceleration that is little g.
Okay, did you think that that's a rebuttal? The point is that you can find the value of downward acceleration without any assumption of gravity. Do you not understand that?
Well, that
and
means
left
a
lane,
value.
left lane. Why didn't you jump in earlier when these guys said this equation that you don't post it so it doesn't exist? Why wouldn't you call them out on that?
Because
I
they
wasn't
enjoy
calling
it.
out. I just posted a chart showing variables that are considered in kinematics.
Okay, dude, this is what I'm saying. First of all, little g is just downward acceleration. It's the average 9.8 meters per second squared. Okay, it's not the cause, it's the effect of assumed gravity. And the guy was bringing up launch equations and how we use this idea of gravity, mass attracting mass to do things on the earth, and it works. And I said, yeah, you can use many different things that would work, including a simple kinematic equation where you can consistently get that same value, which is what we use for engineering, is little g, right? We just use the downward acceleration value and its weight, right? We can get that same value without anything to do with gravity. This is just objective.
The kinematic equation is useful to the surface, but you can't use it in for launch sequences because it has a variable acceleration.
Oh,
the downward acceleration.
What?
Yeah, the downward acceleration is variable when you do it over a range of altitudes. So it's not consistent as like little g.
Yeah. So how much does it change as we increase altitude, Kosha?
I know it's about 90% at about 200 miles.
Oh, so now see, I don't believe in anything 200 miles. So when it goes to, we can use it for everything on the Earth. Mass attracting mass is needed to do all this stuff on the Earth. In reality, it's not. We quickly found out that instead of everything, it's something that we can't verify of going 200 miles up.
Yes,
So can you just answer my
the
question? Do
launch
you?
equation. Launch equation. That's why he's saying this. Launch equation.
He's saying
Thank you.
hundreds of miles up, man. Like no one cares about that. That's not real
Launch
life.
Well, you're the one who brought it up. That's the only reason I said that.
No, he's the one that brought it up. If you
Yeah,
want to
right.
get the
But that's what I'm
rocket,
saying. But it's not. I'm not the one who brought it up though. Some like you said, it and I said,
yeah,
yeah,
I
that
know,
makes
but
sense because it's variable altitude.
no. But my point is that to get the rocket off the ground, right? And he's like, you have to use mass attracting mass. It's like it doesn't matter. Like you
No,
can
I
get
did
the rocket
not.
off the
No, I did
ground without.
not. No, I did not. I said I would use. I did not say you have.
Okay, well, we don't care.
What's it going back to what we were chatting earlier on with the energy and all that, the E equals MC squared and blah 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 blah. What's your understanding of what's physical? The reason why I ask is, like I said earlier on, I don't think that there's anything that's physical. I think everything is energy. What's your understanding of what's physical? If you think that anything's physical.
Well, it depends on how you define physical. Physical meaning like interaction within the physical world or material world, and then there's stuff that's physical. But I think that everything is the same thing. It's all the ether, and then energy is a byproduct of the ether. Everything is trying to get back to the pure potential state. So, like, yeah, technically everything is energy. Different vibrational resonance creates matter and stuff like this. And then it's all trying to get back to its state of rest. So everything is the same thing. Literally, it's everything that exists. Electricity, magnetism, light, matter. It's all just different modalities of the ether. Everything. So everything's technically in this world, it's vibrational. Like nothing's at rest. Everything's a vibration.
Yeah, I would agree there. So, in the sense of a vibration, so say now, my body is vibrating at its rate or whatever, and yeah, I don't even know how to explain it in that sense. So that's why I say I would love to get to a Discord where this sort of this sort of discussion can happen without mainstream's viewpoints getting getting interrupted or interjected into the whole thing, because I want to learn about this whole thing, because I'm getting to the point of my eyes are receiving a wavelength. For that light is a wavelength, different colors are different wavelengths, everything's got a wave to it, a vibration. My bracelet on my desk has got even if it's standing still, it's vibrating, but it's vibrating because it's a wave. So physical, I would say, in the way I'm trying to understand, is my wavelength of my hand. I can't go through this piece of wood on my bracelet because it's a different wavelength. My way, it can't. It's almost like a Snell's law sort of thing. It's pushing it in the opposite direction. Um, I don't know if I'm making sense, but yeah, that's why I say I would love to get to a Discord where this sort of discussion can happen, where you can hear alternative viewpoints in a sense without mainstream getting interjected, because I don't think mainstream agrees that everything is an energy or in a wave. It's a very material world that we live in at the moment, or understanding. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Like these are very complex issues. Like they're not really for this place in the sense that people are here just to try to shoot you down if you think outside the box, and the box has already been proven to be wrong, but they just want to scream from inside the box, right? So it's like I can understand, we can talk about this stuff, but it would end up me being like me talking a lot, and it will for sure people get all interruptive and mad, and so it's whatever. Yeah, I mean everything's intrinsically vibrational. So etheric vibrational displacement is what causes us to perceive anything in the material world. Light is nothing more than the ether being excited. And then we have a disturbance that we quantify with wavelength and frequency, just an oscillation. We have an illumination rate that people call the speed of light. It's a rate of induction back into the background. So everything is just intrinsically vibrational. There's no such thing as rest. It's all tied together with that unifying variable. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of different parts of each of that could be discussed. I'm not.
I have something to add.
Go ahead.
So y'all know how if you like sing or play a tone at a certain frequency, that glass will shatter?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah, it's a
it
resonance
turns out
frequency.
that everything has a vibrational frequency at which it'll shatter.
Correct. So yeah, I'm with you on that. So that's why I'm asking this sort of question, purely because of what I've started noticing, especially with meditations and things like that. The more I'm meditating, the more I'm learning about these sort of frequencies and let's call it supernatural if you want to call it that. The more the evidence is pointing, for me at least, I can't physically go and write a paper about it and show you guys and show a video and say, there we go, there's the proof. I can't do that. I literally cannot do that. It's for me that I'm asking these sort of questions, and I enjoy the discussions from the alternative viewpoint because it opens my mind, it opens up my world at least. And
Yeah, Beer Man,
yeah,
I'm gonna drop you some links. Austin did like Grounded and Photons, and he did a talk at Flaktoberfest, and it's gonna really touch on all the stuff you're curious about because you don't seem like you're a guy that's threatened by new ideas or new possibilities. And so just stand by. You'll get like 3 or 4 videos. If you have questions, I can shoot you some more stuff. I think you'll like it.
awesome. Thank you. Yeah, thanks,
Yeah, man,
buddy. I will appreciate that big time.
for sure.
I don't.
And go ahead.
No, you go.
Well, what I was gonna say real quick is what I find interesting is let's just pretend for a second that this true earth movement, this flat earth movement is the deception, right? Let's say that scientists are right about it all, the globe and all of it, all the math and all the stuff. Well, what I'm finding in being a year into true earth and believing that we are stationary is if this cult I'm in is a cult, the byproducts that I'm experiencing are quick connection, peace, freedom to explore ideas, just closeness and connection with people that I've never experienced in the quote unquote world. And when I look at the world, we're told what it all is, and we learned it in school, and everybody's so angry and defending the world, but the world's been giving a lot of people physical and mental illness, physically and mentally ill, real sick. And so I'm sitting here on this side of the fence saying, hold on just a second, I'm almost done. I'm on this side of the fence saying, I have never received as much peace and joy and almost like childlike exploration of my environment than I have as I've started to look at my environment around me. So anyway, just an observation is like the true earth side to me is quick, friends, fast, chill. Let's talk about it. Oh, you have a different idea? No problem. The globe versus flat debate is toxic. And it's like, well, why? Let's just talk about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. To me, I mean,
Oh, she's gone. Okay, yeah. So let me respond to that. Yeah, I would agree. You know, whether it's flat or whether it's a globe. Oh, yeah, you back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. So a cult needs one thing: a leader. There's no cult without a leader. You have to have strict authority to pull off a cult. So we don't have any sort of leader. Like we're hoping maybe we can make a leader out of some of these people, but we have no authorities, so it can't be a cult.
Yeah.
And we all,
So,
yeah. And we all don't really agree on everything exactly the same. Like, we all kind of have our own ideas, which even shows you more that's not a cult. If anything, you would say the globe side sounds like a cult.
Yeah, because they force you to believe all the same thing.
And then one more observation is used to when I was just a Christian, like trademark Christian, if someone was a Muslim or an atheist, I was instantly triggered and angry that they believed that, and I judged them harshly. I was like mad at them internally by default. Now that I've been on this journey for a year, You guys can tell me anything. And I'm like, hey, man, that's where you're at today. That's what you believe. Cool. I got nothing but love for you. What bothers me is when we, on a vibration level, are argumentative and not listening to each other and over talking each other. And it's drama. And it's all just drama. Like, I literally want to leave rooms when it gets that way because, well, what's the point if we're not really trying to, like, look at this thing? So, anyway. I don't know if that made sense, but I got nothing but love for everybody that's exploring.
Yeah, dude,
Well,
that's exactly. Sorry, I was going to say that's exactly basically what I wanted to say. So whether it's a sphere or flat, I'm going to say thanks to this topic ever being brought up because without this, I would have never questioned my own religion, which I was brought up a Christian, and I wouldn't think of myself as a mainstream Christian anymore. Thanks because of it. Um,
what are you
I've
now?
learned. To be honest, I actually don't even know what I am. I'm trying to figure that out for myself, and
Are you
that's
monotheist?
so no. This has got me to the Buddhism, Hinduism side. So I'm learning. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to figure out or trying to hear everyone's cultures: Hinduism, Buddhism, Muslim, Christian.
Oh,
I only understood Christian from a primary school, Sunday school sort of vibe, but it resonated, but it didn't resonate with me in the sense of like, wow, this is. I really, honestly, truly believe it. Like, for instance, if you show me something that's orange, that is actually orange, I would say, yes, that's orange. In the sense of Christianity, saying God is this and Jesus was that, I'm starting to understand it differently in the sense that Jesus, I'm starting to understand the Bible being more of a almost like a Godhead sort of book. Um, yeah, it's very difficult to explain in a Discord where you only get a couple of seconds or minute to explain yourself. But yeah, um, yeah,
well, I
I enjoy the discussion.
I've been on went on a huge spiritual journey. I looked into Buddhism, Hinduism. I'm not going to try to quicken your journey because it's very personal, but I will tell you that it took me forever to look at Islam because I didn't want the stigma. And I will tell you that when you do look at it, do not look at the hadith at first, at least. Like just read it by itself. Just read the Quran by itself. The hadith are basically their way of corrupting Islam.
Yeah, so at the moment, I take everything as it's handed to me. Is I accepted what's given to me. I've almost given myself up to, which is probably known as a God self. I don't think my, when I say myself is I'm very defensive over a few things still, which I'm working on. And however, I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for I I don't say my decisions have always been great. However, there's always been something telling me to do something. It's that gut feel sort of thing. I would have been on the streets otherwise. I think if I had to make all the decisions myself. So I think that part of me, whatever that is, yeah, it's so difficult to explain with a couple of seconds. Um, but yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's
I'm on my own journey.
Yeah, I get you. That's important though. That's like the journey that they try to hide from you. They're like, "Oh, no, there's no such thing as God. You don't have to worry about that. Religion's not important. That's only for the religious people." But it's like religion is literally to me, it's your relationship with the truth. And if you're not seeking your religion, there's something wrong.
Yeah, there's people even saying now that the priests of whatever church they don't even fucking believe what they believe. They're just saying it because that's what they're supposed to believe for that religion. And I think everyone's understanding of what, or not everyone, let me speak for myself here. My understanding of God is most likely different to your guys' understanding of God. And for me at least, I think that everyone has their own aspect of where we come from, who we are, why we are, um, and I don't think there's an English word to explain why we are and who we are and where we are.
You know, I've actually found out a surprising number of those questions recently, but it wasn't until I put many years of scholarly effort into it, you know.
No,
That's
I
so cool.
appreciate that.
It's so cool, Pumpkin. I heard you talking about it just the other day, your journey towards Islam. And as I was saying before, in my heart, I feel so grateful that you've been on a journey and a mission, and I feel like you're my sister in truth seeking. And I never would have felt that before, coming from like a Christian trademark background. And my progression has moved way away from the mainstream church. Like a lot of that stuff to me is kind of like philosophy and man's interpretation of what they're seeing in the Bible, and it's twisted and it's corrupt, and they tell you all kinds of stuff. So my personal journey has moved away from Christianity and moved towards Yah, the Most High, the Creator, and His Son, the Messiah, and almost like predating, like basically before any religion was even here, you had the behaviors and the instructions of God. So I am going more towards Torah observance, and it's different than what yours looks like. But what's awesome is neither of us are done. Neither of us are done, and we're all a work in progress, and we should have the freedom to look and not get like ostracized or talked bad about for where the other person is.
Well, if you ask Jews who's more similar to them, they would Christians or Muslims, they would say Muslims.
Oh, absolutely.
So it actually is a very similar, because it's strict monotheism.
Mm-hmm.
Pumpkin, correct me if I'm wrong here as well. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of the stories in the Bible are very similar to the stories in the Quran, in the sense of, let's say, I'm going to make up something now, just as an analogy. But for instance, Jesus would say he took the sheep up to the mountain to go and give two sheep to a friend or whatever. However, in the Quran, it'll be more detailed in the sense of he took 16 sheep up, he handed 2 to John, and he gave 3 to Peter, and then he left off the mountain with the rest of his sheep. In the sense of they're way more detailed in that sense, where you get a totally different context of the actual written story. Or correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, technically, it's very much less specific, but it gives the story from several different perspectives. It only lists the names it absolutely has to. In fact, it only even names one female in the entire book, who's Mary. So it's like you don't get a whole bunch of random people's names, which is one of the worst parts about the Bible. You're like, man, I do not care about these names. So yeah. I think one of the best comparisons you can do is the story of Joseph, because they're near identical in both books. I think what most people don't realize is that the Quran is just like a continuation of what we had sent before. Like, because of the crazy way the Middle Easterners have been acting, like no one wants to give it a shot. But honestly, it's the same stuff, same scripture, same God, same everything. It's canon.
Yeah, we got quite a lot of Muslims here. I'm in South Africa, by the way.
Oh,
So
God.
yeah, we got a very diverse culture actually here in South Africa, and I wasn't open to it before. I was full on just Christian, and that's the way I was. I was very closed-minded. You had to do this, you had to go study that. So my parents put me in college, and I studied various courses, and I had to go make a living for myself. And only recently, when this topic was brought up, is where my whole life changed. And I would say I'm financially comfortable, but I could have been in a way better financial state. However, I'm in a much happier state of mind, um, due to this whole globe Earth, flat Earth discussion, where I thought it was only about the shape of the Earth, where it opened up my mind to a hell of a lot of new things, especially my being as such. And
Hey guys, quick question. Can someone voice verify Daily T, please? He's up in the voice chatting.
Can you do voice right here?
By the way, Run Boston, I meant to say, I appreciate what you said, and if you consider me a sister, then I know that you're my brother. So,
Wow.
just awesome. Keep on your journey, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Duncan, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
we're just. I just am I'm I'm believing that we're a human family, like all races and all people and all age groups. Like my ability to love has increased a lot because like when you drop the judgment and you drop the fear and love increases and hope increases and the fruits of the spirit, like it's awesome. But I think a gentleman, what did he, it kind of broke up. Did he ask to define divinity?
Oh boy.
Not me.
Is that what the question was?
I think he was talking about somebody in the voice verification thing. I don't think he was asking a question.
Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, it's a cool journey. I mean, I think that we're entering into a new age, a different age than what we were in because of how much information is flowing around and like lots of people are seeming to wake up and we can all tell something's on the horizon, pun intended. Where it's not that we need to prepare for it, but it's almost like we need to be prepared for anything because we don't know how insane it could be tomorrow. So what I'm clinging to is family is value, friendship is valuable, love, connection, regardless of what we think. That's kind of what I'm being drawn to more than even being right about the earth. So anyway, yeah, man, be as healthy as you can, get physical activity, watch what you eat. You know, learning about terrain theory is blowing my mind. I know we can't talk about that a lot, but there's so many things out there just about our bodies and what they can do and what health is and what peace and joy are. So if you're moving towards the light, if you're moving towards peace and contentment and joy, then you're doing the right thing. If you're not, question everything.
Right. And you're making me think of something and now I've lost it.
Well, if it comes back, holler. I don't want to filibuster, but I am passionate about all this stuff. I love listening, but I don't want to overtalk.
Oh yeah, you know, in the Quran it talks on and on and on and on about charity. And it also says that your family are like basically your closest form of charity. Like how you treat them matters more than how you treat anybody else.
I love that. I haven't read that, but you know what? Anything that's true, it's true. I mean, wherever you find it, you know, you plant corn in rows or you do things a certain way, and it's like, well, this is true. This is good. I'm all about it, wherever it comes from.
Right. And God saw that it was good.
Right.
Yeah, so for instance, with the whole Jesus story, I'm starting, the more I read or more I understand or hear from the Bible and hear the stories, I would say, for instance, he's hit a higher state of mind. If he's speaking to God or if he is God, I don't know.
Yeah.
However, if you look at Buddhism, you know, you're meeting your higher self, and that higher self he might have heard himself say to himself, or his higher self say to himself these sort of things, and he spread those stories, or that advice, and that's the way I'm starting to understand the scriptures, um, and yeah, like I say, I feel like a newborn, and I'm trying to learn everything. But from an alternative point of view, not what I've been told. So I want to hear everyone's side of the story, sort of thing, or not everyone, but you know, I want to hear more people's side of the story, and that's why I asked for a Discord where everyone's not, well, not everyone. The other guys are all opposing to the whole thing. It's not about being opposed. I just want to hear you guys discuss your guys' thoughts, almost like a philosophy. I didn't even know what philosophy was until recently, and I'm like, wow, philosophy is actually awesome. You're allowed to think your mind. You're allowed to think out the box. You're allowed to imagine things, because I think without imagination, um, yeah, where you going to go without imagination? Um, if you can't imagine it, it means it's not there. So if you can imagine it, it means it is there. In my sense, at least, I would say, if you can imagine something, it is there, whatever it is.
Yeah, that makes
Otherwise, it
sense.
wouldn't be.
Beerman, have you watched Heliosorcery yet on YouTube?
No, I haven't.
It kind of talks about the origins of the heliocentric model, and a lot of the heliocentric model is philosophy or whatever by nature, because man was uncomfortable being the center or being the main point, or there being a God that created this place. So in their minds, they created a world that was all, physical material. So like I believe if you go up or out or down, you eventually leave the material and enter the spiritual world that you can't see. And I also believe that there's more of a spiritual war going on all around us at all times, against like powers and principalities and rulers that are unseen also. But in the heliocentric model, or like if you're an atheist that believes that everything is just material, I mean, they're free to think that, but I don't think that's reality. I think there is a war going on. I mean, kind of got off track, but I'll post the Heliosorcery too. It's pretty good.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. I love this sort of discussion. It's just very difficult nowadays to actually have these sort of discussions, especially even in real life. I think, as weird as it may sound, it may be easier on the internet because I think you hit a lot more people that you might resonate with. But yeah, I love the alternative view. I think it's really healthy to have an alternative view, for me at least. Again, I find it very healthy. It keeps me quite sane in my
Yeah,
own
for
mind.
sure. I mean, I'm a stay-at-home dad with 3 small kids, 7, 5, and 3. And during the pandemic, like I was totally asleep, and I was just staying home. My wife was like, "Don't go anywhere," and all that. And so I did not very much adulting. And being able to be on Discord and hear all these ideas and thoughts and connect with people from all over the place, it's been very enjoyable. And one last little thing is, what a lot of people don't realize is we're not very far removed from like a baby or a toddler. You see a toddler like throw a fit because his emotions or his way didn't go the right way. Yeah, we may be, 20, 30, 40, 50 years old in here. But that doesn't mean that we have it all together perfectly because we're infallible and we're broken. We're in a fallen world. And it's helped me to realize, like, you know what? Try not to get triggered. Like, try not to throw a huge fit just because somebody is thinking differently than you. Now, what's difficult is when someone is like aggressively calling me names or stupid or just over talking me and not taking turns. That's like, come on, man. Let's just talk. Like, don't beat me up, verbally abuse me or whatever. So I don't know. A lot of people don't want to think of themselves as children, or you know what I mean? But sometimes I do, and it gives me freedom.
No, I agree 100%, and it's really awesome.
So
Like I
you're
say, I love the discussion.
you're a house husband?
Yeah, I for 7 years, my wife, she's actually a physician. She's family medicine and sports medicine, and she was in the military too. So the military programmed her, and the medical industry programmed her as well. And I found out about flat Earth 14 months ago, and she was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean?" And like it blew her mind that I was questioning the authorities that definitely said, what we live on. And I told her, look, I'm not trying to be crazy. I'm not trying to be a fool. I'm not trying to be countercultural, but I have to look at some of these evidences that I'm seeing or some of these things being said, because my whole heart, and this is just me being honest, if there is an infinitely powerful creator God that made our bodies in this place and the way it works and everything, if he made it, and that creation is an artistic expression of his power or whatever, then I want to know what that is so that I can honor and glorify and be excited about what really is outside than what man made up, with philosophy. If it is a deception, if the heliocentric and the ball earth is a trick, because the Bible says there'll be many deceptions. Anyway, so I told my wife, like, don't freak out. Let me just look. And I mean, she's a flat earther now too, because she's like,
Oh no.
yeah, she's like, wow. So you're telling me when I'm on the back porch and I'm having coffee with you one morning, the next morning when we come out, we're in the same spot. We're stable. It's not chaotic. I said, yep, we're right in the same spot. Always have been, always will be. because there's a foundation and we're not spinning and we're not moving. And she's like, that kind of brings me peace. And I'm like, yeah, the luminaries are moving above us. And I got a P1000 and I started tracking the stars and looking at them. And anyway, it's a neat journey. And so far, I haven't gone back to the globe. Now, if the globe is true, okay, so a year or 2 years or 5 years, I was a flat earther. So what? Like, am I an idiot? Was I an idiot for doing that? Well, I don't know. It brought me a lot of joy and peace and contentment. Maybe I thought something wrong about where we lived. But if it's truly a ball, okay, that's fine. I'll just go back. But people look at me like I'm
Yeah.
an idiot for considering that it's maybe something different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you bring us to not believing the truth if it's a ball. And there's every consequence if you refuse to believe the truth and it's flat.
I guess
Not
if I
every
was to
consequence. I don't think you're going to hell or anything if you don't believe it's
right.
flat. But, there's a lot of stuff that you get led in on when you find out it's flat.
To play devil's advocate, the consequence truly though is this: if I was a glober, or if I was on that side for a second, to denounce everything man has discovered and to talk against what all the masses have been told and taught, they can say that's quite dangerous. And they say, well, all the technology we have is because of discovery and science and whatever. But I mean,
because here's the thing, they got all of their knowledge practically about chemistry from the Islamic Empire. And you know that they did not believe in a globe.
right.
Well, yeah, this information's handed down over time for sure. So even the Islamic people probably got it from someone as well,
Well, they gathered all the books from all the corners of the earth that they could find, and they translated them all. And then when they got done translating them all, they sent back copies in the languages of the peoples they gathered them from, because they were such ancient texts, they had to be translated into modern languages. And that's what caused the Renaissance.
Yeah, so it's like they got the information from someone else. Yeah, it's incredible. It's always been here, The
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
information's here. The truth, the sun, and the moon, the three things you can't hide for too long, right?
Right.
You know what?
Excuse my
Go ahead.
hold up. Excuse my French here, but my whole big mind fuck is the discussion that Jeremy had the other day with the one conscious and the Godhead, and yeah, like I say, excuse my French when I say mind fuck, but it is that in the sense of what that whole one conscious thing. Um, am I part of your conscious, or are you part of my conscious? Have I conjured you up? Have you conjured me up? And are we in someone else's whole perception, or someone else's thought? And yeah, that's when my mind blew, and I was like, holy crap, it could be that. And that started when I started lucid dreaming, or learned about lucid dreaming and started doing it for myself, when I realized, holy crap, you can create a whole new world. And my wife and I actually watched the movie Inception last night, and I was like, this is basically like a lucid dream. And I was like, oh my god, as much as my mind is already blown, it just gets blown even more. That they talk about it, but is it me manifesting that thought? I don't know. And that's why I've got so open-minded. And I would think, once again, I would thank the whole topic of flat earth for that. Not that I'm a flat earther. I could be, but not yet. I don't say that it is what it is. I'm still learning about it.
Oh
yeah, I was thinking about that as well. And what I would say to that is the only thing I could think is the first lie ever told was that if you take from the tree of knowledge and good and evil, you will be like God yourself. So that's the first lie that was ever told, and now it seems like it's still being propagated in the sense that, oh, you could conjure up in your dreams whatever you want. You're like a god yourself, So that's the only thing that worries me about that idea.
Well,
no, I would say it might not be the first lie ever told. It might be the first lie ever told to humanity. In the Quran, whenever humankind was created, the angels lamented, and they were like, did you create these men to cause corruption and bloodshed on the earth? And God says, I know what you do not know. And then Satan sinned before mankind was even created. And caused him, I mean, before he even came to life, and caused himself to be cast down. So I doubt he's the first liar ever. I think there must have been corruption and bloodshed on the earth before us.
Well, I was saying when it comes to mankind and the ideas we think of. Exactly. I agree with you. I read the book of Enoch and Jubilees. I encourage anyone that's like looking into the Bible to read those. I think that the patriarch of the 12 apostles, 1st and 2nd Baruch, some of the apocrypha that has been pulled out, like Maccabees, all of that's very relevant to get a full spectrum of what the Bible is too. So yeah, I agree. Definitely there was the angels were the first to cause issues to be here, for Hasatan to be in the garden to do what he did. But yeah, I was just talking like the first thing that was ever told to man that put us into this fallen state is that you will be like God when you take it from this tree. So when I hear things like, oh, maybe we're just in a dream and we're all God in his consciousness, or like we're just and we can do it, to me it just sounds like the same lie being told over again.
I do think we're supposed to learn something from our dreams, because there's something to it that whenever you can imagine it in your dream, then it can happen. But if you can't, then it won't. And I think that there's something true in that in real life too. Not that nothing you can't imagine will ever happen to you, but as far as making things like making your life go in the direction that you want, like I think that God is fully capable of giving you whatever life is most suited to your mind, and your mind changes according to what you do with it.
Oh,
So
exactly. As if you align your will with his, for sure, 100%. But I just think that, like, I can't relate to the dream thing because I don't have like dreams like that. So I don't understand when the lucid dream or vivid dreams. I don't have that. I just go to sleep at night and I wake up in the morning. And if I ever have a dream, it's like the typical, I'm constantly running from something. I have no idea what it is. So
you know why? I found this out from the Bible actually. You dream more when you run around more and during the day. If you like,
I do air conditioning for a living, so I'm running around all day up in attics.
I don't know.
I'm a super active dude.
I don't know. Then
I
that's
go
all I had.
surfing, skimboarding, fishing. Yeah, I'm like super active.
Do you smoke? Do you smoke weed? Because if you smoke weed, that's why you don't dream then. Because you smoke weed, it takes away your dreams.
Well,
Yeah.
I've tried the not like taking tolerance breaks or whatever, and I don't smoke weed all the time, so I don't know. I mean, but there is a very good case for that though, for sure.
Yeah, try some guided meditations and do some guided lucid dream meditations. It'll hold up. No, it'll help a lot. That's how I got into lucid dreaming. And once you experience a lucid dream, trust me, dude, your mind fucking explodes in the sense that you cannot. You, if I had to tell you, imagine a color that you can't even that you've never seen. You can't even think of it until you've seen it. So when you experience a lucid dream, dude, wow, your mind will open up to a lot of new things, and
I
that's
hear
how
you.
I got into this journey.
Yeah,
It's fucking awesome.
the meditation thing and everything. I don't really like to focus on self or think of self pleasure. Really, I like to, So I guess that's what the big thing is. Like, I don't like. Yeah, cool. That would be mind blowing, but I'm not here just to like pleasure myself. I'm here to pleasure the creator.
Can I ask you how much you smoke? Like, what is the frequency of marijuana use?
I'm able to get like 2.5 ounces a month, and I probably get like one ounce a month. So whatever that is, a gram a day.
A joint a day, a joint every other day, like a rip. Like what's your consumption look like over the week?
I probably smoke like a joint a day.
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna have dreams. You can't smoke every day and then want to have vivid dreams and shit.
No, I've taken the breaks though. I've taken tolerance breaks, and I've stopped smoke. I've had to stop smoking all the time, and I don't know. I hear all the dream
Hold
talk.
on, man. You guys are speculating like fucking crazy. Sorry to interrupt. Can y'all find any empirical evidence of smoking weed make you not dream? I'd love to see that study.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't think that's
There's
true.
plenty of studies because when you smoke weed, just like alcohol, when you go to sleep,
there's certain waves that your brain goes through. You know, you probably D wave, I think they call it.
All right, man. Well,
Alpha
I used
state.
to smoke a fuckload of weed, right? Fuckloads of weed, and I remember I was dreaming. Can you please post the study? Because I don't believe you.
Yeah, sure. So what happens is that when you go to sleep, you're actually not receiving 100% restorative sleep, because when you're on weed, your body skips a whole stage. This is already irrefutable. This has been shown through
All
sleep
right, one
studies that.
study though. If it's, come
Well,
on,
hold on.
if
Let me
if
just.
it's irrefutable, you got evidence. Stop
Can I
talking about
finish
it. Show
talking,
us.
dude?
No.
Can I finish talking?
Nope.
So it's not only with weed, bro. It's with certain
Hold
medications
on,
like
Hold
NyQuil.
on,
Hey,
hold on, Tora.
Let me just finish.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm just gonna mod.
Right.
Sensei,
Right.
you gotta let him finish, bro. You can't just tell him not to speak, bro. You gotta stop that.
So I'm at work and I'm shoveling right now. But as soon as I can, I promise you, I will look up the studies, the peer-reviewed journal, scientific literature, and I will post them for you, brother. But just hear me out. So it's not just weed. It's NyQuil. It's Tylenol PM. It's alcohol. When you go to sleep on any of these substances, even though you feel like you slept, the brain, they've studied the brain. The brain skips certain REM cycles, certain stages that you need to have dreams. And both alcohol, weed, Tylenol PM, and NyQuil are all in common that they skip that essential cycle. And listen, I'm a proponent of marijuana, but you have to look at this logically and unbiased. And we all, you know what I mean? Like, we all want to defend marijuana to the death, but sometimes you have to just accept the data. You can't deny it.
Yeah, I would just like to say something. Like, I am currently smoking a joint, but I'm telling you, I'm not gonna give you a study because fuck that. I'm gonna tell you my anecdotal.
Wow.
That
Are you cutting out?
Hey, hold up! I'm not done yet. I did not pause once.
Yeah, you kind of cut off. You kind of cut off though.
Okay.
Cut out, man.
I smoke weed every day. Whenever I take my tolerance breaks, i.e., I take a week off or whatever, I have the craziest dream on that week off, and then when I resume smoking again, it goes away like that. Like it's a fucking scientific shit. Like, there is an independent variable, and my dreams are directly correlated to that. Man, might be different for your experience or whatever, but I'm telling you, if I stop smoking weed tomorrow, I will have crazy dreams the night after. And if the next day I smoke weed again, the dreams will go away like fucking clockwork.
All right, couple things.
You even have this from? Where do you want the
I'd love to respond.
Where do you want it from? Because but you want citations. What do you want from CBC.ca?
No. I'm
Do you
gonna
want
let you guys
one
hit
from?
on a couple things.
Do you want it from High Times itself?
Dayquil,
Holy
Advil,
shit!
Tylenol, all act like alcohol in the body. It fucks your liver and digestive up. Okay.
That has nothing to do with why.
Not do that. It'll be that I finish. It'll be that I finish talking. So that's first. Second, just because you start remembering your dreams when you stop loading your brain up with chemicals doesn't mean the dreams go away. Your ability to remember the dreams is affected by stuff we have no fucking clue about. Please provide a study if I'm wrong.
All right. Do you want one? Do you want one from High Times? Do you want one from the Herb Lab? Do you want one CBC.ca? Where do you want it from? Vice?
Something that says when I was dreaming, even though I was smoking a lot of weed, it wasn't actually happening. That's what I want to see.
Oh, I don't know what I was gonna say that, but I'm telling you that
my empirical experience it trumps your studies. But I want to see him anyway. I want to see him. Let's see him. I'm so interested.
All right, I'm gonna give you a study from High Times that tells you this shit.
I think I know where Sensei is coming from.
High Times is biased as fuck about shit. What?
All right, so that's Hard Time. Here's CBC.ca.
No, I think I know where he's coming from. In the sense of, for instance, they say we dream every night. I can't say yes or no, but just because we don't remember it doesn't mean that we didn't dream. So I think where Sensei is coming from, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Sensei Glatt, or how do I ever say that? It's just because we don't remember it doesn't mean we don't dream. So he's looking for the study that says, because you show me that I didn't dream, just because I didn't remember it.
Here's psychological that.
Yeah, because I think that possibly the REM cycle is like your brain downloading your dream, not necessarily the dream itself. Because dreams can take crazy different amounts of time to happen. Like, you can live a whole lifetime in 20 minutes, You know, like the dreams are crazy different time qualities than real life. So I think that REM cycle only downloads your dream.
Can I get in on this? So, Cincy, I agree with you, man. Even if you have a study or you produce a study, I mean, are you going to tell someone, "Oh, you dreamed," or "Oh, no, you didn't dream"? I mean, what's the deal? And everyone's had that moment, you know, when you wake up the next morning and you're like, "I know I was dreaming," and then maybe a day later or later in that day, you remember you were dreaming and you remember what the dream was about. Uh, yeah, this is just ridiculous studies, man. I mean, I don't even see how they could come to a conclusion. Cincy, you're right, man. I agree with you.
Yeah,
North,
I was gonna say.
North, did you hear my experience, North? My empirical, anecdotal experience, not a study, just my life that I live. Or were you not
Hey,
here for
man,
that?
I've been living life. I've been living life, and I'm gonna
But
tell
my
you from experience, man. I dream every night. So,
question
uh,
was,
yeah,
you hear
I
what?
don't care what study you produce. It's not going to negate my experience. So I
You're
agree with
asking.
Cincy on this one, and again, Cincy, you're right, man. Everyone else is just being presumptuous, in my opinion.
That's your opinion. Okay. It does happen on some people, and I say everybody's the same. But there is studies that they have done that people tend to stop streaming because it affects the REM sleep. That's about it, bro. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah,
So yeah, I would.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
dude. If I don't smoke weed tomorrow, I will have the craziest dream.
Yeah,
There's no
Right.
probability. There's no study. This is my direct experience. This will fucking happen to me.
It
If
happened
I
to me too. I will say. I
if I
mean,
I
smoke
agree. It's same thing
tomorrow,
with me. I've been smoking since I was 17 years old, right? And when I do take a break, that week or two that you take a break, the tolerance break, what happens is your body has to catch up and make up for all those months that you went smoking. Your body actually, and this happens with alcoholics too. When alcoholics try to sober up, that time that they spent drinking alcohol every single day, their bodies weren't able to have that restorative sleep in the REM state. So when they quit alcohol, all of a sudden they get crazy vivid dreams where even some alcoholics experience eye-open visuals because they went so long under the influence of alcohol that their body were never able to actually catch up on those dream states. So your body actually kicks into overdrive and tries to make up. And this has already been established. I'm not making this up. I'm not being presumptuous. And I have my own, anecdotal experiences when I quit smoking weed where I don't dream at all, or if I do dream, it's very little. Those 2 weeks where I stopped smoking, I had these crazy visions every single night, like every single day in a row.
Well, if you change anything, even if it's your thoughts or it's what you're putting in your body, like a raisin, an apple, no matter what it is, if you start changing things, of course, you're going to have different thoughts, and those different thoughts could, add to your dreams. So it's not just what you put in your body; it's your thoughts also, and what kind of spirit you have. So there's all kind of aspects to this. There's no definitive proof, I would say, that you guys have. People are living to what, 99 years old with not enough sleep, and they're smoking weed every day, right? So what's the deal there? How are they still living if they don't have restorative sleep and a regenerative sleep? How are these guys walking around at 90 years old smoking pot? How is that going on?
I
Can you
agree
share
with you,
that?
brother. That it's at best it's circumstantial evidence, anecdotal evidence. I can't prove it 100%, but I am a proponent of marijuana. But a lot of marijuana enthusiasts are very zealot regarding weed use, and they want to really, even when the studies show negative effects of marijuana, they want to ignore that. They don't want to observe that for whatever reason. I'm honestly trying to stick to the truth, and the truth is that marijuana is not all positive. There's certain negative aspects to weed use and marijuana use, and they don't want to look at that. They don't want to look at those studies. They want to ignore those studies.
Do you know if they did studies where people were on?
I just want to
Okay.
say something real quick. But part of the problem is there's a lot of subjective biases when it comes to studies, and if you have enough money, you can pay scientists to perceive things any which way. We already know this. Like this was done with sugar back in what was it, the 50s. I mean, we have a lot of like high profile players in this reality such as DuPont, for example, who demonized marijuana early on. And now we're dealing with the medical industry. You got big pharma that's highly against a lot of this stuff because it's going to take money away from them. So we have to be careful at what studies and what information we're willing to accept. Go ahead. Sorry.
You know,
dude.
my friend actually is a minestrone scientist. She like does studies on people who've eaten minestrone, and she's describing exactly that. You know, just the higher up scientists tell them what to do, and even though she's in charge of the lab, she has no say over anything. Even if they think that the experiment is stupid, they're like, okay, well, they must know better because they're the big scientists. I'll just do whatever they say.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the old pharmacists or whatever are against it, but I mean, once you see like these states that legalized it and Canada and stuff, dude, it's gonna be the next wave of fucking big money for sure, 100%, dude. They have when I was in Canada, dude, they had a fucking dispensary, more dispensaries than fucking Starbucks is. It was fucking ridiculous.
Hey, just real fast because everyone was asking a second ago, and they're all lying in the chat. So here's
Nobody's lying.
Here's the equation. So just to give the context of what happened.
Are they still talking about that shit? Sorry.
Okay, so I'm sure that I'm not gonna be able to actually explain this, but the point is that basically Sean was saying that you can use mass attracting mass to solve for things on the Earth, like launching things or different engineering and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, you can use the mass attracting mass idea and the equation of gravity to solve for little g, but you can also use many different equations for that. Right. And you don't have to assume mass attracting mass. In fact, you can use a simple kinematic equation to get downward acceleration, and you can actually test it.
Constant downward acceleration.
And then Ed said, nuh-uh, show the equation, cite it, you're just making it up. So
that's not all I said. You're ignoring the rebuttals again.
Then I just got through watching my daughter. I came in here, I dropped the equation, and it very clearly shows you can solve for A, downward acceleration, without mass attracting mass or even accounting for mass at all whatsoever. Then what they say in the chat is that downward acceleration is gravity, when in fact it's the effect, it's the assumed effect of gravity. Like gravity causes things to accelerate downward. The effect is not gravity, right? That's not the cause. They say that gravity causes it. So then I say, well, what causes downward acceleration? They say gravity. Oh, so gravity causes gravity, right? So the whole point is that you can solve for the effect of downward acceleration without assuming anything to do with gravity being mass attracting mass, and it works every time. And this is all just effect.
What do you mean gravity causes gravity?
Well, that's how stupid what they were saying was. They were saying that little g is gravity because their rebuttal to this kinematic equation is that it uses constant acceleration downward, and that's what it's solving for. And they said that means it's using gravity, which of course, no, it's just solving for downward acceleration. They said that downward acceleration is gravity. And I'm like, well, what causes downward acceleration? They said gravity.
Well,
so gravity causes gravity.
Well, that's, I mean, I know what you're saying there, but that's kind of a semantic argument as well.
No, their argument's dumb. Their argument's dumb and wrong.
No, that's semantic because the acceleration is what they observe. It's not that causes. Okay, I can't respond. Never mind.
Causes gravity. That's circular.
Never mind. You seem to want to talk more than I want to respond. So go ahead.
You're not responding with anything. You're just trying to.
You don't even know what I didn't say anything. You see how this gets so out of control?
Yeah,
have a really nice conversation. This fucking idiot jumps in and just jumps.
Hey, no ad homs. Hey, Noah, let's let Zanuck finish. I know it's hard to hear, but we got to let people finish.
Right.
Right. Yeah, and then a backhanded compliment at the last too. Hard to hear.
Well, it is.
I didn't say anything.
Okay, come on, go ahead.
We have an acceleration that we experience, we can witness, we can measure. It's repeatable, understandable, quantifiable.
I don't deny that though.
Okay, I know, but it does. You make it sound like it's just circular logic and reasoning that gravity causes gravity.
No, did you not listen? Okay,
I
listen.
heard you.
Listen carefully, Zanik. The context was that Sean was saying we can use mass attracting mass and it works everywhere we use it. I said it doesn't work everywhere we use it. It doesn't work on the cosmological or quantum scale. And he says, well, it works for what I use it for on the Earth. I'm like, well, the quantum scale is on the Earth, but anyway, okay, you're saying the local scale. Okay, but the point is that you don't have to use mass attracting mass to solve for downward acceleration to use it in engineering and stuff. In fact, you could use a simple kinematic equation. In fact, I had to enlighten them that mass attracting mass is a misnomer, right? And that's not even the current model. And even Newton himself didn't think that gravity was an inherent property of matter. It's a simplified, dumbed down phrase they teach to children to understand gravity, okay? And that you can solve for downward acceleration without mass attracting mass. They said that wasn't true. I said, I can give you a simple equation that shows it is true and you can test it. They said that I didn't have the equation, I made it up. So then I dropped the equation. It doesn't have anything to do with mass. So Zanik, do you agree that you can solve for downward acceleration without mass attracting mass?
Of course, it's a cause of an effect. We're talking about it almost analogous and actually synonymous with the fact that that a theory does not equal a law. The theory of gravity doesn't need to be spoken about. You understand, we all understand that this mass attracting mass gives you a kinematic equation, which is this downward acceleration. You don't need to have a basis or a source for that. Don't need to look at the theory. All you need to do is look at the numbers. If everything, regardless of size and mass, has a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, roughly, then all your equations will work. All your engineering is going to work. And that's, by the way, whoever said that was correct. They don't need to get into bending orbiting space-time or any other cause, mass attracting, to do their work and to get very accurate numbers. It's not just local scale. It's this normal scale, not quantum, not galactic, somewhere in between. Works perfectly. So
no, it doesn't work perfectly. You can't even explain Mercury, but that's a non sequitur.
No, I just got done saying it doesn't work quantum, doesn't work in galactic.
It doesn't even work on the solar system scale.
Even above, out of the Earth, yes, everything in the Earth, it works fine.
Okay, so it just
we do
works
some amazing, we do things amazing at this level, at the Earth level, not galactic, not solar system, not quantum. That works perfectly. And then we have modifications of it at those levels that we seem to work. The things galactically are a stretch, and you've pointed out many times about throwing things in like dark matter just to make things work, or the quantum level to understand why we see things that seem to be paradoxes. I get that, but we also, why do electrons not have this duality?
Come on,
protons have it, that kind of thing.
dude.
Yeah. Real quick, Zanik, you gotta be a little bit more concise, dude.
I thought that was pretty concise.
There's a lot of
Go
people,
ahead.
a lot of people that want to get in. We can't carry on like that.
I got it.
Like, seriously, you thought that was concise?
I thought it was pretty concise, yeah.
Really?
Zanik, you need to correct the other ballers in here that are lying. Okay, so Zanik, do you agree that downward acceleration is just the effect that we observe?
Yes.
Okay, and that we have an average of how fast things fall down.
Yes.
Okay, and we attribute 9.8 meters per second to that. And there are many different ways that we can solve for that effect.
What do you mean by ways to solve for that effect?
Like I can get a downward acceleration without ever accounting for mass at all.
How do you those two sentences and first question and the second statement don't make a lot of sense to me. So what do you mean you can solve for acceleration without considering mass?
There you go. There's a kinematic equation. It's h equals 1/2 at squared plus bt.
I knew the equation before you even mentioned it. What do you mean?
This has nothing to do with mass.
No, you said you're going to get that. Oh my God. No, Noah. Who's that? Noah?
Oh, not oh my God.
Jesus. Why do you do this?
Yeah, let
makes
Noah
a
go.
shit show in here.
Shut the fuck up for once, dude. It's not the Zanuck show. Don't you know that the fucking acceleration was known before they had this whole theory and stuff? That the actual measurement of the acceleration pre-existed? The actual theory of
Galileo measured it, yes.
Okay, so like this is the point, right? I said, dude, we can do all this engineering, we can do everything we use downward acceleration for without mass attracting mass.
I agree.
Okay, well, they said that I was wrong. So then they're wrong, right?
No, yeah, Newton was right in his writings. They're wrong if they're saying that. I don't know. I don't believe that they're actually saying that.
They're still saying it in the chat, Zanuck. That's what the whole thing was. They said that you needed mass attracting mass. I said, no, you don't. That doesn't prove your idea of mass attracting mass because you can make the math work, because I can use all kinds of different math to get downward acceleration. You don't have to account for mass at all. Okay? We can use just a simple kinematic equation.
Right, but you're talking about two different things. We know when we drop things, everything goes in that direction.
That was my point.
So that attraction is this acceleration you're talking about. Now, what causes it? It's a theory. The law is what you're talking about, and I'm talking about. We're both saying the exact same thing. I mean, I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, so that's what all the ballers were wrong. What they're doing is gaslighting me, and what their rebuttal was, it uses downward acceleration, which means it uses gravity. Ha ha ha. It doesn't use mass attracting mass at all. It doesn't
So why
even
is it?
discount.
Well, then you have to figure out if you need to. Probably don't. Well, actually, no. You actually have. Well, you don't. You don't have to give an actual theory. It has a direction. So this direction is the only wrinkle in your argument. Now, it's a small wrinkle. I still agree with you more than anyone else that says you need mass attracting mass as a reason, because you don't need the reason for these kinematic equations or physics. All you need is this
That's my
direction.
point, dude. That's my point. When
Well,
you're doing
why don't you just agree with him and say, look, we don't care what causes it. We know there's a direction. It's a vector, and we don't know what causes it. And
No, look, there's nothing to agree with.
Important.
There's nothing to agree with. They're retarded. So what they're saying right now, just shut up, dude. Read the chat. It says inside out Earth right here. The downward acceleration is mass attracting mass. So by basically reifying it and begging the question, somehow that's a rebuttal to the fact that we don't have to account for mass to get the number to do engineering. That's not a rebuttal. That's stupid. So they're shifting the goalpost from the effect to the cause.
Okay, I think mass attracting. Well, the mass attracting mass is a way to give it directionality. We don't know why it's going down, but it's going down. This down isn't just an attraction. When I drop an object and it has an acceleration, there's a force there. Now this is Newtonian, and we know there's forces because everything that accelerates has to have a force behind it. So we're saying that if this effect, this apparent force, this apparent acceleration, is
you got it wrong, dude.
Is mass attracting?
Things,
they're just saying that's just, God damn it. They're saying that's.
Speaking.
Would you stop doing that?
Well, you're double speaking.
I'm not double speaking. I'm just saying that this thing we witness as an acceleration is caused by a force, and that force they're calling gravity. It's loose. It's loose terming.
But that's where you're double speaking.
It's not double speaking.
Forces are not things. There's no such thing as a force being a thing.
You know how silly that sounds?
It's an action done.
But before we even get into that, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think this needs to be.
You got your freaking cronies in the background. Just
This needs to be really. Stop, please stop. Please stop. I'm happy to yield the mic to Dicelo and him explain that. He's accurately denoting what force is, but it's important to understand, right? The Globers are using dumbed down, layman term, rudimentary explanations given to children so they can try to understand the concept of what people think gravity is, mass attracting mass. Now, this is not accurate. Gravity is not considered an intrinsic property of matter. Even Newton himself said that was stupid and absurd, and now it's considered the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. Simply put, we say little g, right? Gravitas, weight, how heavy something is, little g, that's just the effect. Okay, that's not the cause. So if you want to talk about the cause, that's a different subject. The point is that we can use the effect for engineering, and we don't need mass attracting mass. We don't need a cause claim at all. We can use math to describe the effect without a cause claim, and we can do all the engineering we do on the Earth the same exact way, just as effectively, which means when they claim you need Newtonian mechanics and mass attracting mass to do engineering on the Earth, they are objectively wrong.
Perfectly said.
All right, so it's very simple stuff, man. And then if you want to divert over into the cause, that's fine. We can, but we have to acknowledge the first part. And of course, the cause isn't even agreed upon at the highest levels of academia, and never was it mass attracting mass.
I agree. Again, more agreement from my side that all this mass attracting mass tells you is a vector of this observation. This is an apparent attraction. We just call it an apparent the apparent attraction that they call gravity. It has to have a name. Give it a name you want to give it. It doesn't matter. But you are absolutely right that everything we do on the Earth, the kinematic equations, all the forces, all the balancing of these forces, net forces, etc., are all widely accepted and easily worked out without understanding where this all comes from. It's apparent attraction. That's why they call it a pseudo force.
Okay, so whatever. The point is that these people just say like ignorant things, right? Like I have a video that shows this equation working. They tested it, right? They dropped a tennis ball. They showed its height and its initial velocity, right? And then they did the math and they went by frames. They went to how long it takes each frame with the camera. They did the math and it perfectly gets out to just at 10 meters per second squared, right? Well, we know that 9.8 is just an agreed upon average. It actually fluctuates anywhere from 9.6 to 10. Okay, that's why 9.8 is the average, right? So we know it's not literally a constant. It's just an agreed upon average. It's an average that we measured. It's just an effect. If we want to talk about what is the cause, that's a separate question. And at the highest levels of academia in 2023, the cause of downward acceleration is still disputed, and no one really knows or understands what it is.
Right. Okay. So a couple things. They don't just average. Yeah, that is an average, but it's based on the mass. They're based on the more mass something is near it. For some reason, that number will get stronger, and they can prove that as well. That's indisputable. This cause of things going downward, they don't know. They've come up with bending and warping of space time. That's fine, but the apparent attraction is this force that they call gravity. It just gives us a downward vector and a magnitude based on how much mass is around it and how large the object is, mass wise.
Okay, wait, just to clarify, you acknowledge that all these people in the chat that are still saying it, all the people in the voice chat earlier that were saying it, were wrong, and you don't need mass attracting mass to solve for the effect of downward acceleration, correct?
Well, mass is still involved. Like I said, I just got to saying if you have a larger mass of the Earth or much larger mass of the object, there will be a greater acceleration.
Wasn't that a yes or
and
no
that acceleration will be, it's related to the square of the distance.
So wait, are you saying that if I have a greater mass and if I drop two objects with different mass, they'll fall at different rates?
If you have a greater mass, yes. I mean, it's very difficult to measure, but
Oh, it's very difficult to measure. See, in reality, what happens on the Earth when we measure with very precise gravimeters that use interferometry, downward acceleration rate changes throughout the day at the same place, and it changes in different locations on the Earth.
Yeah,
So an accurate theory would actually give a specific mechanism as to why it's not actually a universal constant. Any theory that assumes a universal constant is automatically wrong because all the evidence shows it's not a universal constant.
Oh, well, you're talking about some anomalies that have been measured. And that could be, they're still looking into why those effects actually have why those situations actually have an effect on the.
So
generally,
we all agree
that there'll be a slightly lower acceleration as you go higher, and they can measure that with gravimeters. This is done. These are thousands, maybe even millions of these devices around the world. Geodetic surveys are a real thing. These are all related to how much mass is around us. We know that if we go large voids underneath the surface of the Earth, that there'll be less gravitational strength there. When those voids aren't there, it'll be higher. The average is 9.8 meters per second squared. We don't have to understand why or even acknowledge that there is a theory or an idea that this is mass attracting mass or bending over space-time. All we care about is, like you said, the kinematics. That an average of 9.8, an average of 9.81 can actually be sufficient to help us solve all sorts of problems and build things with.
Okay. But that's my point, though. You guys have a double standard. So you say we don't have to know what the cause is or have to worry about if it's the bending or warping of space-time or mass attraction. We don't have to know what the cause is. But then when I say it doesn't matter what the cause is when it comes to engineering, we just use the effect and we can use simple kinematic equation. Then people say, well, how do you get the vector? What's the cause? Show me blah, blah, blah. So then I need to give you a cause, but you guys don't have to have a cause But then simultaneously, you baselessly assert your cause of this dumbed down phrase called mass attracting mass. That's my point. You guys are hypocritical. You have double standards.
Why are you saying you guys? I'm agreeing with you.
Well, I'm saying you should like immediately and vehemently disavow all the people in the chat right now.
Well,
Right?
I know what they're. See, when they say it's mass attracting mass, it's an apparent attraction. That's a very valid statement. It looks like that things are. When I drop something, it looks like, because of an acceleration, it looks like there's a force behind it. So we'll call that an apparent. We know it's not a real force because we can prove the fact that when things are accelerating, there's no forces acting on them. So that's a paradox.
Okay, don't shift to your talking point. Look,
I know,
this is
I'm not
what we're
going
gonna do. I'm going to use Ed as an example. Ed, I just unmuted you. Okay, so do you agree that we don't need mass attracting mass to solve for downward acceleration?
Yeah, we don't need a theory of gravity to solve.
No. Ed has been talking so crazy. He's still doing in the chat, talking about how I got disproved and I'm so wrong and I just lie when I get proven wrong and all this nonsense. So let's see if you can speak up like a big boy.
Well, you obviously said that equation proves mass attracts mass wrong. And now you're lying about saying that, so I'm not sure how to move forward unless you're being honest.
Okay, now I did not say that. What actually happened was the guy said...
It's recorded.
I'm going to put you back on mute if you're just going to start interrupting. So...
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, so the guy said that we can use mass attracting mass to solve for downward acceleration on the Earth. And I said, yeah, I agree. You can. But that doesn't prove that mass attracts mass. That's just a concept we have to mathematically solve for the effect. In fact, there are hundreds of different ways you could do that. You could even just use a very simple kinematic equation to do it. That's what I actually said. I did not say that the kinematic equation disproves mass attracting mass. I in no way said that.
Yeah, actually you did say that. It's recorded.
I 100% isn't recorded because I didn't say that. An equation...
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. So, okay, so there I'm just going to put you back on mute because what you've resorted to is just blatantly lying about what happened, right?
No, that's what you are doing.
Okay, Ed, can you answer this? Do you need mass attracting mass to solve for downward acceleration, yes or no?
I'm not just gonna skip over this thing you said earlier and now you're denying.
Dude,
the
whole room knows I didn't say that. So like...
but it's recorded though.
Okay, then you go get the timestamp and we'll bet $500 on it.
Yeah, can
You want to bet
produce the
$500 on it?
recording? If you can't produce the recording, then you're gonna have to be left on mute for like a week, dude. Because
You're not even a
this is
mod.
like,
Who are you? Don't talk to me, Noah.
All right, you're going on mute. This guy's a fucking toxic piece of cancer, piece of shit. He never actually contributes anything.
Yeah, and Zenek, you
all
see
you
what
do
he's
is
doing?
ad
Zenek,
hominem.
Zenek, you not see what he just did? Why don't you call him out? Why don't the ballers call him out?
No, because I don't think he's saying anything different than we are. It's becoming a semantic argument.
Dude, no, it's not semantic. He just blatantly lied and said that I claim the equation disproves mass attracting mass. I never said that, though. What I said was you can use many equations to solve for downward acceleration, and that can be used for engineering. It doesn't require mass attracting mass, which means if you can use all kinds of different equations, that just because you have one that works doesn't in any way verify your interpretation or your cause claim. That's what I actually said.
Well, that's true. We don't know we don't have to know the cause in engineering. All we need to know is that G is, and if you use it, depending on how accurate you need it to be, and depending where you are and how far you're away from the surface, that all these things work. For example, like aviation, little G is important, and you can't use 9.81 at 60,000 feet for certain things that are critically important for it to be accurate. So it's an apparent attraction. It's a vector down. They call that. I don't know why this is even a discussion.
Because the
I'm kind of with
are
you
operating at like a third grade level where they just say mass attracting mass and they think that downward acceleration used in engineering proves it. That's so rudimentary and remedial.
Well, would you not? I mean, you're not. I'm giving everything. You're not giving anything. So would you agree that when I see something accelerate because the forces acting on objects will manifest themselves in something we see as an acceleration and measure it? Would you say that if something's accelerating, let's say it's a planet, that could be apparent attraction because attractive forces act like that with magnets and such?
Well, no, you can say apparent attraction if that floats your boat, right? But like even magnetic attraction is
does.
actually just acceleration. So I don't know
Well, is
why
it,
you would
well,
confuse the situation by saying apparent attraction when in fact it's just acceleration to a point of equilibrium.
is there a force? I mean, if magnets have a force, dipole magnets will have a force. By the way,
Yeah, I actually agree with you there, and you
it
know
might be a
that.
wrinkle.
I actually agree with you that to have the
Okay.
acceleration, you need a force, which is why I have adamantly spoken out against the flat earthers who say it's just density because density is not a force. And then I asked them, so what causes density? And neither those flat earthers or the ballers can ever answer that question.
What causes density is just the density. Is just the amount of something for a unit volume.
But what gives it its density?
How much stuff is in a specific amount of space?
Oh, so if it's a certain amount of stuff in a certain amount of space, that means something has to be holding that stuff in that space, right?
I mean, is it a liquid or a solid or a gas?
It doesn't matter. For something to have a density, something is holding it within a certain volume, a certain amount of matter within a certain volume. And that would be the cause of its density because it's actually holding that amount of matter in that amount of space.
Well, let's go. I know I don't like to go in this area, but if I have water and I pour glass, what's causing it to be in that glass are these Gaussian collisions of these atoms or molecules that are in that glass. For some reason, they have a downward vector we call gravity. This pseudo force is apparent attraction downward, and that's what's causing it to pool and be contained by the glass and not fly out the top.
Okay, the point is, though, that there has to be some type of cause that gives things density. Okay, and we all know what it is.
What is it?
It's electrostatic bonds.
No,
What
what I
holds
just
the matter together?
my
What holds
example.
the
Hold
matter
on,
together?
well, real quick. My example had nothing to do with electrostatic bonds. I'm pouring water into a glass, and it is contained, and there is now a volume and a density, or even gas, sulfur hexafluoride in a glass. It now has a density which it didn't have when it was just being poured, and it is contained by the walls of this glass. It has an open top. So that's not electrostatic. That is just strictly a gravitational effect.
No, dude. The gas, the glass, and the water all have their own densities, and
Yes.
they're all held together by electrostatic bonds.
Tell me about the interaction between the glass and the sulfur
Wait,
hexafluoride.
can you acknowledge my point instead of skating past it with a red herring pretending it's
Sure, I
relevant?
have no problem. You listening to me? I have no problem.
Do you agree that the
acknowledging it?
cause of density would be whatever it is that is holding the matter together in a certain amount of volume?
Well, you're kind of going back to electrostatics. It makes up all mass, and I would agree with you. Therefore, whatever it does is based on electrostatics. That's kind of a stretch, don't you think?
Well, no. What's the cause of mass?
Cause of mass? That's an informed question.
See, no, it's not actually.
It is.
All effects have a cause, right?
If I have atoms that are not interacting with each other in any way, shape, or form, that can be in different parts of the universe, that's mass. How much mass is here, there, and everywhere? They're not electrostatically interacting with each other, but we can say how much mass there is because that's based on how much matter there is.
Yeah, okay. The matter itself is held together by electrostatics, so you can't have mass, density, or weight without electrostatics.
What does matter? What does matter?
If you want to presuppose that something else exists and is doing it, that's cool. But what's ironic is that the gravitational paradigm doesn't even claim that gravity is the cause of matter being held together. It doesn't even claim that gravity is the cause of mass, and it doesn't even claim that gravity is the cause of density. It openly admits that it's electrostatic bonds.
Well, I think you're
hold
going.
the matter.
What is matter? What's your definition of?
Okay, that's a. You mean like what actually is it at the core? Like that's
No,
a
no.
very difficult.
Well, you're using it, so I want to get clarification of what you mean by it. I'm not trying to get a caveat or give you a red herring. What is matter
Tangible physical substance.
that take up space, right?
Well, of course it would. It's tangible physical substance.
But if it takes up space, how can it be electrostatic?
what's actually holding the tangible physical substance together is electrostatic. If that wasn't there, it wouldn't be taking up that amount of space because it wouldn't be held together.
What if I have an atom, a single atom? Does that matter?
Even in the concept of the atom and lower than that, that's all held together also by a charge.
No, I have no other atoms in this container. One atom, and we can see this atom. We can actually manipulate certain.
The atom's held together by charge.
Okay, right. So what does that mean?
That everything is held together by charge.
Okay, that's fine. The protons and neutrons.
So that would
spinning
mean that
around.
the actual fundamental cause is charge. The physical constant of everything is charge.
Fine. I have no problem with that either.
Okay, so you basically gravity just assumes that there's something else there, right? That's all it is. And when it's so remedial to then conflate gravity to mass itself, and
Well,
that's what all the ballers do. They literally say mass attracts mass as if mass itself has an inherent property of something called gravity, and it pulls things towards it. And Newton himself said the
I know
idea.
we heard this many times.
Wait up. Newton himself said that the idea
know.
that gravity is inherent.
You have to say it again.
Well, you need to understand it though.
I understand it. I'm with you. I'm
All
here.
the ballers they're being retarded
Well,
when they say that.
Forget about them. I'm talking to you. Don't bring people jealous that you're thinking about other lovers right now. You and I are just talking.
I'm just saying, like, acknowledge that like all these people that think that are clearly wrong.
Well, no, you might be onto something here philosophically as well. So this atoms, everything's held together by charge. Now you're saying that the reason something will go down is also some type of electrostatic force. You said this many times before. I said it was the glass and this thing called gravity, which is this apparent attraction of mass downward. But you're saying because the glass also made up of atoms and they're pushed together and held together by electrostatics.
Mm-hmm.
The gas, the sulfohexafluoride that I'm talking about, also made up of atoms, which all have electrostatic bonds. Why does it pool up in the glass and compress to have a greater density that would if it was just in the atmosphere or being poured out of an airplane?
Oh, because you're like confining that amount of matter to a specific volume. So then you have a greater interaction with the surrounding medium and that matter, right? Like if you don't have the glass, then it's going to have no finite volume.
But why downward?
Okay, well, because when objects are more dense than the environment, they go down. So
Why?
that's what I'm asking. In order to answer why, you would have to say, well, what causes density in the first place? If density relationship causes things to go up or down, and we're trying to figure out why, then we need to know what causes density, because that would be the cause of it going up and down.
Ooh, that's a big stretch. So what's it? So we talked about the gas pooling up, pushing downward, and then having an. And now we have a density. You're saying it's caused by the glass interaction because it has electrostatic as well as the gas itself. But the overall thing we're talking about is why this all has a bias of downward. We say this downward gives it weight, and then we measure the acceleration, but we don't know what causes it. We're saying, and that's where I think we're having a problem.
There's actually a downward pressure in the background medium that goes down towards the Earth. This manifests in the material world as the downward electric current. That's actually not even the primary cause. I just know that most ballers are not in any way ready to get into the actual complexity of the ether. They just spiral when they hear ether. But the ether itself has, listen, inside the ether, there is a downward pressure going towards the Earth. Now, this would obviously require some type of cause, right? There has to be.
That's a contradiction in terms right there. You can't. Now you're double speaking. If you want to use your terms, you can't have a downward pressure because pressure is scalar, not have a vector.
Okay, there is energy emanating from a source above. Thus, that energy presses down towards the Earth. Yes, it can.
You can't have a pressing down in pressure. You have a pressing down if it has a vector of force. That force has a vector.
The force is the super force, or the life-giving force, as Tesla would call it, the energy source above that radiates in all directions, which means if there's something below it, that energy is going to come from that source down towards the earth.
That's
It's
not how.
effectively rippling through the ether, pressing down onto the earth. This creates pressure, and the way that it manifests in the material world is we have a downward electric current because of this pressure. But even in a vacuum chamber, we also have electric and magnetic constants, which means somewhere.
Okay, so when you talk about when a high pressure system moves into a region, and they talk about it all pressing down on the surface, we have this higher gradient, much higher gradient, not much higher things we talk about as far as pounds per square inch, but a little bit higher. We could have 30 inches of mercury versus 28 inches of mercury in extreme situations. That's due to weight of the air. And you're saying it could be a downward bias or some downward current flow or whatever you're saying, but that's directionality. The pressure actually gets greater in that region because the air mass is so heavy and it wants to go down, and it has a gradient, and this gradient is hydrostatics. If you look at how hydrostatics work, that makes total sense.
So now we need to define weight. So this is the I've been saying that, bro. I've been saying this to ballers for so long, dude. In order to actually get to the bottom of this conversation, we need to define these three terms: mass, density, and weight. You can't just say weight causes it, and then I think weight's gravity. Therefore, when I see a relationship with weight, it proves gravity. That's ignorant.
No, I can give you the definitions of all three of those very easily.
Okay, do you think that mass is the resistance to acceleration?
Mass has a property called inertia, which is the resistance to acceleration.
Okay, well then define mass. If you think that's just a property, what is mass?
Mass is any amount of matter.
Okay, that's also, again, a very layman terms idea, but even if you want to believe that, which it's well known that's not the acceptance.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief. It can't be disputed.
Mass. So mass is simply a quantification method we use to quantify, like you said, the amount of matter. Okay, it's just a concept used to quantify the amount of matter, right? And it has properties such as resistance to acceleration. Now, in order to have the amount of matter that you have that you're going to quantify, then that means that matter has to be held together in order to have mass. Okay.
No.
Well, yes. Yes. How can you
Why is it to be held together?
the amount of matter if there isn't matter?
I can have millions and millions of atoms that are just flowing in a gaseous form, plasma, and that's still mass because you're talking. How you speak of it is what we're talking about here. The matter is what mass is made up of matter, right?
Does an atom have weight?
Pardon me?
Does an atom have weight?
Yes, atom has weight.
Okay. So even the atom is held together by charge, which means that the only way you can have weight is for something to be held together, right? So that means the cause of the weight of the quote-unquote atom is charge.
No, that's fallacious logic right there. You can't see it. I don't know what to tell you. You say we have electrostatic. You can't have mass without matter, and matter is held together, and mass is held together via charge. And if something is to have weight, it has to have charge because it has charge. I mean, it seemed like it's the way you explained it.
Dude, my dude, this is the facts, right? Like, when you really get to the bottom of mass, there's a mass charge equivalence because on the smallest level, even within the particle physics paradigm, there's something called elementary charge. And that is a fundamental physical constant for everything, which means everything has a constant value. Like there's a physical constant in all things, and that's elementary charge, which means the most fundamental core cause is charge.
I agree, but you're saying because things have charge, therefore down.
Well, no, like I just explained that there's a downward bias. So the question is, why is there a downward bias? Right? Do you agree that's the question?
Well, yeah, that's my question since the very beginning.
Okay.
Why is there a bias downward? Well, not only a bias, but why does this bias provide an apparent attraction that an acceleration without a force behind it? And then we can get into the
I
whole
never said there wasn't a
paradox there
force,
as well, but
though.
we don't have to.
I never I consider it an axiom of physics that to have acceleration you need force.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So that's why I said I've been correcting the flat earthers for a long time who say it's just density, because density is not.
Good. Thank you for that, because that makes me very angry.
Okay,
That
so then
kind of
what
logic.
causes the downward bias? That's the question. In the material world, in the physical world on the earth, we know that we have a downward electric current. So now the question is, what causes that? Right? And the claim is that there's positive charge accumulating the higher you go. It's seeking equilibrium going down to the ground to disperse or to discharge and equalize. This creates a very, very weak downward current. But it doesn't even stop there, because then the question is, well, what causes that? Okay. And it seems that there would be a super force that's causing everything to move around, that's actually radiating out and emanating out, and that comes down to the earth, which basically, in a really crude analogy, would be like throwing a rock in the center of the sky up above you, and then it's going to ripple out, which means those ripples are going to come down towards you because you're below where you threw the rock. That's it. So there's like this etheric ripple going down to the earth. Okay. And then the way that we can observe that, because we can't actually directly access the ether, would be that we see the product of it, which is this downward electric current. And all objects are held together by this intrinsic electrostatic variable, which means everything is tied together with the same variable of electrostatics or charge. And
If we have a downward, what's the source of the current?
well, I mean, that's a good question. Like, well, the current is supposedly because there's positive charge above, trying to go down and seek equilibrium at the surface of the ground.
Trying or actually going down?
It's going down. It just, I said trying to seek equilibrium. That's why it's
going down. And you said air. There's air. We know what air is, right? This 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen mixture of gases. So there's air, and does that air have resistance?
Yeah.
In electric terms, in electronic terms. So if we have current in the atmosphere downward, and we have air, and there's current flowing through a resistance, would there not be power dissipated? Would not be I squared R losses?
The current just goes down to the surface to seek equilibrium. It's measurable. We know that it's there.
Breaking a major law of electronics. You cannot have current flow resistant without wattage, without power being dissipated.
There is a little bit of power. It's just very, very small amounts. It's measurable.
What form is this power released in?
It's a current. How many times have I dropped?
No, the current's not power. If current flows through a resistance, if it flows through no resistance, like a superconductor has no resistance, there's no power released. If it flows through air, hold on. If it flows through air or flows through any kind of there'll be I squared R losses. Square the current times the resistance equals wattage. So if current is going downward through air, which has resistance, there needs to be power released in the form of heat. I would give you a part of the answer. Heat have to be generated. We heat the air up because current is there less heat in colder regions of the atmosphere than warmer atmosphere? I mean, this is something you have to rectify. If you're going to be claiming there's current flow,
it's measured in amps.
Current is not power.
Buddy, it's measured in we can literally go on the earth and measure it in amps.
Okay, if there's amperage flowing, if the current flowing through air, any kind of resistance, there has to be power released. And then how does it regenerate itself? How do you continue to have this flow of current without a source? Because to have power released, you have to have a source of the power. You have to have an energy source. What's the energy source? The sun? I don't know.
No, I would say the creator, and I know you're not ready for that. This is what I need.
I'm good with any answer. I just want to hear.
This is what I need you to do. I need you to acknowledge that there's a downward electric current on the earth.
Yes, there are small currents going downward and also upward.
And it's microamps. No, there's a downward current that can be measured everywhere on the Earth, and it's measured in microamps.
Yeah, and that's caused by other types of things in weather and our air mass, clouds, all these charged, positive and negative charged components of the atmosphere create this electrostatic environment that you're
Look, this is
talking
maybe
about.
going to help you put some pieces together. Okay, let me read this for you.
Like, why does a cloud have?
As
Why
of
does a
the
cloud?
2019
Before you do
redefinition,
that,
let me please read this. As of the 2019 redefinition of the SI base units, the ampere is defined by fixing the elementary charge, little e, to be exactly 1.6021763 times 10 to the negative 19 C, being coulomb, which means an ampere is an electrical current equivalent to 10 to the 19th power elementary charges moving every 1.6 seconds.
Where's Q? Where's your Q value?
No,
No,
can
Q
you
is,
not?
I was just, it's funny. I was just going. My son was going over his physics homework last night, and we're this exact subject. It's pretty funny. Every time he opens a chapter, we start going over his homework. We have this discussion on Discord. It's pretty coincidental.
Do you agree that
No,
1 amp is 6.2 times 10
yes.
18 elementary charges moving in a second?
Yes.
Okay, so this downward electric current is based on elementary charges. Now, this goes back to my first point, which is elementary charge is the base physical constant of everything that exists.
When we have a cloud, big black cloud, cumulonimbus cloud, and then suddenly we see a big flash of light, this huge bang, and this tree gets split at the bottom on the ground. What just happened there, and where'd that current come from? Yeah, that's current, obviously, right? It's a example of current flowing from
Accumulates in
a
higher
positive to a
altitudes.
negative. Would
And
you
then
agree
it's
that is a dispersion of energy in the
Yeah,
form of electric current?
Yeah,
And then how did that current form in the cloud?
Well, that's
How did this electrical energy get stored in the cloud?
Okay, well, clouds are not fully understood, but yeah,
They don't have to be.
It doesn't matter. The electrostatic charge accumulates, and eventually it reaches its capacitance. Its threshold. Its threshold of electrical storage, and then it discharges because it can't hold anymore. So it discharges, and in fact, if you wanted to be technical, lightning is a discharge towards counter space. That's what it's actually doing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's going back
boy.
to equilibrium.
Oh boy.
The ether. Going back to the ether.
Let's get Ken Wheeler on here.
I'm sure he would agree with that, but
I'm sure he would.
Yeah, it's going back to the ether. It's just common sense. It's like this is why Dicelo brought up a good point earlier. I don't know if he's still in here, but he was talking about how like maybe it's counterintuitive, but the spatial footprint, the smaller the spatial footprint, right? Like the greater amount of electricity effectively. And that's because it's as you decrease physical space, you increase the storage in counter space. So, like, there's no doubt that modern physics doesn't say that and has got it wrong, but that's not really the point. The point is that they can't explain the cause of gravity, and I can. I can. I just did.
It's pretty arrogant, but okay.
Well, I just did. I'm not going to claim to fully understand everything that happens in the ether, but I am saying that gravity is not point specific, as it is claimed to be point specific to the center of mass. That is not true. That is not reality.
Well, that's what you claim that, but I don't think you provided any experimentations or tests that can actually validate that idea.
Well, we see things go in all different types of directions. So if you wanted to prove that something is points that gravity is like this coherent force that isn't a force, then go for it. But your paradigm interpretations is flooded with paradoxes, right? Gravity is a force, but it's not a force. Like okay, just like yesterday you were saying that the Earth's in its orbit changes direction, but it doesn't change direction. Like when you particle wave
for two
to
different reference frames, and also the distortion of space time. So
when you
Which it has. Which it has.
in space time, it follows a geodetic, which is a straight line path. But in physically, distance wise, related to things in our physical world that we can see, there's a circular path. So that's not a paradox. It's just looking at things from two different perspectives.
Yeah, we know. If you ever heard Xanax say that about how the ground raises up to hit you when something falls?
Yeah.
That's the crazy one.
And that it can do it in both sides, but actually then it can shrink the earth and go in opposite directions, but at the same
Doesn't shrink the
time.
earth. Never said
Fucking
it shrinks.
stupid.
Well, that's what
You
Bacon
be saying it.
I said objects will free fall, and the ground is what is to the object, and that is due to the bending warping of space time. These objects are following geodetic paths. They're not accelerating. They have no forces acting on them, but the geodetic path is being followed by these objects, and it looks like they are accelerating to the ground. When in actuality, the ground is accelerating to it because it's trying to deviate it from its geodetic path.
What's the force
So objects falling down.
accelerate up?
Doesn't mean the Earth is growing. It just means that the geodetic path is being blocked by an object.
So
And that
falling
force
down
is
or
real.
not. So objects falling down, they're not objects don't accelerate at 9.8 meters per second when they fall down.
No, from that perspective, no, the up into it at 9.8 meters per second squared.
I'd like to make a statement, please. If any of my family, friends, and loved ones are listening to this, don't listen to that guy. That's not the truth. It's not wrong. He's trying to fool you. That's why he's saying perspective. If you look at it from this reference frame and that reference frame, it's doing this. And that's why they double speak and teach you 2 or 3 different things that can be true at the same time because they want to deceive you. They want to fool you.
Can I ask you a question, Rakia, then? If that's what you think I'm
No,
trying to
I would rather disengage and never talk to people like you ever. I don't want anything. I just want to point out. Yeah, that's why I didn't address you. I addressed my family and friends and anyone who's listening. Don't listen to people like you who are double speaking and teaching 2 or 3 things happening at the same time to deceive you. You live on a planar.
I agree.
You live on a planar plane that doesn't move. When things fall, that's because they're trying to reach their equilibrium. If you raise them up into the air, they're trying to get back down to the ground. And they're following the flow of whatever it may be. Period.
Okay. So responding to Rakia and all his friends and family, there are things we actually see that we can't explain by the laws and the ideas that we've had in the past. For example, something being dropped. If we drop something, we can definitely verify that there's no forces acting on that dropped object. None. We shouldn't see an acceleration, but we do. So we can't explain that with Newtonian mechanics or other mechanics that have been spoken about here thus far. What we say, not we, me, I didn't come up with this idea, other come up with this idea, that there's a bending and warping of space-time. The fabric that things actually progress through time and space is being bent, being warped by mass. And that bending and warping of mass will affect objects that are happily following this geodetic path, meaning they are just floating through time and space. But with respect to us on this massive object, we see them accelerating to us. But in actuality, the mass is getting in the way of this geodetic path, and that create an impact when the mass hits the surface of the Earth, which is accelerating upward with respect to that object. It'll make an impact. That impact is a proper, not a fictitious force, a real force. It only happened because that mass was bending and warping space-time. That's the idea. Now, if you have a better idea, come up with it. But until you do that, that's the most logical, even though it sounds real far-fetched and crazy, it's the most logical because it does explain the paradox very well.
I would
say
like
that
to.
mass attracts mass, and it's not the acceleration to the warp time of space. And I can apply it to whatever the fuck I want, because I would.
That's fine. You can do that at the local level. The local level that all works. You know, the instantaneity of other things, electromagnetism, etc., electrostatics, are not instantaneous. They only travel at the speed of light. This gravitational effect is instant. This instantaneity was what separates these other forces with gravity. It doesn't work at the galactic level, and it doesn't obviously work at the quantum level.
wasn't
But
instant
we
because
see
of the
at the
other
local level,
forces.
it does work.
But I thought it wasn't instant because there are other forces that do apply on it as well.
Whitson, when
Yes,
you were
and those
talking
could be
about the elementary particle, is that known also known as a quark, if I'm not mistaken? And the other thing I wanted to say before you answer that, Zanik, you said it was very arrogant of Whitson to say he can explain gravity. I think it's very arrogant from your side to say that he's wrong as well. But yeah, Whitson, just if you can confirm,
He didn't say
were
that.
you talking as a quark?
Please, if you're going to make that statement, please recant what he said. He said, "These other people cannot explain gravity. I can."
Yeah,
That's arrogant.
100%. No, it's not arrogant. I think because he
He's the only
understands it
one
the
in
way
the
he
world.
understands it.
He's the only one
Yes,
in the
what's
world
wrong
who
with
can
that?
explain gravity, and all these other brilliant scientists have been working on these things their entire lives, longer than he's been alive. He knows, they don't. Don't you think that's a sense of arrogance to you?
Not at all. Not at all. No, I
Really,
think
why?
he may have
Why don't you think that's arrogant?
because he may have discovered something different, and he's got a better explanation for it. So I don't think it's arrogant at all. But however, before you
Zanuck,
carry on,
hang on, Zanuck, is your argument built through ego?
No, not at all.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Anyways, what's it? Can you
His
confirm?
argument is through fucking stupidity, Sean. He's saying the ground rises up.
Shut
If you're
up,
antipode,
Jeremy.
if you're
Your argument
antipode,
is no. I don't want to hear you, Jeremy. Your
guys.
argument is based in stupidity. I was just saying that Anik sounds just like fucking Austin when he argues through his ego. You do too, Zanuck. But Jeremy, your argument's through stupidity.
It doesn't matter.
100%.
I just want to find out. Yeah, what's it? So when you were saying the elementary particle, is that the quark that you were talking about?
He was talking about protons, neutrons, quarks, everything, all the polar particles.
I didn't hear him say quark, so I just want to find out is the elementary particle he's talking about is the quark.
Can I ask Zanuck a question? Legitimate question. I'm not trying to mock you or anything, brother. I just want to understand your point of view and see if I can maybe point out a flaw in it. So theoretically speaking, right, if the Earth is rotating, right, and it's moving through space, right, if the 12 hours that the United States is on the front while the Earth is moving forward towards the sun, around the sun, right, during those 12 hours or so that the Earth, that the United States is moving forward in perspective, right, this is all relative. If you jump off the Empire State Building, is the Earth, because it's moving forward, hitting you, or are you hitting the Earth? And if so, wouldn't you hit the Earth faster on the front of the Earth moving than the back of it? If you were to jump off an equal-sized building, wouldn't theoretically you hit the Earth faster on the front of it than the back of it, in relative perspective? Understand what I'm saying?
Why would you hit the Earth faster on the side of the Earth that's moving toward the direction we travel around the sun?
So, in relative perspective, right, according to your model, if the Earth is moving through the universe around the sun, if you're on the front of it, right, in relative perspective, if you jump off a mountain or cliff, or Empire State Building, whatever it is, right, wouldn't the Earth hit you because it's moving faster than 9.8 meters squared? Wouldn't the Earth hit you first a lot faster?
No, because the Earth is. You said a lot there. You said moving around the sun, moving through the universe. No, I think I know what you're saying. You're saying this spinning ball around the sun, and the Empire State Building is on the very, very front of this ship. And even though it's rotating, at that one moment in time, you're moving around the sun. You're saying you jump off the Empire State Building because you jump, you're not going to hit the Earth faster than any other. A guy in the back of the Earth, another Empire State Building, he jumps, he's going to be kind of floating because he's not going as fast around the sun as you are. Is that what you're saying?
That's, theoretically speaking, you would see a difference between the front and the back of the Earth depending on its rotation, right? If you were on whenever the United States is on the front of the Earth, wouldn't you hit the Earth faster?
No.
Shouldn't you hit it faster? And if you don't, how come?
Because everything is following a geodetic path.
No, it's not, because we're not affected by the Earth's or universe's atmosphere that's there. We're in our atmosphere. So, Zedek, it's kind of like acting like if you jumped into the wind versus if you jumped with the wind.
But
It's
there
kind
is
of
no
one of
wind.
those questions. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's his question, though.
You guys think the Earth accelerates up to objects that fall?
That's
Yes.
fucking stupid. Yes,
The
that.
surface does.
But you know why with
Because
it? Just like my Coriolis argument. These
But you
guys
weren't allowed to
can't
talk
tell
about that.
reality. Sean, please don't interrupt. Just like the Coriolis argument I had and everything else, these guys think depending on which reference frame you're looking at shit from, that makes it real, even though we know we can discern reality, which reference frame's real and which one's not. It's fucking, it's stupid.
Look, if I drop a ball
It
on
doesn't matter, Jeremy. It doesn't matter. A reference frame doesn't matter, Jeremy.
if I drop a ball
I
on
don't know.
the
We
side
can
of the
figure out what's real. We can figure out what's
No,
real and
what
what's
do you mean
not.
real? It's all
What's
relative.
what's real is the Earth is not. What's real is the Earth isn't accelerating up to meet an object. The reality is the object falls.
How do you know?
Because it was so easy to refute it. Like, think about it. Just ask the same thing I was asking baking, right? So, say I throw a ball up in the air, and it starts to go down, and right as it starts to go down, I throw another ball up in the air, and then they start dropping at different times. Is the Earth accelerating up differently for each object?
The object. So, before I answer the question, understand that acceleration can not only be a change, it is a change of velocity, right? You would agree? Acceleration is defined as a change of velocity. What's it?
And I'm eating. I just want you to answer my question.
You can nod. Tell me you're nodding. Is acceleration a change of velocity?
Yeah.
Okay. Can a change of velocity would be defined as its magnitude changing?
Can a single object have multiple changes in velocity at the same time?
No,
You won't answer.
Remember, I played I played along. Not playing. I answered your questions because I know you had a purpose in me answering them, and I did. So I expect you to.
Can you just answer his question?
Yeah, like
No,
I
I asked him a
about the
question.
balls being thrown at different times, and you're just avoiding it.
No, so the reason I'm going to try, I want to give an answer, and you're going to say, "Oh, that's crazy." You're not going to understand the vernacular. So if it's talking about if we talk about acceleration, that can be a change of velocity. I'll just give you the answer. So nonsense here. The change of velocity can be the change of direction, the change of magnitude. Magnitude meaning, how fast I'm traveling from point A to point B, the distance. This distance change is one measure of velocity. Also, a change of direction is a change of velocity as well. What's happening, because the geodetic path is being altered by something in its way, it's changing direction. So each one of those balls you hits it will hit at a different time, and every time it hits something, it's being forced to change direction. Only when that object changes its direction. So that's actually the velocity of the Earth changing. It's accelerating to the object. It's actually accelerating to it with respect to the object, because the object's in complete free fall. All three of those balls, they're not accelerating to the Earth is accelerating to them. Once you let go of them, they're in free fall. Once you let go of them, they're in free fall, because there's no forces acting on them. It's hard to understand.
Big Earth
concept. Sorry, Jeremy.
Big. My bad. I thought you were done. You got to end it sometime. Go ahead, finish it up.
Yeah, the change of direction is acceleration. The apparent change of direction. The apparent change of direction is the Earth moving up to the object, because the object isn't accelerating. Once you let go of it, it is in free fall. So why is it hitting the ground? Because the Earth is in its way and is bent space-time to the point where it's changed. The geodetic path now is pointing to the Earth. And when it hits the Earth, then it changes direction and creates a force, which is a proper force. So that's why all three balls. Yeah, go ahead.
Let Jeremy go. You didn't answer the question. Just let Jeremy go.
I did. They all will be changing. The Earth will be changing direction for all of them.
So or if we just had two people antipode on a globe, and the ground is raising up to hit the object, do you know how big Earth would be if we just continually dropped objects, and the ground would just keep raising up and raising up?
I have answered that
Radius
question.
Would be like a zillion miles
times
right now.
I've answered that question 1,000 times.
It's not a question. It's a statement. That's a statement. It's not a question. That was not a question for you. That was a statement. If what you're saying is true, the Earth would be a zillion miles diameter right now, because
it wouldn't.
People are constantly dropping stuff. It would if the ground's raising up to hit the object.
Just to clarify, the question is, once again, can a single object have multiple different changes in velocity at the same time?
Sure.
Okay, what's it? We got a gap here now. So hold on. They were talking about the elementary particles or something less than an atom. You got the protons and neutrons, blah 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 blah. Anything smaller than that, as far as I understand, is a quark. Am I correct in saying that?
There are all kinds of little bitty particles smaller than the proton, allegedly. An electron is considered super small, nothing smaller than that. But yeah, they use the word quark. But my argument was not about elementary particles; it's elementary charge. It's that everything has a fundamental charge.
Okay, so yeah, so they would have a basically electricity in them, or electric something in them, or magnetic something in them. There's nothing actual. The mass, as far as what I've been hearing as well, is all electric. Even in the scientific writings, it's all electric. Everything's got to do with electronics or electrics. And so what you're saying, I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, because there's an electric charge in that particle, and there's a negative charge in the earth, that's why we're getting pulled down. Am I getting the basics of it?
Sort of. I wouldn't say pulled down, but yeah, there's a bias down to the earth. That's where things go to seek equilibrium.
Attracted to it.
Sort of. Not. It's not like the earth is like pulling things down to it. It's just that things are just migrating down towards equilibrium. It's not really. It's just like pressure. It's like if I opened up like a Coke can. Like I wouldn't say that the surrounding air is attracting the pressure in the Coke can. It's just migrating to the lower pressure system. So it's not really like it's being attracted. Yeah.
I got you. Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah. And then this is where I just dropped a quote from Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Quarks are among the smallest particles in the universe, and they carry only fractional electric charges. Scientists have a good idea of how quarks make up hadrons, but the properties of individual quarks have been difficult to tease out because they can't be observed outside their respective hadrons. Okay, so like they admit that everything has this fundamental elementary charge. So that means the smallest like constant, like the physical constant that connects all things is charge.
So with that hadron collider thing, are they? I don't know much about this stuff, so that's why I'm asking the questions, and hopefully you guys can answer it. So are they? What are they actually doing in that hadron collider? Are they shooting the smallest known particles to break it up to see what's inside of them, or what are they doing there?
Yeah, well, so they claim that the quarks are inside the hadron, so it's not like the hadron isn't considered the smallest particle. I think they claim that like quarks and gluons are indivisible, like they're the smallest. Okay, so this is a bunch of pseudoscience, by the way. But anyway, they do all kinds of different things. They claim, like sometimes they claim they're trying to make dark matter. They make all kinds of claims as to what they're doing. They're basically just taking like one of the smallest things they can isolate, this little area of energy, they call it a particle, and they're just accelerating this energy at crazy fast speeds, and then eventually they veer the path towards each other. So after they go real fast, they have them collide, quote unquote. And then there's like a whole list of things they claim that they use this for, like to observe the behavior of energy at great speed, to observe relativistic effects, because once you get closer to the speed of light, you observe the relativistic effect. Like I said, sometimes they claim that they're making dark matter or whatever. So that they make dark matter for a split second and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I've got other ideas what they're actually doing in there, but yeah, that was a decent explanation. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but like the part that's so glaringly obvious to me is that even within this pseudoscience temple, because it's like a religion, they acknowledge that everything has a fundamental charge.
Sorry to interrupt with you real quick. Hey, Jeremy, can you go verify Danny in the check-in? I haven't seen Danny in a while.
Yeah, Danny, I
Sorry.
I wanna make a blanket statement too. I've been listening for quite a while, just being quiet. And Zanuck, I'm gonna preface this with I am not trying or wanting to personally attack you at all. Like, you're valuable, what you think, who you are as a person, all that. Like, I got love for you. But what I'm witnessing or seeing is an inability to suspend what you think you know, to hear out maybe Witsit, or hold what he's saying, or take it in your mind for a second. You can spit it out if you want to, but you have an inability to entertain, and it's a skill. You have to like put your stuff on the shelf for a second to hear him out. So I'd say try practicing that or whatever, because it's uncomfortable. I mean, I was talking earlier with Pumpkin, and she was talking to me about her going towards Islam and everything like that. And a person's religion or faith is very personal, whatever. And I didn't feel threatened that hers differs from mine. I thought it was beautiful. I felt like she was my sister. The whole room was kind of chill. We were talking about different ideas and concepts. And the fact is, if this whole, so the last thing, if this whole thing we're talking about, the ball earth, if it's fake, if it's a lie, if it's pseudoscience, if it's basically slavery and a trick, I see Austin as walking up with potential keys to your handcuffs. And without even like hearing him or whatever, you throw the keys in the ocean and you keep regurgitating the mainstream narrative. And it's like, bro, what if they lied to us?
Yeah, he's never met Zanuck.
Well, I mean, this is my first time. I'm just having a massive, like, I feel so bad.
Yeah, it can be rough.
You won't
man.
even
It can be rough.
you won't even hear what's it.
No, I appreciate that, and I
Yeah.
if you probably can tell by listening to him today, I'm trying to listen to it. I agreed with everything he was saying. He has a
Right.
problem with other people in the chat here that are staying to their guns and staying to the colloquial definitions and such. And I was listening to him and trying to understand what he was saying. I did the same thing with Jeremy the other
Right.
day. We're talking about the absolute reference frame, and I totally vehemently I disagreed. And then I started thinking, okay, I want to have a conversation, and I know what he means. He's
Right.
talking that the inertial frame is the absolute frame, so that's the real frame. He wants to say that's reality. So I accept it now. Whenever I talk to Jeremy, when he says reality, I know it's the absolute frame.
Can you marinate on what he's saying for a bit longer before just clinging to what you think you know? Because I do think it's ego based and pride based and maybe fear
Wait,
based.
did you hear what I just said?
Well,
it's almost like you weren't even listening.
You started to do that with me immediately when all I wanted you to do is slow down and hold
When
in
was
your
this?
hand or mine. Just a second ago, I said it.
No. You said what you said. I came back and said, I agree, and I'm trying very hard today to do just what you're saying. I've embraced a lot of things that Witsit has said. I did it with Jeremy the other day as well. I'm trying to understand and communicate on the level that they're understanding certain things, or they think things are happening, and trying to appreciate where that's coming from and trying to discuss that from their perspective.
I haven't seen that at all today.
Did you not hear when Witsit said all the ballers say this, and you
I've
don't agree
I've seen you agree with components of what he says that doesn't threaten your entire world collapsing as far as what you believe about heliocentrism and the ball Earth. What I'm talking about is suspending all you think you know for a moment to hear Austin. And you have to do it for like 3 minutes. But you do it for
I've done it.
a split second, and you agree with a component or two, and then you talk really fast, and you're like, "Well, but wait, but this is what the scientists told me, and this is what I think," and like
I
you
didn't say that.
steamroll
I've never said
people,
that.
and you're in shackles, dude. You're totally in shackles, and Austin is
gave
trying
me
to
a
free
false-
you. He's trying to free you, and you're not allowing it, and it's painful to watch.
Okay, he's not trying to free me. He has an idea.
No,
how he
he's
thinks
trying to free
the
you.
universe works. I'm listening to him and trying to understand what he's saying, and then
I said my
challenging him as
piece.
we go. So this is what people in
I
science
said
do.
my piece.
Okay,
I'm gonna
you're just
go.
gonna talk
I'm
over
gonna
me.
go on mute.
So I guess this is not gonna be a
Well,
conversation either. This is
okay,
painful.
bro.
This is painful, okay, bro.
Well, then,
you're
hey,
not being my bro.
hey, I tell you what.
You're not interacting like
You
a
know
bro.
what? You know
bro
what I'm gonna
listens to
do?
each other. You're not listening to
Zanuck,
me.
you know what I'm
I don't
gonna
feel
do?
heard. I don't
I'm
feel
going to
heard.
pray over you in the spirit. Heavenly Father, I pray over Zanuck's heart and mind. We're all trying to figure this thing out. We're trying to find what the truth is. And if he is blinded by scientism and evil and corruption, which so much of this world is that, I pray that you give him peace. When he sleeps at night, help him to dream of what the truth may be. And I just ask that we all find truth and peace and wisdom and insight in all things so that we're not confused and fooled. I pray this in Jesus' name, amen.
I guess
Thank you. Now,
sometimes.
kindness.
Thanks. You could,
Remember,
yeah, say whatever
Jesus
you want.
talks
I'll
about.
listen.
Okay, stop. Jesus talks about kindness. Be good to your fellow man. Right now, I wanted to have a honest conversation with you and be heard. I didn't feel like I was being heard. Felt like you were talking over me. Then you belittle me. You also gave me some advice. I told you that I understood that, and I tried to take some of those things before you even mentioned them with Woodson and with Jeremy, etc. But then you continued to talk over me. I continued to feel like you were trying to oppress me and did not want to let me talk. So that was a little bit on the disrespectful side. So I think maybe you should work on, if you're going to interact with people, let them be heard, because it makes people feel bad when they're not. Everyone wants to be heard and everyone wants to be loved, and you're not letting me feel that love from you, even though you espouse to have it for me by even saying this gracious prayer. I appreciate that.
Hey, Zanuck, I tried to start with I'm not trying to hurt you, and I waited 2 hours to say, hey, this is what I've witnessed. I'm not trying to hurt you. And dude, I do love you. I don't even know you.
Did
Don't
you
know
hear
what
what I
you look
said though?
like. I don't know
Did you
where
hear?
you live.
Did you hear
I
what I
did
said
hear
though?
what you said. I do need to work on saying common patient. This is my first time to interact with you at all, and I got nothing but love for you. And I'm sorry. I apologize if I offended you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I think
I'm not
this
offended.
is a
Just
good
giving
place
you
to
your.
chill. Discord is fun. You're great, and just keep seeking the truth, brother.
Dude, poor JT, man. That was so painful to have to watch you try and do that for the first time. I guess we all have to try, right?
It's difficult with Zanuck. However, he is knowledgeable, just very hard-headed, unfortunately. No offense, Zanuck. It's probably a good thing. It'll get you places, but yeah. For instance, the only thing that irritated me is when you said that Witsit was arrogant to say that he can explain gravity. I found that very fucking disgusting, in the sense that he may have discovered something new and you fucking shutting him down. It's like, dude, embrace Witsit for fucking doing what he's doing. I think he's doing a fantastic job.
No, I think it's quite remarkable the research he's doing day to day, and here bringing his ideas forward, using his logic for what he's learned to describe and and not only that, to fight the mainstream narrative in science. It's a huge challenge. I mean, then I said that one point that I was kind of chastised for when he said, I've discovered, or no one else has discovered, the reason why we have these things we call gravity. I've discovered, no one else has. So I said that was arrogant, and then I got kind of lambasted for that. No big deal. I'm listening. I'm all ears, and I like listening. I bring up challenges. When someone says something that doesn't sound like it makes sense, I'll bring up reasons why I said it doesn't make sense. Right now, Jeremy and Wit's laughing, mocking me for saying the ground accelerates upward where objects are in free fall. They still think the Earth expands, has to expand for that to happen. I'm trying to give them the definitions of velocity, which not only has a magnitude, but has a direction. The direction is the thing that's changing when it comes to bending, warping, space-time. Bending, meaning change of direction. That's what's causing this apparent expansion of the Earth, but it's not expanding, to run into things.
No, dude.
Right.
So I asked you, can a singular object have different changes of velocity at the same time? And you said yes. And then I could ask you, can a singular object go in different directions
I don't
at
remember
the same time? You did say yes, and then I laughed.
No.
I never said that only
I
have
thought multiple singular objects. I didn't mean
no,
one object. Now it can have one change of direction at a time. It can't have multiple. I think you're talking about the three balls. You said three balls. You said, can the three balls have the same change of direction at the same time?
No, I said, can a single object have different changes in velocity at the same time?
Well, it can. Yeah. Can you give me an example of how that would happen? Just so I know.
Well, yeah, that's what you're saying that the Earth is doing.
No. Well, no. Give me the example. I mean, I'm all ears. Seriously.
The Earth.
Okay.
You're claiming that the Earth is doing that. You're saying that the Earth can accelerate in different directions at the same time, that it can have different accelerations at the same time.
I got it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because all three of those balls, like I mentioned, will eventually hit the Earth. Now they're on free fall. They all see the Earth accelerating to them. Now you're saying that because all three of those balls are different and have different velocities and different directions and such, that they have to have an Earth that's going to have multiple accelerations in different directions at the same time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, can a single object go in multiple directions at the same time?
Well, with respect to the free-falling inertial state object, the Earth is in their way. And with respect to it, they all will hit the Earth at different times. It'll appear to have the Earth will have different accelerations at different times. But in actuality, the bending and warping of space-time caused by the Earth is just going to run into them. It's going to stop them at some different point. Every one of those balls will have a different impact, and they all were deflected based on a change of direction when the Earth hit them, because they're moving through time and space. The Earth is stopping that direction and flow of that object, and that is causing an impact. It's not caused by them; it's caused by the Earth running into them, because they are following a geodesic path. The Earth is not.
Okay, you talk a lot. You talk a lot. So, like in the reference frame of the Earth, then the object is just falling down to the Earth.
Yes, in the reference frame of the Earth.
So then, why'd you jump in and say the Earth's not actually? It's not actually falling down to the Earth. The Earth's accelerating up to it.
Because that's what's actually happening.
He's
confused. Actually, there is no actually. You just said there is no actually.
No, what's actually happening is between the Earth and the ball. You can't say that. That's counterintuitive and incorrect, because the Earth can't be with Earth. You can look at it from the perspective of the Earth, and that's what we all do. We see an object fall off a building; it looks like it accelerates, stops, and crashes on the ground. You can say from the reference of the Earth, like you said, that the object accelerated to us, but we know that that's not true. That's not actual, because it can't be actual, because the object does not have any forces acting on it. It is inertial. So that's the paradox.
Did you say so?
No, we can measure it.
Hey, is a downward electric current a force? Yes or no?
Electric current is not a force.
Oh my God!
How is electric current a force?
How does it not generate a force?
It can generate a force. It's not a force in itself.
No, name one time it doesn't generate a force.
When a current's flowing through a straight wire.
Oh, there's no force there?
Where's there a force?
In the direction of the current flow.
What's it acting on? What's the counterforce?
Whatever's sustaining it. The wire, it would be acting on the wire there. There would be a magnetic force created by the current.
No, it has to be a coil to generate a magnetic field.
It doesn't have to be coherent. That's what you don't understand. So, dude, this is what I'm saying. You guys, you don't understand basic things that like electric current.
That's arrogant to say that. Why would you say something like that?
Electric current flow generates a force, right? To say that there's no force acting on the objects defies basic physics. You yourself earlier said that you agreed it's an axiom of physics that for there to be acceleration, then there has to be a force. And now you're saying that the acceleration doesn't have a force. So you're like blatantly double speaking.
No, I'm not, because I've told you why this. So that's the paradox. Yes, all things accelerating have to have a force. Axiom of physics. We all agree. I'm on your same page there. But the problem is we go, okay, but why is this object that is falling and accelerating, why is there no forces acting on it? We can measure that is not happening with that box, with things in the box free falling. It's not happening. It's free falling. There's no forces. So that is only explained by one thing that I know of, and that's the bending and warping of space-time. That box is following its path through time and space, and it's running into the Earth, which is accelerating to it.
Okay, so first of all, if you have objects in a box that's falling, obviously the downward acceleration, the free fall, is countering the fact that it wants to go down. That doesn't mean there's nothing there. Just like when you love to say, if I make something float, I'm just introducing electrostatics that's countering what's already there. And again, you just claimed a paradox, but there are no paradoxes in nature. Do you notice that every single time we boil down to the heart of your claim, you claim a paradox?
No. It's a paradox at first glance. Once you understand what's happening, or once we give the theory that actually makes sense, such as the Earth accelerating up to the object, not physically, just remember, you keep on conflating the change of direction with the change of magnitude. It's change of direction of the object. When it hits the ground, it's now changing direction. That change of direction is a change of momentum, which creates a force, a real force, a real proper force. It's not that the Earth is getting larger. It's just that the geodetic is being block by an object. That
So good.
blocking is caused by the object bending and warping of space-time. It's a paradox at first glance, and then you understand, give the theory of why this is happening. It's not a paradox anymore.
The reason why this is happening is because they have these different reference frames, and they think depending on which reference frame they're viewing something from, they don't know which one is real. Like they don't know reality. They're either confused or this is a weird game they're playing or whatever, but they think they can't know reality. Just like my Coriolis example, just like this, they don't know which frame they're in, and they don't know which one's real or not. There's no reality frame. There's no
Well, it makes,
reality.
it makes their claim unfalsifiable, and that's what relativity did in the first place in response to Michelson-Morley, which I've actually had anti-flat earthers now try to say Einstein didn't even know about Michelson-Morley when he came up with relativity. When he says in his own words at the time, that's literally the first path that led him to relativity. He explains in detail. He actually says, well, I was in my student years, I came across Michelson-Morley. He says that like 7 different times. He says that he came across Michelson-Morley, and that's when he discovered that he proved that everything happens on the Earth as if the Earth is at rest. What he did was introduce a theory to make the globe movement unfalsifiable, right? And that's what you guys use reference frames for, where then you end up saying stuff like it's an axiom of physics that acceleration requires a force, but when things accelerate down to the Earth, there is no force.
Okay, so one of the things that we look at when we look at the reference frame of the Earth, we see the paradox. So when you're looking at things at the reference frame of the Earth, in the Earth, and you're looking at it from that perspective, you see something happening that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't see something that has no forces acting on it accelerate. But you look at it from the reference frame of the in the inertial reference frame of the object that is not accelerating or having on it. It makes perfect sense. There's no paradox because the Earth is now accelerating up to it because it's bending. Because of the bending and warping of space-time, this curved path through space-time is being blocked by this geodetic path is being blocked by an object. The Earth runs into it. That's a proper force that impact is.
Okay, yeah. So you have all kinds of paradoxes, right? Like whenever you said
that wasn't though
that the Earth in its orbit changes direction, but it doesn't change direction. That in
right.
physics, that acceleration requires a force, but when things accelerate on the Earth, there isn't a force. You just blatantly double speak, and then you guys have the audacity to conflate it to profundity. It only works on inept people. Like only someone that's inept will be confused and then be like, to save face, they'll pretend that it's just so profound and ingenious that it just seems confusing. In reality, it just doesn't make sense. Paradoxes don't exist.
Why don't you then I'm all ears. Why don't you tell me how something can it fall? And I mean, you've heard this a million times. How can it fall, have no apparent forces acting on it? We show why there's no forces. It's floating, no matter masses, no matter substance, gas, rocks, gold, lead, whatever, all water, bubbles, helium, all floating in its box, all visually accelerating to the ground, but there was no forces acting on the object in the box, even though they're accelerating. How is that possible, Whitsid?
Just because you
your theory?
I've already explained that when something's free falling, then that counters the effect of the object falling. You're not going to be able. That's why things appear to float in.
What does that mean?
They don't magically stop having weight, which, by the way, your stupid paradigm, of course, says that weight is a force. Your paradigm says that weight is a force. So if I
weight is a force.
Okay, so if I drop something in free fall, it doesn't all of a sudden not have weight.
How do you measure weight then if it's in free fall?
So does the object have weight or not?
No.
Yeah.
Weightless.
Okay, there you go. So whenever I levitate an object with electrostatics, does it have weight?
There are no gravitational fields. When something is in free fall, there's no.
When I levitate something with electrostatics, does it have weight?
Yes, because you've actually applied a force to.
Wait, how do you measure
you're
weight?
levitating? Hold on. If you have little teeny ants on that weight that's been levitated, they all will be dancing perfectly fine down with their feet downward on that object. So that has been levitated because you have applied an additional force to that object, counteracting its weight.
Do you see how easy it is to make him double speak? So whenever I said, does the object have weight?
It's not double speak.
And they stop interrupting me. Whenever I said, does the object have weight in free fall? He said, no. How do you measure weights? And obviously it's like, it's pressing down on like a scale. So I said, okay, then if I make an object levitate, then you can't measure the weight pressing down on a scale either. But he gets to pick
Sure
and
you can.
choose his double standards. And
Sure you can.
the fact that you think that when that an object that's in free fall doesn't have weight is hilarious. It's obviously that the free fall is countering the effect of the weight.
But to take
Obviously.
this further now, how would you get this further? Because yeah, irrespective of what Zanuck says or whatever, whoever one says what they say, I think you got something here. I would agree that well, for me at least, I would say I would agree that you onto something. How would you take this further in the sense, to I don't know, make this so-called mainstream?
The best way
Because
to test it, in my opinion, right now, that would be undeniable, is it appears that gravity, quote unquote, is not a universal constant, meaning it changes based on where you are and not just height, just based on where you are. They make up all kinds of fairy tales about what's underneath the earth to account for this, and they can never verify any of it. But if you could show that each area has a different energy density in the vacuum, so you have your electromagnetic vacuum, it'll have a measurable energy density. If you can show a direct relationship between that change in energy density based on where you are on the earth and then what's measured for downward acceleration, it would show you that there's a direct correlation between the electromagnetic vacuum, i.e. the energy from the background, and then what people call gravity. And then there's no way to weasel out of it. There's no way to weasel out of it when they say like, oh, it's the density of the earth, oh, it's different mass distribution, all this bullshit they make up about what happens underneath the earth. If you show that things fall at different rates on different places of the earth, and then you have a vacuum chamber beside it and you measure the amount of energy in it, and then how the change in the acceleration directly corresponds to the change of energy in the vacuum, it immediately and directly refutes their claim of gravity. It cannot be true, and it shows that it's directly related to the electromagnetic vacuum. That would be the definitive way to test it.
So Winston, do you disagree with the variances that they record in the in the force of
No,
gravity around the
no,
world?
I
So
agree with it.
how much is that difference? What's the value of that difference?
It ranges from 9.6 to 10.
10 meters per second somewhere on the earth?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, so
I've never
yeah,
seen that.
I'll still go back to my question. So it doesn't help keep saying, okay, why is Witsit wrong? Why is this? Why is that? Why is that? I want to know what do you need Witsit to stop this argument, to say, okay, cool, this is what it is. What do you need
Yeah.
to stop this argument?
Well, see, so I think I've already proven that electrostatics causes things to move up and down. I did it in the Level movie. I've done it with many things. You can make things float with it. So that proves that there's a cause and effect relationship between electrostatics and acceleration. But one thing that would definitely put an end to the conversation, because at that point it really is over, like one's scientifically proven, one is just a theory that can't be scientifically tested at all. So the debate's over right there, honestly. But what would definitively show it is that the rate of fall changes based on where you are, and not because of the density of the earth underneath you, but because of the electromagnetic vacuum. So you would need like very precise measurement tools that are used in quantum mechanics to measure the electromagnetic energy in the vacuum. And then you would have to get the precise measurements of this fluctuation of energy in the vacuum. And then you would have to have a gravimeter, preferably interferometry gravimeter, which they're like 20 something grand, because they're more precise than spring loaded. So like I'm actually currently trying to get people that have access to this equipment to do it. It's obviously not feasible that we spend 50 grand on a test. So yeah, that's the answer, is we have to get people with access to the equipment to run the test. This is a very specific thing. Basically, the claim is that gravity is not a universal constant. It changes relative to the energy density in the electromagnetic vacuum, meaning that the actual energy density coming from the background medium is what causes the downward acceleration rates. And if you show that direct correlation with predictive capability, there is no way for them to weasel out. Like it just does.
So you need equipment, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, if you up for it, I have a few contacts in universities and that now with me and discussing the whole refraction situation. I I believe that South Africa is a little bit more open to these sort of discussions and experiments and that, purely because we're not mainstream here in South Africa. But our universities are pretty top universities and have equipment. If you want, and this is ready to prove your theory, I'm all up for it. I think you're doing a fantastic job what you're doing. You can send me what equipment you need to do this sort of experiment, and I am willing to go and find out for you by our universities here in South Africa, in Cape Town specifically, um, if they got the equipment and they're willing to do this sort of experiment. And I'll do it. I will find out some information for you, because I think this is fascinating, and it'll really possibly even change the world. And I'm up for it. I'll do it for you. You just got to get in contact with me.
Cool. Yeah, I'll shoot you some stuff. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, at some point they got to start being honest, and like the Glovers and anti-flat earthers have to start being honest, and there is a way to get them to do that. And I think with it, that's a good another good avenue, man. Let's fucking nail it, would you?
Yeah, I just think it's ridiculous fucking talking to random people on the internet about it. Let's rather take this further and let's get it done. And that's what I'm saying. I've got a few contacts at the universities. Let me see what I can do on my side and get the equipment so we can actually do these sort of things instead of fucking fighting about these things, because it's ridiculous hearing these retarded arguments when I think clearly Witset's showing something provable. It's either going to be yes or no. Yes, it is doing what it is, or no, it's not doing what it's doing. I just think it needs to be done.
I 100% agree with you, man. I think a lot of time is wasted just being on Discord arguing about this, when real action could be taken to be out in the field testing it. And even if you don't get the results you were looking for, you've still learned something. You've still acquired knowledge and information you can build on. So I mean, if you guys are willing to go out and do these things, I'm willing to assist.
Hey, does everyone here understand that when I say that in science you can prove a cause and effect relationship, but you can never prove the sole cause of a phenomenon? Does everyone understand that distinction and that it's not a contradiction?
Yeah, that's actually incredibly obvious, and I'm amazed that people argue it.
Everyone except for Globers, probably.
Yeah, the anti-flat earthers in the chat, they're like taking screenshots. They're like, haha, priceless. I'm like,
well, it's just Ed.
Yeah, but even the other dude, even though what's his name, extremist.
Well, they're right, man. They're right. The truth is priceless. Can't put a price on it. Sorry.
Like obviously, the phenomenon can have multiple causes that are causing the effect or playing a role, right? So you can try to control all the variables you do know about, and to the best of your ability, isolate that cause and effect, and you can prove that there's a direct relationship. As I manipulate this cause, it directly affects the effect. It changes the effect. But you can never say with 100% certainty that you've proven the sole or only cause of the effect, because there could, of course, be multiple variables that you don't know about, so you didn't account for them. So that's a pretty obvious distinction, I would think. Weird.
So what's it? Yeah. So the reason why I say that is when I introduced the alternative refraction theory to the school that I spoke to last year, I think it was September, October. The beauty of that whole meeting I had with the school was that the one lecturer, she actually said that Einstein had this problem where he was trying to get his theories out and everyone was shutting him down, which is what I'm seeing here in the Discord. But I'm seeing you getting shut down by random people on the internet instead of proper educated people or people that's got the equipment. And I'm going to be honest, I've been swamped with random shit in real life, where I haven't gone back to the universities with my refraction stuff, which I still want to get back to. But I think what you got here, purely because I'm not a smart dude. Dude, this is not even my field of shit that I should be doing. I just came across refraction, taking photos and things like that, and I had questions, and I came up with an alternative theory which the schools found interesting. But I think the fact that you have knowledge, you are a fucking smart dude. You're clever. You speak well. Everything which what you do is creditable. I honestly think you have something, and I don't think Discord's the right place for you. And if I can help and get you into um, getting the right equipment, and I believe my universities will be able to assist. Yeah, I think this needs to be done. Purely hearing your conversations and your arguments, you know what you're doing, and you know what you're talking about. So I'm serious about this, and I would love to get this further because I think it can change a lot of things. I think it can really turn our world in a totally different direction than what it's currently going down.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I agree. I'm like currently trying to connect with a lot of people in university myself because like you said, obviously you could just go around in here in circles for forever, and oftentimes the stuff that's said in here is directly in contradiction to the people at the higher levels that they appeal to. So and also what else I found is when I talk to people with credentials and stuff like that, they may not even fully agree with some of my conclusions, but they all like show me respect. You know, like they're like, that is very interesting, or I've never thought of that, or well then what about this? Oh wow, okay, that does kind of make sense. Like they're very like respectful. They don't just like mock and scoff. They're well aware that a lot of these questions I'm attempting to answer are currently unanswered in the mainstream. And yeah, I mean, if you come in here, you know, all the ballers will just continue to parrot this archaic, outdated idea that we're taught in schools that's like really simple and easy to understand, even though it's wrong. So yeah, I agree with you. I always come in here when I'm doing something else, and I do agree that it in many ways is fruitless.
Yeah. But I love hearing the alternative side, and like I say, I think you definitely earn a spot to get this tested um, in a mainstream level, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, I think this would be incredible if you showed that the energy coming from the background directly changes the downward acceleration. That would be like huge. That would be such a big deal. But I don't know. I feel that they would just try to deny it anyway, honestly. But
Not if you got the not if you have the equipment. That's why I say that's why I asked, what do you need to actually irrefutably prove this? And that's why I say if I understand, I'm just a random dude from Cape Town, South Africa, fucking asking you for stuff, and you got a kid, you got a wife,
Are you
you
in
got your
Cape
own
Town?
life. Yeah, I'm in Cape Town, but
Or
like I
the,
say,
the
dude, I will
university you would go to, would it be the
University of Cape
University
Town.
of Cape Town? All right,
Yeah, I'll go
nice,
to UCT and I'll go to Stellenbosch University. I'll go to both
nice.
universities. I have contacts in both of them, and I'll try my best to get some sort of equipment or something to test this. And then if worst comes to worst, not worst comes to worst. If anything, I would say like, what's it, dude? We need to go on some sort of contact. We can share our details privately. I won't share my stuff out over the internet. We can communicate privately, that we can do a telephone call with the university if we have to. So you can explain exactly what you need, because I won't be able to relay it. Like I said, I don't have the vocabulary, I don't have the understanding, but what I hear you conveying to the people in this Discord, some of them, like Zanik, has got the vocabulary, he can communicate with you. I can't do that. However, I think you'll be able to communicate with the university to explain what you need, and if I can do that for you, I would gladly do it, because I think this is world changing. I think it's what the world needs. We're fighting about random shit in this world. I think this is way more important what you're doing here.
yeah, cool, man. I'm all for it. I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
What do you do for a living, BMA? Like, is it anything within the physics?
No,
I'm
I
just curious.
used
I'm
to.
just curious. Sorry.
I studied IT engineering. I was an IT engineer
Nice.
for most of my life. Then I was doing project management, and now I'm a business owner. And yeah, my wife and I now got our own business. I'm out of IT, and yeah,
That's what's up.
we work for ourselves.
Hey,
Oh,
Beerman, have you
what's up.
subscribed to Flat Earth and Coffee?
He's
Because
a
he's
businessman,
way up
man. What
in
the
the
fuck thing's going on around here?
IT. He's way up in
Yo,
the
Jeremy,
IT.
come on, man.
Hold up, there's like 3 people talking there. What's up?
I was saying subscribe to Flat Earth and Coffee because he's way up in the IT industry as well. He has some good videos.
Oh
If
no,
you're in IT,
I'm
if
out of
you're in
IT for the past say 5-6 years. I've been out of IT.
what
Mainly
area of
mainly
IT were you working in?
engineering. So that's the building networks, Windows servers. Yeah, managing users on the servers and things like that.
So on the server side of things, not on the
Yeah,
actual physical networks, not the.
yeah, networks as well. Yeah, I'm very rusty there. But yeah, mostly Windows servers and building networks, about 40 user networks, things like that.
Well, no, if you're working in the networks, physical network layers of networking, right? Then you're starting to deal with optic, looking at the latency times, looking at how these rings will are affected by the transmission of light, and if that's something you have a familiarity with, you can discussing as well related to light, speed of light particularly.
Oh, you're breaking up every like few seconds. I don't know if that was just me.
Yeah, I thought that was just me. Yeah, Zanik, you are cutting in.
Oh, might have been some problem here. No, if you're familiar with the physical layer in networking, the switches, the fiber optics, the GBICs, back in the day, 3 or 5 years.
Yeah, the latency, and when you connect to a switch, you're going to lose latency and you're going to lose packets and things like that between switches. You obviously direct is going to be the most sufficient.
Not so much packet light. Yeah, those ramifications can be packet light. But I'm mainly talking about times from if you have rings of connectivity across the country, how the laser connectivities relate to how long it will take these packets to transfer from one point to another. Understanding how light propagates through these fiber optic cables.
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say I understand that the further the distance, the latency is going to take place. But when it comes to the nitty gritties, I think what you're talking about now, I'm going to be very unfamiliar with it, or I'm going to know the basics of it. We're talking about a building. The biggest building network that I personally was involved with building was a 3-story building. Those network cables were maximum of 50 meters long. That latency was minimal, 3 millisecond ping between one PC to the next. So
Yeah, those are short haul lasers, and those long haul.
Yeah, so I wouldn't know the long.
Yeah, the short ones are the cheap ones. The long ones can be in the high capacity are very expensive. Some of them are 120 grand for one single, GBIC.
Yeah, I was never involved with such large networks. It's mainly small to medium businesses and corporates that I was involved with.
Yeah, like I'm using like the water boiling example. Like, does everyone gets that, right? Like, so we add heat to water and it boils, and it's like, okay, so heat is the cause of water boiling. But in reality, you can maintain the same temperature and change pressure and it'll boil as well. So then it's like, well, both of these things are the quote unquote cause of the effect of water boiling, but what's the actual sole cause? Like, as far as I can tell, based on our limited understanding of the variable, it would more so be the pressure, because the heat itself is changing pressure, and everything is pressure mediation. Pressure comes in all kinds of forms, and heat simply changes the pressure. So the pressure applied to the water causes that water to try to respond to the pressure and then seek equilibrium. Now, in reality, I don't even think you could claim that pressure is the sole cause either. You can never claim to have proven that, because in fact it would actually be intrinsically electric.
Well,
because that's where you get the pressure from in the first place. Then you would have to go, well, what causes that electric cause?
Slow down. We can interact. You're monologuing. You
No,
have
Zach, do you agree that
multiple
in science you can establish and prove a cause of an effect, but that doesn't mean that you can definitively prove the sole cause of the effect, and that those are different things?
No, that's I've already addressed that many times. We're talking about conflating the experiment with the actual hypothesis. But go back to what you were talking about, water boiling. Just for not going to get into it, very high level. Do you know what is the effect of water boiling? What's actually happening?
I didn't bring it up for you to start asking me questions, man.
No. Okay.
I'm just going to go back to working on my stream because this is starting to get on my nerves.
No, this is a good conversation. So
I don't want to talk to you.
The difference between water boiling.
You're just talking at him, Zanuck.
Water boiling and water evaporating. Does anybody know the difference between the?
Does anybody else want to talk besides?
Yeah, one of them's. We know. It's not consensual, Zanuck. One of them's rapid, one's not.
Yeah. So we have the conversation rape whistle, or anyone got it? Or
Dude, Zanuck, how about like some of the other 36 people you allow to talk maybe for a little while?
Yeah, can I get in just quickly? Did Zanuck just ask what the sole effect of boiling water was?
Let's not talk about Zanuck. Can we ask a different question, Chris?
I wasn't talking for a long time. I just came in real quick. I'll back out. You don't want to? Good. I'm fine. I'll back out.
Later.
I'm just glad we're still cool. Thanks, man, for the grace. I'm a chill dude.
So
yeah, I just want to find out fucking truths here. And that's why I want to help. What's it?
Just going to ignore that I talked. Was that what was said?
You're choppy, Crypto.
Yeah, I don't want to answer, but I do want to hear your question. Go ahead.
Well, no, I already asked it.
Yeah, you didn't come through clean.
If I asked the difference between boiling and evaporation, is that what you asked? I did ask that question.
No. Okay. I just asked if you had asked what the sole effect of water boiling is. That's a yes or no question.
I don't know that we got the question. It's coming through very broken.
Yes, I asked that question. What is the net effect of water boiling and evaporation?
Okay, so wasn't that the whole point of what we just said? Is that can't be found?
No, there actually is a description, a very detailed description of what happens when actually water evaporates, or this change of state as well. How it happens, as Jeremy eloquently said, as he blurted out, one's rapid, one's not rapid. That was actually good on him.
So you know the sole cause of that effect then?
Now we're talking about a cause. Before we weren't talking about a cause. Right, yes, but it was what it was. Now we want to know the cause. Yeah, the cause is those atoms and molecules disassociating from each other, breaking of the bonds. The breaking of the bonds. Breaking the bonds is actually what causes this a substance to either liquefy or turn into a solid or turn into a gas. The cause can be whatever cause. There's multiple causes that can cause those bonds to break. Is what it talks about. We can have an energy. Okay, go ahead.
And there we are. So we have both. Fantastic. That's what I was trying to get to. Obviously, as you get more conceptual with these things, you have to be assuming that there are certain base principles that you haven't got wrong. And I think that's where this is going with this. Is that you have to assume a certain thing, and then you do an experiment, and then you just hope that your conceptualization of what's going on is correct.
Well, the experiment will narrow down what the goal of this hypothesis you've created or talked about states, and it will provide evidence for it. So, well, almost done. So when we start doing, we add heat, and then we boil water, fine. Then we lower pressure, we boil water, fine. Then we use different substances that boil, or we do different temperature and boil. I mean, so there's a lot of tests we can do. And finally, we'll narrow down what actually is happening by a lot of tests and a lot of experiments. We can narrow it down and determine what actually causes water to boil.
Not addressing what I said. So, well.
Yeah, but according to you guys, you can never know what causes water to boil because you can't prove anything. I don't even know what happens when you guys are done with a science experiment. When you guys do an experiment, what even happens after? You don't know anything. You didn't prove anything.
Well, we know something. We just haven't proved anything. You don't need to prove something to know something, Jeremy.
If you didn't prove it, how do you know it?
We know something. We don't know something absolute 100%, but we've gained some sort of knowledge, some sort of information. Even if we got the wrong result, there's some sort of information we've gained. We know a bit more today than we did yesterday, but it'll never be absolute 100%. We always leave room open to be proven wrong.
So even if you got the wrong result, you still know the thing that's wrong.
If we got the wrong result, then we know that what we thought could possibly have been correct yesterday is not correct today. So we've gained some more information.
Okay, you do an experiment. You're trying to figure out what causes water to boil. You put heat to it. You're like, oh, heat causes water to boil, but you didn't prove it. So how do you know it?
Well, we now know that heat could be a possible cause of what makes water boil. So we build on that. But we haven't proven it 100%. Tomorrow, someone could do something that shows heat isn't a cause of water boiling, you know?
So yeah, you just got possibilities, right? So the problem is you guys say that science doesn't prove anything, but then you guys hold fast to the ideas or the concepts that are put forth by the scientific community and then shut down any adversarial or any counter arguments or experiments that go against what you guys have proposed, right? So, Austin's very good at putting out the ideas and the concepts that might be counter to the common understanding of gravity, right? Like has been talked about for the last hour or two, right? But
the
instead
thing
of
is-
being willing and open to look at the opposing, just go ahead, Zanuck.
Don't interrupt.
You haven't talked all day, so go ahead.
Yeah, Zanuck, that is a bit fucked up, though.
I like how you politely ask, but you can
Yeah,
interrupt someone
I
as
just
you're
wanted to
interrupting
add,
them. That's
we talk about this science not proving things. The concept of that has been discussed ad nauseum. It doesn't mean that there exists no evidence in support of these ideas and theories. There's a reason that science says it doesn't prove things, and it's to keep the door open for new things to come along to build on what we know and expand our knowledge. That's all that is.
Yeah, because
Okay,
I mean,
you don't
if
know
one day
anything,
someone,
though. The thing is, hold on.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
The thing is, you don't know anything when you don't know anything when the experiment's done because you didn't prove anything. So you don't know anything. You may know the wrong thing.
But Jeremy, like I asked if I could
go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Zanuck, you're cutting
Nate,
out.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Maybe you just need to go out and come back in, or maybe just go out and not come back in because you're roboting.
I got a quick yes or no question. I really hope it can be yes or no, and maybe it's just for the whole panel so we don't get lost. But can we ever know anything 100 complete percent? Yes or no?
Well, when we do the experiments, we have knowledge, and as Nate mentioned very eloquently,
Shut up.
Yes
or no?
Yes.
I think context matters. I think
we have
context matters.
we have knowledge when those experiments happen. At the end, we have an idea that evidence supports the hypothesis, but the knowledge Nate mentioned, we gain along the way. We know we had heat. We know that water boiled. What is our hypothesis? Would it support it? That's all he's.
Yeah, was it Sensei that asked that question? I think in most cases, yes, we can know things for sure, but within the context of science, I would say no. But it's only within science, if you and me were sitting on your front porch and your dog walked past me and you pointed to it, and remember, we're just having a general conversation. We're not performing science. There's no experiment or anything going on. And you told me my dog is walking in front of us, and that's a 100% fact, and it's a known thing. I would agree with you, but within the context of science, it kind of changes, because science is a very specific field, and within that field, words have different meanings. Even context does matter.
So yes,
but I put a caveat to it. Yes, outside of science. Yeah.
So we do the experiment. We put the heat to water. The water boils. You didn't prove it, but you know it. You know heat causes water to boil, but we didn't prove it.
We know that what we know, Jeremy, is that there is evidence towards the idea that heat makes water boil. Now, my question to you, Jeremy, what if we knew everything? Would there be a need to perform any more science to develop? If everything was known and set in stone, why do we carry on developing and doing the things we do? We should know how the entire universe works from top to bottom, from the relativistic to the subatomic scale. If everything is known and things can be known 100%, things can be proven within science beyond a reasonable doubt, there's no point of any further scientific, development or endeavor.
No, what? I don't know where you got this from. We should know everything at this point. I don't know. We do know heat causes water to boil. That's why we don't keep doing experiments to find out if heat causes water to boil, because we know it does.
Yeah, we've built up a really good, body of evidence to support that claim or assertion, and it's gotten to the point where you are right, we don't really need to test it anymore because there's nothing we see new in the world that makes us question what's almost become a given, an assumption. But if tomorrow, Jeremy, you had a glass of water and I threw a cube of ice in it and it started boiling, would that not make you start questioning, does heat really make water boil? We don't see these things that make us question these basic assumptions we hold. But there's that possibility that could happen. So we leave that little space open to be proven wrong because we didn't create reality.
Think it's possible? You think it's possible we
think
throw an ice cube in a
anything's
glass of
possible.
water and it starts boiling?
I
You think the
if you
Earth
are
is
an
flat?
open,
The Earth could be flat as possible?
Jeremy, you can't just railroad me up the ass with questions, bro. Let me answer the first one. I think anything's possible. I think some things are more possible and more likely than other things, but anything's possible. Yes. What's your second?
So just walking around willy nilly, we can know things 100%. But then this method we use to actually find things out, we can't know 100%.
Yes, because the method has its inherent limitations. It's not a method created to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. In the past, we had methods like that only to see things tomorrow that proved our methods wrong. There was a time when science proved things, but we realized that's not the correct way to go about it.
Isn't Descartes attributed with the founding of the scientific method?
No,
For
it
whatever
was.
that's
It's a Muslim scholar. I just forgot the name.
Of course, that's your bias, dude.
But it's the
it was
truth.
it was actually a Jewish guy, man.
Chirality, or
Jesus?
however I say that. Hold on. Is it charity or can I call you Nate? Yeah, a lot of the guys call you
Yeah,
Nate.
I've won.
Okay, yeah. So for instance, let's say we never knew what caused water to boil. It's the first time you and I are in the field, and we put water in a pot and we put it over the fire and it starts boiling. And
Okay.
I tell you that this is because I'm manifesting it to boil, or and then there's a guy next to me saying no, it's fairies boiling it, but
Okay.
you able to prove that it's the flame, the heat from the flame boiling it. So yeah, we got to the nitty gritties saying that yeah, it's the fire, that's the actual heat from that fire boiling it. But that's as far as we gotten to that point of why that water's boiling. But there's now an alternative saying it's because of the wood burning and it's these gases heating up and all these different things is creating this temperature change. And there's an alternative. It gets to the same conclusion, but there's an alternative of why it's heating up and why it's boiling. That's where I think Witzit's getting with his gravity explanation. He's got an alternative of why it's actually coming down. Does that make sense? If I'm going to do it that way, that we can all give an explanation of why it's boiling, and we all understand heat is doing it. But what is causing that heat? What is actually pulling? For instance, what is pulling something down? What is heating? What is making that water boil? So we know it's heat, and at the moment we understand, or we've been taught or told that it's the mass attracts mass. But I think Whitsit's got a very, very concrete conclusion of what's causing us to be pulled down. It's just an alternative, if that makes sense.
I
What
agree
is
with
it?
you.
I
You
don't know. Are you sure it's not the fairies,
I was
Kosho?
I was trying to respond to him. But I agree with you, Beer Man. You know, Witsit has his alternative ideas. They just need to be subjected to some sort of testing, you know, because we can't just take what he says, right?
No, I
And
agree.
you know, I think Witsit is a smart guy. You know, I just think his flaw is he gets too caught up in the personal back and forth stuff, you know. Um, but I do think if he focused on being out there doing field work, he could do a lot of great things, you know. But
Yes,
I do
it's
agree with you that alternative ideas should be entertained as long as they are number one able to be subjected to testing, and number two, the testing is actually done.
yeah, and
Can I
that's
just
why. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead, Crypto.
just quickly? First of all, it wasn't like I feel like Witz has been misrepresented here. Actually, he didn't say that he knows the cause of anything. He said that you can have cause-effect relationships and that there may be multiple, and that you can only know the cause and effect relationship, not that it's the sole cause. But that was very specific when he said that, and I'm amazed that that's been passed over. But second of all, I wanted to ask Nate a question. Nate, if I had two theories,
Is he breaking up?
right, I've got
Yeah,
theory
he's
A and I've got
breaking.
theory B. These two theories are. So can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
hear you now. Hear you now.
Okay, fine. You got theory A and your theory B, right? They're mutually exclusive theories. They hate each other. You can't have them both. Theory A and theory B both make prediction X, and then prediction X occurs. Which theory is correct?
You would have to carry
the
them at an equal footing until you could perform some sort of experiment or come up with some sort of prediction or observation that one theory can't explain over the other. For example, with quantum mechanics, you know, you would have the many worlds theory, or you would have the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. But one interpretation or theory cannot be proven above the other. You see what I'm saying? So it's a situation where
I
until
agree.
we can come up with some sort of experiment that proves one above the other, you got to hold them in equal standing, right?
Yeah, I agree. So then you need to have an equal experimentation basis for both of them. Sorry, I'm just being asked by massive truck. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
You need to have that equal footing for both of them, right? You'd have to give them equal weight based on their predicted capabilities.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, fantastic.
Right.
Then we agree.
Crypto, I want to respond to when you said we might be misrepresenting Witsit. Not at all. If anything, I'll be praising Witsit in the sense of if you had to put myself and Witsit in a room and you had to choose us for some sort of team to represent science or represent anything fucking academic, I would gladly give myself up and say, dude, take Witsit. I will honestly say I'm too dumb for this stuff. Take Witsit. So
That's
in
fine.
that
But
sense,
that's fine, but it doesn't really address what I said. Like, it's good that you revere him. That's fine. But what he said was being misrepresented in that conversation. That's why I wanted to mention it, because it's frustrating listening to me when I know that what's being discussed isn't actually building upon the thing that was said. That's all. I'm not attacking anyone, making that point.
maybe I just said it. Maybe I just said it wrong. But yeah, all I'm saying is that I think he's got a very good stance of an alternative viewpoint of what is the cause of gravity, and I think it needs to be tested. And I'm willing to take my contacts and help with it where I can, because I think this is something that needs to be tested academically, or not even academically. I think Whitsett is academic. Just because he doesn't fucking have the papers doesn't mean he's not smart enough to do it. I think he's fucking smarter than a lot of people that's got papers. I know people that haven't studied IT engineering. They're way fucking smarter than I am. I can't do half the stuff they can do on networks. So just because you have papers doesn't mean you're smarter. I think he's very learned in his own sense, and I think he's onto something, and I think it deserves a mainstream experiment. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, and I think maybe people lose sight of what university is meant to be in the first place. University is really meant to be a certificate of the fact that you've researched to a level where you can understand and you can study that topic, but also that level. Okay, so there's two kind of elements to it. It's the topic and the level that you can study to. But of course, like you may have done that independently of the university. All the university is saying, they're basically assuring that you have done this study. But you could have done this study independently and be just as knowledgeable separately. So I think everyone agrees with that.
Hey, can
Yeah.
I add something? It's not I'm not sure if it's allowed, but it's not about widgets. So I was just gonna say about what you said though, Crypto. What you said a second ago about the different forces or the different causes and different effects. Like you were basically establishing what the actual point was, and I just wanted to say, like, based on the way you phrased it, what significance or what sort of what's the greater statement that's speaking to? Because I think that anytime there's an effect, like there's a force that happened, like you can draw a force diagram, a free body diagram, and it tells you all the forces acting on it in all directions, all the magnitudes of them as well. So if there's just other effects that can make things fall, wouldn't you still attribute the correct magnitudes to the correct things? In which case, it wouldn't really change anything if you added some new mechanism.
I don't really understand your question.
I'm asking you what the significance of stating that that there's some other mechanism that also contributes to something falling. If you know what the magnitude is and you know it's significantly smaller than something that we're attributing to gravity, then what significance does that have?
Oh yeah, well it's to do with the conceptualization of the effect, right? So you might say that something's falling at 9.81 meters per second squared because of the curvature of space-time, right? Someone else might say, well, it's because of, I don't know, use its argument, electrostatics. Well, the effect is the same and the predictive capability is the same. So then which theory is better?
Right, but the effect isn't the same.
Shows that there's any exceptions, like there's no exceptions with the theory of gravity and bending and warping space-time. The instantaneity of the gravity does not work with electrostatics or any other kind of light speed restricted force.
Now we're obfuscating away from what my point was, because now we're talking about real world specifics, which is something I don't care to argue at the moment. I'm just talking about the conceptualization of a theory and its predictive capability. If it's equal, then it should be given equal weight. And Nate agreed with that, and then I moved on.
Right.
Well, I kind of explained why it's not equal.
But that's why I didn't want to ask you, Zanuck, because I knew you'd obviously.
I'm not obfuscating. I was just saying that there are ways you can actually isolate, for example, for electrostatics that doesn't work with gravity's current theory.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm pulled over and I'm going to get on with my day. You guys have fun.
Cool.
Yeah, that's too bad because I was right in the middle of something.
Well, go ahead.
No, I mean he's leaving. What's the point? I was in the middle of talking to him about something, but the subject got changed, and now we're on to something else.
If we can go back to Jeremy's thing with the merry-go-round, I got a question with that. If not, it's cool. We can stick with whatever you guys want, the regulars want.
As long as it's not Zanuck, I'm good, beer man. Go for it.
Jeremy, are you there? Fuck, he's not there. Okay, no worries. You guys carry on then.
No, I'm here. What's up? I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, so your merry-go-round argument and all that. So I'm full on with you. I'm understanding it and all that with the line of sight, with the way the plane must fly. You should actually aim ahead of your target to fly in a straight line to get to the place. However, I've been thinking about it for a while. I've been listening to the guys discuss it and things like that, and understanding the current model with the way the atmosphere is okay. Yes, it's not in lockstep, but it's more or less in it moves with the same speed as the Earth.
Bear
I'm
man,
just
bear man.
yeah.
Let me just stop you. The air. This argument is irrelevant to if the air moves with Earth. Anytime you can leave the target, it's faster to leave the target, especially on Earth, the way Earth is, because it correlates to the merry-go-round perfectly. It doesn't matter. There's the Coriolis effect. Whenever there's the Coriolis effect, you have the option to leave the target or not leave the target.
Yeah. So this is going to say that Coriolis shouldn't exist if this is the case, because let's say you are moving, you are flying from wherever you are, and you moving with the air, because the guys keep bringing up that it's an engine, it's not ballistic and things like that. So I was thinking, okay, cool. So it's moving with the air, but now the engines are moving with the air, and it's. I'm just trying to get the understanding of this. This is why I'm asking this question. It's going to be a bit long-winded, so bear with me. But for instance, if you're going with a boat around if you're crossing a river and you take the boat, this happens with me, and this is why I'm asking the question. I move slightly. Say the river's moving left to right. I'm going to move across the river, but I'm going to go at an angle because the water is pushing me to the side. So the same thing is going to happen if I'm flying, if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Okay, but I'm understanding it's not in lockstep, but it's moving slightly with the Earth. What is the implications with that, with your merry-go-round argument?
The implication is that you can either lead even in their example where they have the air rotating with Earth, you can either lead the target or not lead the target. Right? That doesn't change anything. Whether the air moves or doesn't move, we're still in a scenario where you can lead or not lead the target. You understand? It doesn't matter that the air is or isn't rotating with the Earth, or if it's in perfect lockstep or not. It's irrelevant. It's just something they say to try to distract away from the actual argument of them not leading the target.
No, he gave a great example. That is a perfect example. You would not lead the target. You would actually change the angle, as he mentioned, a little bit to the left, because this thing's going to move from left to right, and you'd try to objectively make a straight line path to that target. Now, with the reference frame of the river, totally different path. If you look at all the material and mass that has moved underneath you, but between you on the shore and you and the target, you've gone a straight line path, even though the angle at which you're approaching it with is to the left, just like the plane. It's a yaw. You have a yaw that you would actually travel in a position of, and that would give you the straight line path.
Yeah, so that's the way I understand the argument, Jeremy. So I'm not trying to fight you for it. I'm just saying that's the way I would understand it. I think
No, Bearman's exactly right. You're exactly right.
Okay, yeah. So that's the way I would understand it if that is the model, or if that is what reality is. So yeah, for instance, if I want to cross the river and I want to go to point A, my boat is gonna actually be going slightly left because the river is going to be pushing me to the right. But I wouldn't notice it.
Pointed left, not going left. You'd be
Yeah,
pointed
well, pointed left, yeah, because the river's pushing me to the right, and I would say the same thing is happening with the atmosphere if it is moving with the rotation of the Earth, or slightly with the rotation. So yeah, that was the question I had, Jeremy.
and you'd be exactly right.
Jeremy, was this your Coriolis argument that debunks the globe?
Yes, that was his argument.
Ugh.
I didn't mean to muddy any waters from either side. I'm just purely asking a question.
No, you haven't done anything wrong.
You were the one offering to possibly get equipment for doing tests. Is that right?
Oh yeah, 100% yes.
What kind of equipment was he needing?
I'm not too sure. That's why I'll chat to Witsit, obviously in private. Oh, not obviously, but preferably in private. That he can give me that sort of information, and I'll definitely go find out, because Guys, where I stand, I'm on the fence. I think the alternative view has got a lot of merit, and I would love to test it for myself. And and I can share that information with you guys. I will do it. Um, so I'm from an unbiased perspective here. I think it's a fantastic discussion, but civilly, it needs to be discussed and tested.
So you're at a university. You said you're studying engineering?
No. I've studied IT engineering. I've done. I'm 37 or 30. I'm born in 1986. I don't know how old I am. 37 or
Oh, okay.
36. Um, I'm married for 18 years. Been there, done that sort of thing. This topic came up 8 years ago. I've been listening to it for quite a while, and I find it fascinating. And I think there's some good discussions going on. Yeah, I just think a lot of it gets handled very disgustingly. And for instance, someone like Witsit that's very clued up gets treated like a piece of shit, and I think it's disgusting how he gets treated. Where I think he should be how do I say handled seriously, and those sort of tests need to be handled seriously. I think it should be tested. I think it's for
Well,
reality.
I just don't know what he's trying to test. It's not clear.
I understood because I was actually looking into it just now, Daily T. Because I'm not sure of what would be needed to test it, but he said specifically that he wanted to test basically like with a gravimeter. You know how you test local gravity in different locations. He wanted to test that against a test going side by side with that. So testing the local gravity and how that's changing, and also testing the electromagnetic or it was either electromagnetic or electric density energy, which I'm not sure how you measure that. I see there's some papers on them calculating the value for that, for the vacuum energy for the electromagnetic field, but but yeah, I'm not sure.
So the vacuum
Before
energy
we,
fluctuates, and then there would be a fluctuation in the gravitational constant.
Well, no,
Yeah,
he's not looking
that's
for the
basically.
gravitational constant. He's looking for how little g changes. If little g changes, corresponds with that change.
Yeah, and as far as I understand it, it's more with the magnetism or electrics, where, like I say, I struggle to explain myself, but I think that I agree with Wits in the sense that we all got electricity in us. We all, our heart pumps, and there's electric charge there. There's something pumping. It's all electric, and we are being pulled down to the negative charge, which is Earth, and this is in very fucking basic layman terms too. I can't articulate myself correctly, but in that sense, I think Witsit is onto. Yeah, someone Pierre just posted a picture. So,
I got you.
yeah, what Pierre's posted there, I think that well, for me that makes more sense of why we are being pulled down to the earth. And I think that needs to be tested, and I would love to help him with the universities, because I do have contacts with the universities.
Well, that's just charges, right? Like that's just charge attraction. But I thought he was talking about changes in the universal constant, which I'm not sure if he's referring to little g or big G, and then that's somehow related to fluctuations in the vacuum energy. That's totally different than that diagram.
I think he was talking about little g. He was talking about using a gravimeter to measure local gravity in
But
comparison
little
with
g is not a universal
fluctuations.
constant. So why is he saying
Right. He doesn't think he knows it's not. But he also knows it varies. That's what he's saying. He says he wants to see if it varies, if that variance corresponds with a variance in the energy density of the electric field or electromagnetic field.
little g?
Yeah, little g. Yeah. Like local gravity, because he says it fluctuates. He says it goes from 9.6 to 10 meters per second squared. So
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some
obviously
people write it as 10, but that's just rounding off. You know, they're not
that's a
saying it's
shorthand.
actually
Yeah,
10.
we
Yeah.
already
that's a
know little
shorthand.
g is not constant. We already know little
Yeah,
g is not constant. What are you talking? Why are you guys even talking
he's
about
not
this?
testing to see if it's constant.
Yeah,
Fuck's sake.
Jeremy, Jesus.
He's testing to see if there's a correspondence between or correlation between the that variance and the energy density of the electromagnetic field, which is going to
So
measure some out for that
is
for
it
the
a
same
positive?
locations.
Does he suspect it's a positive correlation? Like if the energy density of vacuum increases, then there's going to be more acceleration, or does he have any claim on that?
I don't know. That's the. I think also he may not have an answer for that, but if he does, I don't know it. I just know that he's looking for a correlation, for the purpose of tying it to that, obviously.
Kosher, but you would agree that merits some sort of fucking experiment from mainstream, correct?
Not
Or
necessarily,
I think it's
because I don't see there being any sort of. Oh, do you ask Kosho? Go ahead.
But I was just going to say, I'm not talking about mainstream, but as far as Witsit and the questions he has and that this community have, I think it's a fine test to look into. I don't think there's anything wrong. But yeah, I agree with what AT's saying about mainstream. It's not really relevant in mainstream.
Okay, well, I will disagree with the mainstream part. I think it does need some mainstream sort of experimentation or some sort of mainstream science, academic science. I think it does need to get tested. It just sounds too fascinating to be just hand waved dismissed. I think it should be tested, and we'll see the results. If it's something amazing, wow, what's it found something? If it's something that's null and void, cool. Let's pass on. Let's go on to the next thing. I think it needs to be tested.
I think the issue behind like the testing it, or like why it might not garner much attention within mainstream, is that the idea that the rate of something falling is changing based on the vacuum energy is not something that anyone has questioned, and I don't think there's really been anything that can tie the mechanism behind the energy density of vacuum to the rate that something falls. I mean, if it's just something that you suspect, that's one thing. If it's something that you have a basis for suspecting because of some sort of intermediate mechanism that links one to the other, then that would be different. But I don't think there's any evidence thus far that has supported that.
Okay, so Witsit's made a prediction and it needs to be tested. So let's say now he's made his prediction and we test it, or the universities test it with their equipment that he requires, and his prediction is correct. What happens then?
That would be interesting, but I
Correct.
just don't think that. I guess it would be, what is even his prediction, that it just changes, that if you do it at one region you have a certain rate, and then if you do it at another region you have another rate, and if you measure the vacuum energy, specifically the energy density at those two different regions, that vacuum energy density is also going to be different at different rates. I don't think it's so far. I don't even think the vacuum energy density has been measured to change very much at all.
Right. And
so that's
so
one of the issues.
there's two things, because I'm going off what I remember him saying. I wrote it down even, and it could be the case that either he said vacuum energy density and then other times didn't say vacuum energy density and just said energy density, or it's possible that he might not have said the word vacuum and I just recorded it wrong. But so I would take that with a grain of salt, the vacuum part. But because I understood it to not be referencing the vacuum, just be referencing the energy density, because that would make more sense. Because you're right, the vacuum energy density wouldn't fluctuate.
So yeah, once again, for me at least, I would say I don't care what anyone thinks, what the result would be. I think the experiment will give the result, and that's why I said to Witsit, dude, contact me, and I'll see what I can do to try get your equipment to get this tested. Because I think, once again, I think now, if he's correct, it'll change a lot of things, and yeah, it'll be an amazing experiment to do.
The problem is,
who's
though,
hot mic?
Somebody's
the
got a
problem
hot
is
mic.
that
Jeremy's hot micing.
the problem
Oh,
is they're never going to fix.
No, go ahead, Jeremy.
The problem is you're never going to figure it out, because they can't even figure out how far the drone travels underneath the merry-go-round when you start spinning the merry-go-round. Like, they can't figure that basic thing out. They're never going to figure this out.
That's a good point, man.
Yeah, but I mean, you shouldn't care about what we figure out, Jeremy. You guys should go ahead and perform these experiments. You shouldn't care what we say, what we think, what we do, whether we support you on it or not. You know, you should go ahead and do it. Like, who gives a fuck what we think? Like this whole thing of even if we do it, what they say, you know, like fuck what we think, bro.
I'm just saying, you guys can't. I've already come to that conclusion. You're reality deniers, I know.
Cool, but that shouldn't stop you from going out into the field and doing actual work, Jim.
Yeah, but with my
I'm a
thing, there ain't
big
nothing to test.
proponent.
This is just demonstrable facts. With my thing,
No,
there's
but like,
nothing to test. This is a demonstrable fact.
but like the thing Witsit's proposing, aren't you willing to go out and test that?
I mean, yeah, that'd be neat, but for the thing I'm talking about, it doesn't need to be tested. It's just a fact of reality that you guys deny.
Cool. I mean, if you feel you know the answer and doesn't need to be subjected to tests or scrutiny, that's on you, bro. But most people don't work that way.
Everyone knows the answer, but you guys are the only ones that think you don't know the answer. Everyone else, every other normal
But there are
human being
flat
knows the
earthers
answer.
that don't agree with you, Jeremy. So I don't see what you mean everyone knows the answer. But at least Witsit has the balls to come up with a test that can be subjected to scrutiny. For you, you know, you have the answer and no one should question it, you know, because you know it's right. Like, come on, man.
It's not questionable. Just because you start spinning a merry-go-round or something, that doesn't change the
See?
path or
It's
the
not questionable.
distance that the bro.
You're
can you
you're
just let me
beyond
finish the
questioning.
sentence one
I know,
time?
but Nate, you gotta get better at that, man. Of course, with Jeremy, he doesn't improve that, and I don't think it's good in any case. But go ahead, Jeremy. Just interrupting. I'm talking about Nate. But go ahead, Jeremy.
Also, Origin of Brawlic probably doesn't know about that. You know.
Yeah, you killed the VC, Kosha.
You know, remember how
Well,
I
I
said
just
it was
want to say real quick, it sounds like you guys got a lag between each other. Just be aware that technological issues can cause people to sound like they're interrupting each other when it's just a lag.
That's true.
Right.
Not in this case, but it is true. In this case, Nate
And
was just
also,
a
the stuff that you're
habitual.
talking about has
You're
been
doing it now too.
tested. You know what I mean?
Wow, so you're just going to interrupt him.
Well, he said all he needed to say. He said it wasn't that case. So apparently the guy was just interrupting. So I just wanted to continue on with the conversation to try and get it going. The stuff that you're talking about has been tested, like the drone thing. A drone, like you guys will claim that a drone will keep its position in a moving train. That's untrue. Or a moving car. That's not just simply not true. You know what I mean? You guys make claims all the time that are just not true. So what Jeremy's saying is essentially reality every day that you experience disproves you wrong. You don't need any experiment. Thank you.
No, I'm saying that when you fly a drone from the center of the circle to the edge of the circle, that is the shortest path in the straight line distance. It doesn't matter if you start spinning the circle underneath it. It's still the shortest distance to fly that thing, no matter what's spinning or moving around it. It's irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's lockstep, it'll take a lot longer.
What?
They can't even handle the Earth scenario, dude. They can't figure out the merry-go-round one. They can't handle the Earth thing yet.
We've already talked about that, Jeremy. We've got it down. We understand that you think the preferred reference frame is the actual reference frame.
Yeah,
The
dude,
straight
because I
line is the
understand.
actual.
Yeah, because I understand that just because you start spinning something underneath a moving thing, that doesn't change the actual path or direction of the thing. It's
That's
ridiculous.
right. From that inertial reference frame, you're right, absolutely right. It is going straight. It's going 10 feet, and that's all it's going is 10 feet. Because your frame is the preferred reference frame. That's the actual reference frame. I get it. We all get what your vernacular says and means.
But Xaning, that doesn't work if it's lockstep, because that would make drone
Well, no.
spin to the right.
What we say, what others will say, is that with respect to the rotating reference frame, that path will be a spiral. It'll be a very long path, even though it only went for a certain period of time at a certain velocity from point A to point B in the preferred Jeremy actual reference frame that we all agree to. With respect to the rotating reference frame, it made a complete spiral and traveled 1,000 miles instead of 10 feet.
Well, it depends. Like if you're trying to track it, right? You're trying to track where it's at.
I've already given you the two frames. I've given you the
Yeah.
inertial frame where it goes 10 feet, In the rotating frame where it goes 1,000 miles.
Right.
So,
So it depends on your coordinate system. I mean, that's
Yeah,
all.
exactly. AKA
exactly.
reference frame.
Jeremy,
Yeah, the
I
thing
think
is, if we only give the drone enough fuel to fly 1 meter, just enough so it can when it makes it to the edge of the circle, it falls. If you start spinning the circle and it make it look like it went 1,000 meters, it's irrelevant. We know the drone only had enough energy to fly 1 meter.
With
That
respect to the
non-inertial frame
inertial
is
preferred
nonsense.
reference frame. Yes.
The non-inertial. Well, with respect to reality, do we know how far a meter is in reality?
Reality is the preferred reference frame in your world. I get it.
You're a reality
it is the
denier.
actual. It is the actual distance, but with respect to the thing spinning underneath it, which is not actual, according to you, and I agree with you. Right? We got to this agreement. It'll go 1,000 miles, but it only had a fuel to go 10 feet in the preferred actual reference frame that is not rotating. Yeah, we all get it.
Yeah, this is a dumb argument, Jeremy.
Jeremy, the way
If
I
you
understand
get
it,
that, then you'd understand if you.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Hold up. So the way I understand it as well is, for instance, the argument with the merry-go-round is, let's pretend everything is a vacuum and the merry-go-round is spinning underneath the vacuum. I understand your argument. The shortest distance would be if you go ahead of the target. Cool, no problem. You fly ahead of the target, you'll land on the place. You fly a meter. But let's pretend that the merry-go-round is one big circle fish tank. And you a submarine, and you need to go from point A to point B in the submarine to one point. So that's acting as the atmosphere. This is the way I understand it. So correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. But you're gonna go with that submarine to your target, no problem, because that water's moving with the merry-go-round. It'll lag slightly, but not much, not enough
If there's
for it to be a
Coriolis, if there's Coriolis in the submarine example, or if there's Coriolis with the Earth example where the air is moving through it, any example where there's Coriolis, you have an option to leave the target or not leave the target. You understand?
Yeah, I understand that.
Remember, we
Yes, and we know from the drone and the merry-go-round that the actual frame, the frame the drone can actually travel, is in the inertial frame.
Yeah, so I don't agree with Coriolis because I've
1
never
meter.
experienced it. I hunt, dude. I've never experienced Coriolis, so I'm in agreement with you with the non-Coriolis. I'm just saying I think I understand.
Coriolis as a concept
there
exists.
is. I'm saying there.
What do you mean?
I'm working within their model. I'm saying there is Coriolis effect. I'm agreeing to yes, there's this Coriolis effect. Now we have the option to lead or not lead the target.
Are you talking about
Yeah.
Coriolis just in general, like on a merry-go-round doesn't exist either? When you say you don't agree with, or you're
No, with the current model. So I hunt. I've never had to worry about shooting ahead of a buck or anything like that. I just shoot the buck. Yeah, granted, it's only 300-400 meters on some distances, but I've never needed. I've never needed to account for Coriolis when hunting.
on Earth. So I just wasn't sure if you were saying you don't agree that Coriolis occurs, period, like even on another, like say, rotating.
No. I agree with Jeremy's argument, so I understand where he's coming from. I'm just saying I think I understand where the well, I understand. I'm not going to say I think. I'm going to say I do understand where they're coming from of where the atmosphere moves and the plane is pressing against that the atmosphere that
You know, there's a
medium.
real fictitious force, right? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm asking questions.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
trying to get
another.
to where I'm understanding.
That's another thing that tells us the non-inertial frame is not real, because from the non-inertial frame, when you're on the merry-go-round spinning, it looks like there's a force pushing the object to the left or the right, depending on which way you're rotating. We know that's not a real force. There is no forces. There's no actual forces pushing the thing. That's another way we know the non-inertial frame is nonsense.
No, non-inertial frames means that it's there's not a constant velocity of the frame, so there's an acceleration of the frame, and the fictitious force is just referencing the fact that realization of that force is only experienced in that frame, but not every frame.
There is no force.
It's not a force.
There is.
No, there is a force. It's a fictitious force in that frame. It's just not. It's
No.
not. It's
Yeah.
not a force in every frame.
There's not an actual force. There's no forces pushing the drone or the ball or whatever it is moving above the rotating reference frame. There's no force pushing it to the left or the right. It just looks like that because you're spinning underneath it.
There's a force that is experienced on that frame that causes an acceleration in that frame. It's just not one that's not consistent in every frame. But that has real effects. Like that, you say it's not a force, but the effects of it are just like a force. It's a class. It's a subclass of forces. It's just not a. It's just not a
Well,
force in
yeah.
every frame.
Regarding a deviation from your intended target, like for example, what you said earlier, 400 meters shooting at a buck, like how far do you think it? How far are you expecting it to deviate, given the claim about a rotating Earth, or do you have it just any expectation?
Well, he's still stuck on the inertial frame being the actual frame, and nothing else matters. He even said that nothing else matters. It's all irrelevant. There
Well,
is
I
no
mean, like,
force.
yeah,
But you and I
like in the
both know,
example of a drone.
Danny, both you and I both know that something that is deviating or making a curved path, because a curved path means you're changing direction, which is an acceleration, which requires so that required force to make that change of direction. With respect to the non-inertial frame, is
Well,
called
we
the
don't even.
Coriolis.
Yeah. I mean, we can quibble all day about whether or not we call it a fictitious force or not. The fact of the matter is, we all agree that in the example of a merry-go-round, where say you throw a ball at someone and you're sitting at the center, or sorry, you're sitting at the other side of the merry-go-round, it's going to miss its intended target. Like if you throw it exactly to the person that's sitting directly across from you, and you throw the ball, by the time the ball gets there, it's going to have missed its intended target.
Right.
Why that happens, whatever. If the Earth is spinning and that happens for a bullet,
In
that's
my
traveling for
example,
400
if you have a
meters.
drone, and my
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
Jeremy. There.
Did I cut out?
No, you're still there.
No, he left. Okay, Zanik. So I'm trying to understand the Coriolis. So I understand Coriolis. I think I understand it at least. How would it work then in Jeremy's explanation? Because
Well,
Coriolis wouldn't work then
It does.
because
It does. And I always like this example because it gives a reason for why we talk about the Coriolis forces. I mean, very kind of obtuse to think of it in other ways or abstract ways, because you can't really put the pieces together. I'll let you put the pieces together really easily because you seem like you're getting this pretty quickly here. So we got a train track from the center of the mirror around to the outside. You push the train out as this thing is rotating, and what you'll find is it will tend to push on one side of the tracks because of the conservation of angular momentum. Starts out with very little angular momentum, it's in the center, and it's going to an area of higher angular momentum, or trying to keep that momentum the same, but the velocity is going up as you go to the outer edge. So it actually would have more momentum. So in order to conserve momentum, that's like a skater putting her arms in, or a skater pulling its arms out while it's spinning, why they speed up or why they slow down. That is a force that'll be acting on the railroad tracks. That would be considered the Coriolis force.
Rotation.
As the train goes to the outside, it's got to increase its momentum because it has to, because mass times velocity is the momentum. And if the velocity is higher at the outer edge because it's rotating, then it's going to have to gain momentum. How does it do that? Well, it has a force imparted onto it via the tracks. If the tracks wasn't there, there'd be no force imparted, and then you'd see this curved path based on its inability to gain momentum, and so it would lag behind. That's why the curve would go to that other direction, depending on which way the.
Okay. Can you just answer a yes or no question real quick, or is that impossible for you? Is it possible for us to give a drone enough energy to only fly 1 meter?
Specify the frame, and yes.
Yes.
We have a
The answer
meter.
is yes.
We have a meter stick. We have a meter stick down. Is it possible for us to give the drone only enough energy so
Yes.
that it cannot travel farther than that meter stick? Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when I fly the drone 1 meter from the center of the circle to the edge of the circle, and it runs out of gas, but the circle was rotating and it looks like it's on 1,000 meters. Which one do you think it really happened or not?
The 1 meter, like you said, the actual meter. Because nothing else matters, Jeremy, as you said.
But with Zanik, with your explanation, would that drone, if it was now on Earth and you're flying from the South Pole to the equator, for instance, and you only got enough fuel to fly to the equator, if it's not rotating, for instance, you're flying from the South Pole to the equator, you tested it with no rotation, there's fuck all, everything's just plain and simple, cool, you fly. But now there's rotation added because you got that extra force on. It technically wouldn't fly. Correct me if I'm wrong. It technically wouldn't fly till the equator anymore because it's got to use more fuel to fly to the equator because it's fighting against another force. So it's like flying
Only
into
if
a headwind.
No, only if it's steered. You said equator. You didn't say it's. So you made a mistake. I don't know if you made a mistake. You might have left it out. There's no spot on the equator you pointed to. So if I'm just flying north, I can just fly north, have that fuel, totally fine with where I end up. Now I might not be in the same longitudinal line as I pointed my aircraft when I left the South Pole, but I will end up with that fuel being expended to get me to the equator, and I will get to the equator. I'll just get to the equator in a whole different position than I thought I was going to get to if it's spinning.
That's the same thing I was thinking, Zanik. So the answer is yes. You can still get there without spending any extra fuel.
Okay.
But it's only
I'll
because
try.
you didn't specify where.
Yeah. So I'm trying to wrap that around my head. So I'm just trying to think
Uh,
how it would push.
yeah.
So I'm thinking of the railway track sort of thing.
Think of the merry-go-round again. He made it very clear. 1 meter, whatever it is, from the center to the out. You only have fuel for 1 meter. You go 1 meter and it crashes. That's exactly what's going to happen. Now, what happened and he doesn't like this, but we're going to, with respect to the surface underneath it, well, it could have had all sorts of different paths, depending how fast the thing was going. It could be a spiral or it could be just a curved path. Now, that doesn't matter because it's spun underneath it. It's irrelevant, as Jeremy says. Now, if you're talking about the earth or water or the submarine things, if it has to go a straight line and you're fighting the atmosphere, then you are absolutely right, because you talked about this before with the river analogy. They would have to actually fight the current by angling a direction change of its orientation, a yaw, and it would fly that yaw, which would make more material, more atmosphere as it traveled, so it would run out of gas much more quickly. Wouldn't make the 1 meter distance.
Yeah, that's my point. So that's what I was
Right.
getting at.
Yeah, but it's only true if. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's only true if the currents are going to be anything. So they're either going to be perpendicular to you or coming from behind you. But if they're angled towards you, then you'd have to correct for that. But if you're not worried about, if you're just worried about getting to the equator from either one of the poles, then your velocity in the direction to the direction north, like if you're coming from the South Pole or the North Pole or whatever, your direction north would, or your velocity north could be uninfluenced by the sideways, velocities of the wind or the currents that are caused by Coriolis or the changing in tangential velocities.
He was talking about in the second stage of that Joe show. He was talking about a destination that's straight across. So if that's the case, he'd have to angle, have a yaw, and it would expend more fuel to get to that spot directly across from you, rather than just getting to the other side, as you said, like the equator, which is no point. Just a line around the circle, around the sphere.
Yeah. So for instance, there's a place here in Neisner, South Africa. A beautiful place. You guys must check it out if you ever do come to South Africa. However, the heads, it's one of the few places where the British don't, or some British insurance company won't insure ships or boats because it's such a treacherous inlet. It's a natural lagoon, and because of the way the currents work, so the way you got to go out there, it's quite hectic, and you can't go with a basic, or you could do it with a basic single engine, but if there's the slightest fuck up or slightest wrong angle, you screwed, you in the rocks. So you got to use quite a lot of fuel, and it needs quite a lot of power just to get through these heads. So the same thing is now with Jeremy's analogy. You only have so much fuel to get across. What is the shortest path? And I would say is to point ahead. But yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around why we are not pointing ahead of the target when we're flying on our current model.
Because we're
question is
not moving,
flawed.
dear man. That's why. Because we're not rotating. That's why.
His question is flawed because it whenever you're thinking about the merry-go-round, you have to remember that in at least the paradigm I'm going to be describing is one where there's no preferred reference frame, and you're free to choose whichever reference frame is the most relevant to use. But every movement can be described in that reference frame. It just depends on which one's the most relevant. In the case of you on the boat in the water, the most relevant reference frame is the Earth, right? And it's going to be it may even be the currents in the ocean, but it's not going to be some inertial frame even if the Earth's rotating. Same thing with an airplane.
Yeah.
An airplane's it's the preferred the relevant reference frame for an airplane flying on the Earth, landing on the Earth, is not going to be some inertial frame.
But Kosher, that will
Yeah, but
only
if you
happen. Oh, sorry,
you
Rocky.
heard me 3 times pounding it in. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to find out, Kosher. So, that would only happen. For instance, the lake is not in rotation with the Earth, or the lagoon in this case with my analogy. That's moving separate. So I'm fighting against that separate force to get to my location on the same whatever you want to call it, geographic location. But because the water is flowing, that's why I'm struggling. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. But that's what I'm saying to you though. It's in that situation, it's not relevant to describe the movement in the inertial frame. So the shortest path is going to be the path that is, I guess, with if you have currents like currents from the water and everything, it's going to be whichever path doesn't deviate, from the
Your
stationary Earth
destination.
frame. Yeah, right. Because you're gonna have there's gonna be a cross between the currents and the stationary Earth that be deciding which frame you're using or whatever. But it's not going to be the inertial frame where the Earth's rotating inside of or in reference to, and for that reason, the shortest path is not going to be that path because that path is irrelevant to you.
Yeah. You're never like standing outside of Earth or situated outside of Earth in a inertial frame of reference with respect to Earth and wondering like how you can get to your location that way. You're always on the Earth, and so you treat it as your inertial frame of reference.
No, yeah, I understand that. It's just for me, it's just for instance, I'm on the water. I'm trying to cross this body of water that's moving. So in a way, I'm putting myself on the water's frame of reference, and I want to get to the layer of the water, but the water's like a treadmill, and I'm running on this treadmill. I'm just not getting to the other end. I have to put more power, more speed to get to that side. So that's the only confusion I have, where I'm struggling to get to the.
You can apply that power, same power, but just apply it in a different direction. So that means you have a vector now that's just changed left in your example. So you're just going to get there slower. It's going to take you a lot longer to get there at the same power level, which means you'll use more energy, fuel to get there. But as Kosho said, and we talked about the initial example, just getting to the other shore, regardless of where you end up, if it's a straight, perfectly straight river, you can do it just by going straight across with the currents. You'll end up way downriver, but you'll get there. The same thing if the river was still.
Zanuck, this ain't about energy or how much fuel it takes. This is about distance. Your side boasts that a great circle route is the shortest distance. That's why they fly it. It's not the case, though.
It is the case.
It's not the case.
It is the case, Jeremy.
It is the case.
It's absolutely not the case, and is demonstrable with the, as in with the example with the merry-go-round and the drone. It's provable, demonstrable, not the case.
No, you just don't understand this.
No, you don't understand. Go fuck yourself.
Really don't, buddy.
Hey,
Jeremy,
you're both right. Go ahead.
There's one immutable, irrefutable truth. The shortest distance between two fixed points is always a straight line between them. I'm talking about.
Yeah, and when there's Coriolis.
And it doesn't make any difference. And it doesn't make any difference whether that is a rotating frame of reference or a fixed frame. That distance is always the same. It doesn't change. The distance from the center of your wheel to the valve stem on your tire doesn't change just because you start rolling down the road.
Yeah, Jeremy, you got to think about that. Even with Coriolis, you're going a straight line, great circle route. Now, to do that, you're going to have to angle the plane into a yaw against the spin. So you're going to go against the atmosphere, and you're going to use power to do that. But that's the only way you're going to get to that object to be able to either increase your momentum or to lose momentum if you're going northward.
Are you
Well,
Harold?
Go back to Jeremy's original example about a drone only having enough energy to go 1 meter, and it's in the center of this merry-go-round. And if the merry-go-round had let's say lines like pieces of tape that go directly from the center outward radially to the edge of the merry-go-round, and if the drone took off and wanted to maintain above that piece of tape, and it can only fly 1 meter, it's not going to make it to the edge because it's going to have to turn in order to maintain, with respect to the inertial reference frame, in order to maintain straight on that line with the spinning merry-go-round. So that's the difference that you're talking about.
Yeah, you can literally put a
too. Like
you can literally put
it. Jeremy, if you had a spiral from the center all the way out to the edge, a big spiral, and you had merry-go-round not moving, and you steered your merry-go-round and followed that spiral, it would take you, multiple meters to get to the outside, right? But if you want to just go straight across it, 1 meter. Now, if it's spinning, do the 1 meter, you can still follow that same circular corkscrew path with the same amount of energy in 1 meter's radius as you did with the spiral. Does that make sense?
Daly, you got it, Daly. This argument that I have here absolutely destroys the notion that they're flying in the shortest path, because their path on the rotating reference frame, the Earth, is making a straight line, so to speak, meaning it's not turning left or right. However, it would have to turn left to right if it was going the shortest path, because there's Coriolis involved now.
I mean, I get
It's
what
not
you're
even an
saying.
argument. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. It's not even an argument. Like, they're just denying reality at this point.
Let T respond. You were gonna respond to that, Daly?
Well, I need to think about I think I know what you're saying when you're relating it to like flight paths, but I will say, and this is probably something you're not going to like, but like the deviation from a great circle for a non-rotating spherical Earth versus one that is rotating, and now Coriolis takes effect for the rotation of, one full rotation for 24 hours for a flight is not going to be a huge deviation.
It's not going to be huge. I agree. It's not going to be a big difference, but it is going to be a difference. And the shortest path is going to be the one in the inertial reference frame, just like the merry-go-round. Picture the merry-go-round. Picture the merry-go-round is Earth, and the center of the merry-go-round is the North Pole, and the edge of the merry-go-round is the merry-go-round is the equator.
But that path, but even still, like if you did that path would still be a great circle on the spherical rotating Earth.
Yeah, it's a great circle on the non-inertial reference frame, meaning they didn't take the shortest path, because the shortest path is one where it curves in the non-inertial frame. Just picture this. This is simple. This is simple. You got a merry-go-round. Nothing's moving. The merry-go-round is still, and there's something moving around the circumference, and you want to hit it. Which is going to be the shortest path? To lead it or to chase it the whole time? Obviously, to lead it. If you start turning the merry-go-round, that doesn't change anything about the distance the plane actually travels.
With respect to the inertial frame of reference.
Yeah, that's the frame that that's the frame that matters. The frame, the path. That's the frame in which the path. That's the frame in which the drone, the plane, any object that moves above the rotating reference frame is in. That's its actual path.
No.
Well, no, its actual path is whatever you're measuring your reference frame with.
Like, don't go there. We've already thought about that for weeks.
But
He wants the actual path to be inertial frame.
It's the idea that there's like, I know this is a very, very like easy thing to get kind of caught up in, and I'm not saying that like the idea that there is a like ultimate, like there's a universal reference frame, and everything from that is moving with respect to that. There's no universal God, perspective where you go, this is where everything's measured from.
I know. Listen, let me lay it out for you. at the edge of the merry-go-round, we're going to put a post in the ground. So it's going to be sticking straight up vertical out of the ground. And then horizontally to that, we're going to attach a meter stick. The drone's going to follow the path of the meter stick.
Yeah.
Okay. Did the drone traveled 1 meter? It only has enough energy to travel 1 meter. It falls after that.
With respect to wait, you got to be. Here's the thing, though, Jeremy. You got to be really
moving.
You got to be
Nothing's
specific
moving.
about when you say it. You can't just say it's only moving 1 meter. You got to say it's moving 1 meter with respect to the Earth as the inertial reference frame.
Daily, nothing's moving yet. Nothing's rotating. Nothing's moving. It just flies 1 meter. Right. So we know in reality this drone moved a meter.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
With respect to the Earth's reference frame. Yes.
There's no other. We're doing it on the equator. It's flying east on the equator. There's no Coriolis involved now. It flew 1 meter.
With respect to a particular inertial reference frame.
There's no, dude. I mean, do we not know how far a meter is?
We know how far a meter is, and a meter is a meter regardless of the reference frame. But when what you're gonna do is you're going to start switching, and when you switch, you gotta make it clear that when you do the switch, that you're now measuring from a new reference frame. So that's why you need to specify a particular reference frame when you even just say a meter.
Yeah, Danny, I'm laughing because I went through this for like days with him, and I finally realized what's going on here. He wants the actual reference frame to be that 1 meter it travels. It only goes a meter. That's it. That's actual. Everything else is not actual. So even if you look at another reference frame, that's not actual for Jeremy. So let's just accept that. And
That's easy to do, though.
Yeah,
that's
I know,
understandable because there's an idea that there's a.
I know,
it's
but
almost
you're
like
not going to make any progress. I know you're not. I'm doing this one because you're a bro, and I want to save you the anxiety because you'll never break down this barrier. So just accept that is the actual. Just we know what it means. That's the vernacular we're using. Actual means the inertial. It's the only one that matters. Nothing else matters. Everything is irrelevant. Everything is just fake. So
I don't know if it's that. I'm stuck there as well. Sorry. I was going to say I'm stuck there as well. Because I'm in the plane. I also want to fly the plane's distance. So I would say I'm stuck where Jeremy's stuck. So I'll admit it because that's where I'm stuck. I would think.
I'm not stuck. Hold on, Zanuck. No, hold on, Zanuck.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
I can bridge the gap.
There's nothing to be stuck about. Hold on, Zanuck. There's nothing to be stuck about. We have a meter stick, right? We move something along the meter stick. That thing, there's nothing else is spinning. There's no movement happening. That thing traveled a meter, right?
Yeah.
If I start rotating shit all around, all over the place, 10 fucking merry-go-rounds hanging in the air on the ground, does that change the distance? Does that change the distance that the drone traveled?
With respect to that meter stick that's on the ground, no. But here's the thing. Okay, so imagine, for example, like this drone has a string hanging from it, and at the bottom of the string is a marker that's tied to it. So when the drone flies, it's the exact distance it needs to be so that it makes a mark on the ground where it's flying. So if it flies from point A to point B, 1 meter, because that's how far it can travel, it's going to make a 1 meter line. Now, if that meter line, that line that it makes is now on an object that's spinning, you're going to see a spiral as it moves from the center to the outside. Now, if there was a little person on that merry-go-round that went, okay, we're going to figure out how far this thing flies, and we're going to do that by going and measuring how long this line is, the spiral, they're going to say it flew much further, but that's because it's spinning while it's flying straight with respect to the other reference frame, which is 1 meter.
But those not. I know,
you're
but
double speaking
the non-inertial reference frame is nonsense. Fictitious forces start appearing because objects are moving left or right. The distances change. I could have 3 merry-go-rounds underneath the drone. I can have 3 merry-go-rounds underneath the drone.
You're on that merry-go-round. Let's say
you're
on that merry-go-round.
Just let Jeremy finish what he's saying, though.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You could have 3 merry-go-rounds under the drone. You could have them on the walls, on the ceiling. You could have merry-go-rounds all over the place. In reality, though, the drone only flies 1 meter. We know because there's a meter stick there.
Well, you say in reality, the drone, you mean for someone that's sitting off of the merry-go-round?
Okay, do we know in reality how far a meter is?
In reality, I think that's what he means.
Do we know in reality how far a meter is?
Yes.
Okay, and if I move a drone from the beginning of the meter stick to the end of the meter stick, in reality, how far did the drone travel?
1 meter.
Okay, so if I start spinning underneath the drone, does that change the distance that the drone travels?
Nope.
Not with respect to the inertial reference frame, no.
See, that's where I'm stuck as well. So it does suck, and yeah, I think let's change the subject. Sorry, I brought this up, Jeremy. I had that one question. If we can, just change the
Oh,
subject.
okay.
Because
I think I can get the. I know because I like this. I mean, I'm not. I guess if you're frustrated or whatever, and not enjoying it, but I kind of like talking about this. So let me think of a different example. Imagine you're driving in a car and you're in the front, and someone is in the back, right? Like someone's in the back of the car, and they're like, "Hey, can you throw me a lighter or a water bottle or something?" And you're moving forward at 60 miles an hour. And they grab it and they throw it to the back. And you go, how far did that water bottle travel from the front to the back? And you measured it in the car. Like you were just like, you had a little, one of those tape measure, like the ones that they, you can just measure how far from where they threw it to where it landed. You're going to say, oh, it's 3 feet or whatever. But if you were off on the highway and you were taking into account that the car was moving forward the whole time, 60 miles an hour, that distance is going to be different for you.
Yes. Yes. So in reality, how far did the water bottle move? What do you think?
Well, if you're on the car and you don't even know that you're moving, like if you have no windows and there's no vibrations and there's no way to tell that you're moving, then you're going to say, oh yeah, it definitely just moved 3 feet.
correct.
Okay, but this
So
doesn't.
that's where I
This
am.
doesn't. This doesn't
So you
relate to
think
the
it would be
merry-go.
3 feet? Or do you think it would be, because like when you say, what is it really? What is it really? It's for the person that's sitting on the side of the road. It's something more because it was moving forward at some speed, and then it was traveling over that distance as it was being thrown in the air. For someone in the car who's not taking that into account, they're going to say it's just like 3 feet.
It's frame dependent.
He doesn't like that. He likes to have the distance it actually travels being the inertial frame, and nothing else matters. Baloney, irrelevant. But we all know, and he knows too, that with respect to those fake frames, other things happen. That's what he's saying.
No, I know that if I have a meter stick and I move something from the beginning of the meter stick to the end of the meter stick, it moved a meter. Anything moving around it or next to it or underneath it or on the side of it doesn't change how far the drone actually traveled.
If you were those ants on the merry-go-round and you had a spiral written on the merry-go-round, that spiral was 20 meters long, and every ant was on that spiral, holding hands all the way around it. Every ant would have seen you pass above them. Every single one of them. You would have traveled 20 meters. With respect to those ants, they all saw you. Hold on, almost done. They all saw you pass overhead. 20 meters worth of ants, even though in the inertial frame, so now, Danny, you got me going back with you. I can't believe I'm doing this, but no, you're right. 1 meter, but 1 meter in the non-inertial frame was 20 meters. Not real.
But the drone
Look, I
only
get it,
the
but
drone
it's
only
just not
had
real.
the drone only had enough fuel to fly a meter. And
But how
also,
did
let
it
me
go?
just add this. Let me add this. Hold on, real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick. There's a plane flying overhead. It's going over you in a straight line. If I jump on a merry-go-round and start spinning underneath it, did that affect the distance or the path of the plane? No. The plane's still going, and it's in the inertial frame in its path. What you do underneath it or next to it or on the side of it is irrelevant.
Well,
For someone that's measuring it with respect to,
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was going to think of with the drone example with the marker that it's making a spiral on the surface of the thing that's spinning under it. Depending on how fast it's spinning for its 1 meter flight is going to change on how far someone says it goes too. Like if someone's on the merry-go-round and it's spinning slow, really, really slow, then the deviation from like a straight line for someone who's off in the inertial reference frame versus someone who's on it's going to be very small. Now, if it's spinning really, really fast, you're going to have all these spirals going around as it goes outward, right? So then they're going to say, oh, it went, so many meters, even more. Does that? I mean, you get that, right? Like it just depends how they want to measure it, like where you're measuring it from. But they're not like, it's not like one's right and one's wrong. Like, yo, you're wrong. It didn't go that far. It went this far.
That goes back to what I was saying about you're free, any event, you're free to describe it from any reference frame that it's relevant to describe it from. And the question is, which frame is the relevant frame to describe the movement from for the specific case you're talking about?
It can be described in any reference
if we're
frame.
trying
Every
to
reference
figure out. Sorry, go ahead, Blue.
It can be described in every reference frame.
Right,
Pick
that's what I'm
any
saying.
one you
Yeah, I
want.
know, but it doesn't.
But you will not change, no matter which reference frame you pick, you will not change the distance between two fixed points.
That's right, correct. So we have two fixed points, 1 meter. In the case of the merry-go-round and the drone, we have a fixed point, 1 meter. It's not going to change the fact that the drone traveled a meter just because you spin underneath it. I agree with you, Blue.
That's a good point. So I think what we're getting at is the difference between distance and displacement then.
Yeah.
Those are two different things.
I need to take a trip downtown after a while. It takes about a half an hour. It's 13 miles. But in that length of time, the Earth will have moved about 33,000 miles in its orbit around the sun. So I guess I'm going to need a shitload of gasoline, huh?
Well, that's a good point. There we go. Okay, you're getting at something fundamental. So you just said that it can only go 1 meter, and if you measure it with respect to a merry-go-round underneath it that's spinning, and they say, it actually went 40 meters or something with that line. Well, now that's not saying that the drone can fly 40 meters with respect to the inertial reference frame that you're taking to be the Earth. Just because you say it's 40 meters that it traveled with respect to the spinning merry-go-round reference frame doesn't mean that I'm now saying, and it's also going 40 meters in the inertial reference frame. No one would, you just wouldn't say that. That's not, that would be incorrect.
Oh, Jeremy, because I've been following this conversation. I don't really have an opinion either way, but I'm pretty sure a couple of the Globers the other day said that you'd have to calculate the distance in the spinning reference frame in order to know how much gas you'd need for that journey. But now you guys are saying the opposite of that. So maybe Jeremy can clarify if I've misinterpreted that.
He just said, crypto.
Bro, there's no clarifying this with these.
Jeremy can clarify that.
There's no clarifying it, bro. You have a drone. We have a meter stick. The drone only has enough energy to fly 1 meter.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question, Jeremy.
All right, what's your question?
Do you remember before when the argument they were saying is that you have to calculate how much air you've moved in the spinning reference frame because that would be the shortest distance because that's how much fuel you would need. You remember that argument?
Possibly, yeah.
Well, never mind then.
Well, if you look at, like, say, the needle on a record player, which really just goes from, it basically stays where it's at, but it goes left to right. It's moving, the record's moving. And if you look at the path that it makes around the record, it's a long path. But if you just look at it from, like, the reference frame, you just standing there, it's just left to right, like, however far they move. I think, what is a standard record like? 33 centimeter. I forgot what the diameter of a standard record, but it's just the radius of that.
Well, think about it. It's going 33 1/3 RPM.
Yeah, and that's what 33. Yeah,
it's going 33 RPM, and it takes 45 minutes for that record to play. It took 45 minutes for that needle to progress across the radius
from the edge to the center.
Yeah, but yet it did. I don't know how many. If it's a mile, it might have gone a mile. I don't know how long it's gone, but it's gone pretty far.
Guys, sorry, man. Hold on. I know I brought this topic back up now, and I didn't mean it to go so long. I actually had a question for Zanik, and my power is going out at 10 o'clock, which is in the next 45 minutes. If you don't mind, I do have a question for Zanik as well regarding the Pioneer 11 trips. Apparently, he's the guy I need to speak to.
Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11?
Yeah. Can I change the subject, if you guys don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks. So, Zanik, apparently you're the guy to speak to about the Pioneer 11. Is that correct?
Yeah, Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11 was my uncle's project. He was the chief scientist for those two programs.
Yeah, so I was watching a video from the Fifth Kind, and he had a guy, Matt LaCroix, on, and he dug up this Pioneer 11 data or information, which has been pretty much suppressed since the 90s. And yeah, I found it pretty fascinating information about Planet Nine or something like that. Do you have any other information about that? Because I think it's quite a fascinating topic as well, about the data that came from these probes.
Well, some of the sensors that they had on board, or the radio transmissions they sent back to us. Both
Yeah.
of
So
them, as they
what actually happened? Because apparently, I remember in the 90s, I think I was in primary school, heading into high school, when they announced this whole, they discovered the ninth planet or something like that. But yeah, it just died after that, and yeah, we never ever heard from things like that again. And that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was from NASA. Um, and yeah, it's quite a long time ago, but we've never heard from them again. I just, yeah, I want to know whatever happened to those explorations and that data.
Well, I don't know if they discovered the ninth planet. What was Pluto? Wasn't Pluto the ninth planet?
No, it was a totally different planet. Something quite new. It was a whole new discovery, on Pioneer 11. I can send you Matthew LaCroix. He's done quite a lot of research in this.
Well, it was the first spacecraft to go through the asteroid belt. That was like the main thing. And then it had some huge it achieved huge velocities compared to anything else we'd ever sent up into space before. And it made direct observations of Jupiter. And that was, to understand its it had sensors to look at its magnetic footprint and radiation, all those things that it tried to measure. And
Yeah,
then
I saw that.
It also went out past Pluto.
Is that the one that found the rings around Jupiter?
Saturn. It's
I
got
don't know if it had that.
quite awesome pictures of Jupiter and Saturn, from
Right.
what
I mean,
I've seen.
incredible. This is back in the 80s, right?
Correct.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
It's early 90s, but there was a whole thing that they found this ninth planet, which has now been scrubbed underneath the rug, which is
So not 80s.
yeah.
Not 80s, 70s.
It was sent in the 70s, but I think the data came from the 90s, when they started sharing the information of what this probe had found, and the photos was released in the 90s.
It didn't produce any more useful information or get past mid 90s, but it didn't take more than 10 years to get out to past Pluto.
Let me see if I can find the video here for you, and I'll post. I'll share you the link where Matt LaCroix actually talks about it. But he's an independent researcher as well, which has dug into this whole Pioneer 11, Pioneer 10, because there's very few images and articles about it. But he's brought up all that stuff. But it's most definitely been censored or been put on.
What do you think? Since you've read it and you kind of went through it, what did they claim happened, or what conspiracy, or what was contrarian view?
I'm not too sure, and that's why I'm asking you the question, because all I found out, for myself, I'm a very lazy researcher. I like asking people the questions, and yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say, okay, cool, fucking well. If you're going to give me that information, I'll research to confirm it and say, wow. But this Matt LaCroix speaks about them finding the ninth planet, and it was a big wow moment. But then NASA all of a sudden just shut it down. They just put it off, and they're like, okay, cool, no, nothing to see here. Cheers, bye. But I think it's quite an amazing discovery, if it was a discovery at least. But
well, they knew the ninth planet. Pluto at the time was the ninth planet, right? They knew that
Not that
existed. It didn't.
Not that
It
I'm
didn't go
aware of.
by. It didn't go by and see Pluto for 10 years. Both the Pioneer 10 and Pioneer 11 had slightly different missions, but they were launched within, I think, if correctly, a couple of years within each other.
He's probably talking about a different planet, and if we're being relevant to where he's talking about it crossing the asteroid belt, it's possible. Is he talking about Ceres or probably Ceres, right?
So the asteroid
Ceres is the
belt was
largest mass in the asteroid belt.
the asteroid belt they're talking about was between us and Jupiter and Saturn.
All right, exactly. The asteroid belt.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
after
I'm
they
talking about.
passed,
And in that asteroid belt, there's an object called Ceres. It takes up. It
no,
makes up
that's
about.
outside. That's outside the solar system. Outside our.
No, it's not.
There's not an asteroid belt
Ceres,
between us.
Ceres is in between Mars and Jupiter.
Oh, okay. I thought really.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's outside.
It's massive.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. It's fine, man. It's fine. It's just that I gotta be quick because I'm in the middle of this. I was just saying that Ceres is in between Mars and Jupiter. It's the largest mass in the asteroid belt. It makes about a third of the mass, and I'm just wondering if maybe I don't know when that was first discovered. So I don't know if that was discovered in this mission or when it was discovered.
I posted a
He's talking
video.
about.
I posted a video at 19 minutes past the hour. So from 105, Matt LaCroix talks about this whole probe and discovery about the ninth planet, and then Matt LaCroix on his own website also has some information on there. It's fascinating stuff, which is very very difficult to find, and he's busy putting that information. He's putting that information together from these probes. I don't understand why it's been withheld from the public. From
What
these
did you?
probes.
I'm just trying to understand what you think is being withheld and what they transmitted or what the conspiracy is coming from.
I've got no idea. That's the thing. I can speculate a lot of things. I just want to know why is this not being looked into for instance more? Why is this not being
Why is
more
what not being
publicized?
looked into?
This
I
whole
still don't understand
this
what
whole
you're.
night. I think it's amazing discovery. I think if I had to find that fairies existed, I'll be like sharing it with the world. They
Well, no.
found this ninth planet.
Let's say Kosho is right. I mean, he probably is right. I didn't remember Ceres. I know there's Ceres. I thought Ceres was outside. But let's say they discovered. Let's say they did. I don't think they discovered Ceres with the Pioneer 10 or 11. But let's say they did. What now? What do we have to do? What are we hiding? What are we not doing that we should be doing right now?
So for me, I'll be sharing that information and say, okay, where is it? What is the distance? What is on there? What is the possibilities of this? What is the influence on fucking our world? There must be a lot of influences because in our current understanding of how things work, how things orbit, if I understand correctly, that's how they predicted it to be there. And then this probe was out there, and they found this ninth planet, which they predicted to be there. Why is it not spoken about as we know? We know a lot about, for instance, Pluto. We know a lot about Mars and all these
That wasn't
places.
their mission, though. The mission was to have all these instrumentation on to understand the magnetic field, radiation, the solar winds, certain atoms that are in the space. They detected helium. I mean, all these things that they were doing, none of it really had to do with finding some kind of. Although they went through the asteroid belt, they wanted safe passage through the asteroid belt. They wasn't discovering anything.
But they found this ninth planet. What's up with
Are
that?
you saying that Ceres? Kosha, do you think he's talking about Ceres being the ninth planet? Because the ninth planet was Pluto at the time.
Yeah, I know at the time, but that's the reason why. I said I don't know in regards to this mission. I know Ceres it says was discovered in
What about
1801.
Vesta?
But yeah, Vesta is a lot smaller than Ceres. But regardless, both those are classified as dwarf planets now, and Pluto is also. I know Pluto is smaller than the Moon, so I don't know if it's. I think it's bigger than Ceres, but I think they're comparable in size.
I'll tell you what, guys. Let me do some more digging into this. I was looking for the easy way out to get some information. To be honest, I was hoping you guys could get more
Well,
information.
I can dig up. I mean, I have a lot of old information from my cousin
Yeah.
has of it too, but I'd never heard of that. So I mean, this is I mean, he told us everything.
Planet
Come
9
up-
is a hypothetical ninth planet in the outer region of the solar system. Its gravitational effects could either explain the peculiar clustering of orbits and the extreme trans-Neptunian objects. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, at
I'm
the
not too
time,
sure. That's why I'm asking about it. So what I'm going to say is, what I'll do is I'll dig more into it. I'm like I say, I'm a lazy researcher. I'm hoping you guys knew more about it. But what I'll do is I will go dig more into this because I've saved this video. That's why I posted it because I found it very fascinating, and I'll
well,
look more into Matt LaCroix. So hold
I've
on.
never heard of that, and I don't think anyone has covered because it wasn't its job to discover interplanetary bodies. It was mainly just to look at, get a flyby of Jupiter, pictures, the magnetic footprint, its radiation, any particles or atoms that were in space, in deep space there, light. I mean, all sorts of other things that were instrumentation that was on board. I never heard of
Well,
anything that was discovered, and then
yeah,
of course anything that has been swept under the. And I haven't heard of anything that's been swept under the rug that was interesting that they never readdressed again. So that's what you're saying, and I don't remember.
there's an encyclopedia that shows that it's about Pioneer 10, and it shows a diagram where they've located what is, they've labeled a 10th planet 4.7 billion miles, and then a dead star 50 billion miles from the Pioneer 10.
Yes, that sounds correct. Yes, I'm hearing something. Yeah, I remember a dead star, and it's the first ever dead star that they found, or something like that. So I find it fascinating. But why don't we know more about this?
It's from a 1987 encyclopedia called the New Science and Invention Encyclopedia,
Yes,
Volume
yes.
18. And I don't see anything. I mean, other than the diagram, I don't see anything in the words that are saying about it. So it's possible that it's just a messed up diagram, or
Yeah.
the alternative.
So Matt LaCroix, he's been looking into this, and he's got some good stuff as far as I understand. But like I said, I was hoping you guys knew more about it because you guys generally know quite a lot. It seems like it, at least. But let me go do my bit of research on this, and I'll share my findings after some time. And then, yeah, I would love to discuss this with you guys because it's definitely something very interesting, at least.
I mean, encyclopedias get things wrong. It's possible that the diagram is just wrong, right?
Yeah, I don't know what Matt LaCroix has been doing is very interesting stuff, and you must. I shared the link to that video where he's chatting with a guy from the Fifth Kind. He's also got a fantastic channel to watch if you're into that sort of stuff. But yeah, he had Matt LaCroix on as a guest, and yeah, he was sharing from interesting stuff. And like I put the timestamp there, 105. That's when he starts talking about the Pioneer 11 data and stuff from Pioneer 11. It's good stuff to watch. Interesting stuff.
No, I wish my uncle was still alive because he was really an interesting cat. He was brilliant, one of the brilliant scientists of his age, and his life was cut short, and never be able to ask him questions like that again.
Yeah. You say he was part of it and his life was cut short? If I may ask, what happened there?
Kind of a complicated story, but yeah, died.
Okay.
It's been like 20 years now. Died in maybe late 90s.
Okay. But yeah, Zanik, if you are taking me seriously, check what Matt LaCroix has to say in that video I posted from 105. It's about 20 minutes that he discusses it from there. But he's got some interesting discoveries from his research into Pioneer 11. It's some fascinating stuff. And they speak about
Which video? What's it called? The video just posted, the Fifth Kind.
Yeah, from the Fifth Kind. So watch from 105. They're about 1 hour 5 minutes into the video. He talks about the Pioneer 11 probes. Good stuff. Very, very good stuff.
You can timestamp your videos too by just clicking and say save that at the time, and then it will actually
Yeah.
video there, and it'll start playing where you want me to go. You can do that, right?
Let me do that. Okay, I'm gonna post a new link and I'll tag you.
Yo, while there's a lull, if anyone can do like simple animations, send me a DM because I need a simple animation done. Thanks.
Like how simple?
Hopefully that works.
Well, I got to the point. I just thought in the future you might
Cool.
make your videos so they just go right to the spot you want them to go to. Did you do it? Let's see. You did
Yeah, I
perfect.
hope I did.
Perfect. Good
Okay,
job.
cool. Yeah. So it's about 20 minutes of your time, dude. I'm not going to expect much from it. I'm just saying I found it interesting, and like I say, I'm a lazy researcher.
I'll check it out.
But yeah, it's interesting stuff. I think it's about from 105 thereabouts, but yeah, it should be about there. Zenik, from about, I think that's the build up to where he's getting to Pioneer 11. So I think it's from Pioneer 10 and 11. He brings up from about 108, 109. He actually starts talking about it. But I think the build up starts from about 105. That's why I timestamped it there in the past. Did I kill the Discord with that? I do apologize. So whoever is watching that video, I would say from 110, you guys are gonna be like, "Holy fuck, what's going on?" And yeah, there's mainstream stuff, but I think Matt LaCroix has done a great job of digging into this subject, and I think he's pretty clued up on it, at least more than myself, at least.
Yo, all my animation needs is a rotating circle, a non-rotating circle, a meter stick, a little picture of a drone flying over it, and yeah, that should be it. An object moving along the circumference, like some basic stuff.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, Beerman, you said you was on the fence, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the fence. I don't think I have the cosmology or understanding of or the limitations of the flat Earth guys. I would say that the model with the outer ponders and things like that does resonate with me. But space itself, I think the Pioneer 11 and Pioneer 10 probes has opened my mind up to a totally different cosmology. Um, but yeah, I'm on the fence, guys. I'm learning this stuff and I'm asking questions, and I appreciate you guys big time. I don't appreciate the arguments or the bickering. I appreciate the arguments. I don't appreciate the bickering.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't like it when it gets personal either. You know, and it's not even about the arguments anymore. They just start attacking each other. But I just want to know, what are things within the globe model you still hold on to? Like, do you still think we can go to space, or
Oh
do
no,
you
I
think
think
that's
space is there. I 100% agree
okay?
that space is there. I just I don't think we're spinning. I'd say that that's the closest I've got so far. I think we're geocentric. That's
Okay.
where I'm at. Eh, I'm still. I need to be sold on to a ball onto both a flat or ball. I need to be sold on that. But worst case scenario, for me at least, we're a ball, and but we're geocentric. I don't think we're spinning.
As
But
far as the
Now,
spinning part, Beer Man,
but
you're dead on. You're dead on. We're definitely not spinning, dude. We're definitely not. You're right on that one, at least.
yeah,
yeah,
but
but I
yeah.
just want to ask a follow. Or did you have more to say?
Yeah, yeah. I've even contemplated a bubble world. So think of a bubble with a flat plane in the middle, and there's a world above it and there's a world below it, but everything's light. So I've even contemplated that, but I'm open to everything. Eh, but like I say,
Okay.
in the sense of the spinning part, I just don't I can't fall for that. It doesn't work with my senses at least, or with my logic. So geocentric ball Earth is the closest I can get to a globe model. But flat Earth also resonates with me big time, and that's why I'm here. I'm trying to find out more, or what you guys have to share.
That's cool. But then geocentric, just in the sense that we're not spinning and orbiting the sun, or geocentric in the sense that we are at the center of everything.
Probably center of everything, and I think everyone is the center of everything.
Okay, so everything is moving around us.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that's where I'm at the moment.
All right.
But the like I say, the Pioneer 10 and 11 has been a big thing for me, at least in the sense of a mainstream things, which I would think is centered, and I think there's reason for that. I don't know what the reason is, but Pioneer 10 and 11 is a fascinating topic, which I want to look into. Like I said, I'm just so damn fucking lazy. I was hoping you guys knew more about it, but I'll probably have to do that sort of research myself. But
All
good topic. Nate, but I think it's very difficult to disagree whether we're geocentric or heliocentric. I'm sure you've watched the Principle, where they explain how it's almost impossible to distinguish between the two. I don't know if you can
It's
correct me there.
very, very difficult for the average, ordinary person to distinguish between the two. That is a given.
Yeah, it's a great
But I mean,
documentary to watch.
yeah, it was interesting. But I mean, if you had the right equipment and instrumentation and training, you could try and detect parallax. That's something that tells you it is the Earth moving. But as I said, if you were just an ordinary dude that didn't have that training or couldn't afford the equipment, it would be difficult. Yeah, it's not a simple thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe that is one of the issues that a lot of these claims made that we're moving and spinning and whatnot. It's not things you could really do just at home in your backyard. You would have to go out of your way to really do these things. Maybe that is an issue within the flat Earth. Because whenever these things are suggested to people, the fact that it costs money to get this or get that gets brought up.
Yeah, but I like I say, I appreciate the discussions that you guys have.
Yeah.
It's the bickering that is so fucking that makes me despondent. But the discussions is incredible because it's everyone's viewpoint. And, everyone experiences everything their own way. You can't tell me to enjoy something that I don't enjoy. For
Yeah.
instance, I dude, I used to skateboard professionally, and I've broken so many bones.
Get the
I
fuck
don't
out of
regret
here,
it.
for real?
Yeah, but I don't regret any of them. Um, uh, my body's fucked, but I've got so much experience that I will never experience. You can't explain to anyone that experience that you've had, and yeah, it's just
What's
as much.
your stance? Are you regular, goofy? I don't know if you guys use those
I'm a
terms
regular,
currently.
yeah,
Oh,
regular, yeah,
oh,
left foot front.
yeah.
I still surf. I still surf.
Nice,
But
nice.
I'm
but
goofy. I goofy foot snowboard as well and skateboard. I went to the Woodward skateboard camp back in '93. Sick.
Oh, nice.
yeah, but those sort of feelings and experiences that you get from that, you can't explain it to anyone. You know what I mean? If you're doing a kick for frontside board slide or whatever down a handrail, 6-7 foot handrail, and when you land it, you can't explain that feeling to anyone. But
Mm.
you might have broken a leg, a wrist, or something
Yeah.
from trying to
It's
do it.
like the
But when you
200th try, but you finally
yeah.
stuck it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that inspiration, that feeling, that adrenaline that came through you just to go and attempt to do that, and yeah, like I said, I don't ever regret doing what I did. I wish I didn't have these aches and pains now I have in my late 30s. Going into my early 40s soon. Um, it does suck, but it is what it is. But I could die tomorrow, and I would have never experienced it. And yeah, I'm fucking glad I experienced that because. It kept me out of drugs and stuff when I was a kid. I only recently started smoking weed. Um, I haven't smoked weed in about 6 months or whatever. My wife doesn't dig it when I smoke. But yeah, it is what it is, and fucking dude, the experiences is everything. And this is one of the experiences. If you could ask me, would you ever want to be introduced to flat Earth? I would say no. Fucking introduce me to this shit. I like something new. It's a new experience. I dig the discussion. It's exciting.
Oh, that's what's up.
Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm pretty much on the fence. I love the discussion,
Cool, cool.
but I would say I've definitely my shell's been cracked from what I've been taught, and I'm open to what you guys have to share.
Dude, NASA lies, bro.
Yeah, I think we can all agree there. Come on, even the globe Earth guys can agree that there's been a few shenanigans going on that side.
Actually, they don't. Most of them.
Yeah, but they program
Oh, man.
drones. I think them
Here's the deal, though.
any logical person can say no. They fucking lying somewhere.
But why would they lie?
Well, see, that's their excuse. Why would they lie? But they know why. They know as much as we do. A lot of them probably know more than we do about why someone would lie about some shit like that, right? So the problem is admission of being guilty of also lying to yourself and others, mostly others, right? You look in the mirror, you know a truth, right? And everybody else around you knows it too, but they're talking about it. You don't want to admit it just yet. You know, it gives you zits and like cancers and shit. You know, like when you're just being dishonest and you fucking know it and it hurts, right? Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, guys.
No, I got you. It sucks. It's like the whole pandemic shit that we had now. You know, it's like, why would they lie? Why would they say that? There's an agenda. Of course, there's an agenda. There's agenda to everything. But that's why I say, like, I take the information, I do with it what I want to do with it. I don't try put. I'm gonna say everything I believe is my religion. So I don't want to put my religion on you guys. I can share with you what I understand or believe or think, and I'll give it to you guys. But that's about it. I'll never try convince you for anything because everyone for themselves. That's something I
That's
learned.
what's up. I respect that. I think everyone should give up on trying to convince each other, and we should just share ideas. If someone buys it, they buy it. If they don't, they don't. But when it starts turning into a thing of you trying to force your idea down someone else's throat, that's just going to breed toxicity.
Is that
Yeah,
Daily Tea? Like the actual Daily Tea from a long time ago?
Daily Tea?
Yeah, Daily Tea. I haven't seen that name in here for friggin' over like 2 or 3 years. I don't know if it's the original Daily Tea. Daily, are you there?
Yeah, it's him. It's him.
Okay.
Is there anyone who has technical knowledge about both flat/globe Earth here? I have a technical question. If anyone could field it.
Ask your question.
All right. So there are two versions of perspective. It seems like that. I mean, and both the flat earthers and globe earthers are jumping back and forth between them. To be honest, the flat earthers specifically, actually, including myself. But I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. So I don't know if you guys know the phenomenon of like optical drop, where like you're seeing stuff that is above eye level, somehow dipping below eye level. Now, to me, that doesn't make sense on either model, based on the numbers. I don't know if anyone is familiar with this.
Ask your question.
That is the question. The question is like, why are you
That's
seeing?
not a question.
Okay. The question is, why are we seeing stuff above eye level, below eye level? What model of perspective would allow for this?
I don't know if it's going to answer the question, but for me at least, if I take a pen or straight something that that's straight, a ruler or whatever. This is a test I did for myself. I did a lot of refraction research and did a lot of experiments for myself. But if I take a ruler or a pen and I put it right in front of my face, say 5-10 centimeters in front of my eyes, and I move it lower down, but I keep my eyes looking straight, the pen would bend downwards. If I increase the height and I go above my eye level, the pen would look like it's curving to the curving up on the edges. So for me, the way refraction works, because our eyes have got that cornea, it's a curved lens. Our eyeballs are curved. That's why we see in the curved visual perspective, and you can test it yourself. You will actually see it, or at least for me, I see that it looks curved. I don't know how your guys' eyes work, but that's how my eyes work. My brain tells me that it's curving on the bottom edges. So hopefully that answers your question for that. But that's how I see it. I don't think we see in what you guys call Euclidean geometry. I think we see in everything is curved the way we see it just naturally.
I agree with that. I just want to know like how would the model actually work? I get that there's curvature, so there's curvature on the eyeball, so there's some curvature that we see outside in the what they call the azimuthal grid of perspective or whatever, but no one's really explaining it very clearly.
Yeah, you would have to measure it, and I don't think anyone has properly done it.
It's
And
not
I
a
think
measure.
that
It's more about like what's the model of how this appears in our perception. And I'm not saying it's not like a debunking for flat Earth. It's just a genuine question because it doesn't work on the globe Earth at all. It's just that
it's a good question. I would agree.
no
That's why I'm also.
one's really dealing with it. There's a guy on YouTube called Brian's Logic, and he shows that it definitely happens. So I agree that it happens, but how?
So the curving part,
Not the
would just
curving part,
be.
not the curving part, just the fact that there's stuff that's because again, with the basic Euclidean view of things, everything is just compressing towards the eye level, right? So there's nothing that should. So if you see the top edge of something above eye level, you should never see it below eye level. You will just see it merge into eye level, right? That would be the Euclidean basic pitch version of it, which is good enough for certain other uh, flat Earth experiments or whatever, flat/globe Earth determining experiments. But now, when you're actually dealing with the true perspective, which I would agree is not Euclidean, it's curved, how does that actually function?
So are you saying that you see something below eye level, even if you're looking at it at eye level?
Yeah, it's something that starts out above eye level, right? And nothing has actually changed its absolute position. There's just like distance increasing between you and the object, and it's somehow like basically a horizon or a celestial body which is below eye level.
Ooh, I'm not too sure.
You mean like how the sun appears to set into the horizon, not over it?
No, yesterday there was even a dude. I don't even know if it's on this. I've only come back to this channel after a long time. This server rather. And there was a dude who supposedly had taken his own photo where he'd shown that he'd used whatever fucking HUD display that he has or whatever instrument to show eye level, and then showing the moon below eye level, right? Which, if you're just thinking about it through Euclidean perspective, makes no sense. But then I agree that it's not Euclidean. But at the same time, I wasn't going to be dishonest and say, well, that's just because the eyeball is curved. I can say that, and that's my hunch, but I don't know exactly how that works. I was wondering if anyone else does at a technical level.
I thought it was just because it doesn't matter the shape of the thing, but if you look around, 360 degrees horizontally, 90 degrees from your horizontal to straight up. So you're making angles all around you. It's natural that the description that your brain is having or that you're going to use to describe what you see is going to be a sphere at with differing, like a sphere that's either no distance, infinite distance, or variable distance, depending on how you want to describe what you're seeing. Like any still shot of what you see is going to be like a 2D representation of different distance things. But yeah,
I mean, sure, but it's not like a technical. I was wondering again, if no one has it, it's fine, it's cool. I was just wondering if someone had it here because I've been scouring the internet looking for an answer to this.
well, Witcher had a bunch of papers about what's that guy's? There's a guy called I can't remember his name now. Thomas something or something Thomas. He's an eye guy. Maybe somebody else knows his name, but he was the guy who had the argument about the non-Euclidean. He's originally had the non-Euclidean way of seeing things.
Okay,
might be worth looking into. I gotta remember his name though. It's not.
It's on Witset's channel.
Andrew Thomas Young.
No, it's not Andrew Thomas Young. It might not even be Thomas. Hold on a second. I have it saved somewhere. Hold on.
Andrew does the refraction stuff. He's the mainstream refraction guy. But yeah, I don't even know what mainstream looks at. For me, at least, I understand that we see in a curve perspective. I don't think we see straight. It's actually impossible to see in Euclidean.
I agree that that's 100% true. That you're not seeing Euclidean for sure because your eyeball is curved. But I want to know exactly how it works. Basically, someone sending me
Yeah,
a
it's
message.
interesting, dude. It's a fascinating topic, and that's why I love this Discord, because you're hearing other people's perspectives and what they've learned. Yeah, it's great stuff.
I mean, you know, stick around because Witsit will be in eventually, and he'll explain all the details to you of this how we see thing. There's also an element of refraction involved. I don't believe the Globers can prove over long distance any actual positions because they can't show which way the light's actually bending. They got a lot of inferences and deductions. Maybe it's bending this way. They got a good idea. Maybe it's bending that way, but they don't know because they've never measured it. This is like a measurement thing. If you say the light's curving, that's a curve that needs to be measured.
I mean, it's not at all a debunk of or a proof of the globe because the numbers don't match up on the globe either. Brian's logic demonstrates that quite on many videos very irrefutably, and beyond that, the laser experiments and their refraction excuse already just pretty much just until they have an empirical model of refraction around a curve uniformly. I'm not really gonna become a globe earther anytime soon. But
A rule.
yeah.
My power's going out in like 5 minutes. I might join on my cell phone though. You sound Indian or Pakistani.
Yeah, I'm
You from
Indian.
else?
Yeah.
Indian.
Yeah.
Do you have the Hindu cosmology or Hindu religion?
I used to be a Christian. I'm not anymore.
You Hindu?
No, I
Is that
used to
correct?
be. I used to be a Methodist Christian actually.
Oh, really? I also used to be Methodist. But yeah, the reason why I ask is because yeah, I find the Hindu understanding pretty much
I mean, yeah,
where I resonate.
I guess
Where
I've
I resonate.
adopted one Hindu idea at the moment, reincarnation. I think, which I used to think was ridiculous. Now I think it's the only. If there is an
Yeah.
egalitarian system, I think that would be the only one possible.
Fuck yeah, dude! It's awesome. I dig it. It resonates with me. But the Hindu whole cosmology is incredible, and we got a lot of Indians here in South Africa, and the more I talk to them, and the more I their stories is like wow.
Most
This makes
most Indians are not very concerned about cosmology or deeper issues of reality. To be honest, they're very pragmatic.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah.
They take the mainstream account of cosmology at face value.
Not here in South Africa. Not here.
Oh, really? Okay, that's interesting though. Back home they do, and all the ones that I'm not currently in India, but
Yeah, I think they adopted a lot of the British when the British tried to take over.
it is what the whole world believes the Earth's a globe. So it's like the whole
No,
globe.
just the understanding of Vishnu and Shiva and all these different beings of consciousness.
I'm not really too. I can't. I'm a bit of a. I'm autistic, so I can't. I'm not really autistic, but I use that word. But I don't like woozy, unclear ideas.
All right.
I'm not
yeah.
not really into like Vishnu and Krishna and all that kind of stuff.
Oh man, it's interesting stuff. It's good stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna rejoin on myself, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, peace. Wow, this is a deeper. Who sent me this paper? Thank you. Thank you, whoever sent me this PDF. Okay. Dense ass PDF.
I have a PDF as well. I'm trying to find if the guy's name is in here. I'll just
Holy
post
shit.
this PDF anyways, and
Okay, all these PDFs. Downloading them all. The guy called Gleam, thank you.
Yeah, who was it that said we don't see an Euclidean endeavor?
Well, that was me, Beerman. I mentioned that.
Oh, okay. If you looked at some graph paper with a grid on it, would it look straight to you or curved?
At that distance, it would look pretty much straight, but at a longer distance, it would start looking curved. Yeah.
Oh, why does distance matter?
Just the way the light hits your cornea. Yeah, just the way it hits your cornea. It's just logical to look
The
like
light
it's
gets
curved.
tired.
What's that?
The light gets tired.
Sorry, I'm on my phone. The way it gets tired.
No, the light gets tired. You said it's the way that the light hits your cornea. How does it change the way it hits your cornea from a longer distance?
Oh, well, I don't know how to explain it. I'm just understanding with the way your cornea is curved, that's the way the light would get refracted, and the way you receive that light is on a curved surface on your eye, on your cornea, which gets refracted through your eye.
Well, your cornea, and you mean your retina?
No. The light hits your cornea and then it refracts through your, I think it's called your iris, your pupil, and then it hits the lens and then refracts through to your retina.
What part is the curved part that isn't curved when you're near something?
Oh, say that again?
So you said when you're close to the grid paper, it's going to appear straight, but because it hits your, you said cornea, but whatever, it hits whatever differently than when it's farther away. Why is that? Why is it flat when it's close, but curved farther away? Your eye
To
doesn't
be honest,
change.
I'm not too sure. Like I'm saying, when I take a pen and I put it close to my eye, and I keep my eye looking in one direction, and I bring that pen lower or the ruler lower, it starts curving on the edges. And same happens when I push it up higher to my eye. I'm not too sure why that happens. The only explanation I have for that is because it's hitting my cornea, which is curved.
So is your retina. So is your lens.
Yeah, they're all curved. Obviously, they're all curved. I'm just saying when the light hits my cornea is also curved. So that's why I'm seeing what I'm seeing.
I don't know what you mean when you bring a pen or ruler up to your eye because I don't have that. But looking at graph paper, it looks straight to me. Why doesn't it look straight to you?
I'm not too sure why it doesn't look straight to me. You got to explain to me why it doesn't look straight to me. Because I'm saying if I put a ruler to my eye and I in the center of my eye, it looks straight. But as soon as if I'm carrying on looking straight and I move the ruler up, it starts bending on the corners. You got to explain to me why it's bending on the corners. How can I explain to you why it's bending to the corners?
But it doesn't do that to me. Maybe you have an astigmatism that hasn't been corrected, or do you see this through your glasses? Maybe it's through your glasses.
No, I don't have glasses on. I've got clear eyes. I'm just saying that's what happens to me, dude. This is my life. Don't tell me what the fuck I see or don't see. I'm saying that's what I see.
But your graph paper looks straight.
What do you mean by my graph paper? I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't have graph paper or grid paper? It's just a grid, like a 1/2 centimeter grid.
Oh, just like the normal paper with lines on it.
Well, sure, but this has lines vertically and horizontally.
Oh, yeah, we get the exam papers. We call it exam pad, which I use for work as well. It's got like one line on the left side and then a whole bunch of horizontal lines. Yeah, those lines look pretty straight to me. But if I bring that page up straight to my face, the upper lines look curved, and then the lower lines are curved.
Yeah, I would go see an optometrist.
Yeah, sure, maybe.
When's the last time you went?
About 2 or 3 years ago.
Could be. I mean, you're 2 or 3 years older, right? Because I actually have astigmatism where my eyes are not, they're less round than they should be. So at first, when I got my glasses, circles looked oval. And now that I'm used to my glasses, circles look like circles, but I take them off and everything looks squashed. It's weird.
Interesting.
My
Yeah, no,
brain
circles
has
look like circles to me. Circles look like circles to my wife as well. I'm not too sure where you're going with this. I don't know if you were looking for an argument or just being an absolute cunt. My wife is laughing in the background at you. I don't know why you're being such a jerk.
What? I'm not being a jerk. I'm saying I have an astigmatism. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I know what astigmatism is. I do have a slight astigmatism, so I do have glasses that I can wear to help me see. Because sometimes the letters look overlapped, so they wrap to the right a little bit, so it looks a little bit blurry if I don't have my glasses on. But I generally don't wear glasses. I don't like it.
Yeah, so that's probably why you're not seeing properly. But your brain will adjust. So right now, because I wear my glasses, circles look like circles. But if I take off my glasses, they don't look like circles anymore. They're squashed. They're ovals again because my brain has adjusted to me wearing glasses.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me though, because it doesn't hinder me so much that I can't see a circle anymore. A circle still looks like a circle to me, and I can still read words. Everything is pretty much normal. Just it'll look HD if anything when I put my
But
glasses on.
your glasses are for reading, right? You only have reading glasses, not vision correction.
I don't know. They probably vision correction. I went for an eye test because I complained that I was getting headaches on the computer, and yeah, I just noticed everything looks more HD when I put my glasses on. Otherwise, everything that I see is still the way I see it, just less clear. But a circle is still a circle to me, if that makes sense.
Right, but then you said you had astigmatism. So
Are you trying to convince me that I'm seeing something that I'm not seeing?
I'm not saying that. I'm telling you what I see. I see circles as circles too until I take off my glasses because of my astigmatism. So maybe you're seeing these curved lines because you have astigmatism.
Could be, but I'm saying I still see a circle if I got my glasses on or off. I still see a fucking circle. I really don't know where you're going with this.
Yeah, I have astigmatism too, and I don't agree with Chucky.
You do or don't?
I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't volunteer the information.
Okay, guys, I'm not. What are you guys trying to get here with me? I'm just saying I fucking see a circle. If I see a circle, I see a circle. What are you guys trying to get at with me? Are you guys calling me a liar that I'm seeing that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing?
No, we are not telling you what you're not. We're telling you what we're seeing. My eyes are fucked up. I forget who and did you
All right, let me attempt to bridge the gap here because I think Beer Man is talking about something a little different. I think he's talking about like sort of like barrel distortion. Is that right,
Yeah,
Beer Man?
I think that's what I'm seeing. I think you're right there, Kosho. Because I'm just seeing what I'm seeing. I'm not trying to fucking say I'm seeing fucking fairies or anything. I'm just saying when I put my ruler up to above my eye, it starts bending on the top corners. If I carry on looking straight. Oh, he's breaking up. I don't know if it's just me or you guys.
Yeah, you're roboting, Chuggy.
It's just a gift to the stream.
Snakes.
The French, they worship Jerry Lewis. I don't know. He's a national treasure.
We're gonna let Chucky just curse and say all these awful things.
Oh fuck yeah, the power's off. Let me just get a extension. Let me get my computer into the inverter. I'll be right back. I'll still be on my cell phone. I'll chat here and there, but if I miss conversation, just excuse me. Give me like 5 minutes.
But also
They switch our power off here in South Africa for fucking hours on long. It sucks ass, but it is what it is.
Sorry to hear that. But is there anybody else want to follow up with that? Because I know I'm not sure if it's still called barrel distortion, if it's just from your own eyesight. It could be. I'm not an expert on eyesight, so. But it sounds like he's talking about barrel distortion. So
I think it would be. Yeah. But your brain does adjust, Kosha.
yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what I'm saying is that now. Yeah, I was just gonna say now that I wear my glasses regularly, circles look like circles. But when I take them off, they get fucked up.
You have barrel distortion vision problem?
No, I have astigmatism.
I think your brain compensates for it, but I think if you take a still image of any one view, I know you can't really take a still image of exactly.
Well, what do you do, Chucky, if you were without glasses? What would be the first thing you tried to do? That's okay. What would be the first thing you? That's all right. What would be the first thing you'd do to try to get something in focus if you didn't have your glasses?
Is something far away or close?
You're squinting.
Yeah, or I can put my two fingers close to my eye, close together.
What's it do?
Creates diffraction and it focuses things like a pinhole camera.
No, silly. Okay, now Kosher can go.
You're just gonna say no, silly when it works?
Yeah, I mean you're half glitching out. Let Kosher go. You don't get it. It's just okay. You don't get why squinting helps your eyes. It's fine.
Yeah, because you're squishing them back into shape. Yes.
Oh, is that what you're doing? Okay, love it.
Are you not? What do you do?
Can you elaborate, Snacks? Because I'm curious.
Wait, you don't think that by squinting? Yeah, by squinting your eyes, you're letting less light in?
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. It was something to do with the aperture.
What's that going to do? What's your problem caused by,
in.
Right? Yeah. Decreasing the amount of light decreases the amount of astigmatism. Like, noticeable. It makes things clearer. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm back.
And to be clear, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm back on PC. Yeah, guys, go ahead. Maybe you better now.
Could you guys describe exactly what the stigmatism is? Stigmatism is like what exactly is the
type of dinosaur
causing that? Okay, yeah. What's happening in your eye that causes that?
They're not perfectly round.
Okay.
Yeah, so it refracts the light slightly offline from the other eye, if I'm not mistaken. And so my left eye is a bit fucked. So when I put my glasses, my left eye of my glasses corrects the light to refract it straight in a different angle to my eye that I see it straight. So if I don't have my glasses on, everything just looks like 720p. But if I put my glasses on, it looks 1080p. That's mine at least. But when I take them off, everything looks fucking 320p. So that's why I hate wearing my glasses. I'd rather see 720p most of the time than 1080p.
Gotcha.
Jeez, that's it.
So
240i.
But it's because the light.
What must I do with what must I do with my eyes, Chucky?
Go see an optometrist.
I've been to a fucking optometrist. Why are you being such a cunt bag? Jesus Christ! Stop telling me what to do.
Why does that mean to tell you to go see an optometrist in 3 years?
But I've been to one. I've been to one.
Okay.
And he's giving me glasses. Yeah.
3 years ago. Maybe it's time for new glasses.
It's still the fucking same, dude.
And he doesn't.
How do you know?
Tease him about it, man.
He's just getting cranky because I told him to go see a doctor. It's not an insult.
I've seen a doctor.
Do it every year.
I've seen a doctor. Why should I do it every year? Because you fucking say so? Go fuck yourself, cunt bag.
Wow.
All right, let's go forward with all this because I'm learning stuff too in real time. So, but yeah,
no, dude, you telling me I'm not seeing what I'm seeing, and you're telling me I got to go see an optometrist, all that shit. I know what I'm seeing.
Sorry, Chucky doesn't
tell you what you were seeing. Are you like, what's wrong with you that you think I'm
Well,
attacking you and I'm just asking
no,
you questions?
you're obviously telling him he's seeing something wrong because you're telling him to go to a doctor.
No, I said, I asked him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Were you
don't
here
say
when I
yes.
asked him if he saw?
Yeah.
Don't tell another man to go see a doctor because of what he's telling you how he sees things. Because that's you telling him he's seeing something wrong. He needs to go see a doctor. And when I explain that to you, you go, no, that's not what I said. And I'm not being a jerk, but you are. We all hear it. We all know it. We all hear you telling another man to go see a doctor because of what he's seeing and you think it's wrong.
Do you see graph paper as being straight lines or crooked?
I'm telling you how you are wrong. I don't want to talk to you. I don't care how I see on a graph paper. It doesn't matter. But if you that you're telling another man to go see a doctor because of how he's telling you he sees things that you're wrong, then I can't help you.
What an evil man I am for trying to help us.
No, you're just a dick.
I should be ashamed of myself.
Don't tell another man to go see a doctor. How about that? How about that?
Okay. How about don't tell me what to do?
I didn't tell you what to do. Don't tell another man to go see a doctor. Don't give medical advice. How about that?
Are you guys fucking scared of doctors?
How about you go fuck yourself and stop?
This is great.
Okay, guys.
The shit show level here is off the charts. The meter is hitting the red right now.
Yeah,
we got terrible audio.
We don't let Chucky run the voice and tell other men to go see doctors because he thinks they're wrong. So y'all cut that out. There won't be audio chaos.
So we're just gonna move forward with all this. Just I don't know if Bear Man's still here.
I'm still here. Thank you, Rook. Yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, don't tell me to go see a doctor if I've already seen a doctor. He's giving me my glasses, and I still see what I see. I just see it in more HD.
It's fair.
Don't tell me I'm not.
Yeah, we all heard you. He's just a jerk, man. Don't let him do that to you.
No, I figured it
Fair
out.
enough, but
I've heard him in the past.
Yeah,
He's a jerk.
Let's move
I told
forward.
him what to say. Now, I told him what to say. He's not going to tell you what to say because I told him what to say and what not to say.
No, he's going to keep on.
Yeah, because you guys won't stop.
Yeah,
that's
right.
we're moving forward.
We have the power over
Don't bring it back up.
By him thanking me, right? That's what made Chucky come in and say what he said, right?
No, you got the fact that you're still on the same topic. We're trying to move
How
forward.
about
That's why I brought Beer Man up. I brought Beer Man up to ask
every
him.
now and then tell your opponent, like your friend,
dude,
like that guy right there. Tell him something instead of telling us.
Yeah, I already did that.
Do you know
you're
why?
the problem. So stop.
Do we know why people get astigmatism?
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
was
got
asking.
mine. Yeah, I got my astigmatism because one of my parents' friends got into a fight with my brother. They fell onto my wife on Mother's Day. I stood up for my wife. I tackled the guy off my wife. I told him to fuck off. He's a puss in South African language. That's a very bad word. And my mother told us to come back and apologize to this cunt bag. And their thug son tried to kill me in my mother and them's driveway. And he tried to take my eye out, and that was it.
That's a damn good story, bro.
Yeah, you
That's
have the
a
right
damn
to
good
take his
story.
eye out now,
That's
in
a
my opinion.
You know what's funny is Becky from Australia. I don't think she might tell. I'll say it vaguely. But
Yo.
she has a story about a wedding, and it has to do with the guy's eye getting gouged out. So
But
it's
like
pretty
puss
funny.
is worse to call somebody than cunt bag is also cool too. I didn't know that.
I heard something about Australia today that I thought was kind of maybe relevant but funny at the same time. They said, there's people that think that Australia doesn't exist, right? And the number one proof of this is have any of you guys here in America ever seen an Australian child?
Yes, my brother's an Australian child.
That was their proof. Your brother has an Australian child?
Yeah. No, he is an Australian child.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's 22 now, so but yeah.
That was their proof that nobody's ever really. I wouldn't say nobody, right? Obviously, but very seldom has anybody experienced or spoken to an Australian child. Only men or women grown.
It's funny.
Yep.
But anyways, why was that question even asked? How I see and shit like that? Because I don't really.
I thought you were bringing it up. Well, you were bringing up about how you I don't know, was it you who brought that up? We were
Oh
saying
yeah,
you see
yeah,
things with
I
curves.
yeah, correct, yeah. So I did a little test for myself at least, where I took a pencil and I put it up to my eye, and I noticed, oh wow, it actually looks like it's curving on the edges, very slight, but I can see it. And I was, yeah, it's just something I noticed, and I don't think it's because of my astigmatism, because I think it's got fuck all to do with that.
Well, am I right to say to classify that as barrel distortion? If anyone knows, because I know it's considered barrel. I don't know if barrel distortion it can be transferred to your eyes as well. I know it's a function of camera.
Your eyes have a lens.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
think
asking. That's what I'm asking.
I think it's only the function of a flat lens, the field of view, and then I don't think it can be a function of your eye.
Oh.
I don't see how.
It should mean it's true that you like. There's I guess it's not really true, is it? I don't know. I'm trying to look around and see right now, because there's that Moon Terminator line, they call paradox or whatever, and like when I remember, I think it was a Vsauce guy was explaining it. He was showing like lines that you see in a room, or like a door that's like halfway open, like you'll see a a different shape, obviously, than it is when it's
Yeah.
like parallel to you. And same thing with like the lines on the ceiling, like lines that connect the corners in the room.
Yeah, well, like as far as the way what they define barrel distortion as, maybe not, but yeah, for you to tie it together as, and why wouldn't we have distortion? I guess towards the outside of your eyeball, even of a curved lens, trying to make up for that image being stretched differently. Yeah, it's not it's not a perfectly uniform surface, your eyeball. So why wouldn't we have some kind of barrel distortion? That's a good point.
Well, the Vsauce guy, he was describing the correction as being a function of. That's why it seems like an illusion when it happens with the moon, because there's no lines that connect them. But when there are lines to connect them, like with the corners in your ceiling, and then the crevice, that connects it to the corners. You're gonna see the entire thing. So you're in your brain, you're gonna automatically attribute it to it being a straight line. But it's like, I think he was explaining that you actually the way your brain receives it is like curved almost.
Yeah, you're saying, or he was saying, your brain trying to make sense of a straight line against a curved line on the curved surface of whatever lens you're looking through. Yeah, no. And having something, I mean, kind of like it kind of goes full circle to what Beer Man was saying when he holds a straight edge against something, he sees it more prevalent.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Because you can compare it to a straight edge or whatever, and you're not. So it's like the same thing also with when you're viewing something that's in front of you, like something that's running in front of you, or you put a pool stick so that you're looking down the pool stick. It's like as you turn it from being horizontal to being or as it being perpendicular to you to being parallel with your eyesight, the angle is changing the whole time. So, if you're watching the movement of it, it actually would be like a curve almost. But you don't know, you're
Right.
never going to experience that curve because, like I said, your brain makes sense of it.
Right, because the tip of it, like the pool stick, isn't moving. You're actually pivoting off the far away distant tip and then pulling it towards your eye. So that's really not moving. So that's staying in place while everything else is moving. Yeah.
Get just the tip.
Just the tip.
So with Kosha, you're saying your brain makes sense of it. So those images that you see moving left to right and right to left, those women, the silhouettes moving. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Those optical illusions.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Actually,
yeah,
I turned that into a GIF so I could like challenge people.
correct. So I can see it both ways. So which way is
Yeah.
correct?
It's all about context. You can
Right.
actually that's what I did. I took out the context and I put them individually, and I made it so. Oh no, that's what I did. So I have a GIF that has it has it has in the middle, it has what's actually happening, and then on either side it has like the opposite directions. And so what I did was I just took out I made two separate GIFs, one that had each as a reference, And I was just tricking people. I would ask them which way she's spinning, and then I would show them the opposite GIF and tell them they were wrong. But still, but
Nice
yeah,
one.
you can.
Yeah,
I've
dude,
seen
it's
that
like that pink shoe as well. I was mind fucked with that pink shoe, and I was always seeing the turquoise and gray, and then eventually I saw the pink. I was like, "Holy fuck!" I see the pink, and now I can switch it between the two. It's just yeah, you got to put your
Wait,
mind to it.
there's a pink. It's pink.
Yeah,
You're talking about the blue and black dress. Is that what you said?
no. It's so similar to the blue and black dress, but it's the shoe, the pink shoe, and then the gray shoe. Do you know that one?
Maybe I've seen it and I don't
Yeah, let me
remember
get
it.
it for you. Let me get it for you.
Yeah, but it's all the same idea. But yeah, our brains do strange stuff. Like even like with magenta, they say magenta is not even a real color, but your brain sort of invents it, just trying to make sense of what you're seeing.
Yeah, so that dress, I see white and gold. I don't see the other colors, but I'll get you the image of the shoe, and you tell me what you see.
Yeah, you know what makes that picture like same thing with the spinning girl. Like you put the if you put the extra information in there so you can see which direction she's spinning. For that dress, you can add like a lighting. You add some lighting picture, then it's gonna make you perceive it in two different ways because then your brain is adjusting to what it thinks is actually really happening. But yeah, I see a pink
Yeah.
shoe. Yeah.
Yeah, but I first saw gray and blue or gray and green, but now I can switch between the two.
Am I the only one here that curls on ice sweeping?
No, Chronic. That's his favorite Olympic sport, dude. I think
But-
that's so.
but have
You're
you ever done
Canadian,
it?
so I don't know. He's just really excited about it. I don't know.
So when you're the skip, and I always go close to the ice to look at the rock. When you're playing with inexperienced players that turn the rock the wrong way, you can't tell what way it's spinning. That like that's big. It could be spinning. You see the
Chucky, man.
breaking up at the end. Chucky, breaking up at the end of what you were saying, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about the puck and how if you spin it, you can't tell the rock, whatever it is, man. I don't know curling, but yeah, you can't tell that it's actually which way
Real
it's spinning
men
if
that play
took the wrong
sports
way.
on ice use a puck, not the rock.
Yeah, there you go. It's like
Yeah,
you
my-
wonder where some sports were derived from. It's like a bunch of bored people playing like with brooms on ice.
No.
Better do.
No,
Chucky, it's like your
Everybody thing is the
your
sport
cellular
that's never
infrastructure's from the 90s.
Yeah, you're gonna have the mic check before you talk, Chucky. You're broken up for the last 5 minutes straight.
Yeah, it's like you're on some AOL shit right here. I don't know.
He's talking about curling, something to do with the rocks. Asking if anybody's ever played it. I don't know.
I think
There's
it's
curling.
a cool sport.
Yeah.
It's neat. Is it a sport though?
Yeah, I'd like to try it. To be honest with you, the place has one of the rinks is got the curling things on it.
It's like a shuffleboard sport too. Then
no.
But then maybe bartending's a sport.
So shuffleboard is actually the smaller version of it, and it's somehow the smaller version is for men, and the bigger version is for beta men. Chubby kind of, but it is a sport, guys. Those are both sports. Okay.
So have you ever curled, buddy?
Just my hair.
No, I'm making a joke.
Oh no,
funny?
jokes are funny.
Oh,
no, jokes are
well,
funny.
It was funny though because it does kind of match, right? I was defending your sport there, sport.
Were you, champ?
I said it was a sport. It's recognized as an Olympic
Yeah,
sport.
Coach
is it not?
Show.
Yeah, it is.
Coach
You need to simmer down there, Nancy.
bucks. And I said only real men.
Oh, Napalm, you're roboting, buddy.
We're all roboting. We're all defibrillating. No.
Okay, hold
Yeah,
on.
but yeah.
So while everyone's fucking roboting, let me just get back to Chucky here. So I just want to set the record straight there with Chucky. I don't want to have any bad vibes with the dude. I just had to sort of stand up for myself in a very aggressive way. Just to say, dude, don't speak to me that way. I don't want any bad vibes with you. I want to have a civil conversation with you. Just don't tell me what I must and must not do. Otherwise, yeah, we
I
could.
won't tell you that I don't want anything to do with the guy.
Thank you,
I
Speak
don't.
and Spell. That's very good.
He's also roboting, so I don't know what his
That's
reply
great.
was,
Yeah,
but yeah, that's it.
he was the main one.
Am I still roboting?
No, it's like no, not really.
You just sound nervous with digital hiccups, but it's not like it's. Oh, you're one to talk there.
Mistake to correct him.
You're barely an 8-bit.
Or if he just Donner is just like you're robotic. He's like, no, I'm shitting my pants here. I can't stand it.
Yeah, it's just that I've heard how a lot of the guys speak in this Discord, and I find it disgusting. So I just thought, no, fuck this. I'm not going to be spoken to the way you guys get spoken to. So
I wasn't trying to tell you to be insulting.
You didn't mic check whoever was there just breaking up, just to let you know. You didn't mic check before speaking, and you were breaking up.
Mic
all the
check,
time.
mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2.
You're good.
yeah, Napalm, you good? You good?
All right,
Clear.
cool.
You're good to go. Hey, I wanted to make maybe a short announcement because there's a lot of people in here. I haven't run this by anybody really, but it's not really something you have to run by anybody. But I just say that I made a thread in the thread section, and it's like called Q, and you can post it in the chat too just by doing a hashtag Q or whatever. Anyways, if in that Q section, if you if there's like a lot of people talking and you want to get in and you're not really getting a chance to get in, and you feel compelled to interject or something, before you do that, if you just put in there like that the topic that you want to jump in on, if it's relevant, we can make space for people to make sure that everyone's getting in. So
Oh,
let's interrupt.
Q is sweetheart. Absolutely, good stuff. Good stuff.
So we don't have to rely on Jeremy starting a list. I'm starting a list. Who wants on the list?
This is in conjunction with that, yeah.
Kosho, you want to be on the list?
Yeah. Yeah. People don't really don't really like lists.
Did you put the subject of the queue in the queue? If not, we're not on that yet.
Skippy Longstocking's back.
Oy vey. But yeah, there's that. Best way to get to it. I think, like I said, you just do hashtag in the chat Q and it pops up, I think.
So I don't think there's a topic actually at the moment, so you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to bring up a topic and you guys can change it immediately if it's not what you guys want to discuss. But have you guys heard about this the stone circles in South Africa? Michael Tedinger speaks about it quite often. Have you guys heard about the stone circles in South Africa?
I'm an expert. Somebody else, maybe.
Can you elaborate on them? I didn't.
Expert in 5 minutes. Give Kosho 5 minutes. He'll be an expert.
So
yeah, we all can be. But yeah. What's with these circles?
He's a dedicated pseudo-ologist.
So there's these ancient ruins. It's just quite recent, about 15 years, where Michael has started mentioning them, but it was never ever spoken about before, as far as we can understand. And I only found about them this year. And there's just these ancient stone circles all over the Gauteng province of South Africa, and I can share my screen and show you them on Google Earth, but they're all over and no one's talking about them, but they tie in with the Anunnaki stories.
Yeah, it is interesting. Were they found using lidar or like how big are these structures?
Yeah, you can see them on Google Earth. I can share my screen and share it with you guys if you want to see it.
Okay, perfect circles or
well, geometric circles, circle on circles, and it's insane. I've started marking them in the past week. What I can find, I can share my screen and show it to you if you want to see it.
I'm down. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about the types of stones? Do you know anything about the types of stones that they use for that?
Yeah,
That's right.
so Michael Tellinger has been sharing a couple of videos about it, and they got the resonance to them. So he taps them, but they got this like heavy dong to them. They very hollow sounding. I don't know how to explain it
Are they
otherwise.
resonant in some way? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. So it
Like
could be old Anunnaki. How do I say this?
Are they crystalline in some
Anunnaki.
kind of way? They sound like crystal when you hit them.
Yeah,
Doesn't it?
I got no.
Is that
Let me
something?
let me just push. Let me put my push to talk off here. Hold on, because I got
Okay.
push to talk off. Okay, voice activities. So, they are. So Michael explains them as if you tap them, it's just a long resonance sound that goes through them. And so I'm sharing my screen now. This is the Gauteng area, and there's just plenty. This is me marking them. So I'll go to Stone Circle Ruins. I'll show you what I'm talking about here now. But he's taken the stones out and he's tested them, and as soon as they make a sound, it's just this insane sound, which is not normal to hear from a normal sound. I don't know if you guys can see this. But yeah, there's circles. But this is all over. There's thousands of them. Can you guys see
I'm
this?
clicking on your
Do
thing now.
you have any idea the purpose of these? Are these like homes or
So
rock
Michael's done the
collections?
research.
Okay.
So Michael's done the research, and he's saying that he hasn't found any doors and entrances to them. However, when he takes a device, he's picking up a frequency above each stone ruin. And yeah, I'll zoom out. There's I call them beautiful
Oh
ruins. Look
man,
at them. There's fucking all over.
your feed
Look
is
at
really
this.
chippy looking to me.
Hold on. Weren't these? Are you sure these are ancient?
Yeah. This is nowhere in South Africa they're talking about this. I've named quite a few of them here. Everyone that says unmarked place is just me marking them. But wait, hold on. I've
Really?
got interesting circle runes. Let me just get the one that says wow circles. Here we go. Look at this.
How did you find them, by the way?
I was introduced to that dude that finds the dragons and shit. What's his name? Roger
I
Spur
don't know.
from Mud Fossil University.
Oh,
So I was
okay.
looking in South Africa. I was trying to find if we see any dragons or whatever in South Africa, and then I came across this, and I started googling these circle ruins, and then I came across Michael Tellinger that talks about it. But yeah, these
Right,
are
but
these are
Have you ever heard about any
all over South Africa.
of these types of formations in the Americas?
Not at all, no. So the Anunnaki stories talk
But you
about.
wouldn't want to know if there were.
Have
Okay.
you heard?
Go ahead.
Have you heard of Adam's calendar?
Mm-hmm. South Africa.
Yeah. So yeah, Adam's calendar. Let me get that here. Adam's calendar.
That's an old girl there.
So
Right.
that's
She
also
goes
and
back a ways.
yeah. So yeah, this is also part of our history and Anunnaki stories and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just crazy. It's on our doorstep. Oh wait, not that one.
What? That's what I was asking about. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. There we go. There's Adam's.
I'm trying to ask if those circles, those circles. Is there what's the verification on the how ancient are they? How long have they been? I guess you said they only recently became aware of them,
discovered.
Okay, so they weren't because there is something in the Middle East, something very similar to what you're showing, and it was also mysterious to some people, but I think at least in that case, it traced back to a method that used to be a method for finding oil, in which they put TNT in the ground and let off like a shock wave, and then check the seismic. And so anyway,
I
the
don't
point is
know.
that
You're trying too hard.
it left very similar marks.
Trying to be a Julian Anderson over here.
There's too many of them. Yeah, let me go. Fuck. Let me get you like insane.
Yeah, this is some kind of culture or something like that that occupied this area. It's like a big signature kind of thing.
Look at this. There's just fucking circles, but it's circle within a circle within a circle. There's all of them all over here. And what Michael's done is he goes to these sites and he doesn't see any entrances or exit or like any entrances into these circles. But yeah, he's found these things and he's went to go look at them and
Yeah.
they're all
Well,
over South
I've
Africa.
never seen the stuff you're showing me in some of these configurations or whatever. Very, very cool. But I've heard that there are things like this even up like near Finland, Norway, up in the islands there. Like that this type of culture still kind of was doing this type of earthworky spiral circle situation.
Well, yeah, so
Yeah.
we don't have any history on this except what Michael's doing. So it's something I want to get into. I want to get into contact with him because I found some interesting stuff. In the sense of, let me show you nearer to my side. This is more all these yellow spots up here that I've marked is all the stone circles that I've found. And I've gone to okay. I'm in the Western
I
Cape.
guess
I'm
I
down
could.
this
It does seem like a good way to sort out areas. I guess, like if you were going to put up markers around something like that. And I guess those markers, if they were stone that rang, that you would know that was the marker and not just some other fucking stone, out there. Like if you were.
No,
Do you see what
so
I'm
what
saying?
Michael does, so what
Okay.
Michael does, he picks up some of the stones and he actually bangs against them, and they make this long. It sounds like a hollow
Yeah, let's say
piece of stone.
we were like dry panning, right? And we're just like set up a perimeter of our stones. And the stones we get from like slag, that's why they're crystalline. That's why they make a ding, because they're not like some kind of regular stones that you find. It's likely, I think, that there's some kind of created stone. Otherwise, we would have
Yeah, I'm not
classification
sure what it
for it.
is. So,
Right? You'd be able to
but
say,
yeah, I find it very
oh,
interesting.
they're ring stone or something like that, or they're just like this type of quartz. But there's no, I think, aren't these like pretty unique samples that way?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just saying. I don't know if you guys have heard about this from Michael Tellinger, and he's got that big giant footprint in South Africa as well. I found these patterns. I've contacted this farm. Yeah, they don't even know about this, but you can see it on Google Maps. These patterns, they don't even know what it is.
Yeah, I'm just
It's
saying,
very
like,
interesting stuff.
when he talks about it, though, it seems like they're very far apart. You're kind of showing concentrations of these, which makes me think like, oh, this is like establishing some sort of perimeter, trying to cover an area.
It does look like it. Yeah. So this is my map here. I don't know if you can see. This is what I've mapped out. I'm trying to get a pattern of what's going on.
You zoom into one of them?
What's up? Zoom in. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
let's go
trying to
into
get a
any
good
one of
look
them.
of it.
So some of them would be the odd one here and there. Yeah, there we go. This should be fine. Let me get you the most clearest ones. Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
get you
please. Thank
clear
you.
Yeah,
ones.
I strangely do like make a mining connection here, though. Whereas I really try to push that to the last possible explanation for anything.
I joined the alert. What's up? What we're looking at on this map?
These ones should be clear enough for you, Coach. Sure.
Yeah, they are. Thank you. Let me take a good look at one. And are these built of stone? Like there's stones placed
Yeah.
around next to each other? Is that right? I know
Yeah.
the
So
trees there
they're
to the right,
stones.
right?
Yeah, about 2 or 3 feet high. And apparently he's found evidence of it being washed away by water, but you have to pay to watch that. So I haven't seen that yet. It's one of his most recent videos that he's posted, but he's doing great work of whatever he's doing. But yeah, when I came across this, I started searching it, and then I came across Michael Telliger talking about it. But yeah, it's fascinating. It's all over South Africa. There's thousands of them, and none of them have entrances. They all closed. Closed circles. And then the Anunnaki stories talk about the gold mines, and you guys should know that South Africa's quite rich in gold, where the gold rush started.
Hey there, do you guys
whatever you want to call it.
believe that we were manipulated genetically to help mine monoatomic gold, get
That's what
monoatomic
messes
gold?
me up. I don't like agreeing with that any of that Sitchin kind of stuff.
Yeah, me neither. I like the
I-
story. It's kind of a neat story, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's just regular gold.
probably wrong.
It's not monoatomic, but it's just regular gold. But
Oh,
I'm just thinking, like, in a way, I didn't really know enough about how one would even be collecting gold. But if they could be like dry sifting out of dirt and then just like making a ring around that area and then moving on to another ring, maybe. Otherwise, there'd be like evidence of settlement, more evidence of settlement. You know.
Yeah, it's weird because the we in South Africa, yeah, and Zimbabwe. Let me zoom out here, but Zimbabwe is just north of us. Zimbabwe is around about. Yeah, we go Zimbabwe. I haven't looked here yet, but apparently there's plenty here in Zimbabwe as well. And Michael's gone up to Zimbabwe and met with the shamans, and they talk about it as well. And they don't talk about them being anything for animals or anything like that. But the ancients, the mainstream would say that these are all animal concentration camps, whatever you want to fucking call it. But yeah, these things go up fucking forever. It's crazy. It's really interesting. It's something that I want to look into more often. I just thought maybe you guys have heard about it. It's very interesting that we have these ruins in South Africa. I wouldn't have expected it. And this is supposed to be a place that the Dutch came to and there was nothing here. I highly doubt that.
You say animal concentration camps. I bet you there were some German shepherds there.
I got no idea.
9.
But look at this.
Anyhow.
It's fucking everywhere. This is.
Yeah.
This
The
is
only reason I
pretty
brought
cool.
up that because there was a mysterious circles in the desert in Saudi Arabia or some in the Middle East somewhere, and people were wondering about that as well, and under investigation, that was the result for that one. I'm not trying to
Right.
naysay these circles. I'm just
Well, no, I'm just saying it's
talking
an
at,
engineered stone of some kind because it's resonant. You know.
Have you
Like
got
Yeah.
like
So Michael. Yeah. Sorry. So Michael's gone. He's got it on video as well, where they go and test it with a frequency, and they pick up a different frequency as soon as they get over a circle. Which
Right, and
seems
it kind of
to
seems
get.
silly that that people would be engineering stones to like make a tone. You know, that seems like a lot of work to go through to make special rocks. So is it possible it's a
Yeah.
waste product from something else, but just identifiable? Then they're like, "This is our rock. We know what's going on." Other people do. Other people might also. Who knows?
you have like a photo of these things like from the ground?
Yeah, so I'll share the link to Michael's channel if you guys want to look more into this. I thought it might be interesting for you guys.
Can you pull up examples of the rocks? Maybe that would be helpful. It's nice to see it from the air and the concentration of it. I'm
Oh
really happy.
wow,
That was cool, but
I'll show you guys. I mean, I found some and actually, yeah, this is totally different than what I thought with the other thing is, yeah, it can't be the other thing because these are like it's like Stonehenge, like a bunch of little Stonehenges. Okay, hold on, let me post some.
Yeah, so this is basically the same thing. Yeah, with Michael's stuff is basically a whole bunch of Stonehenges, little miniature ones.
Well, you know,
I'll put,
could it be like a similar purpose?
I got
These
no idea. I've
these
actually
circles
got no
don't
idea.
look as like Stonehenge is like very close to like a uniform circle. Those circles in South Africa looked a bit sort of misshapen almost.
Yeah, it's not Stonehenge, but I'm saying I'm
Right, yeah.
just saying like the same way that it's rock structures, like they have the rocks, and they've actually placed these big rocks in place to make the
Or like
structure.
gaps.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just different than what I imagined just from looking at it from the sky.
Yeah, so I posted the link to Michael's channel where he shows a few little snippets of what he's been doing. The rest is, I think, it's you have to pay for, but it's good enough information from his channel himself. Guys, we struggle a bit here in South Africa. Funny enough, I did a super chat on Jem's channel the other day for Valentine's Day, and he was they were laughing because I gave such a small amount. But the funny thing is, the amount I gave can buy you, for instance, 5 coffees. For them, it can't even buy you a quarter coffee. So the exchange rate is ridiculous. But for us, it's a lot of money. So I understand why Michael is charging for what he's doing. We're not very wealthy down here in South Africa, as it may seem for you guys. If you come down here, that you guys have an absolute fucking party, but us as South Africans don't earn a lot. So I think that's why he's asking for a bit of bucks, for his work at least.
Maybe I'll help him out. But is he? I didn't realize he's African as well. Okay.
Yeah. He does that Ubuntu movement as well, where it's just we basically we born in this world. Why are we paying to be here? So he's up for that movement as well.
And what do you mean by that?
So how do I say it? Money is the big fuck up. If it wasn't for money, I think Jin talks a lot about this as well. I'll be honest, I listen to a lot of Jin, but he can get a bit too much. How
It's
can I
on
say? He's like a
Gintopia.
tequila. The first tequila is good, second tequila is okay, but after the third tequila, you're like, okay, fuck, I don't want any more tequila. So same thing with Jin, is he will say something, it's good, but enough is enough. But he almost like a utopia sort of thing, but not as toxic as Jin's sort of utopia. Totally different, much more logical, much more logical, and he's actually taken the banks to court, things like that, explaining where money comes from. He speaks about where money, it's promissory notes and things like that. But that's a totally different movement from what he's doing. Yeah, this is something totally separate from what he's doing. This is a totally separate discovery. But it's fascinating stuff, and it ties in with the Anunnaki stories, which is fascinating. It's interesting just to look at. You don't have to follow it, but definitely look into it. It'll open your mind a bit, I think.
What was the name of Jin's? There's an island. I forget what the name of his island is, but it's the island that you send. He said you're going to send all the people who don't cooperate, or basically like a prison. He said in there 6 months
Yeah.
minimum. I remember what it's called though. So what's it like? Slackers Island. That's what it is. If you don't want to cooperate, if you don't want to
Shocking.
work.
So I agree with it. I will agree with Michael that money is fucking disgusting. But then you're gonna take Jin's story into you gotta. I think it's a bit of everyone that will understand how this whole model would work without money, but a logical aspect of it. If you really look into it properly, with an open mind, how it could work without money. I think it used to work like that. But unfortunately, money is a bit of a fuck up at the moment.
Yeah, but it's a very useful tool, and we can change topics into this possibly because we're not really on it. We're on the circles. It's just a lot, but yeah, but because what I hear people say that a lot, and even like what you were saying about the Earth, and people. The thing is, if people, if there wasn't money and there wasn't societies, then you would be directly responsible for everything that you ate and drank and survived on, and that could come easy to you if there's an abundance and no one's there claiming it. But generally what happens is very quickly people realize that they have to claim a territory, so it's some boundary that they have to stand up for their share of it. or whatever. And so, regardless, there's always work that has to be done. It's just that level of work, or that aspect of it seems unappealing to most people who want to live like in a modern world. Like, you don't really want to live like that, where you have to, every single day is a struggle to get food, and you not only that, but you have to ensure that you're that no one's encroaching on your territory and taking food that you should be getting yourself or whatever. So it's just like there's a lot of extra work. Whereas if you just give a medium of money, then you can exchange those for any value of anything that you need, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
I
the
agree with
economy
you.
to skill.
Yeah, so I agree with you, Kosho. I do. Speaking to a lot of the Africans in my country that I live in, they were doing fine before, or their ancestors admitted, at least to them, that they were doing fine before, and not just that. I would say with modern society, it's having all these kids. It's just kids after kids after kids. And my wife and I decided 18 years ago not to have kids, purely for the financial reasons and freedom reasons. If we were free in a first world country where money is not an issue, we'll gladly have kids. But yeah, no, dude, we both have to work. However, we've got our own business now. We work for ourselves in one business, but it's still too difficult to even have kids. But those days, before it was colonized by the Dutch, they were doing fine. They knew how to manage their kids. They knew their tribes. Had to have so many people to do what they were doing. So it's almost like in themselves a population management. There's still the Namibian Stan, Khoisan, that are doing fine out of the system. They still exist. They're not part of the system. They live in the bush. They do their thing. They got their houses or whatever. Um, uh, at the moment, it's just I'm not going to say population is an issue, because in modern society, population, the way it is like Elon says, that we're probably too little population for for
Sure.
for what for what's going on. However, in that sort of mindset, we are overpopulated to live that sort of lifestyle.
Well, let me bring this up because I said this yesterday, and so I'm going to make a claim, and you have to just go with it, so we don't get fixated on the claim. But it's going to involve evolution and species and that type of thing, and population. But if you believe the numbers, like if you believe the statistics and the numbers that are currently expressed, that 10% of all humans that ever lived are actually alive right now. So out of all the people who've ever lived ever, 10% of them are currently alive. And if that's true, if that statement's true, that there's a lot of implications to that. And one of the implications is that it gives question to, is that sustainable? Is that natural? Is there a natural balance created that way? Yeah, is there any other species that you can sort of compare, like make a comparison to, that same statement being true? Because I think that's more extreme than people really give credit to. Because if that's true, that is a pretty extreme claim. Um, so yeah, it's possible that even though it doesn't seem like we're overpopulated, it's very possible that we're out of balance with our ecosystem. Like we very quickly rose in population, um, to a magnitude that's not sustainable at the rate at which we did it. Is what it seems.
Yeah, I would agree. However, so let's say there's an apocalypse now, or let's say every government in the world has to fuck out and all businesses goes down. How many people will be able to survive, do you think? Yeah, let's
About
say,
50% or less.
I think
but
it's
by
much less
themselves,
than
without
50.
without even fucking sponging. Let's just say you're out in the
They're like
wild. There's
5%.
Before you guys change the subject, I kind of like stepped in when you're talking about the money and that kind of idea of how things could work with money or not. Could I make a comment on it? Or are you guys done with that?
Yeah, yeah, we're still on that. We're still on that, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the way I look at it is usury. That's like because I think it's just like Beer Man saying. Well, I think that's what he was. I just stepped in like 20 minutes ago. But I think what he was saying is we could do the exact same thing we're doing now without money, right? And then the question was like, how could we do that? Because, and then I think Kosha was the one talking about, okay, well, it depends on your location, what resources you have access to, and then it can be used as a tool, right, to kind of to balance out that. So the point I wanted to make, well, I think about is I think it's true. I think anybody could do it. We could all have the exact same civilization we have right now without money. And I think money could be used as a neutral tool, but the problem is it always goes into this toxic parasitic behavior instead of like, let's just say we just got rid of money and all of a sudden tomorrow it wasn't worth anything. And then all you could do is trade your works, which is if you're a good carpenter, if you're a good baker, if you're a good software programmer, if you're just going to trade your skills, right? So how would that happen if tomorrow all the money was removed, but we still have all the resources of the experiences and everything available in the realm? We would have to communicate, right? We'd have to like actually talk to each other and communicate face to face and trade our works and our skills because that's really what the money represents in the first place. Okay, I didn't want to take too long, but I just want
Yeah, but the fundamental issue with that is that you're relying on. So there's what do you call it? There's the demand for work and there's the demand for the item, and you're in that system. You'd be relying on the person who wants said work also has said thing to trade for it, which is probably going to be not. It's probably going to be you're going to be lucky if that's the case. Or it's going to be more likely that somebody has something that you want, and somebody else has something that they want you to do.
Right.
And so you need a
Let
way
me
to tie
make it
those together.
Sorry. Let me make it simpler. So it would come down to basically your location. That's why I kind of resonated with what you were saying because let's say you live in a place where you can't really be a carpenter, right? Because there's not all these trees around everywhere. So you're going to have to learn how to, maybe you're on the beach, maybe you can be a fisher, right? So my point was you could still do the same thing. You would just have to, and that's why I think money is usury. It's like if you live on the beach in the desert, maybe you shouldn't have a log cabin, right? And then if you live in a winter climate, maybe you shouldn't have coconuts, right? You should have to work with what you have in your immediate neighborhood. And if you've already done that, you already have your own stuff. Let's say in a perfect world, you already got your own stuff. You already got your own shelter. It works with where you're at. And then maybe this is just my personal opinion. Like I think what happens is people use money to use each other when they could still have the same experience by just communicating and saying, hey, you want to share this? You want to trade this?
Yeah, I wanted to add to that. So one of the big issues that pop up with this discussion, you'll hear it almost every time this sort of thing gets brought up, is who handles the sewage because no one wants to work in shit. And to be honest, I was a project manager for a civil engineering company dealing with that sort of scenario, where I designed and project manager managed new pump stations to handle the sewage, and a lot of my team, they were excited working with this sort of let's call it scenario, however you're going to call this sort of thing, because yeah, who wants to who wants to work into a sewage into a sump or deal with shit? But a lot of my team were they loved it. They not in the sense of they enjoyed the shitty part, but they loved the outcome from it. And when the company I worked for, they shut down after 51 years due to corruption. However, the employees, they didn't go look for a new job outside of it. They went back into it, and they're still dealing with that due to their knowledge of it, but also their love for the outcome or just the design of it, making the thing work, their whole system work. They love building it. So yeah, granted, there won't be people that want to work with shit. I didn't want to work with it. I hated going to sites and smelling what's coming out of the sumps. But my team would gladly go down, put in a new pump, change the guide rails, change whatever they need to change inside of a sump. So there will be people that will do that sort of thing. So I don't think there'll be a payoff in that sense. But Michael goes down. He's done surveys. He's done what he needs to do to make this sort of scenario work. So once again, like I say, check out his channel. He talks about it. He's got a great movement going. It's called the Ubuntu movement. One small town, I think it's called. It's on his channel. He talks about the stone circles as well as the one small town no money movement. It can definitely work, but it's not going to happen. I don't think in our lifetime.
Maybe it should be in like I kind of screwed up. I didn't make the interest based money. Okay, so I guess you could have a form of exchange that's neutral, and that's what real money is. But then interest based money is just pure usury. That's somebody that gets a piece of whether you built a rocking chair or you baked a really good loaf of bread, and you guys decided to exchange those two things. For some reason, somebody gets a piece of both of those things, and they had nothing to do with building the rocking chair or baking the loaf of bread. So that was my bad. I should have declared what I
No, I
meant by
got you.
usury
That's
through
more
interest. No,
it makes more sense. And even though I agree with what you're saying, that is the problem. That does problem does arise from that occurring. I don't think it's the fault of the usurer, if that's the term. But yeah, the banker, right? The guy who gives the loan. I don't think he's doing anything wrong. I think he's very clever, and I think that he's offered something that somebody else accepted, knowing what they were accepting. And like let's say that we start this new system, and then we find that we need to have this medium of exchange so that we can get the things we want and do the tasks we need to do, and they don't necessarily have to be for the same person. So we have this medium of exchange with money, and somebody just decides, somebody that has extra money decides to loan it out, given that you give back more than you loaned. That seems like that's fair to do. I think the problem comes when they're loaning out money that they don't even have, or they're loaning out other people's money, basically. I think that's when.
yeah. I mean, no, that's an honest business. I mean, if you're a banker and you have, let's just make the math easy. Let's say you have $1 million. You open up a small savings and loan. Somebody comes in, you loan them $10,000. It's fair for you to get, a service fee for that. Sure. But what I was talking about as far as the interest-based currency, which isn't money, is when these guys that they really didn't have any wealth to start with, they just happen to have the apparatus monopolized